that phenomenon. So people will be worshiping the statue, which is a form of idolatry, and tricking humanity into like, oh my God, like the statue's crying, so I need to worship the statue. It's idolatry. Idolatry is forbidden in the Abrahamic faiths. Period. For those of you that think you're experts in faith and religion, go back to the basics. The 10 Commandments. God said, if you can't remember anything, remember these 10 rules and you're good. And 1, don't make pictures, statues. This isn't the 10 Commandments.
Don't make pictures and don't make statues.
Yeah. Thou shalt not make. Pull up the 10 Commandments, brother. Pull it up on Google. Let's refresh everyone's memory. This is what Moses brought. I love Moses. His name is, I won't say what family member of his, but like I name my children based on these names. My children have biblical names in that expression, but they're also names that are in the Quran and the Torah. Because I respect these individuals and what they did for humanity. Look at the 10 Commandments, man. We forgot the 10 Commandments, you know, and there's sects of Islam that do the same thing. This is forbidden. It says, you shall have gods before me. You shall not make idols, images or carved things that we put our faith into, like it's a picture.
But it can be an idol of Jesus.
It's considered a form based on this. Again, this is before Christianity and Islam. Why would God tell us not to make images, not carve anything, and then we're doing it right after? It doesn't make any sense. It's not to pick on them. Remember, there's sects of every religion that have deviated. The question is, why are you doing what you're doing? Have you even studied? Have you researched? We're going back to what I said at the beginning of this conversation. How much do you know about your faith? Every religion believes in the 10 Commandments. How many of us are really following the 10 Commandments? If we're praying to images and statues, then I guess the 10 Commandments were wrong. Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm asking you now. What do you think, Ben?
I just think people are trying to go about their daily lives and trying to survive. People are they're going to work and trying to put dinner on the table. And
it's about what comes next. Right. We started this.
Well, they don't have the means to really think about that. I mean, the people
that all day long fucking, not me and you, but let's be real. I know the score of the Jets game. Rodgers broke his knee. You put all your energy into all this shit.
Yeah.
It really doesn't matter in this life for most of us. Okay. And you're gonna sit there. I don't think when you face God that day, if you believe that you're gonna face him, you're gonna have any. Well, how do you know, God? You knew how to use Google to pull up, you know what, and beat your meat. You learned all this time, but you couldn't use this. Yeah. Everything has duality, right? I can use this for good or for bad. I can use this to enlighten my mind. I read about all kinds of interesting things now.
But you, like me and you, we have the ability and the time to do that because we spend our days talking to people like this. So we are fortunate enough to be able to spend time studying instead of spending a lot of time looking into it because we get to come on here and talk about it and get paid doing it. Most people don't do that. They don't have that ability.
For the record, I've not been paid yet. Again, I just want to say for the record, I have done everything out of passion. I wouldn't mind getting some money from this. Not from this, but like, you know, to make a living in that aspect. I don't make a living from podcasting. But
your podcast.
When I went towards studying spirituality, okay, my own family was against it. My own family was like, what are you doing? Why are you studying this? They were like literally against it. My own parents, at a very young age, I started studying religion on my own. Like I said, I came from a secular family. They didn't really have much structure. Never went to a mosque. Didn't know how to pray. I knew nothing about religion. And when I started studying, I really started studying in 7th grade. Is when I went deep into it. And I had changed so much at that point that my family, I guess, erased some flags. Like I had become like really serious, you know, very like dedicated. I was praying, I was fasting, you know, they didn't want to see me staying hungry as a kid in school. You know, doing Ramadan is not easy, especially in the summer months. So they see me like I'm about to go play basketball, varsity basketball, having eaten or drank. You know, Hakeem Olajuwon was famous for that in the NBA. Now they're telling everyone you should fast. It's so good for you. It kills cancer. So like I feel like all this knowledge is there, man. Human beings made it. There would only be one religion if we just listened. We kept changing the books, and I don't like this rule and that rule. And interjecting all this stuff is why we have all these. We went astray. Is what happened. We went astray. There is a phenomenon that people need to know about. believe in this thing because I've experienced it myself, and I'm going to tell two stories really quickly because I hope it saves a life. I lost a family member of mine who was very close to me. I went through 2-3 years of real sadness, and I did draw on spirituality to get out of it. I didn't get a therapist. People would make jokes like maybe you should have a therapist, but I really just prayed a lot. God helped me. I know that God designed us to get through anything. You know, once we understand that power and that life is a trial and a tribulation, and that all of us will be tested, whether it's a loss of life, all of us are going to lose somebody we love. Or maybe the people we love are going to destroy us. You know, there's kids that have like the most evil parents. Like, this whole tribulation, people go, well, if there's a God, then why is there wars and all this? Because he gave us a gift, man. Look, it's free will, bro. For him to interject, and if we all saw God, right? For those that don't believe, if we saw God, the rest of us would stay the rest of our lives playing, because if we saw him, and it's not because he's a man, I say he's, there's no word to even describe God. The concept of this creator, that we would try to be as perfect as we could be. If we could see God, then we would know that there's definitely a hell, there's definitely a heaven, so I need to be. You wouldn't act to your true desire, your true nature. The whole key of this life is to get the knowledge and to suppress those desires, to elevate, or as the Buddhists would say, to reach nirvana, to elevate as a human being, to elevate your soul, to be in a state of submission to the creator, which basically these books are like when a car manufacturer makes a book, all of the books will make you a better human being. That's a fact. And I believe every single religion had divine influence, but people went astray or added to the story or changed the concept of what the God was and made it into monsters. So I believe it all came from the same source. Humanity drifted away. Humanity kept changing these things, and that's why God kept sending more and more prophets down until he sent the last one down, based on what I read. Now, the evil eye. I was going through what I thought was a depression because I lost a family member, but I understood after 2-3 years, I'm like, listen, I know the person's never coming back. Life is hard. God designed us. We're all going to die. Like, that's a reality of life. It's not normal for me to still be in this state. I was suffering at one point in life from the worst anxiety ever. It felt like I literally had a ton of bricks on my chest that would never come off, bro. Okay? I went from being extremely extroverted as I am in my state like this, talk to everyone. When you go on my Instagram, you see me with every celebrity in the world. They'll probably watch this episode and think, fuck, I'm
King of the Nightlife.
Yeah, they're probably going to watch this episode and be like, I got to follow this guy. I can't be seen in public with this guy anymore. Thanks, Dan. So, like, I'm connected with so many powerful people. I want away from people you can't even imagine. Some of the names I don't want to mention. I know what's coming from humanity. Trust me when I tell you. Okay? And what happened to me was I had this anxiety that would not go away. It was really bad. I had a fear now to even leave my home. I just wanted to stay in my house. I became a hermit, bro, which is like so not like me. I was literally staying in my man cave and playing Xbox so I wouldn't lose my mind, because I thought I was suffering from a depression from the loss of a loved one. I had lost sexual appetite. I had a cloudiness. I could not talk like this, bro. I went from someone that was able to speak in front of large crowds, no fear, give a speech in front of a stadium, no problem, to I just could not articulate the way I articulate now. Very foggy-minded. I would cry for no reason. Like, just always in a state of complete sorrow. Very dark. I would fight with those closest to me for no reason. Like, argue with my mom, my dad, for no reason whatsoever. They didn't do anything wrong. And it was like a rage that I could not control. And they would leave. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong? Like, why did I act like this? Right? And just a real fear to even go outside and do it anymore. Like, constant state of paranoia, fear, depression, all that stuff. After a couple of years of like living like this, literally living in sorrow, bro, such a sorrow, I understood for the first time why people committed suicide. I didn't have those thoughts, but I understood why. Because this feeling is such a hopeless feeling. I believe this phenomenon is what they call the evil eye. I believe many of these public people that die are dying from this. Prophet Muhammad is quoted as stating, half the people in the grave are there from the evil eye. That's one of his quotes from the Hadith. So, traditions of what he said, not the Quran, the Hadith. It exists in all three religions. Now, I go to every doctor on earth, okay? And I will never speak against medical therapy, like psychologists, because I do believe that it has its place and there's people that need help, and that stuff does work. This is for those people that have tried all of that and nothing's working. I hope you're listening. I hope you're paying attention. I go first to physical doctor. Let me check everything. Let me check my blood. Let me see. Maybe I'm missing a hormone. Like, I gotta be able to get back up. Like, this doesn't make sense. I was smart and I'm like, this doesn't make sense for me to still be in this state. And I do worship God and I do pray to God. And I try to be optimistic. And I understand that life is a trial and tribulation. That the world is not designed for us to all be happy. It's not. Because then it wouldn't be a test. So I go to all these doctors, make the story short, they check everything, my minerals, my vitamin, everything is normal. Then the one doctor says you should go see a endocrinologist or whatever, the one that checks your balls, right? Your male anatomy. I go to this doctor's office, bro, and I'm the youngest guy in there. I'm like embarrassed even walking into. How old are you? This was like maybe 34 years old. It's maybe 10 years since I lost a loved one in October. I go into this office, but everyone's like 70, 80. I'm young, and I'm like, man, just embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. I go, doctor was kind of hot. Like this beautiful doctor with a mini skirt with her name. She's like, she's a specialist, right? And like, we have to sit there and talk about my private part, bro. Yeah. Do you have this? Do you have that? I'm like, no. She's like, does it well? I'm like, yeah. I said, I just don't really have a desire to really do it. She's like, yeah. She's like, I'm gonna check your testosterone level. She checks everything, so everything's fine. I'm like, this can't be. Like, this. Where is this coming from? Because the whole time I'm like, this can't be on my mind, right? She's like, at this point, sir, I'm gonna recommend you go see a psychiatrist. That was like devastating for me, right? I'm like, nah. Now I know I'm not crazy. If this is all in my mind, then I'm gonna beat this thing. Maybe this is what a real depression is like, right? Again, bricks on the chest, anxiety through the roof, bro. Overwhelming anxiety, a fear of going outside, cloudiness of the mind, loss of sexual desire, fighting with those closest to me for no reason. Nothing's getting better. I'm praying, I'm trying everything, nothing's working. I go to visit my childhood friend. She's like my spiritual mother. Genius woman. She had a very high position in the Department of Buildings in New York. I won't mention her name. I've known her since I was a child. She's of Egyptian descent. This woman is an amazing woman. She's a genius. She's such a beautiful human being that just when I think of her, sometimes I break down. She's done so much for me in my life. I go to see her, not for my problem, Danny. I go to see her because she had lost her brother and it was the holiday. So I go to pay respects. I didn't go there to tell her my problems. So I go see her and I'm like, Miss So-and-so, I'm so sorry you lost your brother and blah, blah, blah. And then she gets to asking me, like, how are you doing? And when she asked me how I was doing, I couldn't hold it in, bro. I just started sobbing. I started crying. And I'm like, Miss, so-and-so, if I didn't believe in God and I didn't have children, I don't want to live no more. That's the way I felt. I just don't want to feel like this no more. I'm sobbing. She's like, very calmly, what's wrong? What's wrong? What are you feeling? I'm like, this is what I'm feeling. I gave all the symptoms I gave you. Right? Everything I told you that I was feeling, I explained it to her. She goes, I know what's wrong with you. I go, you know what's wrong with me? I said, I just went to every doctor in the world. They're all telling me that I should go see a psychiatrist. I'm probably losing my mind. She goes, no, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and then we'll see if that's what you have. I'm like, listen, you're one of the smartest people I know. I mean, she literally wrote like the entire construction code. Like, she's a genius. And I've known her my whole life. And it's like one of the sweetest, like, you just see her, she has something that sounds like the light of God. Like, just, you meet these people. I've seen Christians like that. I've seen Jews like that. I've seen Muslims like that. People that are like connected to source. They're vibrating high, as they say. Just so calm and so peaceful. Like, I yearn to be like them. I've only been like that a few times in my life, where I've reached what I felt like a level of nirvana, or an understanding of, but I was doing what I'm supposed to do, right? Not following my desires. She goes to me, are you public? She doesn't know about my public life. She only knows me as her son's friend. She doesn't follow Instagram. Right. She goes, are you public? I go, yes, I am public. Do you post on social media? Do you post your life, what you're eating, where you're traveling? I go, yes. She goes, do you ever think about the people that don't have what you have? I'm like, sometimes. I said, actually, not sometimes. I said, a lot of times I feel bad. She's like, when you're posting, you're attracting the eye. She's like, you have the evil eye. And you have all the symptoms of it. So wait a second. I said, but how can the evil eye be on me? I pray. I said, I worship God. I perform ablution. I baptize. I pray. I worship God. Am I not protected? She goes, anyone can be possessed by the evil eye. Even the prophet was put under black magic, and he had to get out of it, right? And the religion. A spell was cast on him. So these things exist in these states. People don't talk about it. It's like swept under the rug, like, oh, this is crazy stuff to talk about. I'm so desperate. I'm willing to do anything at this point, brother. The way I felt, I'm telling you, most people would have killed themselves. If I wasn't as strong-willed as I was, I probably wouldn't be here. I finally understand why all these celebrities are dying. And people are influencers. I meet women with millions of followers, bro, and they seem happy on their Instagram. Bro, they're suicidal in real life, bro. They talk about killing themselves every fucking day. She goes to me, this is real simple. You've been posting, people in your posts, there's people out there that just don't like you, brother, or they want what you have. They don't do it to you on purpose. But it's a phenomenon of this world, of this dimension, and this is what happens. She's like, all you gotta do is go home, take a gallon of water. You can pull this up on YouTube. It's a scientific fact, by the way. Take the gallon of water, mention God's name, blow into the water, pray into the water, charge the water. Basically, make holy water. Go home, take this water, drink some of it, and then pour the rest over your body and ask God to cleanse you and protect you from the demonic realm. I'm like, Miss, I'm like, this. Sorry, strike her name, please. I'm like, Miss, at this point, I'm so desperate. I tried everything else. This sorrow is destroying my life. I'll do it. I go home, I take the water, I say the prayers. Even as I'm making the water, I hear a voice. In my own mind, it sounds like it's my thought, but I know it's not me. Because they can do what? Telepathy. They can inspire thought. You think it's yours, it's not. They do inception in us, bro. And people with those thoughts. I don't know what took over me. It's that rage that comes out of nowhere. You listen to these thoughts because they inspire thought into our mind. And it goes, how are you wasting your time with that? I said, yo, these motherfuckers are real. Demons. I charge the water. I say the prayers. I make intention. Intention is very important. Nia, as they call it. I charge the water in the name of God. I ask for his protection, his help, his cleansing from the demonic realm, from Satan. I drink the water, I cleanse, I purify. All of a sudden, man, I swear to God, I shit you not. The cloudiness in my mind, instantly, I'm sharp. The bricks on my chest, the anxiety that was gone. Sexual drive through the roof. Everything back instantly. I said, what the fuck just happened to me? How do I explain this to people without them thinking I've lost my mind? I went to every doctor in the world. The same way Michael Jackson did. The same way Robin Williams did. They had the best therapists in the world. But they couldn't save it. Because what they were suffering from wasn't physical or mental. Yes, there's mental illness. Yes, there's physical illness. But there's also spiritual disease. And if you're trying to cure your soul with a physical remedy, so a lot of these people that are dying, when you're that famous, there's no way the eye doesn't go on. This is why so many celebrities do drugs to numb the pain. They take psychotropic drugs that are not working because if they work, they would become normal again. They can't. It's a spiritual disease. They're under demonic attack, which is what the evil eye is, to bring them to a point of such sorrow that they kill themselves because there's nothing more that realm loves, that the evil ones of them. Remember, they're not all evil. And a human being taking their own life. When a human being takes their own life, it's like telling the creator this test is over. It's like if I give you a math test for 1 hour, so you have an hour to complete geometry test. In the first 5 minutes, you can turn your paper over and say, I'm done. You fail. That's why suicide is you're basically telling the creator, I'm done with this mission you put me on. They're failing, unfortunately, from the sorrow of this world. The evil eye is real, brother. Now, people would say that's probably a placebo effect. There's more to the story. So now I'm normal. Everything goes back to, I just do a little ritual, bro. I pray to God. God directly, no one else. God. I cleanse and purify the water, and it all goes away. And everyone's like, yeah, you seem like your old self again. And I'm like, how do I explain this without them thinking I'm crazy? Now I'm like, I got to study this. So I go in deep. Start studying the evil eye. That's where the one quote came up. The prophet said, peace be upon him, half the people in this world die from evil eye. I was like, that's a fucking lot of people, man. But we're so public. These things are dangerous, man. It's creating such sorrow. Social media, and I'm guilty of it too, so forgive me. My followers, I know I post things like, I do it to try to inspire people. Like, yo, you can do better. I was down and out. I've been through hell and back. Look, you can make your life amazing again. I don't do it to boast because I feel bad. But it seems like I'm boasting somehow, if I'm being real. All of this is going on. I'm like, holy cow, this is crazy. I go to visit one of my cousins, and I had gotten like really distant from a lot of people in my family, and a lot of it was my fault at that time. I was suffering in silence. I was so full of sorrow, bro. I was crying all the time, bro. There wasn't a day I didn't cry, bro. If I'm being real. And it's not easy to talk about publicly, but if it saves a life, then so be it. I go to visit my first cousin. She had just had her first baby. They live in a really rich area in Jersey. I'm not going to mention her name. She's going to watch this. She's going to know exactly who she is. I don't go there again for the evil eye. I go there because she had a baby. I go there to say congrats, cousin. Like, I love you. Glad you had a baby. You know, it's a big deal when another life comes into this world in your family. So I pay respects. She's married to like football player guys. They're all like 6'6", like ripped. They're wealthy, got a lot of money, whatever. One of, if I'm not mistaken, her husband was signed to the Patriots practice team, but decided not to, like, you know. I was like, why didn't you take the job? He's like, they're only going to pay me $400 and I'll probably abuse me. I said, dude, I would have took $250. They could have knocked me out. But I used to joke around about that. But so, like, you know, very wealthy, very looking. The younger brother ends up being a QB for one of the big colleges. Won't mention it. Okay, I'm going through all this with them, just about their baby. You know, congratulations. And I'm like, something came over. I'm like, I kind of got to tell you guys something. I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm going to tell you. I made it back to a little irrational the last couple of years. I thought it was all because we lost this family member, but I think something else was happening to me that had a hold over me. And I need to explain this to you because I'm scared if this ever happens to anyone else, they might not know how to get help. And what I did was I explained everything. I told them the whole story. I went to every doctor. I did this, I did that. I told them all my symptoms, the anxiety, bricks on the chest, the fogginess of the mind, all this stuff that I had suffered for years. And they don't look at me like I'm crazy. And then all of a sudden, her husband's like, can I see you in the kitchen for a second? I'm like, yeah, what's up, man? He's like, I need you to talk to my brother, my little brother. I'm like, well, what's up? He's like, he's not doing good, though. He's basically suicidal. He's been visiting a therapist. They have him on pills, and nothing is working. Everything you just mentioned, how you felt, that's how you feel. I'm like, listen, bro, I'm not a priest or an imam. I don't even feel qualified. I didn't know if this would, like, how can I help? You know what I mean? Like, I didn't think that this could help, or that I would even have the power to do it. I'm not saying I'm some kind of cure and healer, so please don't flood my inbox, but I can tell people how to do what I did, and it seems to have worked for a few people. So I go, and I walk into this guy's bedroom. He's on, this is a 21-year-old in his prime, everything in his life amazing, QB for a huge college. They got money, they live in everything amazing in their life. He's on the ground in a fetal position in his room, crying hysterically. And I'm like, hey, bro, and I won't say his first name. I'm like, yo, what's up, man? He's like this, crying like this. This is his exact facial expression. Honestly, man, I don't want to live no more, man. So I'm like, damn, this guy's bad. You know, I wasn't that level, but I was close to what he was going through. I'm like, what do you feel, man? He's like, I feel fogginess in the mind, chest in the bricks, scared to leave the house, fighting with everyone close to me, like just complete chaos in his life. I said, I don't know if this is going to work, bro. Do you know how to even say these prayers? He goes, no. I said, maybe if I do it, it might work for you. I don't know. But I recommend you get help from someone that knows how to bless. I made the water for him. He took the water, bro. Everything went away. He no longer sees a therapist. He no longer taking it. And again, I'm not knocking those. You should always get help and seek help. And I'm not telling people that are, you know, if you're experiencing any type of thoughts, please call a professional. Call a therapist, like call for help, call 911, call whoever you got to call if you're feeling like that. But if you're trying all this other stuff and it's not working, you may be suffering from a spiritual disease. Everything went away for this guy. He was already on fucking pills. And he's already seen a thing and nothing's working. And he knows it's real. He's watching this. I said, yo, this is crazy. And I believe that was God showing me that you think this placebo effect. And then guess what happened? I'll mention another, an actress. She took ayahuasca, same thing. She made the water, bro, the next day. Some girl from Mexico contacted me 2 months ago. She's having fucking nightmares. People see this, they call it sleep paralysis. It's not sleep paralysis. Does sleep paralysis exist? Yes. But when you see a shadowy figure in your dreams, people have explained the same phenomenon. We all seem to see the same phenomenon. That when we're half asleep or half awake, or what they call sleep paralysis, there's a shadowy figure. We can't see the figure directly, and they kind of have like this control on us, but we can't move. Because I believe when we're sleeping, we're in that dimension or other dimensions. That the soul leaves the body during sleep. They say sleep is the cousin of death. It's why when someone's in such a deep sleep, like a REM, because I've seen dreams that have come true in my life, many of you experience it. I've seen dreams where someone dies in less than a couple of days, they die later. Bro, how did that happen? What are the odds of that? This is my proof to my I need. I don't care what people think. Evidence that we have a soul in us, bro, that is eternal. That there's a creator who sometimes even shows us the future, man. Because dreaming is one of the parts of being, the powers that human beings have. Sometimes, but there's 3 types of dreams, and we'll get to that in a second. Getting back to the point. If you've experienced dreams where you have shadowy figures, you're haunted with nightmares, I would recommend doing this cleanse. If you're drinking alcohol and you're taking drugs, you are possessible by these demons that I've been talking about this whole episode. They come into human beings that are dirty, filthy. Their blood is full of alcohol. It corrupts the soul. It makes you possessible. It makes it easier for them to fuck with you when you're sleeping or when you're awake, to whisper thoughts into your mind, to create paranoia and anxiety in the human being. And the only way to cure that, if it's not mental or physical, is spiritual. Worshipping the Creator directly, cleansing with water, baptizing or performing hoodoo, as the Muslims call it, which is a form of baptism, where they purify before every prayer. You've seen it in the movies. That's why they do that. Covering women is not just a form of oppressing them, it's to protect them from the evil eye. That's why the Virgin Mary, peace be upon her, is covered, just like the Muslim women cover. They are not just to suppress women and make men, not be attracted to them. There's actually the spiritual component, which so many people neglect to talk about. The covering is because when men see these women, they cast an eye upon them. That their beauty, you ever heard the expression, beauty is a curse? That's what it means, bro. That the transference of the eye occurs because these women are so beautiful, they're so attractive. Every man that sees them, without even, it's not like they're doing it on purpose. They cast the eye upon these women. I'm in front of a nightclub in New York a couple months ago. This girl had like 10 million followers. All about pictures, putting her ass out, bikini, this and that. I see her in front of the club. She's crying hysterically. I didn't know she had this many followers until I spoke to her. So I go see her, and she's crying hysterically. I just want to make sure she was okay and safe. You know, as a alpha male, if there's any left in our fucking country, if you see a woman crying, make sure she's safe, man. Make sure she's okay. Because you never know what's going on out there in the streets. And that should be even for a man. There's nothing wrong with that. You see another human being suffer, make sure they're safe at first. I mean, yesterday I saw people get dumped. The day before I was on the Hudson River, just hanging out. At 9 o'clock in the morning, I witnessed 2 different guys walk their girls down to the water and dump them on the spot. And they're both crying. So I felt so bad. I felt like getting out of the car and be like, it's going to be okay. Like, you guys are going to be okay. Like, fuck those guys. Who knows if it was even the guy's fault. But I'm just saying, so if you see someone hurting, man, it doesn't hurt 2 seconds to say, hey, are you okay? This is to everyone that's been suffering from anxieties. What may be a spiritual disease. You've tried therapy, you've tried everything else, and nothing is working. I've had over 50 people that have tried to do what I'm telling you, and it has worked, bro. They no longer suffer from anxiety. They no longer have nightmares. They feel a calmness come to them. Pull up on there. Charged Quran and Bible water on YouTube. Here's proof scientifically, bro, that this scientist from Japan would freeze water on YouTube. Yeah, bro. He would freeze the water, and the form of the crystals, like, you know how they say there's no snowflakes the same? Yeah, okay. There you go. Water, right, the second one. Water reacts to the Quran. Watch.
It's everything you wish for. Your site traffic is skyrocketing.
Also for the Bible. Scientifically proven, bro.
Japanese scientist Masaru Emoto discovers the secrets of Zamzam water.
Zamzam's a fountain in Saudi Arabia.
Science has now revealed new secrets about
The Muslims believe that Abraham was given as a gift.
It has now been scientifically proven that water is affected by what is recited over it. Japanese scientist Masaru Emoto first began experimenting on water after he had read that each snowflake falling from the sky is unique. He wanted to disprove this theory, as his scientific instincts told him that this could not be true. The geometric shape of the snowflake is determined by its chemical composition. The composition of water is well known: 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. So, how can snowflakes that fall from the sky be different from one another? He said, "I was determined to prove that this theory was false. So he built a laboratory consisting of a deep freezer with a regulator, because no liquid subjected to a sudden freezing can assume a geometric shape. The freezing must be slow, so the atoms have the chance to crystallize into the shape decreed by God. He set up a deep freezer with a regulator, cold room at a temperature of -7 degrees Celsius, and several microscopes equipped with the cameras so he could froth the snowflake before it melted. He says, I took samples from 2 faucets in the laboratory. I froze them, and each sample gave me a different snowflake. The samples came from 2 different wells, 2 different rivers, from 2 different lakes." A Muslim later introduced Dr. Emoto to Zamzam water so he could experiment on it. Emoto took a sample of Zamzam water and said, "I couldn't crystallize it, even by diluting the Zamzam water with distilled water." He finally managed to crystallize the Zamzam water after diluting it by 1,000. 1 drop of Zamzam mixed with 1,000 drops of distilled water, and he got a uniquely shaped crystal. 2 crystals were formed, one on top of the other. Mr. Emoto's colleagues said that the 2 crystals could be due to the fact that Zamzam water is composed of 2 words, Zem and Zem. Allah knows best.
This is not the exact video, by the way. You can cut it.
Verses over the.
So there's other videos that explain whether it's the gospel or even the Quran. When people recite prayers into the water, it changes the crystallization of the freezing. So the water actually does become charged, and it can physically manifest. You can actually see it under a microscope. That's the video I was trying to find. This is closely related to that, but it's not the exact video. That it literally changed like they would do one water, they would freeze it without it being like recited upon, and then they would take another gallon of water, the same water, same source of water. When they would sing the prayers into the water, it would change the composition of the flakes. Whoa. So what I'm trying to say is that I would charge this water, make holy water is what we would call it,
by praying into it.
By praying into it. And we use this water to cleanse us. And all these people I know, man, and they know, they're watching. Some of them are my followers. This is not a business. I didn't take money for it. It's just knowledge that I shared with them. But I'm telling you, it saved my life, man. It saved their lives. Wow. That these were people that wanted to. Now I know. When Mother Williams passed away, I was so sad. I loved him. I thought he was an amazing actor. I am telling you, if you are someone that is public and you are not praying and you are not in a condition where you can be protected, even if you pray, it can happen to you. When you are public, you're public. If you ever experience what I'm telling you guys, and you've tried therapy, you tried everything else, and it doesn't go away, you have a spiritual problem. And the only way to purify that is to call it towards us. You can take every pill in the world, drink in the world, they will not heal. That's why these people end up offing themselves, bro. Because years and years and years of living like that. Why do you think he used to take medicine just to go to sleep, bro? Why was he taking basically anesthesia to go to sleep? Is the kind of sorrow this guy had, the kind of anxiety that he had. So if you're someone that's out there that's suffering from these things, first question I would ask you is, are you public? Do you post? Are you very beautiful as a woman, even if you don't have a lot of followers? Because you don't need to be on social media for evil eye to hit you. It can hit you anywhere. And this is in the Quran, the Torah, the Bible, all 3 faiths speak of it. That amulet is not going to protect you. I got to understand you. If you're wearing that blue thing with the eye, you are putting faith into a piece of plastic, a piece of wood, when you should put your faith into one that created the heavens and the earth, the one that no flesh without the sin of it, the most powerful being beyond the comprehension, the one that created the heavens and the earth and all that's in between, the one that created the species that people are calling aliens today and everything that lives, but we don't understand because that's why it's foreign to us. And these phenomenon happen, and unless you're versed on this, or you study this, or you investigate this. And there's people that take advantage of this shit, like soothsayers, magicians. Some of those magicians, bro, that are actually doing some of those crazy things you see, are working with that dimension, bro. When you're looking at some of this magic that they do, and you're sitting there going, how the fuck? In a millisecond, there is nothing under the floor with a guy comes like, how the hell did you do this? In an instant of an eye, some of them are working with that dimension, bro. 100%. That fortune teller that knows facts about your life that no one could have known, and they didn't Google you. How could they be so accurate? They're working with that dimension. I believe, and again, I could be wrong, and may God forgive me if I am. My theory is the demonic realm will come into this realm. It's the bottomless pit, as is explained in Christianity. We're going to see phenomenon. Humanity will be under attack by an alien force, but it's not alien, it's a demonic force to convince you that you were not created by God, but you were created by aliens. And that's the agenda. I believe one of the agendas that will manifest towards the end of time. I believe there's only one God, the God of Adam, Abraham, Noah, Moses, Jesus, Jacob, and the Prophet Muhammad. For me personally, all I tell people is do your homework, study some of the things I spoke about today. The evil eye thing, 100%, I'm not making any of that up. Do your homework on it. You don't need to go to all these weird people to take it off of you, killing chickens and all that weird shit. Because sometimes when people want to get the evil eye off of them, they'll go and do these rituals that are satanic and are pagans and are whatever. And then those species are like, good, we'll stop bothering them because we led them astray. They're worshiping things and praying to things they shouldn't pray to. Right? Their whole game is to take us away from source, take us away from God. To make him look foolish for creating us. That's how much they hate us. The bad ones of them. So when people take ayahuasca, I'm telling you right now, you're fucking with the demonic realm. You better be careful, bro. And when you're doing all these weird things to take this shit off of you, all you're succumbing to is associating with God, that which has right to be associated. You are playing into worshiping amulets and evil eye symbol that everyone uses and praying to statues and things when God told us in the Ten Commandments, and I don't care if you're a Muslim, Jew, or Christian,
there
you
she
should
is.
worship God and God alone.
How are you?
You should not pray to statues or figures or anything except source, which
Well,
is God.
thank you. How was your day?
Yes, good.
Anything fun happen?
No, just went to work.
All right, one more day, right?
Not now. I got out. I'm good, and I'm here.
Yes, ma'am.
I had some spaghetti. That's the fun thing, man. I kind of like my sister, but she takes me to work out every day, and she had made some spaghetti, and she sent me some. Well, I told her to bring me some, and it was good too. So that was a fun thing. I ate her spaghetti. It was good.
Excellent. What'd you have in your spaghetti?
She had cheese in it.
Very nice. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You ready to get
And
over?
some ground turkey was good.
There you go. Did you have anything else?
That was it. Just spaghetti.
Very well. What's your favorite food?
Oh, I have a lot of steak is my favorite. I love steak.
Same here, girl. 100%. All right.
Let me get on.
How do you take your steak?
Medium well.
Oh, very well. All right. Mr. Chris, I'm about to send you an invitation. Just bear with me. I'm finishing registering a YouTube account. All right, phone number verified. Perfect. You can expect to receive an invitation in approximately 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
There you go.
2, 1. Bingo. All right. I see you. Got 8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a good there.
That was a very good spare.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi. Come on. Get it, get it, get it.
All right, I want to do exactly what you just did. Get that nice spin.
Nice spin. We know you
Oh,
will get
what
it.
a miss.
Oh, no.
What a miss. That's okay.
Girl finger.
That's okay. Come
I
back.
know you got it.
Come back from way back. Tough split here. That's all right. That's as good as you could get it.
The good I can get it. Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, this is a nasty split. Get something. I don't understand why it's invisible sometimes. It goes right through.
Right.
All right. You got 6. Get them. Back to back.
Let's go, Rabbi.
No doubt here.
Try.
Oh, that was looking good. It was looking good.
It was.
Oh, no.
This was.
Not what I wanted. This has been a disappointing first round. Get it. Tough split here. Well, you've had some tough splits. Get those 2. Knock it over.
This one.
That's all right. That's better than it was looking because it almost went right down the middle. All right.
You can get those two. You got these.
Oh, for sure. No doubt. Oh, no.
This one. Oh.
I don't know how I got that one, but didn't get the other one. All right. Get it. All right. You got it. You got the win here. Get it. Yep.
Hey, let's
Miss
go.
Aquarius with the spare. Get it. All right.
Come on, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's try this something. Come on.
Oh, come on. Get that.
Oh.
They should have given me that one. Oh, no. That was one of my worst rounds.
Okay, you got it next time.
Oh, for sure.
We both
For sure.
undefeated.
Absolutely. It's a done deal right here. You win,
Yeah.
I win. So I just won a game.
That's right.
Yay for you, yay for me.
You did win.
That's
You
right.
did win.
That's right. What is up with these splits, Miss Aquarius? Get it.
I don't know. Let's see.
Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it.
Come on, Rabbi. You got to get this. Rabbi. Come on now. You got this. Let's go.
Get it. What a spare.
That was a good spare.
What a spare.
Awesome spare. Go.
Thank you. Get these. Get them all on the right. That's all right. That's all right.
Come on, Rabbi. Let's go. Straight.
I don't understand how I could hit it dead center and still not
Right.
get more.
You got it.
Nope. But I'll take it. That's something. Get it.
Oh, no. Okay.
You got it. Nice
Hey.
spare. Get it. Oh, there we go. That's my first strike. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. Get in there, Rabbi.
You win, I win. I win, you win. undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Get it? Oh, she's turning it up.
Come on, Rabbi. You're going to get you got a strike.
That's not what we wanted. But it's
Yeah, you got
something.
this.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
Okay,
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Big time.
Strike.
Get the strike. Get the strike. Get the strike.
No.
Get the strike. Okay. Spare turn. Spare. 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 Perfect.
No.
I don't know how you didn't get that, Miss Aquarius.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Let's go.
No way. I have to get these. And I didn't. Miss Aquarius with the double win. I love it.
Hey, that matter. You won.
I did. 2-0. 2-0. Thank you so much, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
And in the game.
Absolutely. Nice W's. Very good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You did too. You won too.
I won 2 games. Absolutely.
You got double wins too.
That's what I like.
If I win, you win, right?
That's right, Miss Aquarius. Alrighty. Time for you to get your beauty rest. Excellent. Take care. Sweet dreams.
Nice dreams. And how old is she? Okay.
I hope so.
Okay. Tell her I'm thinking about it, okay?
Will do.
Okay.
Sweet dreams.
And a lot of the problems we have in the world is because we have gone astray. We follow our own desires. We're telling the one that made us, we're smarter than you. We're going to do it our way. And let's say where the fuck we are now, bro. With that said, I think this is a good place to stop on this. I think your guess about like this guy's fucking out of his mind. We could probably go on another 10 hours about all the other shit. But
You're dropping bombs, man.
you think I'm out of my fucking mind? He's going to contact us.
This might be a little bit out of you, but I don't think it's a bad thing.
He's gonna be like, this is the last time.
Hell no, man. Dude, I love it every time you come on here. You're always dropping crazy knowledge that I never knew.
You think Evil Eyes will?
I don't know.
Would you consider yourself a Christian?
I'm not super religious.
Or more traditionalist, like just celebrate the holidays, get the tree, get the gifts. Did you ever delve into any of this stuff?
I've never delved really deep into religion. You know, I've read a lot about it. I've listened to a lot of stuff about it. I've talked to a lot of people who studied a lot of religion, but I've never really considered myself super religious. I think that, you know, it's something that happens to people when they get older, when they get closer to death. They start to really accept religion into their lives and accept some of these ideas.
Because you know,
I'm not close
because they're getting closer to a point that they can't deny anymore. Shit, I'm about to die. Now all of a sudden you're worried. So like one of the interesting things in Islam, for example, is that it says that like once you're on your deathbed, you can't repent, which is different from Christianity. Christianity says as long as you say, you know, so these are like some of the differences, but that doesn't mean that a Christian and a Muslim should fucking hate each other. Like I don't understand. Like neither doctrine allows for that. It always has to come from a place of compassion. Like, if you truly believe what you believe is the truth, you should feel bad for those people.
I definitely think you're onto something with the spiritual sickness. I think there definitely is something to that.
Well, that's why they do what they do. They have to bring in that. This is where like a lot of these things overlap. Remember, I said like the mosaic. Mm-hmm. So many people have like a couple of the tiles. Some people have half the tiles, which is a lot. Most people don't even have one tile in the mosaic to understand the world that we live in right now. They don't know these characters that influenced our lives beyond measure. People like Alistair Crowley, people like Walt Disney, people like Ron Hubbard, people like Jack Parsons. The origins of Hollywood, how everything came, the rituals they did. This shit is still going on. Go put on the rap videos. Go look at what's her face, the pop star, Katy Perry, who was a gospel singer, bro, who even says in her own shit, I sold my soul to the devil. She makes a song called The Dark Horse, which is definitely worshiping the devil. In that video, she shows a man wearing an eye patch, one eye, that's the symbol of the Antichrist in Islam. He's wearing a chain that says Allah in Arabic, this character in her music video. You can pull it up. And then this guy goes up to Katy Perry. Katy Perry embodies Pharaoh. Pharaoh, remember, is the character. Pharaoh is the character that said he's
we'll get copyright.
who said that he's God. Okay. And in the original version of this video, the guy's wearing a chain that says Allah, which means God in all three languages. I showed you how in the last episode. Go watch the last episode, folks. And she zaps him with magic and disintegrates the guy wearing Allah on his necklace, which means God in Arabic, Elah in Hebrew, right? Allah in Aramaic, the language of Christ. So she zaps this guy. She's embodying Pharaoh, who says, I am God in human form, and destroys this man who's wearing that chain. Someone caught on to it. They made a big thing. There was a big uproar in the Muslim world, and then she edited it out of it. Really? Okay? That's the history of Dark Horse. I'm coming at you like a dark horse because they shapeshift. They love reptilian. That's where the reptilian shit comes from. Yeah. The Prophet Muhammad said, if you ever enter a home and you see a snake inside your house, before you kill the snake, like to get it out, open the door of the house and warn the snake 3 times. If you don't leave, I'm going to kill you. If you don't leave, I'm going to kill you. If you don't leave, I'm going to kill you. Because it could be a jinn that is in that snake. They shapeshift. This goes back to the whole alien thing. You understand? Yeah. But she's singing about that. And in the video, you see shapeshifting. You see her zap the guy with magic. She's singing about magic. We know that magic is forbidden in the Abrahamic faith. During Babylon, God sent 2 angels to test humanity. And they taught man at the price of selling the hereafter. Because he says, we taught man that which they should not learn. Only to trade their eternity for it. They were given knowledge that could be used to cause divorce and do all kinds of other crazy shit. And the occult is all about that, bro. It goes back to the time of Solomon. He found out what was going on. They were making manuscripts. He rounded up all the manuscripts, and supposedly legend has it, he buried under what is today the Temple Mount. And when the Knights of Templar came, supposedly they found those manuscripts, which gave them the knowledge that they had to create everything that we have today. The banking system, everything came from that. Supposedly. Again, this is, what I'm studying and what people believe. Scholars of history and theology. Right. But it all goes back to Solomon. Peace be upon him, one of the most important prophets that ever lived. He had dominion over the dimension of light and the dimension of darkness. If you're suffering from the things I explained, you research the evil eye. All you need is water that is charged with the words of God. Cleanse yourself, make intention, pray to God directly. You can remove it from you by His grace. There's shit that goes on that most of us don't understand. Haunted houses, this, that. There is another world that is alive on this planet in a different dimension. I believe human beings have gone to the point where not only do they work with them, they worship these beings. I believe the ancient Egyptians used to worship them. That's maybe how they built those pyramids. Solomon used them, and I believe that they figured a way to come into this dimension, and they still have their powers when they do. So you're going to see aliens, folks. They ain't aliens. It's demons here to convince you that God doesn't exist. If we see them, we might not. But if that happens, I promise you, it ain't the aliens you're seeing in movies.
We'll see. We'll see if this podcast stands the test of time. Hopefully, we'll learn something soon. Hopefully, we both. That's what the guy's saying in that Grush guy. He's saying that there's bodies that are recovered by the government with these crafts that they're finding. Hopefully, I wonder what those bodies are.
Hopefully, we're not in orange jumpsuits and chain.
Thank you so much, man. You're always blowing my fucking mind with this shit. Tell people where they can listen to your podcast. Oh, I saw your podcast is amazing, by the way. Especially, I was telling you this morning, I love your podcast with Eric Zuliger.
Seriously?
That was incredible, man.
I try to be like you, man. You're doing what I hope to get to, but I think I'm going a little bit more like just general conversations now. I am bringing in guests. I rebranded just the Beck Lover. Mm-hmm. The Beck Lover podcast. It was Beck Lover and the Comeback Team, but they just type in B like boy, E like Edward, K like Kimberly, Beck Lover. It all pops up. BeckLover.com. If you want to watch my episodes on YouTube or any platform you download a podcast on. But I am going to start doing a lot more of this stuff and talking about current events and not just interviews. Because I think then I think people like you really need to just you have such interesting perspectives. You're phenomenal with the way you've read a lot, I can tell, bro. Like, you read all kinds of stuff, which is amazing, which makes you a really great host. Like I told you, I've been hosting a lot of shows, and you're definitely my favorite, bro. You let me talk, which I've been guilty of. My people want to kill me. Like, shut the fuck up, let the guests talk. Like, you're phenomenal at that, and you don't disrupt this. I've learned with time to like let the discourse go. Let the guess, because you don't know where it's going to go, and you might fuck it up at the the wrong moment. But yeah, man, I'm wishing you great luck with Danny Jones podcast.
Yeah, that's your name.
Concrete. You've done phenomenal work. Thank you for letting me come on here. We broke the internet last time, bro. And I hope that if anything comes out of this episode, people just maybe that they didn't know, or maybe can look into something that really has impacted our world, whether you believe in God or not. These guys are saying they believe in other beings, right? These guys influence people that make policy. Some of the heads of the military were under these guys. Go read about how it's
Yeah.
Because Beth Lover says, and I don't know if that's the camera, we are the aliens.
You heard it here, folks. Get your sage, get your dream catchers, get your fucking holy water. Good night, folks.
Maybe it also has stuff you care about in action. Like living in a town identical to Indianapolis with all the people you've ever loved, except magically, it's also in London, so you can go to AFC Wimbledon games every Saturday. In 2nd century France, the Bishop Irenaeus imagined heaven as a utopia that would begin with a 1,000-year launch party, where the righteous could enjoy life and have lots of kids on a planet free of haters. It's a rough paraphrase of the original. Others have thought of heaven as a place where you reunite with family and friends. That idea gained popularity in the West during the Renaissance and again in the 18th and 19th centuries, and is popular to this day. About 2/3 of U.S. adults believe they'll meet their loved ones again in heaven. Like any belief about the afterlife, though, this idea is shaped by forces reflecting the time.
Okay, we'll start it right here. Okay. So Maria Butina came to the United States to go to grad school at American University, and I know Maria. She's very cool, but she's a gun nut, and she just loves guns of all kinds. And so she founded in Russia this small group that is akin to a little mini version of the NRA. Right? And so she took it upon herself to reach out to the NRA when she got here and said, hey, I'm this Russian gun club and we want to have relations with you. And they said, okay, that sounds great. Come and look at our museum. They have this, it's actually a very cool museum out in Vienna, Virginia. And so she became kind of a woman about town. You'd run into her at the Metropolitan Club, at the Army Navy Club. She would be at different think tanks or the Heritage Foundation. And then she started dating the guy who was the founder of Overstock.com. Okay, right? And next thing you know, the FBI arrests her. And they charge her, and this is the important part here, they charge her with failure to register as a foreign agent. Now, the key words are foreign agent. You and I probably have a very different view of what those words mean than what a guy down the street thinks they mean. All that means, this is something called a process crime or a process felony. All it means is that you failed to fill out a form online. Right? I'll give you an example. About 15 years ago, I was hired by the Abu Dhabi Chamber of Commerce to write 3 op-eds saying, Abu Dhabi's great and they don't have any taxes and everybody should do business there. Right? And they gave me $1,200. But I went online to the Justice Department's FARA website, the Foreign Agent Registration Act website. It's like FARA.gov or FARA.gov or whatever it is. And I filled out this form. It took about 10 minutes. And I said, I've accepted money from a foreign entity called the Abu Dhabi Chamber of Commerce. They gave me $1,200. And this is what I did for the $1,200. And I attached my 3 op-eds. Done.
Right.
Okay? Nobody ever asked me about it ever in the last 15 years. All she had to do was to go online and fill out this form and say, I take money from the Russian version of the NRA, and I set up a meeting with the American NRA, and we would like to have a cooperative arrangement. That's all she had to do. But they arrested her because she didn't fill out the form. Now, technically, this is a felony. Until about 5 years ago, this felony was never prosecuted. Never. Most Americans didn't even know that you have to fill out the form if you're taking money from a foreign entity. But about 5 years ago, for whatever reason, the Trump Justice Department, and this is the same thing with the Biden Justice Department, this is not a partisan thing, they decided, you know what, it's easy to get convictions on this. We're going to start nailing people on this. And so the federal sentencing guidelines for a first offense, you've never been convicted of a crime before, is 0 to 6 months in a federal prison. 0 to 6 months. Now, if you've never been arrested before, you didn't realize you were supposed to fill out this form, you're going to get like a $5,000 fine, right? They gave her 18 months in solitary confinement, and the Russians were outraged. And so they said, oh, okay, so this is how you're going to treat us? We're going to grab this basketball player, see how you like that. And they gave her 10 years for having a little bit of cannabis oil. And then we were like, okay, then we're going to arrest Putin's nephew in Rome, and we're going to charge him with money laundering. And they said, oh, yeah? Then we're going to arrest the Wall Street Journal reporter, and we're going to charge him with espionage. So how do you like that? This is where we are now. It's like a child's game. And then what's going to end up happening? And the Russians actually said this in public just about a week ago. They said there's going to end up being another prisoner exchange, like we used to do during the Cold War, where you meet on the bridge in Berlin, and their guy walks halfway across and our guy walks halfway across, and just like in the movies. That's what's going to happen again. So the last time we gave them Victor Boot, and they gave us Brittany Griner. Now we're going to end up giving them somebody else, and they're going to give us Evan Gershkovich from the Wall Street Journal. And then, Paul Whelan, who's in jail in Russia 10 years for drunken disorderly or something. I saw an interview with Vladimir Putin one time, and it was an American journalist asked him, what about Paul Whelan? This guy's been in jail for like 5 years. And I was surprised at the frankness of Putin's response. He said, this is a guy who got shit-faced and who attacked a cop. And he's in jail because he deserves to be in jail. Okay, well, you know what? If you get shit-faced and you...
like a Marine or something, right?
Yeah, exactly. Then you're going to give the guy, 30 days. Not 10 years at hard labor and just hold him until you can trade him for somebody better.
Right.
But this is where we find ourselves now.
Is there like an overall sort of plan or strategic objective to all this?
No, it's a tit for tat.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, you go to work every day and you hope that we don't, or that they don't arrest somebody, because then we're going to have to arrest somebody. And then if we do, then they're going to arrest somebody else. And then we have to arrest somebody else. And so it's just not a way to carry out foreign policy.
Do you speak full Russian?
No, I don't speak any Russian.
No, not at all.
I speak Greek and Arabic.
Okay. So I wanted to have you back. You're one of the best guests I've ever had on the show.
Thank you.
You always
Pleasure's mine.
You always have some of the best outlooks on what's going on around the world. So I wanted to get you back because it's a pretty crazy time around the world right now.
It is indeed.
So when it comes to everything, what specifically are you looking at right now, most interested in, or most concerned about with everything going on, like with the wars that are happening in Ukraine, Israel, all of it?
Yeah, I'm pretty heavily focused on Israel and on Ukraine, but I'm also pretty focused on privacy issues right now. The government is just, the American government is just pushing and pushing and pushing into areas of press freedom and individual liberties. I never considered myself to be, terribly concerned about government overreach, and now I'm very, very concerned about government overreach. And again, this is not a partisan issue. This is not something where you can say, oh, the Democrats, all they want to do is control the news that we get to see, or the Republicans, they don't want you to know. That's not it at all. It's when you allow government entities to push the envelope into areas that may or may not be legal, or even if they're legal, may or may not be ethical. They're never going to willingly concede those gains. They're never going to say, you know what, we shouldn't have done that. We should back off.
Right.
Never. Nobody's ever going to say that in the intelligence community or in federal law enforcement. I'll give you an example.
Patriot Act.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. So we've got Section 702 of the Patriot Act. We didn't even know Section 702 existed until Ed Snowden told us that it did. We all believed, because this is what the Founding Fathers told us to believe 250 years ago, practically, we believed that the government could not infringe on your liberty without the appropriate court authorization to do that, or authorities to do that, right? You have to have probable cause. You have to have a warrant. Well, now with Section 702, they don't have to have anything. And it's even worse than just Section 702. I'll get to that in a second. But 702 means if you are on the phone, on a text message thread, or an email thread, and somebody else on that thread, it doesn't matter who, is a foreign national, you have no expectation of privacy. And the government can intercept everything that you're doing and saying. Now, you've not been accused of a crime. The government hasn't gone to court and said, hey, this Danny Jones guy, we think he's up to something. We need a warrant. No warrant. They just take it. Whether you like it or not, whether you know it or not, they just take it. And NSA not just takes it and holds it, they offer it up to the FBI. And they say, hey, we've intercepted these communications. We don't know if they're important or not, but you might be interested in them. And they just turn them over. Well, there are no courts involved in any of this. This all came from the Patriot Act. Another thing now is the FBI, or really any law enforcement organization, has to get a warrant from a court to collect your metadata. Now, you can figure out a lot about a person just from the metadata. Who are you calling? Who are you meeting? Are you calling an abortion clinic? Right? Are you calling a criminal defense lawyer? You don't even need to know what the substance of the conversation is. Just who you're in touch with. Okay, so the FBI, they need a court order, a warrant, to get that information. Actually, they don't. Now they can just purchase it from the phone company, or from Twitter, or Facebook, or Verizon, or anybody else, because all of it is bundled and sold. Now, it's supposed to advertising purposes, but the FBI is not using it for advertising.
Right.
And the Supreme Court's never made any kind of decision on something like this. So why would they go to court and lay out their hand and risk the information leaking to you or to the media when they could just buy it from big tech? And that's what they're doing.
I've heard the argument against this before, or the pushback against this, is like when it comes to things like the San Bernardino shooting, and I remember there was a big stink with the Apple and the FBI. Apple didn't want to give up the phone.
Absolutely right.
But there's the argument like, look, if the FBI could have had access to this guy's phone, maybe they could have stopped something like that. And if every American, can just be okay with the fact, like, okay, no, the FBI and the CIA, they don't care about what porn you're watching. They don't care if you're cheating on your wife. They don't care about all this, normal everyday sort of like drama. But they need the oversight to be able to weed out people like that and to save people's lives.
Boiling that down, what you're saying is, if you haven't done anything wrong, then
you have nothing
why
to
worry?
About. Right.
Do you know who the first person was to offer up that rhetorical question in a public venue? Joseph Goebbels in 1933. That's what we have to be careful of. That's the slippery slope that we have to stay away from. I haven't done anything wrong. So sure, the FBI can have my stuff.
What was the context of that?
Germans didn't want to report on things that their neighbors were doing. And Goebbels said, why not? If you're not doing anything and they're not doing anything, the information's just innocuous, then what do you care? And then they started rounding people up. Now, do I believe the American government's going to round people up? Of course not.
Mm-hmm.
But what I do believe, and I believe this because of firsthand experience, is if the government decides to target you for whatever reason, they don't like your politics, they don't like your face, they thought maybe you were involved in something else they couldn't get you on, they'll try something else, something different, then there's nothing you can do to protect yourself. Nothing. But getting back to the San Bernardino shooter, you're right, they couldn't crack that iPhone, and Apple refused to help them. And it went to court, and Apple won. They ended up turning it over to an Israeli company, and the Israeli company charged the FBI $6 million, and they cracked it. But the information that would have disrupted the attack didn't come from the phone.
Wait, Apple never turned it over to the FBI?
And Apple wouldn't open the phone for the FBI.
Really?
No, they would not. They were staunch about it.
Okay.
In fact, the FBI director complained later that it was $6 million of the taxpayers' money that otherwise didn't need to be spent. Well, actually, yeah. To protect our civil liberties, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Apple did the right thing. But the information that would have disrupted that attack did not come from the phone. It came from the game system. Have you ever seen the Netflix series Fauda?
No.
F-A-U-D-A?
No, I haven't.
It is one of the best TV series I've ever seen in my life.
Really?
It's an Israeli series,
I'll
but
write it down
sure, F-A-U-D-A or F-A-W-D-A, I can't remember. But anyway, it's an Israeli series, but it was made by a group of guys who were former Shin Bet and former Mossad. But it really does give you a balanced view between the Israelis and the Palestinians. It's shocking that they were able to even make something like this. Yeah. Like you're gonna have sympathy for both the Israelis and the Palestinians in this. Like you're gonna want both sides to win, which doesn't make any kind of logical sense. But anyway, in the most recent season, there's this ongoing thing that they do where they only communicate with each other through a backgammon app, right? Because the Americans, the Russians, the Chinese, the Israelis, the French, the British, everybody's intercepting everything, right? Phones and emails and text messages and intercepting everything. Nobody's looking at backgammon apps. And all of these game apps that we have, they all have little chat functions when you're playing live. Right? I have a backgammon app on my phone. I play against Lebanese and Turks and Syrians all the time. I do. It's fun. And you can chat. So that's how Mossad and Shin Bet communicate with their agents, because they know it's not going to be intercepted. And even if it is intercepted, no human being's ever going to see it. It's just game chat, right? But it's not game chat. It's very serious operational planning. That's what the San Bernardino shooter was doing. He was communicating over like a Wii or whatever it was, a Twitch or Switch or whatever. I don't even know anymore. My kids are beyond that now.
Mm.
But that's the danger. The danger is in gaming systems.
Like, when it comes to the government looking into like private communications of people, is it just like how much attention are they really paying?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Is it just a big catch-all?
Zero attention normally.
Yeah,
it's a big catch-all. NSA built this facility in the desert in Utah, right? And they started building it right after the 9/11 attacks. And there's enough computer memory there to save every phone call, text message, and every email from every American for the next 500 years, right? That's how much space they have, how much memory they have. No human being is going to listen to 99.9999% of any of that stuff. It's just being vacuumed up by these, Cray computers or whatever those supercomputers are called these days. And it's being held in case someday law enforcement needs to go back to it for leads or for information about a crime that has been committed to build a case.
Okay.
Which is great. Well, it's not great, but if it's not going to be used against somebody
right.
For unethical purposes, I can understand it, provided that they get a warrant. It's not just, we're gonna collect on everybody now. No, NSA's, first of all, federal law says NSA can't do this. Secondly, NSA's own charter says that it can't do this. And they're like, well, 9/11 changed everything. Well, you know what? Okay, then change the law. Don't just pretend that the law doesn't exist, which is what I've been saying about torture for 20 years. Yeah. You want to torture people? Okay, you and I can agree to disagree on this, but you got to change the law. You can't just pretend that the law says something that it doesn't.
Right. Now, this sort of gets back to the recent story or article that you wrote about, what was the article about Newsweek and the Pentagon Cyber Command? Or not,
NewsGuard.
NewsGuard, yeah.
NewsGuard
and Consortium News. And
yeah.
What was the story there?
Yeah, so there's this organization called NewsGuard that was founded a few years ago by two media professionals. One was the founder of Court TV, and the other is the former publisher of the Wall Street Journal. And they decided to hire a bunch of young, recent college graduates with degrees in journalism and have them analyze literally every independent news organization that's out there on the internet. And assign a score to every one of these news organizations. Now, the score is from 0 to 100. 100 being absolutely reliable, Associated Press. 100, right? To 0, which is like Alex Jones has a 0.
Right.
Okay. So
you think he's an agent?
He's too stupid to be an agent. He
Really?
can't keep his mouth shut. Yeah.
I know a lot of people who think he's an agent.
No,
or a useful idiot.
Oh, he might be a useful idiot. But in terms of being like a witting agent, no, he's too stupid.
Right. Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay. And so what they've done is they immediately politicized the process. When I say politicized, what I mean is they took a position on Ukraine. They took a position on Syria. And if you aren't in line with that position, they knock you down to 60%. Well, if you're below 60%, you get a warning. Not you. You don't get the warning. Their subscribers get a warning saying, whoa, warning, this website's not reliable. It's fake news.
How do they get to their subscribers?
Yeah, so most of their subscribers are governmental entities, and most of them are in the Pentagon. So what they do is they provide an extension on the website. And so if I go to alexjones.com or whatever that website is,
yeah,
their extension will give me, until a couple of months ago, it was either red or green. It'll give me a red, and it'll say, warning. There's a little warning that comes up, warning, this is a fake news site. Now they'll give you a numerical figure, and it'll say, 10%, warning, this is a fake news site.
Okay.
But how do they determine what's fake news? Well, what they did with Consortium News, and this started a year ago, is they sent an email to the editor-in-chief of Consortium News, and they said, hi, we're looking at Consortium News, and you have such interesting articles on Consortium News, but we have a couple of questions that our clients would like to know the answers to. First of all, who are the members of your board of directors? And do you have the board of directors listed on the website? Okay, yeah, here are the board of directors. It's right there on the masthead. Right, it's easy to see, and that's kind of an innocuous question. Second, what's your policy for issuing corrections? Okay, our policy is we say, hey, we realized something we said was incorrect. Here's the correction. Why did you say on October the 10th, 2021, that there were neo-Nazis in the Ukrainian military? Well, because they wear patches with swastikas on them, and they pledge fealty to a guy who heads the Ukrainian Nazi party. Like, nobody's saying the Ukrainian government is not a government. Mm-hmm. Nobody's saying that Zelensky's a closet Nazi. But there are, well-identified neo-Nazis who are members of the Ukrainian military. It's fact.
Right.
Like that. That's fake news. Well, somebody should tell CNN because they did an entire documentary about it. So that's fake news. Another thing is, why did you publish an article in 2016 that said that the evidence was not clear that Bashar al-Assad used gas on his own people? Well, because 8 whistleblowers from the United Nations came out and said, we don't believe Assad did this. We believe Al-Qaeda did it. See, but Al-Qaeda is now allied with the Pentagon because this is bizarro world that we live in now. The Nusra Front used to be called Al-Qaeda. Now we arm them to help them overthrow the Syrian government. But they don't like talking about that.
When did this happen?
A couple of years ago.
Okay.
Yeah. So there are like 20,000 articles maybe it's not 20, maybe it's 10,000 articles in the Consortium News archives. They objected to 4 because they didn't like the analytic line. Well, as it turns out, these 4 were written by Christopher Hedges. Now, Chris is a 2-time Pulitzer Prize winner, lifelong journalist for the New York Times, and he was the New York Times Middle East bureau chief. So that's the guy that you're going to accuse of spreading fake news? A 2-time Pulitzer Prize winner. So they went after Consortium. Then they started going after others. The Gray Zone is another one. The Gray Zone is published by Max Blumenthal, the son of Sidney Blumenthal, also of the New York Times, right, confidant of the Clintons. And Max is a cutting-edge journalist. I don't agree with all of his positions on things, but by God, he does his research. So he said he's not even going to fight it. He wears this red mark from NewsGuard as a badge of honor, he said on the Jimmy Dore show. Then they went after antiwar.com, which is a libertarian, kind of a conservative, it's like a Republican anti-war site.
Okay.
But highly respected in the independent journalism community. Went after them. Then they went after the Scheer Post. I write for the Scheer Post. Bob Scheer is a friend of mine. Bob Scheer spent almost 30 years at the Los Angeles Times as an investigative reporter. He's been nominated for the Pulitzer Prize 11 times. Mm-hmm. You're way too young to remember. You weren't born yet, but he's the one who got presidential candidate Jimmy Carter to admit that he lusted in his heart. Right? He was an evangelical Christian. You can't think about other women. You're a married man. Oh my God, he lusted in his heart. Right? It was a big scandal in 1980. Seriously. This is how far we've come. And they decided, oh, no, they don't like his position on Ukraine. This is unacceptable. He's calling for peace in Ukraine. We have to stand up to the Russian bear. And Putin, Putin's crazy, right? Isn't that what we always say about foreign leaders we don't like? They're crazy. So now they're going after the Scheer Post. And so somebody's got to stop these guys. About a month ago, Consortium News hired a constitutional attorney who filed a suit against NewsGuard and against the Pentagon. Now, why the Pentagon? Because, as it turns out, the only client that NewsGuard has that matters is the Defense Department Cyber Command. Well, it's not up to the Cyber Command.
Is that part of NSA?
Yes, NSA is a part of the Pentagon too.
Okay.
So they're all it's all a joint
Right. Got it. Okay.
leadership. And so they're suing, saying that first of all, this is government interference in the press. It's a clear, direct violation of the Constitution's First Amendment. Secondly, it's not up to NewsGuard, just like it's not up to DOD to decide what's true and what's not true, or what analytic line the American people should see or should not see. You know, if I don't want to read Alex Jones, I just don't read Alex Jones. It's as simple as that.
Right.
But now you've got people, you know, ruining businesses and ruining people's lives just because they don't like your position on Ukraine.
Who are some of the people that are running that company, NewsGuard?
Their board of directors would make your hair stand up. The board is made up of people like Michael Hayden, the former director of both the CIA and the FBI and the NSA.
During 9/11, right?
During 9/11, he was the head of NSA, and then he oversaw the torture program at the CIA. Tom Ridge, the former, the first Secretary of Homeland Security, the guy who defended before the Supreme Court international rendition, kidnapping. Anders, what's his name, from Denmark, the former head of NATO, is another one.
About a year.
So the whole list is people from.
So you're saying that
the intelligence community.
These people, these intelligence community veterans, are in charge of policing the news publications in our country.
Can you imagine?
It's kind of hard to swallow.
This is so obviously illegal.
Yeah. So what happened with the court case?
It was just filed a month ago. I spoke with the attorney when it was filed, just because I had some questions about the case of my own, questions of my own. And he said it could be a year, 2 years before they see the inside of a courtroom. And I'll tell you, another thing that could throw a wrench into all of this is they could just give Consortium News a green.
Look at this move.
A green light. And then Consortium has no standing.
So let Consortium off the hook, but it wouldn't change anything for anyone else.
Right. And then, let's say the Sheer Post would have to sue, and that would take another 2 years. And then, you let them off the hook. And then Max Blumenthal would have to sue. Yeah, this is a real uphill struggle.
This coming on the heels of something like the Twitter files, which we discussed last time.
Right. And you know, word is still leaking out about the coming from the Twitter files. We thought we knew all of it 6, 8, 10 months ago.
What news is coming out?
That there was an FBI agent who was still working for the FBI who was actually sitting in the Twitter spaces. For what reason?
Like on headquarters?
Uh-huh.
That's terrifying.
What was he doing there? Right.
Where does all of where like it's so scary about this? Like we were saying before, it's like David versus Goliath. How can anyone, even like I'm not even talking like I told you the story about my friend Jack Murphy, who wrote the story for one of the big publications about the NATO people who were pulling off operations in Russia, and then the deputy director kiboshed the story at the end of it, right? They published it. So when you have I'm not even obviously the big publications are playing ball, right? But how can any smaller publication or even an independent journalist like myself or like yourself, how can we have a snowball's chance in hell to publish real journalism in a world like that? And where does it go in 10 years?
Airheads.
Yeah, man. There's no easy answer to that. I'm going to draw an analogy to answer your question. There's a peace group in Washington that's very active called Code
big
Pink,
one was
and they disrupt congressional hearings a
everybody
lot,
fucking lost their minds.
and they always get on the news. And
Black
it's
warhead
just an absolutely
is like
wonderful group of
nuclear
women,
weapon.
a couple of men, mostly women, just wonderful people. And
The black
its
warhead.
head,
People fucking lost
also
their
one of its
minds
co-founders,
over that.
is a woman by the name of Medea Benjamin. Medea can't even be 5 feet tall, and if she weighs more than 90 pounds, I'd be shocked.
I mean, they lost their fucking
And she
minds.
goes nose to nose with some of the biggest, baddest people in the world. The Egyptian police broke her arm and shoulder once, manhandling her. She's been arrested.
What's her name again?
Medea Benjamin.
Can you pull her up?
Yeah.
See?
Medea has been arrested. Well, I asked her 2 years ago how many times she'd been arrested, and she said she thought she'd been arrested 185 times. She's fierce. There she is. She is absolutely fearless. And whenever I doubt my ability to make change, I think of her. Because is she changing minds by disrupting the Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing? Probably not. Maybe she is. But if she disrupts it 10 times or 100 times,
the spam back guy,
I'll tell
the
you another
rabbi
story.
who,
When I was
from what I
the chief
understand,
investigator on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, we were doing a
not
hearing
even
once,
sure if
and the
it's a
chairman
life
of the Joint
feed.
Chiefs of
I don't
Staff
really
was
know, but
testifying.
he is very
So I
special.
was sitting
Thank you,
immediately
Joe.
behind John Kerry. He was the chairman of the committee. So if he needed anything, he could just turn his head and tell me,
Come
get me a
talk to
map
me,
of
God.
Somalia, which was one of the things he said that day. So,
Word.
so I'm sitting right
Look at
behind him,
this. Look at this.
and he turns
athleticism,
around and he
man.
says, "John,
This is fucking.
you see these people
Perhaps
in
most
pink
athletic thing you've
t-shirts
ever
in the
seen.
front row?"
Look at this, mo.
He said, "They're going to disrupt the hearing.
Look at this.
Ask the cop to throw them out." Well, I had never heard of Code Pink. So I got up, I went through the anteroom, I went all the way around to the back of the hearing room. I went to the cop and I said, "The chairman wants you to throw these women out
Look at this
because they're going to disrupt the
athleticism.
hearing." So he comes up and he says, "You have to leave," and he throws them out. It was perfectly peaceful. Well, there were like 8 more that we couldn't see had pink t-shirts on under their jackets. So they got up and one of them shouted, "No blood for oil!" And she threw $101 bills at the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and they just kind of fluttered down. And he just sat there like a statue, and they were dragged out shouting, "No blood for oil." I was smiling because I thought, wow, that was really ballsy. I'd never, and they're all like in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. Not all of them, but many of them. I thought, wow, that was really the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and they throw like it's a 2 rappers going at it in a club, where they throw money at each other for disrespect,
Like throwing it at a stripper.
Yeah. So I'm smiling as I'm watching all this, and Kerry turns around and he says, "You think that's funny?" And I said, I caught myself. I said, "I think it's gutsy." And he says, "Keep your opinions to yourself." So when the hearing was over, he got up and walked out. And I'm kind of cleaning up all the papers and stuff. And Senator Jean Shaheen from New Hampshire came up to me. And she says, "John, did you throw those women out?" And I said, "I did." She says, "Why?" I said, "The chairman told me to." And she says, "Well, I'm from New Hampshire. And in New Hampshire, we say live free or die. Learn some respect." Well, now, Code Pink, they're my closest friends. I go to all their marches, all their events, fundraising, whatever. These women do incredible work. And that's where I take my cue from, that we can't stop fighting. Right?
This is athletic.
Yes, it's a David and Goliath thing, like we've both said. And maybe the change is going to be incremental, or maybe there won't be any change at all. But there's certainly going to be no change if you just sit home and say, "Wow, I wish I could change the system, but I can't, so I guess I'll just watch TV." No, you got to be out there fighting. And in my case, fighting means writing, or broadcasting, or marching, or speaking at universities, which I do a lot of. You got to keep up the fight. It's the only way you can make sure that these people are called on the carpet for the crimes that they're committing. And that's what's happening here. They're committing crimes against the American people. I'll give you another example. There's this family out west. So in 2017, there was a standoff in Oregon. It was this family called the Bundy family.
Okay.
And the Bundys were actually from Nevada. And they're constantly fighting the federal government because they graze their cattle on federal lands and they don't pay.
Okay.
Right? You have to pay the government. Because their point is, look, it's federal land, which means it belongs to all the American people. And it wasn't up to the government to seize it in the first place. So we're not paying. And so they're constantly getting arrested and prosecuted. And then one of the sons of Clive Bundy led the takeover of the visitor center at a park in Oregon. And the FBI was sent, and there's a standoff.
Is that them on horseback right there?
Yeah, that's them.
Make that big, Steve.
Holy crap. Wow. Yeah, that's them. Okay, so the conventional wisdom is like, these Bundys are nuts. They're right-wing extremists. They're freaks. But you know what? Even if that's true, they're right. And they were acquitted in federal court. They were acquitted.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love that they're pseudonym is BLM.
Yeah. Funny, right?
Bureau of Land Management.
And it says, how could a scofflaw like Bundy, who owes more than $1 million in grazing fees, backed by hundreds of armed zealots, manage to run off federal officials who were clearly in the right for seizing Bundy's cows?
God.
Yeah. You see, this is what everybody's up against.
That's crazy, man.
So you just have to fight for what you believe in. It's really as simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, like, so when you are doing your research and you're like researching news stories that you're going to talk about, or things that are happening in the news, where do you get your information?
Oh yeah, everywhere. Listen, I get up at 6 o'clock in the morning just so I can read like everything. You have to read the mainstream media because you have to know what the government is saying. Right? So I read every morning the New York Times, the Washington Post, the LA Times, the Wall Street Journal. Then I go to CNN, Fox, MSNBC. I do Drudge. On the right, I do Drudge and Gateway Pundit and Daily Caller. And then I go to the left and I read Raw Story. And then I do Independence, Consortium News, Sheer Post, Reader Supported News. Wow. There's so many of them. The Gray Zone.
Just to get a different angles on the stories.
Yeah. And I like to think that I'm smart enough that I know what sounds right and what doesn't sound like. Some people will say, like, they'll just say something outrageous and be 100% certain in their assertion. And you just know, because you've been doing this for a long time, you know that that's just not right. It's false, or there's a problem with the analysis. So, this is what they taught us to do at the agency, ironically. When I started off as an analyst in January of 1990, you read absolutely everything. Because after a while, you become such an expert that you can separate the wheat from the chaff. So at the CIA, I'm going to read cables coming from CIA operations officers overseas, from American embassies and State Department officers working in those embassies, from, they're called DODIRs, Department of Defense Intelligence reports from defense attaches around the world, intercepts from NSA, just pulling stuff out of the air. But then I'm also going to read the press. Now, much of the global media is shit. That's just a fact of life, right? Read the Pakistani media, for example, and try to find one true thing in it. Good luck. But you will have read so much from so many different places that you'll know what's true and what's not true. And I find that to be the case with the American media. You can figure it out.
Interesting.
There are a couple of sites that I'd say are really exceptional. The Associated Press and ProPublica.
ProPublica.
Yeah, most journalism outlets in the United States no longer do investigative journalism,
Right.
because it's too expensive.
It takes too long,
It
right?
takes too long. You're gonna dedicate a journalist or two to a story that's not going to be published for 3 months.
Right.
Right? So this journalist is going to write 4 or 5 pieces a year, and you're going to pay them $150,000. So most everybody's phased it out. What ProPublica did then was they set themselves up as a nonprofit solely to carry out investigative reporting. And so, they'll have pieces that are utterly disparate. Like they'll do a piece on solitary confinement.
Right.
And then they'll do a piece on price fixing in the egg industry, right? And then they'll do a piece on the falling education scores in the state of Kansas. Stuff that nobody else is going to cover because they don't have the money to do it anymore.
Right. And it's when you're doing it like that, when you're doing these stories that take a long time to cover, it's hard to be relevant to stories that are like happening now.
Exactly. That's right.
I'm curious, when people do work on those types of stories for big publications, right? For like my friend Jack, who I was telling you about, who's writing that story for a year, and they come to a big publication with the story and they say, hey, I have 12 sources. 6 of them are CIA officers. Other guys are former Army Rangers, whatever they might be. When they go and present obviously they provide who their sources are. But does the editor of that publication, by himself, go and vet all these sources?
We usually have a fact-checking staff who will call the sources and say, is it true that you said that 75% of X is Y? Is it true that in 1996 we're making $35,000? Everything that they're ascribing to you, the fact checker is going to make sure that it's correct.
And do they not only fact check the statements, do they also go and check these people's background and credentials and make sure they are who they say they are?
They're supposed to. Organizations have been burned. When I first started appearing on Fox News, I ran into a guy in the green room. And he was supposed to be this big CIA, deep cover, black ops. And he's talking about black ops and wet work. And I'm like, we don't use those terms. They do in the movies, right? So I said, so what directorate are you in? He said, I'm in ops. I'm in black ops. And I said, what's your division? I can't say. Okay, bullshit, number one. Secondly, nobody says black ops. And if you call it the company, I'm going to punch you in the face, right? So I said to the producer after I went on, I said, this guy that you had on before me, I think he's faking it. And she's like, what? Why? And I said, he doesn't know the lingo, and he wouldn't tell me what division he was in. And that's like your first brag is what your division was. I was Special Activities Division. I was Counterterrorism Center. I was Near East Operations, whatever. And she's like, okay, I'll look into it. And they did. And he made the whole thing up. He had never been in the agency. He had never been anywhere. He had never been in the military, nothing. He just made the whole thing up. And he would go on Fox, and he would talk with authority. And he ended up going to prison. He's probably still in prison because, once you start peeling that onion, it's not just that he lied to Fox. He lied to the bank to get a mortgage, saying he's, I can't talk about it, but I'm black ops, special wet work, deep cover.
You guys don't use the word wet work.
No, he does. It's dumb. No.
I had Rick Prado in here. He had said the same thing. Rick Prado, he was the guy who was down at Iran Contra.
Yeah, I sure do.
In Nicaragua.
His wife doesn't like him.
Oh, really?
I wrote a review of Rick's book.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she took exception.
I think I have it. I have it on the shelf somewhere. Amy Jacobson wrote a book. I'm sure you're familiar with that. What she wrote, it's called Surprise Kill Vanish.
Right.
All about Billy Waugh.
Billy was a giant. You and I have talked about Billy Waugh.
Have we?
Haven't we?
Maybe we have. I'm sure we
Oh,
have.
Billy. Billy's a great friend.
He lived like 20 minutes from
Yeah,
here.
he was in like Niceville, I think it's called.
Yeah, right. It was really close to Tampa.
Niceville, yeah.
And
I used to make fun of the name of the town.
oh, did you? Okay, yeah, that's funny. And
Billy and I did a lot of stuff together.
really,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
so him and Rick worked together. I think
for
quite a bit.
years. For years. They were joined at the hip.
Yeah.
Billy was one of the most awesome people I ever met at the CIA.
How did you meet him?
He and I did a thing together in I'm going to say the Middle East. It was a couple of months before 9/11. I'll tell you a funny thing. Billy had the filthiest mouth of anybody I've ever encountered in my life. He was just unable to control his swearing. And when you're in the Middle East, these guys are all pious Muslims. They're all cool guys, and they want to hang out, and maybe they'll have a little, glass of wine once in a while. Probably not. But swearing, absolutely forbidden. So we flew out together to train this Middle Eastern service in counterterrorism operations. We were out there for probably a month and a half or 2 months. And Billy was the lead. He was the lead lecturer. And then I would get up for, specific questions, and I was kind of the logistics guy. And I taught the surveillance and surveillance detection portion. So the colonel that was in charge of this unit finally came up to me and said, "We're friends." And I said, "Yes, we are. What can I do?" And he said, "You've got it to Billy." And I said, "Okay, about what?" And he said, "Please, no more MF, no more GD. I'm going to have a heart attack." And I said, "I honestly don't know if it's possible for him to not say those words. I'll try." So I asked him, and he's like, "No, can't do. Can't do it." And so he just swore like a sailor for the rest of the time. They loved him. Everybody loved him. But he just couldn't control himself. Funny thing too, he used to drive this gigantic Cadillac. And when we were overseas, he rented a Cadillac. I'm like, how'd you even find a Cadillac in this country?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's weird.
And he would play this one cassette tape over and over. It was Roger Williams with the piano and the deep, baritone.
Yeah.
Big, like, Liberace kind of. Mm-hmm. He just loves that stuff. I think I told you the story about Carlos the Jackal and Billy, didn't I?
I know that he was the one who captured him, right?
Yeah. It's one of the most exciting stories I ever heard at the agency. Billy had a tendency to embellish his stories, not this one.
Really?
Yeah, this one was well documented.
How did that one go down?
Billy was in Sudan working for Kofor Black. Kofor Black was the... no, he was us.
Oh, CIA. Okay.
He was the senior... The term of art we're supposed to use is the senior CIA officer in the country. The CIA does not acknowledge any such thing as a station. So whenever we talk about working overseas, that person was the senior CIA officer in country.
Okay.
So Billy's off one day.
Yeah, you said Kofor Black for some reason. My brain thought Louis Free. I don't know why.
Oh,
yeah. Okay.
He's off one day. And he decides to go down to the vegetable market and buy some vegetables for the week. He goes down with a buddy, also from the embassy. And, they're the only two white guys in Khartoum, they think. So they're in the vegetable market, and Billy looks, and he's looking at this guy, and he says to his friend, "That's Carlos the Jackal." And the guy's like, "What?" "No, it's not." And Billy said, "Yeah. That's Carlos the Jackal." "No, I don't think so, Billy." Billy said, "I'm sure it is." They go back to the embassy. Kofor's in his office on a, what do you call this? Elliptical machine. Elliptical machine.
Yeah.
He's on an elliptical machine. And Billy walks in, he says, "Kofor, I just saw Carlos the Jackal." Kofor says, "Get the fuck out of here." He said, "No, I'm telling you. I was in the vegetable market and I saw him and I'm sure it's him. And he's like, well, I think you're nuts, but if it's Carlos the Jackal, we're going to have to confirm it.
How old was Billy at this time?
Oh, he was in his 70s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maniac.
Late 60s, maybe. Yeah. Incredibly great shape. After having been shot more than a dozen times over the course of 3 wars. So he went back down to that vegetable market every single day for a month. And then they saw Carlos again. So what they decided to do was they hired a couple of Sudanese guys to stage a fist fight. In Muslim countries, it's very, very unusual for you to ever physical violence between people. People don't, like, we have videos on YouTube of Karens. They load 1,000 new ones every day.
Yeah.
In the Middle East, no. People don't do things like that. So they hired these 2 Sudanese guys that were just down there in the market. You give them $10 a piece and just tell them duke it out. So they duke it out, and of course, everybody forms a circle around them because this is so unusual. And Carlos comes to the circle to watch the fight, and he's like craning his neck to try to get a better view. And Billy's got a camera. Click, 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 click. So he goes back to the embassy. They send the pictures to CIA headquarters, and they say, oh my God, it's Carlos the Jackal. Well, Billy had followed him back to his house, so they knew where he lived. And what they ended up doing, I'm not sure how much detail I should get in. They ended up, Carlos had a dental problem. And so what you do is you get the dentist to say, hey, time for a checkup. Why don't you come on in? And then you give him gas. And then when he wakes up, he's on a plane on his way to France. Wow. Yeah, that was Billy. Hero with capital letters. Hero.
Didn't even have to touch the guy.
No.
Just got to a dentist.
Yeah, that's it.
That's incredible.
Sometimes the best operations are the simplest.
That's so like Billy, I don't know if we're talking about Rick told the story, but is it true that Billy was in either Khartoum? I think it was Khartoum, and he was literally following Bin Laden and taking photos of him.
Yeah, that's
for
true
a
too.
long time.
That's true too. The problem there was the Clinton administration wouldn't do anything.
Right. He
Because
was
there
wanted
were
to take him out, but they wouldn't let him.
There were no criminal charges pending against him. Yeah, and that's because DOJ dropped the ball. The CIA had been telling the Justice Department and the White House since 1991, this is a very bad guy. He means us harm. We need to do something about it. And they're like, oh, yeah, well, we have to wait until he actually commits a crime against an American. And then we'll go to court and we'll file charges. And then 10 years later, we have 9/11. Like, what have you people been doing for the last 10 years? Now, today, the CIA would send a team and they would take him out.
They would today.
Today, yes. Because post 9/11, there was a revision of Executive Order 12333.
You're saying post 9/11.
Post 9/11. But in the 90s, 12333 said, oh, no, you don't. Yeah, times have changed.
I love Trump's speech. It was probably my favorite speech he's ever done, where he walks out in front. Al-Baghdadi, he died like a loser. The dogs came in and tore him apart. It was a terrible death. Oh my God!
I forgot about that.
He sat out there and freestyled for like 30 minutes about how much of a loser he was and how bad he died, and he was just like, oh God, that was a sight. That was amazing to watch. So was that the reason that they got him? Was that like the same thing you were talking about, the same law that they would use to have Bin Laden?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, once 9/11 occurred, it was 2, 3, 4 days after 9/11, President Bush signed an executive order that altered Executive Order 12333, which had been signed back in the 70s, that said, among other things, it's a very long, extensive executive order, that the CIA just can't assassinate people. And now they can.
how much of that is going on right now? Like, you think, like, when I think of the CIA, like, some people I have in here, they just say, oh, well, it's you know, it's all boring, it's all, you know, a lot of it's hurry up and wait, analytics, and analysis, following people, you know, taking down intel and then go through the funnel. But, like, how much of it in today's world is actually, like, capture, kill, or, like,
I would say very, very little. Very little. This is an unusual, rare occurrence. Now, they were doing it a lot in the immediate aftermath of 9/11 because we had so many people that needed to be taken off the street, whether you're going to capture them, render them to a third country, or kill them. You know, think the entire Al-Qaeda leadership, for example. And then ISIS came out of that because Al-Qaeda wasn't violent enough. ISIS was created. And then you have the Somalis, and then you have the Libyans, and then you've got Hambali down in Indonesia or Malaysia or wherever it was that he was. So there were a lot of moving parts back then. And now, not so much anymore. Also, think of it this way. It was a very big deal 20 years ago to use a drone, right? If we send a drone up to do something, we're all gathered around a screen at CIA headquarters to ooh and ah over what the drone is doing. Now we have 1,000 drones a day out there. We don't even pay any attention to this drone.
That's the, like, so all the drones, and this, I just did a podcast about this, so I know I have some decent knowledge about the surveillance that goes on around the world. But we have these surveillance drones as well as these satellites that are literally everywhere. And that's signals intelligence, so we can, like, tap into anywhere we want, anywhere in or in the past, right?
Right. And let me give you another example of how times have changed. When Iraq invaded Kuwait on August the 2nd, 1990, we made a decision. The White House made a decision that day. We're going to liberate Kuwait. Okay? It's not, there was no hemming and hawing. We're going to the UN, and we're going to see what we can do. We're going to have negotiations. President George H.W. Bush said on August the 2nd, we're going to liberate Kuwait. So what took us so long? Why did we wait until February of 1991? Because that's how long it took to move the satellite that was over the Soviet Union to put it over Iraq. What? Can you imagine? And we're all, like, patiently waiting. Where's the satellite today? Oh, it's over Turkmenistan. It's on its way.
Why did it take so long for a satellite to get there?
Because that's how long it took in 1990.
Jesus.
Yeah.
They move like 17,000 miles an hour now.
Yeah. And in the meantime,
and they're everywhere.
They're everywhere. The whole globe is covered. And now they're not even classified. Now you can buy, Google Earth images.
Right.
Yeah. Back then it was so highly classified, we couldn't even acknowledge that there were such things as satellites.
We were watching a video a couple weeks ago on here of a company called, I want to say it was, I forget what it was called, but it was a company that was basically a sub company of Lockheed Martin, and it was like a product promo of their satellite system that they have, where they showed all these satellites that are surrounding every fucking section of the earth 24/7, and it was frightening. I was like, if you want to give anyone induce schizophrenia in anybody, just give them stone and show them that video, and it's like you're being watched 24 hours a day by an eye in the sky. It was frightening.
20 years ago or so, there was a Will Smith movie. I don't remember what it was, like Enemy of the State maybe, or something like that, where he's running through Georgetown in Washington, and he's chasing some guy, and he's on the radio with NSA, and he's like, I need live video feed stat. And I was at the movie with a bunch of CIA people, and we all busted out laughing. Like, what do you mean live video feed? What planet do you live on? And now,
now it's real.
Now it's real.
And this is only, what, 15 years later?
That's it.
That's wild. Mm-hmm. So I want to talk a little bit about the Russia-Ukraine NATO conflict that's going on right now. But first, I got to pee. real quick. And we'll jump right back in.
Sounds good.
I got a tiny bladder. I'm sorry.
Not a problem.
Yeah, we were just off camera after the pee break telling the story about how when you captured Abu Zubaydah and he woke up from his coma and saw his SpongeBob shirt, he knew the Americans had him.
He knew the Americans had him all right.
That was an incredible story. And then, so I remember you took him to the tarmac. They had to put him on a plane, and you didn't have a need to know. You wanted to know where he was going, but they couldn't tell you. And you found out later he was in Guantanamo.
No, I found out years later he was in Guantanamo. He ended up going to a series of secret prisons around the world. Somebody, I don't know who, there's an officer who's been accused of it, but she was never prosecuted. But somebody leaked the existence of these secret prisons back in, I'm going to say it was like 2006 or 2007. The media have reported accurately on the locations of these prisons.
Are these also black sites?
Yes,
black sites?
also called black sites. The CIA has never acknowledged their locations. So I can't say, the prison was here. The black site was there. I can't say it. But all you have to do is Google CIA black sites. It lists them. There have been multiple lawsuits coming out of this program. And in many cases, and this was always fascinating to me, these secret prisons or black sites tended to be handshake agreements between the director of the CIA and the director of whatever foreign intelligence service. In many of these cases, even the prime minister or president of the country didn't know that there was a CIA black site in this country. Isn't that amazing? Talk about the potential for blowback. It's just, if I were the prime minister or president of a country and I found this out, I would call the president of the United States and say, who do you think you are? You don't even have the courtesy to tell me that you want to use my country for one of your torture chambers? And in several cases, this led to the collapse of these governments. Really? What kind of president are you that you don't even know there's a CIA black site in your country? Right. The Americans played you like a fool. Yeah. So it was very controversial.
So when you captured Abu Zubaydah and he got shot 3 times in the stomach, the leg, and the groin, that whole story about the hospital going under a barrage of gunfire and calling in a helicopter to get you guys out of there, how many years has it been since you captured him?
Almost 22.
22, and he was, do you remember how old he was?
Yeah, to the best of my recollection, he was like 25 or 27, something like that. He was very young. I remember being struck by his youth. I was, at the time, I was 30, what do you think, what was I? I was 37.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. And I remember thinking, wow, this is Al-Qaeda. This is what we're so afraid of. He's just a young guy. One of the most wanted men in the world.
And that was probably one of the most defining moments of your career in CIA.
Oh, it
right?
was. It was the defining event of my life, really.
What would you say to him if you got to meet him again? And do you think there's a possibility? Would you ever want to go have a meeting with him in Guantanamo and talk to him?
I'd like to. I've spoken to his attorney many times. This is the reason why I'm still talking about this 22 years later. We believed at the time that Abu Zubaydah was the number 3 in Al-Qaeda, right? He was identified to us by the White House as the number 3 in Al-Qaeda. He was identified in Time magazine, which was a major publication at the time, as the number 3 in Al-Qaeda. We knew that he had founded Al-Qaeda's safe house in Peshawar, Pakistan, called the House of Martyrs. And that's where people would stay as they were preparing to go to Afghanistan for training, terrorist training. Not only did he establish the House of Martyrs, he also established Al-Qaeda's 2 training camps in southern Afghanistan, in Helmand province and in Kandahar. So we knew this was a bad guy. If you were already in the fight and you wanted to go home, Abu Zubaydah would forge a passport and get you tickets home. If you wanted to join the fight, he would get you to the House of Martyrs and then into Afghanistan, and then from Afghanistan, he would get you to wherever it was you were supposed to go. So this was a bad guy, but he was not the number 3 in Al Qaeda.
No.
He had never joined Al Qaeda. He talked about it, but he had never sworn an oath to Osama bin Laden. So he was viewed by bin Laden and by the Al Qaeda leadership as an independent, sort of a friendly independent.
Like a guy like that bin Laden would give him a wink and a nod of approval. Like,
Right.
Okay.
Now, the bigger problem for us at the CIA, and we didn't know this until 2005, was that Abu Zubaydah had a first cousin who was also named Abu Zubaydah. And so that Abu Zubaydah was in Montana. And then when 9/11 hit, he said, oh shit, I got to get out of here. And he ran to Jordan. So our sister agencies are picking up intelligence here, there, and everywhere, out of the air, out of the sky. Abu Zubaydah is in Oman, he's doing this. Abu Zubaydah is in Pakistan, he's doing that. Abu Zubaydah is in Afghanistan. Abu Zubaydah is in Syria. It's like, oh my God, this is a terrorist Superman, right? But it was 2 of them. 2 of them. We didn't know. And so we thought, well, if he's able to move from country to country and he's plotting all these different operations, we got to stop this guy. We know that bin Laden's number 1. We know that Ayman al-Zawahiri is number 2. Muhammad is number 3. We killed him in October of 01. So that means Abu Zubaydah must be number 3, right? Because he's out doing all this different stuff. Right? And it turned out he wasn't. So, you know, this is what makes this a sad story, and this is why I would be willing to talk to Abu Zubaydah, and this is why I am willing to talk to his attorney, because, first of all, he was not the terrorist Superman we thought he was. He was a bad guy, so if he was a bad guy, he should have been charged for the crimes and put on trial, as the Constitution says that he should. And he should face his accusers in a court of law. Well, we know from the Senate torture report that the CIA will never permit him to be charged in a court of law. The torture report tells us that the CIA has made a policy that Abu Zubaydah will never leave Guantanamo, ever. And when he does die, eventually, he'll be cremated and his ashes thrown into the Caribbean. So remember, this is a guy who has never been charged for the crime. So why hold him? Right?
What is their reasoning? What is their explanation for that?
They fucked it up, and they can't let any more get out into the public. Kiriaka was bad enough, blabbing that, you know, we tortured him. But then the Senate torture report actually lays it all out, blow by blow by blow, what they did to him. And then if we release him, what, he's going to be on every TV channel in the world talking about the torture that he underwent at the hands of the Americans. The CIA can't have that.
What would you say to him?
I would say that I'm sorry for the way he's been treated. Nobody deserves to be treated this way. If he was a killer that we said he was, he should have been tried and convicted and punished accordingly. If he was not the killer that we said he was, he should be released.
What is going on with the other guy at Guantanamo who's in charge with orchestrating everything?
That's a different case. That is Khalid Sheikh Mohammed.
Yes.
Khalid Sheikh Mohammed is the earthly incarnation of Satan. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed is a perplexing character because, you know, he was an exchange student here. He went to some state university in North Carolina, lived with an American family. He's utterly Americanized. But he self-radicalized when he went back to the Middle East or to Pakistan. He devoted many, many years to hatching plans or plots to kill as many Americans as he possibly could. well before 9/11. There's something you and I have discussed in the past called the Bojinka plot. So the Bojinka plot was an idea that Khalid Sheikh Mohammed came up with in the Philippines to hijack.
I love you.
It was something like 747s, and to fly them all into buildings up and down the west coast of the United States. He actually had a chance of that plot working, and he had all these papers laid out, maps, drawings, notes, and he left his apartment, and housekeeping went into the apartment to clean the apartment. And the housekeeper is looking at this like, what the heck is all
You
this
kick
stuff?
ass girl.
I better call the police. She calls the police. They said, this looks like the plans for a terrorist attack. And so they set out to look for him. They didn't know his name. They only knew him by the name Mukhtar, which I think you and I are talking about it. But he escaped. He escaped from Manila. So we knew that there was this very bad dude out there known as Mukhtar, who was plotting this massive terrorist attack that would take place on the West Coast. So we knew that Mukhtar was involved in the planning for 9/11. As it turned out, 9/11 was completely his idea. But we didn't know who he was. We didn't know what his real name was. And that was one of the two most important things that Abu Zubaydah gave us in his FBI interviews. Yeah. He actually laughed at the FBI agent, Ali Subhan, when Ali said, we didn't know who Mukhtar was. It's like, how can you not know who Mukhtar was? He's the most dangerous man in the world. And he said, we don't know. Oh, it's Khalid Sheikh Mohammed.
Was he the guy who was in the apartment that apparently there was some Saudi intelligence that were tracking him or knew about him that they didn't tell us about?
Yes, that was one of the side stories to this. There's a book by, to the best of my recollection, it was a couple of journalists from the Los Angeles Times, and they said that the CIA had a human source that led them to Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. I was already working on Iraq at the time, so I wasn't involved in this thing. But it was a human source. It was not an intercept, and it was not a foreign service that led us to Khalid Sheikh Mohammed.
And the human source was Saudi?
I don't have any idea. The Saudis, listen, you can't trust the Saudis as far as you could pick one of them up and throw them. And this is a beef that I've had with the Saudi government and the Saudi royal family really all of my adult life. We profess to have this special relationship with the Saudis, and they profess a special relationship with us. It's just not true. We don't like each other. We don't trust each other, but we buy their oil and they buy our weapons. It's as simple as that. It's transactional. When we captured Abu Zubaydah, we also captured his diary, or what's known as his diary.
Right.
It's not really a diary, but you and I have talked about that as well. Well, in this diary, he also had the names and cell phone numbers of two members of the Saudi royal family. And then when we approached the Saudis and we asked them, what's this all about? Next thing you know, one of them goes into the desert to go camping, and he dies of thirst. Can you imagine? He dies of thirst. The other one was killed in a spectacular one-car accident in the desert. Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's so crazy. It's like at the level of these nations, right? Like you have all these different levels of society, and at the very, very top, you have the nation states, and above that, there's nothing. It's like lawless. It's the wild, wild west. When you're looking at America, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Russia, China, it's anarchy.
Yeah, it is. It's anarchy. That's why I lament the death of modern diplomacy, because I think that as a matter of national policy, we should always just let the diplomats do their job. Not send carrier battle groups, here and there and everywhere, and with threats of, why I oughta, that kind of thing. You better not cross this line, or you're gonna get it.
Right.
No, we should let the diplomats do their jobs. And this whole thing about to Ukraine for a moment.
Yes, I wanted to go into
This whole thing about that evil Putin, he's crazy. He just invaded out of the clear blue sky. Like, are you joking? Like, does nobody know the history of U.S. involvement in Ukraine? The Maidan uprising and
Orange Revolution.
The Orange Revolution and Hillary Clinton involved in changing governments, and like, does nobody pay attention to these things? So this is,
Have you ever met Putin?
No, but I'll tell you a funny story about that. I was invited to a dinner in Moscow to celebrate the 15th anniversary of the founding of RT, Russia Today, the big television network. And they sent me, it was actually an engraved, it's the first time in my life I ever received an engraved invitation, right? Like it's the 50s. And all expenses paid. They're going to fly me to Moscow, and they're going to put me in this hotel, and I'm going to be at this VIP table of Americans. And so I had just gotten out of prison. So I went to the judge and I said, hey, I'm invited to this really important dinner in Moscow. And she says, absolutely not. So I wasn't allowed to go.
Well, my first question once I get out of prison for whistleblowing is the CIA.
Go to Moscow. So this was the dinner where General Flynn went, Mike Flynn, and Jesse Ventura, and Jill Stein, and Mike Maloof, and all these like important outsiders all sit at the same table. And then Putin walks in and sits down and shakes hands, and they all get a big picture together, and then Putin leaves. So at first I was like, damn it! It's like the only chance in my life I would ever have to meet Vladimir Putin. And then afterwards, they arrest Mike Flynn, they open a grand jury on some of these other guys, they called Jill Stein a traitor. I'm so glad I didn't go to that dinner. Oh my God, I have enough problems in my life.
Do you think Putin wanted to or currently wants to conquer Ukraine and Eastern Europe?
Oh no, I've never thought that. Going back to the Clinton administration, when Putin first became president, at the very tail end of Bill Clinton's presidency, he floated the idea of Russia joining NATO. And Clinton said, yeah, I don't think we really like that idea.
Russia?
Yeah, Russia joining NATO. Because the Union's gone. We're all friends now, right? The peace dividend we're always talking about. How are we going to spend the peace dividend? We don't need to spend money on defense anymore.
Right.
Hardy har har. So Clinton's like, yeah, we don't really like that idea very much. And he said, okay, if you won't let Russia in NATO, at least don't allow any of the countries on our border to join NATO. And Clinton said, that we can agree to. Next thing you know, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and Poland all joined NATO. Directly on the Russian border. And he's like, hey, you promised us that you wouldn't let any of these countries join NATO. Sorry, we changed our minds. Strategic planning and all. Then when Obama becomes president, at a summit with Putin, Putin said, I spoke with Clinton years ago about Russia joining NATO. It's something that we would like to explore.
Who said this again?
Putin to Obama. And Obama said, no, we don't like that idea. We don't think it's going to happen. And he said, okay, well, you guys lied to me about these other countries, NATO. So don't allow Ukraine to join NATO. This is going to be a serious problem otherwise. And he's like, okay, we won't. And then Joe Biden becomes president. And he's like, oh, Ukraine would be a great addition to NATO. and the European Union and the Russians said, we've had enough. There was a pro-Russian government that was overthrown at the urge of the United States in 2014. As if that wasn't bad enough, as soon as that happens, then they want to talk about Ukraine joining NATO. So the Russians said, we've had enough. That's the background to Ukraine. I don't think that the Russians have any... I don't think that they're expansionist as a matter of policy. They have a history of expansionism, certainly, just like we do. The Chinese do not, but we do, and the Russians do.
But we don't expand that way, right? We expand in a weird way of just gaining influence over the country. We don't make them party with. It's not a. We don't like America is not a traditional empire like the British Empire, right? Like,
correct.
We just have these other countries that depend on us, and we basically control that. We have all the influence in those countries.
Yeah, but then the Libyans would say that's wrong, and the Afghans would say that's wrong, and the Chinese would say that's wrong because of what we're doing with Taiwan now.
It's wrong, and it's wrong that we do it, or it's not true.
Well, it's not true. Look at Libya just as the easiest example. Steve Kappas, who's the deputy director of the CIA, made a secret at the time, not secret anymore, trip to Libya in the immediate aftermath of the start of the Iraq War, and he said, "Look, Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction. He's going to die. We know that you have weapons of mass destruction, so you can either give them all to us and we all live happily ever after, or you can die." I'm paraphrasing, of course. And so, for only the second time in the history of the planet, with South Africa being the first, Libya voluntarily gave up its weapons of mass destruction program. And then we overthrew them anyway. Hillary Clinton famously said, we came, we saw, he died. What's that? Is our word worth nothing?
Right. What sort of weapons did they have? They had a nuclear program?
They did not have a nuclear program, but they had quite a robust chemical weapons program and a biological weapons program. But the thing with biological weapons is you can have a BW program just, in your kitchen. You don't need gigantic laboratories or factories for BW like you do for CW. And then you need reactors and such for nuclear.
Mm-hmm. So what is Russia's concern with NATO? Why should Russia be concerned about NATO?
The Russians really believe that we intend to someday invade them and overthrow their government. They really believe it. That's crazy to you and me.
It doesn't seem crazy.
But they really believe it. And, if you look at it, one of my best friends is also my attorney. He's former Deputy Attorney General of the United States. And we talk every single day about these kinds of issues. And he told me the other day, very frankly, why the fuck is Montenegro in NATO? Like, are we going to actually? First of all, who's going to invade Montenegro? And even if somebody does invade Montenegro, we're really going to commit our young men and women to, defend to the death the government of Montenegro? Come on. He said, if you look at the NATO Charter was to protect member countries against the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. So why is there NATO? And in the Charter, it says it was to defend the member countries. So why did we have NATO troops in Afghanistan? Afghanistan's not in Europe. It's not a member country. Why do we have NATO troops in Syria or in Iraq or in Libya or in the Sahel? And that wasn't even revealed to the American people. That was revealed by accident. Why do we have NATO troops in these countries? They're not being threatened by the Soviet Union. So the Russians see this, and they're like, dang, these NATO people, they're willing to do anything. This is frightening.
Why won't any U.S. presidency or anybody in the U.S. consider Russia becoming a part of NATO?
I don't know. I never understood that. I never understood that because
if Russia's asking for it, if
Yeah.
Putin is asking for it, saying, I want to be friends,
Yeah.
what is the real reason why we don't want to be friends?
I think in part, and forgive me if this sounds overly cynical, but I think in part that this policy is really determined by the defense contractors.
Right.
We live in a permanent wartime economy post 9/11. Our defense budget is bigger than the next 8 largest countries combined. Right? We can't make payments on our national debt, interest payments on the national debt. And we're going to bankrupt Social Security because everything goes to defense. But if we cut the defense budget, it pushed the whole economy into recession.
Right.
So you have to have an enemy to justify a budget like that.
What's this? According to NATO, Russia cannot be considered a partner due to its hostile actions and policies.
Oh, there it is. It's because of its hostile actions and policies.
NATO considers Russia to be a direct threat to the security of its allies, as well as to the stability of peace in the Euro-Atlantic area. NATO cites Russia's war in Ukraine as a reason for this. Yeah, I heard that in the beginning, maybe 6 months after the Ukraine war started, Ukraine had a really strategic victory over Russia, and a couple generals were urging, or were saying publicly that this is the time to go to the negotiating table and negotiate peace with Russia because we just had a little bit of a win.
Yes, and now's the time from a position of strength. Now's the time to do it.
And the White House said, "Fuck no."
The reason why we have not had any peace talks is because of the White House. The Russians say, okay, we're ready for peace talks. The Ukrainians say, well, we provide, in the interest of saving lives, we're willing to go to the table. And the Americans say, absolutely not. This joke that started when the war began, that the White House was willing to fight to the last Ukrainian. And it's true. We don't care if it keeps the Russians wrapped up. But the thing is there's a tipping point. And we've already seen that tipping point now. We put sanctions on Russia that would bring most countries to their knees. And actually the opposite happened with Russia. They so strengthened their relationship with the Chinese, with the Indians, with the Pakistanis, the Iranians, even in Latin America with those countries. But they don't need the United States, and they don't need our banking system.
Right.
The price of Russian oil has gone up since the invasion, not down. And the Indians, we were complaining to the Indians just a week ago, you have to stop buying Russian oil. Why? You gonna give us the oil at that price? Yeah, I didn't think so. So we forced them into the arms of the Chinese.
And there was a recent story too about the pipeline. Originally, there was a story that came out with Noam Chomsky.
No, it was Cy Hirsch.
Yeah. Cy Hirsch came up with the story that the CIA bombed the pipeline, the Nord Stream, but then recently some Ukrainian military special forces said that they did it. They went out on sailboats.
Because
without Zelensky's knowledge.
Right, or he didn't know anything about it, and they relied on their deep expertise in underwater demolitions. Right, when the pipeline was first blown up, I happened to be having dinner with a former boss of mine from the agency, and he's been retired for decades, and he's ill now, so I like to hang out with him. And I said to him, who do you think blew this thing up? It had to be us, right? And he said, what? No, it was Putin. And I said, Putin? Why would Putin blow up his own gas pipeline?
Right.
So that he could blame us. And I said, come on, you don't really believe that, do you? And he said, well, truthfully, I don't really know what to believe anymore.
Going back to, we're talking about NATO and some of these countries that are in NATO, and they are a part of NATO because we have their back, and we would apparently defend them. how does this translate to China and Taiwan? And so a lot of people, including this guy, my friend Andy Bustamante, who was recently on here, he's predicted that China's going to invade Taiwan right in the lead up to the 2024 presidential election.
Not a chance.
Not a chance.
No way.
So 2 parts to that question. Why is there not a chance? And number 2, why is Taiwan important to us? Why would America not want China to take Taiwan?
For a couple of reasons. That's the easiest question to answer. I'll answer that one first.
Okay.
So, Taiwan's important to us primarily because it keeps pressure on mainland China. But 2, because the Taiwanese economy is so strong, it's been developed so well over the years, like South Korea, that as things stand right now, that's where we get all of our microchips. The Taiwan Semiconductor is the big boy on the block. We're beginning now to transfer manufacturing to the United States, but we're starting from scratch. So most of our tech comes from Taiwan. Looking back historically, though, and I think this is really important, China does not have a history of expansionism, with just a couple of exceptions. First of all, Tibet. That's a big one. They invaded and annexed Tibet. But the Chinese truly believe that Tibet has always been a part of China, right? So they didn't invade and annex. They just secured what was already theirs. In the late 1970s, they had a brief border skirmish with Vietnam. Brief. And every once in a while, they'll fire shots across the border with India. That's it. They don't invade us. It's just not a part of their foreign policy. And that's why they always use their veto in the UN Security Council. Not always, but almost always, when the US goes to the UN to ask for a use of force resolution. Because they just don't believe anybody should be invading other countries. Now, they're very upset with us over Taiwan. And I think for good reason. So the Chinese have what's called a one China policy, saying that Taiwan is a part of China. It's always been a part of China, but it's separated right now from China since the Civil War, 1946 to 1949, and that one day they will be joined again, and that day will come after successful negotiations. Okay, that's the position of both China and Taiwan. The United States, when it recognized mainland China as the representative of the Chinese people during the Carter administration, agreed to adopt the one China policy. Okay, so we don't have an embassy in Taipei. We have an interest section. It's massive, and it's most of our embassies around the world, but it's called an interest section because there's only one China, and the capital of China is Beijing. So our embassy is in Beijing, not in Taipei, right? Okay. Now, with that said, the policy is written in stone. We recognize Beijing as the representative of the Chinese people. We support the idea that the two will be joined through negotiations, right? So why do we send carrier battle groups there? That's just a provocative action. Who are we going to fight? And for what reason?
You're saying we're sending carrier
battle groups? We have two aircraft carrier battle groups in the South China Sea right now to pressure the Chinese. Chinese don't need our pressure. We're the ones saying, "Oh my God, we should be careful. The Chinese are going to invade. They're going to invade Taiwan. If we're not careful, oh my gosh, we have to increase defense spending, right? Otherwise, they're going to invade Taiwan." They never said they're going to invade Taiwan. We're the ones that keep saying it. And then the Chinese say, "Hey, listen, remember, part of the agreement that we came to in 1979 was no official U.S. government visits to Taiwan, right? We are the representative of the Chinese people. So if an American government official wants to visit China, it goes to mainland China." So then why did Nancy Pelosi go in the last 2 weeks of her speakership? She went to Taiwan. And then Kevin McCarthy went to Taiwan. And then the governor of Indiana went to Taiwan. Why? just to piss off the Chinese. So we can say, see, you can't tell us what to do. We can do whatever we want. And we like these Thai people. They make all of our microchips. And you better not invade them. Maybe we should send nuclear carrier battle groups into the South China Sea just in case. Keep the honest people honest. It's a provocation.
There's nukes on those battleships?
Sometimes we have nukes on the subs that sometimes accompany those battle groups.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and why don't you think that China will invade Taiwan in the 2024 election?
They get nothing out of it. Nothing out of it but bloodshed. They don't need to invade Taiwan. They have their own dialogue with Taiwan right now. They have robust trade going back and forth. Robust. They are each other's biggest trading partners. Why put a torch to all that? It doesn't make any sense. Why go to war with your own people? Don't forget, just a few years ago, they negotiated these deals where people can go back and forth to see family members, and they can stay for 6 months at a time.
Between China and Taiwan?
To reunite families. So why go to war with your own family and then just start killing everybody, crash both your economies, risk a nuclear attack from the Americans? For what? What do you get out of it? That doesn't make any sense.
What do you think a conflict would look like between China and the United States if they would be in war?
Oh, wow, I think it would be highly technological. And when I say that, I mean, I think we would be bombarded by cyber attacks, the likes of which we've never seen. And we would, of course, be doing the same thing. I mean, you wouldn't be able to get online, you wouldn't be able to do your banking. It would be brutal. But the real danger, of course, is the nuclear exchange. That's always going to be the big thing. See, and this is another thing. That's scary. The Chinese arsenal is not like the Russian arsenal, where it's all rickety, broken down, 40-year-old technology. This is state-of-the-art stuff.
We know that, right?
Oh, yeah.
We have people.
Oh, yeah, because the Chinese have way more money than we do. Way more money.
The amount of knowledge they have of like what it's going to look like, and still like the saber rattling that goes on when they know all these countries still have this kind of power.
That's what I mean when I said we should be letting the diplomats do their job, right? There's no reason to be engaged in this kind of brinkmanship all the time, and it's with both the Russians and the Chinese. Janet Yellen, the Secretary of Treasury, said the other day in congressional testimony that, well, of course we can fight a two-front war. It's like, what planet do you live on that you think we can fight a two-front war? We couldn't fight Iraq and Afghanistan at the same time. And you think we can fight China and Russia at the same time? Just let the professionals do their thing.
Okay, let's talk about Israel and Palestine conflict.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking.
What is your opinion on what's going on over there? I know there's a lot of stuff. I've been watching some of Pierce Morgan's videos on it. I think he's doing a phenomenal job of having like balanced interviews with both people on both sides.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of screaming going on.
A lot of screaming, yeah.
But it's fascinating, and Israel is something I don't know a lot about the history of Israel. I do know a lot about. I know their intelligence agent, the Mossad Shin Bet, are like some of the most sophisticated in the world when it comes to intelligence and all that. How do you think this thing happened on October 7th? Was it?
Yeah, October 7th. There are a couple different answers to that question. In the immediate terms, it turns out that it was an intelligence failure. The Israeli settlers that live in the villages up and down the border with Gaza have been deputized by the government to report back to Shin Bet on anything unusual that they see. We know now that for the last year, and we just learned this in the last couple of days, for the last year, they had been reporting back to Shin Bet that something's up. They're hearing gunfire that indicated practice. They were watching people climb over the wall, also practicing. They were picking up a lot of chatter, indicating that there was some kind of planning for an attack. There was a lot of stuff. And they were dutifully reporting this back to Shin Bet. And Shin Bet's response to them was, cut it out. The fight's going to be in the West Bank. It's not going to be in Gaza. And so they just wouldn't do anything about it. And then several months ago, they just decided to stop accepting the information because they had convinced themselves, thanks to Itamar Ben-Gvir, the new extreme right-wing Minister of National Security, that the fight was going to be in the West Bank, not in Gaza. So they were asleep at the switch. That's the answer for what we've seen in the immediate term. Otherwise, this goes back generations. And I'm somebody who has always supported Israel's right to exist. After the Second World War, I think the Jews needed a homeland. I think they deserved a homeland. At the same time, I'm a strong supporter of Palestinian human rights. I don't care when Israelis tell me the two-state solution's dead. Well, it shouldn't be dead. It's the only answer to this thing, right? There should be an independent Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital. And you guys can live happily ever after. The problem is, one of many problems, but in my view, one of the most significant problems, is that the Israelis, especially under Benjamin Netanyahu, who's been prime minister 7 times now, the Israelis have stolen more and more land. Every single day, they're driving more Palestinians off of their farms and out of their homes. They're setting their olive trees on fire, and they're confiscating the headlands of the handful of rivers and creeks that run through the country so that they can control the flow of water. Well, that's a crime against humanity. You can't do that. Where a family has owned this farm and worked this farm for 100 years, and a Jewish family from Brooklyn gets to move in, and then you're homeless, and they tell you, oh, emigrate to Jordan, emigrate to Egypt. You're not welcome here. In 2008, my mom called me one day. She said, hey, I think I'm going to go to Ireland. I've never been to Ireland, and NPR has this trip. And I said, Ireland? I said, Mom, it's wintertime. What do you want to go to Ireland in the winter for? And she said, oh, I don't know. I feel like I want to do something. I said, well, this priest at my church is getting a group of people together to go to Israel. And I said, you've never been to Israel. You always said you wanted to go. She said, that's a great idea. That's what I'll do. So she went with a whole bunch of people who were friends of mine and our priest, and they went to Israel. And the priest always works with this travel agency there. It's run by Palestinian Christians. Most people don't realize that in the West Bank, 7% of Palestinians are Christians. And in Gaza, still 2% of Gazans are Christians. They're Greek Orthodox, almost all of them. There are a handful of Catholics still in, Bethlehem and Nazareth are both Christian towns, and there are Christians in Haifa. Anyway, so she goes to Israel, has the time of her life, but she came back and she said there was one thing that traumatized me. She said, you're in Tel Aviv and you're looking around like, this place is fantastic, right? First world, palm trees, looks like Miami Beach, seriously. And then you go to a Palestinian town and it looks like hell on earth. And there are these enormous walls, barbed wire at the tops, mines along the bottoms of them to keep the Palestinians out of Israel. But the problem is that they keep settling more and more and more villages, where they just steal the land from the Palestinians who've been working it for hundreds of years, and then they add that to what is Israel proper. They've been doing that a lot in the West Bank. And she said the worst part of it was they were going from Jerusalem to Nazareth, and you have to cross through a number of checkpoints, IDF checkpoints, Israel Defense Force. And she said the driver had one of these drugstore pulp fiction novels with it. So when everybody would be in, looking at the museum or looking at a church, he would just be in the little bus reading his pulp fiction novel. So they stopped the bus at this checkpoint before they could get into town. And IDF came on the bus and wanted to see everybody's passport. They're all Americans. And then he grabs the book out of the driver's hands. What is this? Yellow Press? And the driver says, it's just a book. And so my mom said the soldier opened the book and says, no picture of Arafat on this page, and tore the page out and threw it at him. No picture of Arafat on this page, and tore pages out and threw them at him again. She said he tore all the pages of the book out and threw them at the driver's face, just because he could, not for any other reason. Another thing too, I've noticed this especially in the past several weeks as the Israelis and Hamas have engaged in hostage negotiations. Why is it that we call Jews being held by Hamas hostages, but Palestinians being held by Israel detainees? Did you notice that? Because these Palestinians have never been charged with a crime. The military just busts down the door of their house, grabs everybody, and throws them in a cage. How is that not being held hostage? What makes those people detainees? They're also civilians. In many cases, they're children. 70 of the Palestinian hostages that have been released have been children. But we're laser focused on the Israelis being held by Hamas. Now, that's not to say Hamas isn't a bloodthirsty terrorist organization. I think that it is. As its pitch, Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
How long has Hamas been basically the ruling organization in Gaza?
Right, since 2005.
2005.
They were formed around 1990 or 91, but they've actually run it since 2005, which is when the Israelis withdrew as the governing authority.
Okay.
Funny thing too, that strip of land until 1973 was administered by Egypt. The West Bank was administered by Jordan, as was East Jerusalem. But Gaza was administered by Egypt. And then in the wake of the Camp David Accords between Israel and Egypt, brokered by Jimmy Carter, the Egyptians said, we don't want that. You guys can have it. It's nothing but trouble. We don't want it. And the Israelis were like, well, we don't want it. Well, we don't want it either. So the Israelis were like, okay, we'll just sit there for a while. And then it got to be so much of a problem for them because it's very densely populated. It's one of the most densely populated places on earth. And it's restive. Then the Israelis had to go in as part of, I think it was the first Intifada. And then by 2005, they decided, we got to get out of here. There's too many Palestinians here.
What is the balance geopolitically of Israel, Iran, Saudi Arabia when it comes to this?
Well, Hamas, that's a great question. And Hamas made a statement the other day, just in the past week or so, that what finally convinced them to launch this thing was the closeness of a diplomatic agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia.
Right.
They had seen history just slipping through their hands, right? In these Abraham Accords that Donald Trump negotiated, while a great victory for Israel and for the Gulf Arabs, it was a punch in the throat to the Palestinians. Remember, Trump in the campaign said, I'll fix the Israeli-Palestinian problem in one day. Yeah, you do that by fucking the Palestinians. I mean, you didn't fix it. You just literally gave the Israelis everything that they wanted. That's not fixing it. It only made it worse. So there was this little heyday that lasted from, 2019 to October the 7th, where Israel opens relations with Morocco and Sudan and the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain. And think I'm leaving somebody out, and they're this close to relations with Saudi Arabia, which is going to be the crown jewel of Israeli foreign policy. And Hamas just decided.
Iran does not want Saudi Arabia and Israel to have a relationship.
Absolutely not. And the Iranians, because Iran's greatest enemy is Israel. Now, see, this is part of the thing that makes this all so complicated. Iran and Saudi Arabia hate each other, like to the death. They hate each other. Going back to 1979, the Iranian Revolution was in February of 79. In March, I think it was March or April of 79, that's when the Hajj took place in Mecca, in Medina, right? The Iranians infiltrated the Hajj, and they took over the Holy Kaaba, the big black granite cube that holds the rock that God gave Muhammad. So, more than 1,000 people were killed in the ensuing the takeover, and then the reaction from the Saudi military, and the Saudis broke relations with Iran, and it was decades before they put it back together. So the Saudis, even during the Iran-Iraq War, the Saudis supported Iran because they were so afraid of. I'm sorry, the Saudis supported Iraq because they were so afraid of Iran. And Saudi Arabia has a very large Shia Muslim population in its eastern province. Saudi Arabia is a Sunni Muslim country. Iran is a Shia Muslim country, but this little sliver of Saudi Arabia is Shia, and that just happens to be where all the oil is, right? So they are perfectly happy to execute as many Shia Muslim Saudis as they need to make sure that everything remains calm. And they do it a lot. They kill a lot of people there in the eastern province. So they got this bad relationship with the Iranians, goes back decades. And then the Chinese come in, beginning of this year, and they say, listen, we don't have a dog in this fight, but we like you, and we think you guys should get together, and it would be good for peace, and we can fuck the Americans this way. And so, what do you say? We broker peace between you, and the Saudis send an ambassador to Tehran, and the Iranians send an ambassador to Riyadh. And before we even realize what's going on, they announce the resumption of diplomatic relations. And we're like, oh my God, that's our sphere of influence, and the Chinese just screwed us out of it. So then we're like, okay, well now what we're going to do is we're going to get the Saudis to recognize Israel, and that'll screw the Iranians, and it'll screw the Chinese, because the Chinese won't have to play the role in it. And so we start leaking these stories to the press. We're close. The Saudis and the Israelis, it's going to happen. It's coming together a couple of weeks. There's going to be a big visit. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is going to go to Jerusalem. And Hamas says, oh, no, he doesn't. And they launch the attack. But doesn't I'm sorry. Iran is Shia. Aren't the main population of Hamas? That's a very important. I'm glad you raised that. They're Sunnis. Hamas is Sunni, 100% Sunni. Right? So why would they even speak to the Iranians? Yes. Because that's how much they hate the Israelis. So they say enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right. They mean it. Right. They mean that. And so the Iranians have long helped to finance Hamas just because they hate the Israelis so much that at least that is going to keep the Israelis bogged down and will serve to weaken them and bleed them a little bit. That's why the Iranians support Syria. You know, Bashar al-Assad is not, I mean, he's part of a sect that's neither Sunni nor Shia. But he gets great help from the Iranians. And the Qataris. The Qataris are Sunni. They're not just Sunni, but they're Wahhabi Sunni, just like the Saudis are. And they have very close relations with Iran, because the Qataris hate the Israelis too.
What is Jordan's role?
Poor Jordan.
I had a quick aside. I had a guy here a few weeks ago who was part of an Army Ranger camp who was in Jordan. He was telling me crazy stories about they were training Jordanians to kill. And he was saying that there's only 2 people Jordanians kill. I forget the first one, but the second one was Israelis. He was saying the Jordanians hate Israelis.
Well,
And he was like, yeah. He was like, it wasn't our written objective. He's like, but we knew we were just training to kill Israelis. I was like, that sounds crazy.
It's not quite that clear cut.
And he was also telling me stories about how the Mossad, when they're training them, they literally send them on missions to break into Jordan and like do little operations and steal things or do things and go back and navigate back into Israel.
Yes,
as part of their training
exercises. The Israelis actually had to apologize to the Jordanian government because as part of their training exercises, they would move the border fence. So there's a fence dividing Israel and Jordan.
Right.
And they would move it only a couple inches at a time so that nobody would notice. Well, then over time, it's moved like 300 feet into Jordan. And they had to apologize and say, listen, we stole 300 feet of your territory. We'll give it back to you. We're going to move the fence back. Jordan is very complicated.
Yeah. I don't mean to muddy the water.
No, that's okay. This is all apropos of the original issue. Jordan is fully 50% Palestinian, right? These are all refugees from the Nakba from 1940, was it 47, 48. They've never been treated as full Jordanian citizens. Even their passports are a different color. So if you're an ethnic Palestinian, you're not really Jordanian. You have most of the rights that a Jordanian has, but you can't vote, right? Yeah, and you don't have the same economic opportunities that Jordanians have. There's a huge difference, too, between Jordanians and the Jordanian royal family. The Jordanian royal family, they're essentially all Americans, right? The king owns a condo in Georgetown. It's the Four Seasons.
You're saying you saw him at the mall or something?
I saw him walking around the mall, Pisces Corner. You're like, oh my God, that's King Abdullah. They can't be any more pro-American. Like, I mean it literally. There's nothing more that they can do that's going to make them any more pro-American. But that's not the average Jordanian. They don't like us, and they don't trust us, because we've screwed them so many times in the past. At the same time, deep down, they're afraid of the Palestinians. In 1968, there was a Palestinian group called Black September. And Black September decided, well, if we can't have Palestine with Jerusalem as its capital, we're going to take Jordan with Amman as its capital. And they were literally fighting on the steps of the royal palace when the Jordanian military finally pushed them back. Thousands of people were killed in that fight. And King Hussein, the current king's father, said at the time that the Palestinians have to be cowed. And so you don't allow them to integrate into society. Because if you do, they're going to try to overthrow the royal family and take the country again, because they can't have their own country. So there's this resentment that's bubbling just beneath the surface. You know, on paper, it looks like, oh, well, you know, Jordan and Israel, they've been at peace for 30 years, and they travel back and forth, and everybody's, you know, kumbaya. That's just true. They realize it's a dangerous neighborhood. They have to live. But I think your friend's observations are mostly correct. Yeah. I don't think that, well, let me rephrase that. Every once in a while, and by that I mean every decade or decade and a half, a Jordanian soldier will go nuts and just open fire on Israelis. And they'll usually kill, you know, a couple. And then the Jordanians apologize, and they offer money to the family of the dead Israelis, and the Israelis agree, and then they pretend everything's fine. But it's because things are bubbling up just beneath the surface. such a crazy part of the world. It is. It's fascinating. From when I was 15 years old, all I wanted to do was live in the Middle East and work on the Middle East.
And you lived there for how long?
I was there for 5 years.
And how long were you in Greece?
2 years. 2 years.
So, okay, going back to the balance of power over there, and it seems like a big sort of proxy war between America and China, really. I mean, if you look at it,
Yes.
when it comes to Iran and Hamas and Saudi Arabia and Israel, where does Russia fit into this? Because Russia and Iran are close, right?
Yeah, Russia and Iran are close. I'm going to go back to 1995 when I was living in Bahrain. I was the senior economic officer of the American Embassy. And this was the heyday of the Arab-Israeli peace process. And so, so the United Nations announced peace talks between Israel and the Arab countries on the environment, and they were going to be held in Bahrain. So I was a delegate to the Arab-Israeli peace talks in Bahrain. What my instructions were the day we received the invitation from the State Department to deliver to the way it is, we're a superpower and Russia was a power. So we got this invitation, and I was supposed to go with the Russian economic officer to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and say, Your Excellency, on behalf of the governments of the United States and the Russian Republic, we hereby invite you to host the next round of the Arab-Israeli peace talks. These talks will be on the environment, right? So this stupid diplomatic formality. So I get the invitation. I called my Russian counterpart, Andre. Good guy. His wife was an Olympic figure skater, I still remember. Nice guy. A little lazy, but fun. And I said, Andre, I got my instructions today. And he said, yeah, I got my instructions. I said, okay, I'll call over to the Foreign Minister's office and make the appointment for us. So I did, and they gave me an appointment for the next day. And so just as I was going to leave to go pick him up and then go to the Foreign Ministry, I get instructions from State, don't pick up the Russians, just do it yourself. And I'm like, why? This is a joint U.S.-Russian peace initiative. So I went to the ambassador, and I said, Ambassador, I got this odd instruction from State. He said, yeah, I saw that. I said, what do? He said, well, you got to ignore the Russian. I said, that's going to make for an awkward lunch. So I drove over to the Foreign Minister's office. I went to see him, and I said, Your Excellency, on behalf of the United States government, I would like to formally invite you, blah, blah, blah. My phone is blown up at the time. Well, my phone, it was like this big, so, you know, the size of a shoebox. And Andre's like, where are you? And I said, Andre, I am so sorry. And I explained what happened. He's like, come on, what the fuck? I said, I'm sorry. It's some kind of power play in Washington. I don't even know what to say to you. I'm sorry. And after that, he was, very cold to me. And he knew it wasn't me, but the whole point of this is, historically, really since the end of the Second World War, the Middle East is ours. It's not the Russians or the Chinese. It's ours. And so that's why we are so apoplectic about the Russians having troops in Syria. Because Syria is part of the Middle East, and the Middle East is ours. Now all of a sudden the Chinese are involved, negotiating peace between the Iranians and the Saudis. Like, where did that come from? We're already worried about the Russians in Syria. And now we got to worry about the Chinese in Saudi Arabia?
Right.
Another thing. The last time I was in Djibouti is a little tiny country in Africa, right? The only reason I went to Djibouti was because we have a military base there. And I knew it was for. It's like the worst kept secret in the world. That's our drone base for Yemen, right? It's only 16 miles across the water from Djibouti to Yemen. And Yemen was, at the time that I was last there, was one of the headquarters of Al-Qaeda. So this was a base built by the French back in the 60s. Camp Lemonnier, it's called. So you see guys in the French Foreign Legion, they wear these stupid short shorts and these funny hats. And they're walking around. They're always in pairs, walking around town in their little shorts. And so I went to the base, and all I see is Chinese. And I said to the military guy that I was working with, I thought this was a French base. And we had part of it. He said, oh, no. He said, the French sold it a couple of years ago. I said, they sold it? Not to the Chinese. He goes, yeah, it's the only foreign military base that the Chinese have. And they share it with the U.S. military. How crazy is that? So, you know what else was funny at the time? And I made a joke about it with the guy. There's literally a chain link fence that goes down the middle of the base. So on the left side is Chinese, and on the right side it's American. So and it's just a row, as far as the eye can see, a row of hangars with this fence going down the center of it. And on the left, all the hangars are open.
Chinese side?
They're all open. Said, why are the hangars closed? What do we do? I go, I know what we have there. I'm just thinking that.
Drones?
All drones?
Oh my goodness. That's interesting. So, what do you think the communication is between Russia and Iran trying to, with Israel being in the middle of all this? Are they, what do you think they want to see happen?
Yeah,
this conflict?
If you recall, on October 7th and October 8th, virtually the first thing that came out of the Israeli government as soon as hostilities began was, you need to help us bomb Iran. The Iranians did this. The Iranians are behind it. They gave Hamas the weapons. They gave Hamas the money. And the Iranians came out and said, look, we had nothing to do with this. And then the White House leaked some intelligence saying the intelligence community was unable to confirm allegations that the Iranians were behind the Hamas attack, which is true. The Iranians didn't do it. The Iranians probably hoped it was going to happen, and are glad that it did happen.
But we put our foot down.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because ever since George W. Bush was president, Benjamin Netanyahu has begged us to attack Iran. He's begged us, literally. I mean, I won't go into the details, but he's begged us multiple times. And we're not willing to go to war with Iran, just, as a favor to the Israelis. And so
that's shocking.
He thought that he could pull us into it on the 8th of October. And we said, no, intelligence is not coming to the same conclusion that yours is. Well, there was no intelligence that the Iranians were involved. So the Iranians know that the Russians are preoccupied right now, which is, I think, what the Israeli calculation was. The Israeli calculation was probably, look, the Russians are bogged down in Ukraine. If we can convince the Americans to hit the Iranians, even if it's just by launching cruise missiles, that's going to help us a lot. But then the Chinese are like, whoa, wait a minute. We have good relations with the Chinese, and we don't have any intelligence. I mean, with Chinese, with the Iranians, and we don't have any intelligence to show that the Iranians were involved.
China doesn't have any.
China doesn't, right? And so we backed off. The Russians probably, were like, whew, that was a close one. And the Chinese are like, look at us and how powerful we are in the Middle East all of a sudden. And I'll tell you one other thing that the Chinese have really done right. Here we are spending all this money on military systems and hardware, right? What are the Chinese spending their money on? Ports, highways, hospitals, airports, loans to poor countries,
the Belt and Roads.
It's brilliant.
And is it true that all of these airports and train stations and these that they're building and cargo ports all over the world, that these things can be converted into Air Force bases?
No. I'll give you as an example. When the Greek economy collapsed in 2008, it took, actually yesterday, Standard & Poor's upgraded Greek bonds to investment grade for the first time in 2008. So it's taken this long, from 2008 to 2023. And in that time, the Greeks really, really, really needed the money. And so they sold the port of Piraeus to the Chinese. The port of Piraeus is the biggest cargo port in the world. And they sold the port of Thessaloniki and the port of Iraklion Crete, right, which is the biggest port in Asia. They sold all three ports to the Chinese. It killed them to have to do it. But for the first time, all three ports are See, for the Chinese, it's all about good relations. It's all about good relations, and they buy good relations. You need money? No problem. What do you need? You need a new hospital? We can do that for you. You need to upgrade your airport? Oh my God, your airport looks like it belongs in Africa. We'll give you a new airport. You know? Oh, you need a highway to go from Athens to Thessaloniki because the mountains are so high. You know, you don't have the money to blow the tunnels. We'll do it for you. No problem. And they do.
Now, can you explain to me? I have a loose understanding of it, but can you explain what the BRICS is?
Sure.
There's NATO, then there's the BRICS alliance, right?
Yeah. So BRICS was originally Brazil, Russia, India, China.
Okay.
BRIC.
Brazil, Russia, India, and China. Okay.
So this was more of a trade organization than anything else, saying, you know, we're all big, powerful economies. We're tired of being sanctioned by the U.S. Let's just do our own thing. And it ended up working for that, to the point where the Brazilians have been talking for the last year about creating a new currency that's going to be unique to the BRICS countries, like the euro, for example. And it's gone so well for them that they just added several countries. They added like South Africa, South Korea.
Oh, wow.
All the way up until the fall of the Soviet Union, there was an international organization called the NAM, the Non-Aligned Movement. So it was like this, but it was political in nature. This is specifically trade in nature.
Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa.
And then they added a bunch.
2023 countries held annual leaders summit in Johannesburg. Summit was
the new countries: Iran, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Argentina, the UAE, and Ethiopia.
Oh, wow. Now, what does this mean for the United States?
Yeah, this is bad. This is bad because it's all about trade. It's all about money. And we're so focused on the European Union and on sanctioning everybody that pisses us off that we've actually cut trade with a lot of these countries. So we're missing out on a serious financial opportunity. You know, I remember when I was still on the analytics side of the agency, we announced a new round of sanctions on Iran. And I remember saying to my boss, how many new sanctions could there possibly be? Right? Not realizing at the time that if I say, hey, you, Danny Jones, you're not allowed to open a checking account in my country. Well, you didn't have any intention of opening a checking account anyway, but that's a sanction. You've been sanctioned, right? So they're meaningless. We do it for political reasons. But then, you know, after a while, these countries are like, you know, I'm tired of this. Fuck you. I'm gonna go with the Chinese. I'm gonna go with this new BRICS thing. Yeah, they're not yelling at me and sanctioning me all the time. And that's what's happening.
That reminds me, there was a story you told when we were gearing up for the Iraq War. I think you were sitting there in a televised meeting and you were taking notes, and somebody said something about invading Iran.
Yeah, it was the day before we invaded Iraq, and I was the note taker in a secure video teleconference. It was only George Tenet, who was the CIA director, and me. And then on the screens was the vice president and his note taker. Condi Rice was the national security advisor, and her note taker. Colin Powell, Secretary of State, and his note taker. Don Rumsfeld and his note taker. A couple of other people, the head of NSA, the head of CENTCOM, and their note taker. And so our job is done as far as CS, right? Starting tomorrow morning, this is military operation. So George is just sitting there at the table with his hands folded. There's a microphone in front of him. And the vice president, being the senior officer in the meeting, is chairing the meeting. And he starts by asking the commander of CENTCOM, General, I forget his name now, to give us a briefing. So I'm sitting directly behind George. This is like the story of my life. I'm always the note taker, the guy sitting behind the important guy, right? So I'm taking notes, and I think I mentioned to you, I hate military now. I'm a fast writer, a very fast writer. In fact,
Do you like abbreviate?
yeah. And one of my trainers actually commented on it one time. He said, "You take notes at a wicked pace." I said, "Oh, thank you." Anyway, I'm taking notes, and I hate military analysis. It's so boring and mind-numbing to me. The general's got this big map, and he's like, elements of infantry division are moving south to this village, and then elements of the 5th Army Corps, and we got the unit, this battalion. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, so I'm just writing it all down. And then he says, if all goes as planned, we can be in Tehran by August. And George is just sitting there like this. And then he very discreetly turns the microphone on, and he turns around and he says, "Did he say Baghdad, or did he say Tehran?" And I said, "He said Tehran." And who was the commander of Central Command. Okay. 4-star general who's leading the troops across the border and stuff. And George said, "These people lost their minds." And then he turns the microphone back on and just sits there. So the meeting goes for about an hour. Everybody's like, "Good luck tomorrow, everybody. Good luck, USA," that kind of thing. So I go back to the office. I was working for the deputy director at the time. And he said, "Who was the deputy director again?" Jim Pavitt. And he said, "How'd the meeting go?" And I said, "Did you know we were going to invade Iran?" And he goes, "Ooh, are they still talking about that?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, Singh said brought it up. Singh said, Commander-in-Chief CENTCOM. Singh said brought it up. And he said, "Listen, they're not going to invade Iran. These people don't understand anything about the region. They think we could just, walk in and everybody's going to be nobody's invading Iran." And of course, it was never mentioned again. Wow. That's so wild.
It was to be a fly on the wall for these meetings.
I remember one of the other attendees. I don't want to say his name, but he was the senior director at the National Security Council. I didn't like this guy from the get-go because he was so arrogant, and he would put people down. He would put our allies down. He was especially harsh with the Kurds. We used to have Kurds come to Washington all the time for high-level meetings, and I was often the note taker, or sometimes I would escort them to the meetings. And this guy always talked to them like they had half a brain, and it was just insulting. So anyway, Singh Sen's giving the briefing, and this guy chimes in and he says, "They're going to throw flowers at us as soon as we cross that border." And I said to my boss afterwards, "Has this guy never been to the Middle East? Has he never read history? Do none of them understand what we're getting into tomorrow? Throw flowers at us. They would rather live under Saddam Hussein than to be occupied by the American army."
And so, when you guys were leading up to the Iraq War, what was the CIA's stance on this?
Oh, yeah. So when I was first brought into the compartment, it was about, let me think. It was about 8 months before the invasion. They said, "Look, we're going to invade Iraq. We're going to overthrow Saddam Hussein. We're going to do this and do that."
And there was some con man who was involved in
Ahmed Chalabi.
Yes, Chalabi.
Ahmed Chalabi, major con man. The compartment, I said, "Are they nuts? We haven't caught Bin Laden yet. Like, this is all we ever talked about. We got to find Bin Laden. We got to kill Bin Laden. Now all of a sudden we're going to attack Iraq. For what reason? Iraq hadn't done anything to us." And this senior officer that read me into the compartment, very senior officer, he said, look, the decision's already been made, and the battle lines have been drawn. This is an answer to your question. He said, the battle lines have been drawn. He said, the pro-war faction is OVP, the Office of the Vice President, OSD, the Office of the Secretary of Defense, and NSC, the National Security Council. He said, the anti-war faction is the State Department, CIA, and the Joint Chiefs, and we've lost. Yeah, it was crystal clear. This was all on Dick Cheney and Don Rumsfeld, all of it. And to a lesser extent, Connie Rice, because she was very easily pushed around.
And so can you explain Chalabi?
Yeah.
How was he instrumental in all of this? He was like robbing people of their money, created like a fake bank at one point. And did Cheney know? Okay.
Yeah, that makes it an even more interesting story. So Ahmed Chalabi was one of those very rare Shia Kurds. There are like, 6 of them, right? He was born in Iraqi Kurdistan, but his family was Shia Muslim. Very, very unusual. He was a bright kid. And so his parents sent him to London to get degrees in finance at the London School of Economics. He ended up moving to Jordan before Saddam became the leader of Iraq. He moved to Jordan and opened a bank there that he called Petrobank. And Petrobank succeeded because Chalabi was able to convince Iraqi refugees to use it as their bank, right? So if you were Iraqi, Petrobank was your bank. You didn't bank anywhere else. So that lasted from the 60s through the 70s through the 80s. And then at the end of the 80s, he literally stole all the money, $30 million in deposits, and his secretary smuggled him into Syria in the trunk of her car. He had transferred the money to secret accounts in London and Geneva, and then escaped to Syria, and then flew to London. He owned a magnificent townhouse in Knightsbridge, London, right by Harrods. Magnificent. Today would be worth, $50-60 million. He wore suits that I could only fantasize about affording. But there was something very dirty about him. He was just an awful human being. And he would come on to every female officer that we would go out there and meet with. He was just disgusting. So in 1990, Iraq invades Kuwait. And George H.W. Bush says, we got to get rid of this Saddam Hussein. 1990. Well, you can't just overthrow a foreign leader and not have a plan for the next day. And so he said, well, we need to identify somebody that we can install as the new president of Iraq. Well, everybody liked this guy Chalabi. Why? Why do you think people would really like Chalabi more than everybody else? He spoke English. He spoke English as well as everybody else is like, they spoke English. It was heavily accented. They had BO. They didn't shave all the time. Yeah, but Chalabi wears $2,000 Italian suits. He speaks English. He smells nice. Yeah, we like him. We like Chalabi. So the CIA engaged a private contractor by the name of the Rendon Group in Washington, headed by John Linden. I love John Linden. Awesome guy.
What kind of contractor?
He's a propagandist. He said to me one time, I said to him, well, what does that mean, actually, you're a propagandist?
Because he's a self-proclaimed propagandist?
Uh-huh.
Oh, nice.
And he said, you remember the day that we liberated Kuwait? And I said, I'll never forget it, as long as I live. I went into Kuwait with Marines on Liberation Day. And he said, everybody in Kuwait was waving a little American flag. I said, yeah, it was like a dream. He He goes, where the heck do you think they got all those little American flags? What, they're just laying around? I was like, oh my God, I didn't even figure that.
Wow, this is a CIA contractor.
Woo! So they pick Tel Aviv. So John Rendon flies to Vienna, Austria, meets up with Tel Aviv, and John says, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to create this new group called the Iraqi National Congress. And what it's going to be representatives of all the different Iraqi opposition groups, right? And you're going to be the chairman of the Iraqi National Congress. So when we finally move into Iraq, you're going to be the president, and everybody else will be your cabinet. Okay, sounds like a decent enough idea. Several problems. Ahmed Chalabi hadn't even been to Iraq since 1965. We weren't even sure if he spoke Arabic anymore. Secondly, all the other people hated him. They're like, Ahmed fucking Chalabi, are you kidding me? Do you people not know who you're dealing with? The answer was no. At the time, we did not know who we were dealing with. The third problem is literally not a single one of these people on the Iraqi National Congress actually lived in Iraq. None of them. If Saddam thought that maybe, perhaps, someday you might possibly become an oppositionist, you're going to get a bullet in the brain. So there were no oppositionists inside Iraq, except the Kurds. And the Kurds are like, we're not working with any of these people. We're going to make Kurdistan, and we're going to live happily ever after. And that's where the oil is anyway. So the CIA started funneling money to the Iraqi National Congress, millions and millions of dollars. Okay, they need to buy a building. Where are we going to put this thing? We could put it in Vienna, we could put it in London. We don't want to put it in Washington, it'll be too closely tied to us. So we're trying to come up with different ways to do it. Maybe Vienna's the way to go. Okay, so he spent all the money, and he needs more money. Okay, so we gave you $40 million. How much more do you need? Give me another $20 million. Okay, so what have you done with the first $40 million? I spent it. Yes, we know that. We just spend it on all different kinds of stuff. Like what? Where's your building? You must have bought a building with $40 million. I know you bought a new friggin' house in London, and a house in Geneva, and a Mercedes S600. So where's the rest of the money? You couldn't account for a single dollar of it. Gone. So the CIA issued something called a burn notice. A burn notice is when you send a cable to every CIA officer in the world and say, don't ever have any contact with this person ever again. He's dead to us. That's what we did with Chalabi. So then, for
what year was this again? Pardon me? What year was this?
By then it was like 2. Okay. So then, pretty much forget about Chalabi. Through the 90s, you know, the Iraqis are sort of pissing us off because they won't let the UN inspectors go in, and then Clinton would bomb them, and then they'd do it again, and we bomb them again, and nothing was happening. It was just a stalemate. And then George W. Bush gets elected president. And 9/11 happens. And as soon as 9/11 happens, Bush says, we got to invade Iraq. It's their fault. 9/11's their fault. We're like, no, they had like literally nothing to do with 9/11. Well, we're going to invade them anyway. Okay. We think this is a mistake, but battle line's drawn, as I said earlier.
Was there no conversations, like a real conversations with?
The only conversations were between Cheney, Connie Rice, and Rumsfeld. But mostly Cheney's deputies, Scooter Libby and Addington and all those guys.
No one in the CIA could get in Bush's ear and be like, look,
we were absolutely preoccupied with Al-Qaeda. Got it. Everybody in the building's working on Al-Qaeda. And Bush calls one day and says, oh, wait, come up with an invasion plan because we're going to invade Iraq and overthrow Saddam Hussein. We're like, what? What are you talking about? That was it. That was the order. So we decide to invade Iraq, and the CIA says, let's say we do invade Iraq, and we overthrow Saddam Hussein. Then what? And Dick Cheney says, we're going to put this fella, Ahmed Chalabi, he's going to be the president. And we said, whoa, no, we are not. Yeah, we have a burn notice on Cheney, on Chalabi, and on everybody associated with Chalabi, not working with Chalabi. And then the CIA reissued the burn notice saying, listen, this is from 10 years ago, but just remember, we don't deal with this guy. So what Cheney did is he ordered the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence to secretly reopen a channel with Chalabi. And he specifically told him, don't tell the CIA. I remember, part of my job, or 90% of my job at the time, was reading 10, 15,000 cables a day, 20,000 that were coming in to brief the director. I boiled the 10 or 20,000 cables down to a half a dozen of the most important issues to brief the director in the morning. And then we started getting these cables. Like, the weapons of mass destruction are located at these geoordinates. I'm like, holy shit, who found this? Super secret, double secret probation of special source that nobody can know about. Well, this is a military cable. What sources does the military have? We're the ones that run the sources. Unless this is actually an intercept that they're disguising, which sometimes an intercept is so sensitive that they'll disguise it as something else. What is an intercept? And it catches it out of the air. So I went to my boss. I said, do you know anything about this? You know who this source might be? And he's like, no, it's pretty explosive information. I said, yeah, it could, end the war before it begins. If we could send the UN inspectors in there. And then we started getting these, every single day. Amazing. Exactly on point intelligence. So a couple of our guys from the Iraq Operations Group said, we want to talk to the source. We don't care where he is in the world. We're going to fly a team. We want to interview the source. Pentagon said, absolutely. Too sensitive. We said, no. We're the Central Intelligence Agency, right? At the time, the head of the CIA, his title was DCI, Director of Central Intelligence. He was the DNI. He headed all intelligence agencies, not just the CIA. Now it's just the CIA. But the Pentagon refused to allow us to have access to the source. And then finally, after some pushing and prodding, they admitted it's Chalabi. And we're like, literally not a single word is true. Not a single word. We went to war for this. But people are dying because of this. And not a single word of it is true. And so nothing ever came of Chalabi. Where's he now? He died a couple of years ago, 2-3 years ago, in London. Yeah.
Did you see I saw on Twitter this morning, there was a video of Liz talking about how Trump's going to lead us into a dictatorship.
Oh, please. Her father led us into a dictatorship.
I was going to say, that's one hell of a thing for a Cheney to be giving us a lesson on dictatorship.
Seriously, right? None of those people from the Iraqi National Congress ever amounted to anything. In fact, only the Kurds ended up running government. Jalal Talabani, the head of the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, ended up being the president of Iraq. And I'll tell you something funny. In my office a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about Iraq, and my co-host on my radio show said something about Barham Saleh. And I said, oh, what's Barham doing? And she looks at me, she said, he's the president of Iraq. I said, Barham Saleh is the president of Iraq? He was my main partner during the Iraq war. He lived in Annandale, Virginia. We had dinner at each other's house every couple of weeks. We would go out, our kids would play together. I said, he's president of Iraq? Like, wow, Barham really made it. Makes me feel like an underachiever. Lord. Yeah, but Barham was a Kurd. He was a Talibani Kurd. There were two different. There's Patriotic Union of Kurdistan under Jalal Talabani, and the Kurdish Democratic Party under
the amount of people that you just rub shoulders with that are like powerful, such crazy world leaders around the world is so bizarre to think about, man.
Masoud Barzani was the other Kurd. It just came to me. Yeah, it's crazy. But you know, I'm almost 60 years old now, and I don't feel like I'm 60. Like in my mind, I still feel like I'm 25.
How old were you when you were the note taker for that meeting with President Clinton and in Greece? Who was the meeting with?
Oh, in Greece, it was with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister, and the Defense Minister. And then on the American side, it was the President, the Secretary of State, the National Security Advisor, and the Ambassador. I was 30. I had just turned 30.
30. And that was the first time you met Clinton?
The first time I had met Clinton. Yeah.
What was that meeting like? What was the purpose of that?
It was a meet and greet.
He didn't come to go to Greece often, did he?
No, in fact, the only other presidents that have been to Greece have been Eisenhower and H.W. Yeah. He specifically came to Greece to apologize for overthrowing the Greek government in 1967. Yeah, which was a major deal. Yeah, I'll tell you a funny story. I used to watch the Greek news every night, right, to practice my spoken Greek. And for 2 weeks before Clinton came, they derisively coined a name for him, a title for him. It was Planetarchis. It means the planet ruler. So they wouldn't say O Proveedores Clinton, President Clinton. They would say O Planetarchis Clinton, the planet ruler. Clinton is going to come here and grace us with his presence. You know, that kind of thing. Every single night on every news channel, it's O Planetarchis, O Planetarchis. And it would piss me off, right? Then Clinton came. And he's like, we love you. You love us. This is the birthplace of democracy. We owe our culture to you. We owe philosophy to you, and medicine and mathematics, language. We owe everything to you. And I want to apologize from the bottom of my heart to the people of Greece for the illegal activity of my government in 1967 to install a military dictatorship here that you have never gotten over. You know, people are still traumatized. As soon as he gets on the plane to leave, right, to put the news on, they're like, wow, we were wrong about him. What a good man. What a kind man. Oh my God, he should be the president of Greece. It was like, it was crazy, the turnaround. It was crazy. But that meeting, I will never forget that meeting as long as I live. Just because I'm standing there, like I can't, there's been a couple of times over the course of my career where I'm in the room and I'm looking around like, I can't believe I'm in this room. Like, surely they're going to figure out that I'm a fraud, right?
Did he walk up to you and he was like talking about the hors d'oeuvres or something like
that?
Yeah,
he offered me, I got there before he did. And when I first got there, the Prime Minister arrived with his people. And I offered the Prime Minister a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, whatever he wanted. He said, no, I'm fine. I said, okay. So I'm standing there, because again, I'm a note taker. So my job's not to get comfy on the couch. My job is to stand discreetly with my notebook and take notes. So Clinton comes in, and it's all hugs and kisses on both cheeks and slaps on the back. And he asks the Prime Minister, would you like, we got sandwiches, it was a table with food that went like the entire length of the room. It was ridiculous. $1,000 worth of food on this table. And he didn't want anything, the Foreign Minister didn't want anything, the Defense Minister didn't want anything. And the Greek Minister, of course, wasn't offered anything. So then he turns to me, I think I told you this, and he goes, may I offer you something to eat? And I said, oh, no, thank you, Mr. President, I'm fine. He goes, oh, are you with me? And I said, yes, sir, I'm with you. He said, I'm sorry, I thought you were Greek. I said, I kind of am, but not really. It's a long story. Yeah. Was Hillary there? Oh, yeah, what happened was, We finished the meeting. The meeting went about 45 minutes. Not a single substantive word in the whole thing. And Clinton walks out with Berger, who was the National Security Advisor. Albright, who was the Secretary of State, walks out with the ambassador. And then I walk out. So they're standing in the hall. There are two little groups. And I'm standing against the wall. So I'm about 3 feet away from Clinton. Maybe I'm 4 feet away from Clinton. And then he finishes his conversation with Berger. So Berger walks over to Albright and the ambassador. So Clinton is standing like where you are, and I'm standing where I am. And at the end of the hall is the elevator, and the elevator opens, and Hillary and Chelsea get off the elevator. And she's got this mug. You could just tell, like, oh, this is good. Just the look on her face, like, oh, she was ready to explode. So she walks right up to us. And it's the four of us. And one thing that I learned very quickly about Bill Clinton is that he absolutely hates silence. Something, he's so gregarious and so outgoing. Somebody has to fill the void with a joke, a story, something. Yes. So he says, boy, we sure had a good time at the Parthenon this morning, didn't we, Hill? Silence. She just looks at him with this look like she wanted to kill him. So he repeats himself, and he says, we sure had a good time at the Parthenon this morning, didn't we, Hill? And she says, Jesus Christ, Bill, it rained all day. I'll be in the room. And then she walks between us. And he looks at me, and I'm thinking to myself, you poor man, you have to sleep next to that every night? So he looks at me, he goes, and he walks to the elevator. I follow him to the elevator. Secret Service runs down there. We go to the basement. There was this raucous crowd of 500 women in the basement. It was the
throwing themselves at him.
pretty much. It was the Hellenic American Women's Chamber of Commerce. And he gave this rousing, like, amazing speech. There's screaming, we love you, Bill, you know, that kind of thing. I don't know how he did it.
What do you think fueled that relationship, the resentment she had towards him? Or, I don't know if it was resentment, but
yeah, it was. This is only a year after the Monica Lewinsky thing. And,
a year after.
Yeah, he had humiliated her, and
Right.
you know, she had eyes on her own political career by then. She was weighing a run for the Senate from New York. She didn't need him anymore. Yeah, and, you know,
It's amazing they stayed together.
it's amazing. I was friends with the American ambassador to Luxembourg. He's a Greek American. He's now the president of some big university. I can't remember now which one. But anyway, he told me the best story. He said that he had been a businessman and multi-millionaire, self-made millionaire. And so he was the head of fundraising for the Clinton campaign for the southeastern United States. And his reward was he was named ambassador to Luxembourg. So he said that when the Lewinsky scandal broke, all the fundraisers got together and called each other and said, he's got to resign. We have to confront him together, and we've got to get him to resign. Gore can become president, and then Gore can run for his own term in 2000. So Clinton agreed to get together, not knowing why they were getting together, but they said that they all needed to see him together. He said they rented a room, a banquet room at the Willard Hotel across the street from the White House on 15th Street. And he said that they had met the night before and they had rehearsed this. That they're going to be strong, and they're going to be united, and they're going to tell him that he has to resign, or that none of them are going to lose money for anybody anymore. This is to resign and make room for Gore. And so he said Clinton finally gets to the room, and before anybody can even say anything, he says, I have wronged you, friends, with this quivering, almost cry in his voice. and he begs their forgiveness, and he begs them not to abandon him, that what he did was wrong, and he's so sorry. He can't believe that he did what he did. Now, like every president, he's a sociopath. This is probably an act. It's probably all made up. You have to be a sociopath to be president. You climb to the top on the backs of everybody else around you. That's just the nature of the system that we have, right? So the ambassador said to me, did he ever mention resignation? He said, by the end of the meeting, he said, most of us were crying. And then somebody started chanting, Clinton, Clinton, Clinton. And that's how it ended. And that's how he walked out, with people chanting Clinton. And I said, he suckered you. He said, he suckered us. He knew exactly what was going on.
Yeah.
He knew exactly what we were there for. And he suckered every one of us. He said, but that was that Clinton magic that people used to talk about. And I said, I saw it that day in the meeting. I saw it myself.
He had it beaten out of his hands.
He was positively inspirational to be around. I've never experienced anything else like it. Reagan was like that in a much more understated way. But I only met Reagan once. But Clinton, wow, you really felt like you were in the presence of greatness with Clinton, even if you weren't. You felt like you were.
What do you think of your take on all the different people, like the next presidential election and people that we have lined up for the next? I saw something about my friend Julian was explaining to me. I saw a report about Mark Cuban potentially might be doing it. He apparently sold the Maverick. He sold the Mavericks to a guy.
It's Adelson's widow.
Like, what? So, but he not only did he sell it, but he remains in control of basketball operations.
Yeah, that was the deal. The deal was he sold her 95% of the team. He gets to retain 5% and control the basketball operations.
That doesn't happen. That's not normal.
I'm not aware of that ever happening.
So he has to be running for president.
Well, every 4 years he's like, I might run. I'm not going to run. Every 4 years. Frankly, I think it would be kind of an intriguing candidate. I really do. Now, maybe I'm an idiot. I don't know. It's entirely possible. God knows people have called me an idiot, including 2 ex-wives. But it would be intriguing to me. But one of the things that I say on my own show a lot is that neither the Democrats nor the Republicans have a deep bench. Right? The 2 weakest possible people that any party could possibly nominate are going to be the nominees, right? You can't ask for 2 worse people. Bob Kennedy, I consider to be a friend. I think Bob's an awesome human being. I believe him when he says that he's not anti-vax. But people think that he's anti-vax, and that might be enough to just kill his candidacy. But I like the man. I respect him. He's an awesome guy. Awesome human being. But name another Democrat or another Republican that can be taken seriously. Maybe, possibly, Nikki Haley. Maybe.
Is she the lady who said something about when the Israel-Palestine thing kicked off? She's like, yes, crush them all or something.
Yes. She was known. She took a lot of heat. She was very briefly, for a minute, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Okay, I say a minute. It was 2 years. But she took a lot of heat because a news reporter took a picture of her speaking with the Israeli ambassador. He was sitting, and so she's on her knee talking to the ambassador, and people are like, on our knees to our masters, the Israelis, right? He should be on his knees in front of her.
Right. I mean, that's the crazy thing, right? Like, talking about the Israel lobby.
Mm-hmm.
I was just watching a great podcast with Mersheimer.
Oh, he's fantastic.
John Mersheimer and Lex Friedman.
Yeah.
He did a podcast where he was talking about the Israel lobby and how much influence, like it's unprecedented.
It's also exempt from reporting laws. Did you know that?
It's exempt from what?
Reporting laws. You and I were talking about the FARA law, the Foreign Agents Registration Act, right?
Okay.
Antenna who didn't register.
Right.
APAC, the American Israel. It's not Political Action Committee. It's like policy. I forget. They're cute with the title. They don't have to register as representatives of the Israeli government. They're the only ones that don't. Everybody else does. You'll go to prison if you don't.
Right.
They don't have to. Why?
Yeah, it was fascinating to hear like the amount of influence that Israel has over policy in the United States is like this unheard of. And to the and John's argument, even though people like to label him anti-Semitic, but he's not. His argument is that it's to the detriment of Israel.
It is. It is to the detriment of Israel.
And he said there's also a lot of Jewish Americans or Israeli Americans that are against the Israeli lobby.
Absolutely true. I'm friends with a bunch of them. I have a good friend, Miko Pellet. His father was a 4-star general in the IDF and is one of the country's greatest military heroes in history. And Miko wears a keffiyeh and shouts "Free Palestine" at every demonstration. Yeah, he's a major part of the Jewish Voices for Peace.
It's just like when you see the people that have the most chance of becoming president, they all have some sort of tie to Jeffrey Epstein. Like, can we just get a president who has no ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
That would be a nice change of pace.
Even, I've never met Bob Kennedy, but I know he had a lot of numbers in the Black Book.
Yeah, Bob has tried to deal with that head on.
Has he?
Yeah. So he was on the flight logs, at least one of the flight logs that was released, and he had a legitimate explanation. His wife at the time was friends with Ghislaine Maxwell, who was Jeffrey Epstein's, what do you call it? Girlfriend, I guess? Procurer,
yeah. Partner in crime.
Yeah, partner in crime.
And her father was very well known Mossad asset.
Very well known Mossad asset. And Bob's wife mentioned that the family was going to fly to Palm Beach for Easter. And she said, "Oh, do you need a lift?" And so the whole Kennedy family flew down on Jeffrey Epstein's Logan Express. It was insane.
The amount of reach that guy had.
Oh my God, it was incredible. But that's what makes for a successful access agent. I feel confident in my analysis on Epstein. I believe he was a Mossad access agent. I'm very confident about that. I said on your show when we spoke, 2 years ago now, a year and a half ago, that if you're the Mossad and you want to recruit somebody at the absolute highest levels of the U.S. government, you're not going to be able to recruit the president or vice president or anybody that's in that direct line. So you recruit an access agent. You recruit somebody who has access to the people that you would like to recruit. And so what better way than to have somebody like Jeffrey Epstein, who had virtually unlimited funds, nobody was really sure how, but unlimited funds, a private island, and an illegal kink that might be kind of attractive to some of those people. A perversion. I think that's what that was.
My good friend Julian Dory, shout out to Julian Dory, it's a great podcast, took me to Epstein's house. I went to go visit a couple months ago his new place in Hoboken, New Jersey, and I'm like, listen, I haven't been to New York in a couple of years. I'm like, Epstein. He did it. We took a photo in front of it. It was like surreal. Standing in front of that place.
Is this the wide townhouse?
The townhouse, yeah. It was like $100 million.
Legendary. Yeah, it was like one of the 3 highest valued townhouses in all of New York.
We were in that. I just got like chills down my spine thinking of that place every week. Yeah. I think Trump was there like at least once a month or maybe maybe once a week. A bunch of other really high level people. Yeah, that's
the Trumps, the Clintons.
Story.
Oh yeah,
the Clintons. Yeah,
they were regulars. You've seen the picture of the Trumps, the Clintons, and Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell all together.
Yep.
Sickening.
What else are you working on right now?
Oh, a couple of things. I've got a Substack. I have a appreciate it
Yes.
if I could plug the Substack.
Yes.
John Kiriakou.
I'll follow it.
Oh yeah,
I love
you
it.
are. Thank you
I
very
read
much.
it. I read it every day.
Thank you. I have fun with it, and it's gone well so far. It's gone well. I've got a radio show every day, which I send around on Substack. I have columns in Covert Action Magazine and in Consortium News. I also write occasionally for the Sheer Post. And just recently, I started a monthly column of all places, in a newspaper in Amsterdam. They commissioned me. Yes, I'm happy about that.
Any more movie consulting gigs?
You know, craziest thing. Well, I was consulting on this CBS series, True Lies. And unfortunately, it was canceled since I last saw you.
Oh no.
So, yeah, we had fun. It was a good season. It wasn't the greatest show that's ever been on TV, even on broadcast TV, but it was fun. We had a good time with it. Since then, I had the oddest thing happen the other day. I got a LinkedIn invitation from a guy whose name sounded vaguely familiar to me, and I generally just accept, unless you're obviously a nut. I just accept LinkedIn invitations. And so I accepted it. As soon as I accepted it, he emailed me or DM'd me, and he said, "I don't know if you remember me, but I used to be a vice president at CBS, and you pitched a show to me in 2010, a reality show." And I said, "Oh, yes, I do remember you." He said, "We didn't know what we were doing at CBS in 2010 on reality. They had, what's the famous one, The Island? Survivor. They had Survivor, and they had Greatest Race. What's it called?
The Great Race.
Whatever that race is.
Okay, yeah, I don't remember.
So they had those, but he said they just sort of stumbled into those. They didn't really know what they were doing. And he said, "I no longer work at CBS. I have my own production company, and I want to buy that show." And I said, "Oh, great." So I flew out to LA, and I met his whole team, and they bought the option, and we'll see where it goes.
That's incredible. Your new book you're working on with Mother Cemeteries.
Yeah, so I did one called Remains of the Day, The Ultimate Guide to Washington, D.C.'s Historic Cemeteries. That was supposed to be out yesterday.
Oh,
And,
really?
yeah, it was supposed to be out yesterday. They've delayed it a little bit because they didn't like the design of the cover the way it came back.
Is that with Tony?
No.
Okay.
This one is with Rare Bird Books.
Okay.
It's an imprint of Simon and Schuster.
Oh, no.
And then they liked it so much they commissioned 3 more. So I'm halfway done with the Mafia Graves of New York City, and I just now started the Historic Graves of Chicago and the Country Western Graves of Nashville. So I signed the contract, and then the publisher called me back and he says, "Hey, what about the graves of America's most notorious serial killers?" And I said, "All right." I said, "Listen, let me finish these 4 books first." And then I said, "The thing about serial killers, most of them, their families were so ashamed of what they had done that they just cremated them, so there are no graves. And most of the rest of them are just buried there in the prison yard, and those cemeteries are off limits." So I said, "We'll figure something out. We can write something."
That's incredible, man. And then one more thing I wanted to ask you about. We talked about off camera last time, but can you tell the story of working on the movie Bruno? How did that come about? This would be a nice wrap up for the podcast.
So I have a dear friend who is the head of media and entertainment at a consulting firm in Washington, and he does a lot of logistical work. You know, they want to film in a place that looks like 1950s Moscow, let's say, or they want to film in a place that looks like Havana. And he can't film there, so he'll find another place. So he calls me one day, and he said, "Hey, I want to introduce you to a filmmaker. They're going to need your expertise on the Middle East." I said, "Okay, great." And I had already consulted on a bunch of movies, The Born Ultimatum and The Kite Runner, and there were a bunch. So I do a conference call, and it's Sacha Baron Cohen. And the company was this LLC. It was like River LLC. So I googled it, and there's nothing. There's no like. There's literally nothing. They just made it up for this one film.
Production company?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're usually shell companies.
Usually shell company.
Yeah.
So we got on the phone, and Sasha introduced himself and says, I don't know if you know anything about my characters. I said, oh, I know all of your characters. I said, listen, Bruno, I almost pissed myself, but I've been watching you since Ali G when it first appeared on HBO. And he says, okay, so you know Bruno. Bruno is a gay Austrian fashion journalist. And I said, yes, very flamboyant. Yes, okay. He said, I want to put Bruno in front of bona fide terrorists. He said, I'm thinking Al-Qaeda, maybe Hezbollah, and I want to show them Polaroids of men having hardcore anal sex. And I want to ask them, in the Bruno character, if this form of torture, and should these men be sent to Guantanamo? And I said, oh, that's an exceptionally bad idea. He goes, really? I said, oh, listen, just as a general rule, you shouldn't mess with the religious types. They're nuts. I said, they'll kill you, they'll kill your crew, they'll go out onto the street and kill people who remind them of you. And he said, but I've got to do it, and it's got to be convincing. And I said, well, what we could do is, there are still bona fide terrorists out there who are not religious, they're communists, and they're kind of retired. They all live in Damascus, Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, Abu Nidal organization, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. And he said, yeah, do you know how to get in touch with them? I said, I think I could probably figure it out. And he said, where should we film this thing? And I said, well, do you have any locations in mind? He said, yeah, Jordan. And I said, yeah, Jordan's that's a good choice. But you got to bring the Jordanians in on it because they have one of the best intelligence services in the Middle East. They're not going to be able to get away with anything. He said, absolutely not. Nobody can be in on the gag. Nobody. And I said, no, that's got to work. I said, well, we could do it. I said, I was talking to the Libyan ambassador the other night at dinner, and they're dying to have Hollywood films done in Libya. This is right before Gaddafi was killed, the year before. And he said, no, won't do that. He said, as a Jew, I just can't go to Libya. I'd be too afraid. And I said, well, we can do it in Morocco, but Morocco has very unique architecture, and it's not gonna look like Palestine. And he said, well, I think we should just do it in Jordan, but not tell the Jordanians. And I said, no, I have an idea. I said, let's do it. Let's do it in Syria. I said, I know the Syrian ambassador, and I can call the Syrian ambassador and try and get it all, on there. And he said, no, I'm going to go to Newport Beach tomorrow, and there's a Syrian consulate in Newport Beach. And I said, no, this is what you're paying me for, so let me call the Syrian ambassador. The next day, 11 o'clock at night, my wife and I are in bed, and we're reading, and the phone rings. And I look at the phone, and it says, Sasha Baron Cohen. And I show my wife, look at this, it's like 11:30 at night. So I said, hello, Sasha. And he goes, mate, he has a very thick British accent. He goes, mate, I think I fucked up, mate. And I said, oh, don't tell me you went to that Syrian consulate in Newport Beach. He said he walked in the Syrian consulate. The guy saw him, came out from behind the bulletproof glass and said, stop. I know who you are, I know what you do, and you are not welcome in Syria. And I was like, damn it. Wow. And I said, okay, I got to double down. If we're going to do it in Jordan, you have to tell the Jordanian that you're doing it. And he, absolutely not. I said, Sasha, if we have bona fide terrorists flying in from Damascus on the same day to go to your hotel room, they're going to be on you like white on rice. And he said, no, I got to risk it. I said, okay. So the plan was, he was going to fly out to Amman, and then I was going to fly out the day later. So only he and one cameraman flew out. And he told me later, when I arrived, that when he landed, they got off the plane, and they go through customs and immigration, and there's a guy standing there with a sign that says Sacha Baron Cohen. And he says, I'm Sacha Baron Cohen. And then he tells the cameraman, John got us a limo. John didn't give them any limo. So they got in the car. And he said they're driving through town. And he says to the guy, where are we going? And the driver says, we're going to the Royal Palace. His Majesty is a huge fan. And he says these enormous iron gates open, and they go onto the palace grounds, and there's the king, and he's standing next to the director of the Jordanian intelligence service. So they get out of the car, and the king says, Sacha Baron Cohen, I am your biggest fan. He said, Borat, I almost wet myself, he said. But I want you to know, we're happy to have you in Jordan. Anything you need, you call my friend here. He'll take care of you, anything you want. And I said the next day, when I got there, I said, I told you. You hadn't even arrived in the country yet. And they knew exactly what you were doing. And what
Crazy.
So we get these guys.
And you hadn't told them.
No, I didn't say anything to anybody. I had a non-disclosure agreement. I didn't even tell my wife. Nothing. So we meet with these two guys, one from the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine General Command, and one from the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. So we're at this table. They're at this table. I'm standing against the wall with my notepad, like I always do. I'm not. I'm just standing against the wall. So we get to the point where he pulls out the Polaroids. And dude, these were hardcore gay anal porn. And he asks them with that very effeminate, flamboyant accent, is this torture, and should these men be sent to Guantanamo? And the one, like, they're adjusting their trifocals. They're old men. They're in their 70s. And he looks at the Polaroid like, what? And he goes, no, this is not good. This is not good. And he puts it down on the table. Sacha had specifically said, I want the guy to leap across the table to try to strangle me. That's how angry I want him to be. And I said, well, I mean, this is pretty offensive for these guys. Yeah. He goes, no, that's not cool. And he picks it down. And then the other guy picks it up and he looks at it and he's like trying to adjust his glasses. He's like, what? And he goes, oh, this haram, not so. And that was it. And we're just like sitting there, or they're sitting there and standing. And they're like looking around like, can I get a cup of coffee? Or how long is this going to take? Or whatever. And we're like, okay, cut. Thank you, gentlemen. And that was it. They didn't even put it in the movie. It was a disaster. So the other thing was, the second part of that Middle East scene, I only consulted on the Middle East part. I should add, those guys in the Damascus telephone book. No way. I figured they're old men. Nobody remembers them. Right. Nobody remembers them shooting up the Rome airport and killing 6 people, or hijacking a TWA plane to Cairo, right? They're just living in these little apartments in Damascus, and their names and numbers are in a phone book. So I just called them. Hey, would you do this? We're going to pay all your expenses. We'll give you $100. You'll be in this documentary about the peace process. So we go on to Israel. I actually flew home from Jordan. He went to Israel without me. And he went to the Western Wall, right? But he went in leather boots that went up to his mid-thigh and pink hot pants.
Photos, Steve.
And a leather vest with no shirt underneath. And he's like covered in hair like a gorilla, right? And he said as soon as he got there, he saw this group of yeshiva students with a rabbi, and the rabbi called him a dirty. And he said, next thing he knew, these yeshiva students are just wailing on him. And they beat the shit out of him to the point where it was the only time in the filming of the movie that he broke character. And he said, no, it's a joke. It's for a movie. I'm Sacha Baron Cohen. It's just a joke. It's a joke. They were wailing on him. They blackened both of his eyes, and he had to stop filming for 2 weeks to get his, let's see if we can find a picture, to get his, eyes swelling to go down.
Oh my God. Look at him riding the cannon. Oh my God.
I gotta say, it was an absolute pleasure to work with him. He's a genius, and that's not a word that I throw around lightly. The man's a genius. Sometimes his genius is too cutting edge for people, but I found him to be absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and the movie The Dictator.
Oh my God, I just rewatched it a couple of weeks ago. Oh my God. Even my son is like, how did I never see this movie before? It's hilarious.
He's running in the race and just shooting everyone that's next to him. Oh God, incredible story. John, thanks again.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed it as always. We'll have you back again in the future, I hope. Substack.
I put everything I write, everything I record. I've got a TV show once a week. I have a radio show every day. It all goes on Substack.
Perfect. I'll link it all below.
Thank you.
And let's get you on your flight.
Goodbye, everybody. Thank you.
Ya que los extraterrestres que los secuestraron eran de zeta retícula. Está todo el mundo mintiendo. Están todos hambrientos de esos 15 minutos de fama. O hay un grano de verdad. La próxima vez que mires al cielo nocturno, recuerda que solo en nuestra galaxia hay alrededor de 300.000 millones de estrellas, incluyendo al menos 5.000 millones de sistemas solares similares al nuestro.
It's an honor, and I'm very grateful for you guys spending the time and the time to go through your birthday. And we had quite an amazing experience last night on the beach. So, what was it you were seeing last night? That's the first time I've ever seen anything like that. It's also the first time I've ever stared at the sky. There was a lot of air traffic. We could see a lot of planes flying around. Tell what they were. There was obviously a very dense highway of airplanes landing in Tampa that were coming off the beach. But there were some things that we saw that were definitely not airplanes that were moving in weird directions with the lights being very bright and then going very dim to where we couldn't see them anymore. What were the orbs?
Well, they were the orbs. And the question of what are they is it's an ongoing study, research that we're all trying to figure out. But I think all the traffic and the population kind of makes it more shocking. Yeah.
So to sort of give you an introduction, Chris, out of all the people that I've talked to involved in this phenomenon, I have a lot of people on the podcast before who have spoken about it and studied it for years. And it seems to be the consensus that you are one of the most credible person that has ever experienced this phenomenon. As I told you earlier, my friend Andy Bustamante, who was here a couple weeks ago, that through all of his experience filming that show that he did the History Channel, the Beyond Skinwalker show, the night that witnessing those orbs in the sky, out of everything else, he said that was the one thing that stuck out to him the most. And it was the one thing that was truly unexplainable and real at the same time. Hey guys, I want to ask you a quick favor. Over the last few months, almost 70% of the viewers of this podcast are not subscribed to the channel. The most important common denominator that allows me to keep creating these podcasts every single week is you hitting that subscribe button below the videos. I want to thank every single one of you who watches these podcasts. I would not be able to do it without you. Hit that subscribe button if you enjoy it. Now back to the show. There's more people in the government and aerospace scientists that seem to be really interested in you. The CIA, DIA, FBI, NRO, and even the Vatican seem to be very interested in it. And they also seem to have their hand in this. So, can you go ahead and explain how this whole thing started for you? I mean, I know you've told a bunch of the stories before on other podcasts, and your book goes through it very well. UFO of God.
Top secret.
Incredible book.
It is beyond top secret.
Incredible.
Listen, some of our investigations are breeze, a slice of cake.
Nearly 17 years
Puppy dogs laugh. A literal
we
piece
were,
of candy floss.
let's say, over 17
Today we put our lives on the line.
In 2006, we had sold a company that was going down the street because of the desert, not the desert storm, but the 911 attack when they flew at World Trade Center. I got caught with 2 minute houses and to build a contract and had been successful for nearly 20 years. And building anywhere from 80 to 120 homes a year. My wife and I had a remax local company. We sold them after. But when they destroyed the tower, it blocked the Fort Bragg, which is where we live. We live all in deep Bragg and stuff. The soldiers quit buying homes. Most everybody did. It was just through the housing market. And two, it started the housing collapse. It further collapsed in 2008. But I was in a bad way. I was doing phone TV with Adrian since I was a young guy in my 20s. At that point, it started getting worse and worse and worse. It stressed me. Tried to work stress, trying to hide the fact that I'm selling out everything I own, money, partners. He's going out the window to try to keep this company, at least to pay the interest on the notes. So we sold the company in 05, and I've had a near-death experience in 04, being over It's in the book. It's a very tragic thing that happened. My doctor died from an overdose that he was on drugs himself, some kind of medication he was taking, and he put 113 people in the hospital, and I was one of them. So that was a severe setback, going through that, along with what I was already dealing with. That was one reason the company had to be sold. So we let's fast forward to 2006. One of the October, I accepted a job my dad arranged to go oversee a home, big house on the ocean at Holden Beach, North Carolina. 4-month-long job. It was over by Christmas, and we had to finish it up to get paid the last 10% after Christmas on the new year. So I sent the guys back down to the place to do their job and bring the check back to the retainer. And they did. And this was January the 8th of 2007. They called me and said, we had we finished the job, we got this check, and we were going to sell it and take it fishing. I said, we're sure, I guess. My wife was out of town with her, with the rest of the kids. And so they came in, got the checks, bought mine, my dad's and they went to the bank and came back about 2 o'clock and said, let's go. And so I followed them to their house, picked them up at 2:30, away we went to the river fishing. And this is how it all started. The reason I went through this is because it's important. One of the most important things in the world for anybody to know about this phenomenon. About 17 years nearly of research that I've been doing. It came because I was in the worst suffering way. I was at the bottom, ready to give up on life. I was crying out to whoever's up there, mental health.
Wow, 45, 46 years old, I have to get free lunches at school now for my children. And just moving out of $1 million home with a pool in the back, my kids have lived in that standard for most of their life. So it was a big thing. And I was suffering bad from it, crying out to the skies. I left these guys fishing. I left them fishing about 3 o'clock. I walked away. And just never did pull out a pole. It was my son and 2 other guys were sitting on the bank of the Catfish River, a little small river, about 70 yards wide. And I said, I'll see you later. And I walked away up about a quarter mile to the field where we came across the cornfield, turned off the paved road, goes right through the middle of the field, and there were 2 rough roads to the back side and to the tree line. And when you get to the trees, you go downhill 100 feet to the river. And before you run into the river, you make a right and parallel the river another 8 mile. It's a cul-de-sac. So it's a quarter-mile walk out of that cul-de-sac up to the hill. When I got near the top of that hill, I noticed what I thought was the sun setting. About 10 after 5:15 in the evening in January, it gets dark, about 5:30, the sun sets. And I'm probably 50 feet from the top of that hill, so I'm looking up at the grade. The grade is at the top of the hill. But you can't see the field until it's elevated, right? And the higher I got up, the wider my field of vision became. So I'm looking down a road that has trees cut up on the side of it, really close. I had an airfield vision. So the closer I got to the top, I saw what I thought was the setting sun. And so I looked down and took a few more steps as I'm walking through mud, bushes, dark, almost dark where I'm at now. And 4 or 5 more steps up that hill, and that's when the shot came. I began to see a second one. So what I thought was the sun, top edge of it. And I made a few more steps up, I could see the top edge of 2 suns. And I knew right then that this wasn't anything that we had. And the reason I knew that instantly is because I'm manipulated by it. And I have studied it all my life and loved it. And I've been on every airplane from World War II to today. Pretty much. So shot came real quick. I'm afraid what I'm looking at. So I dropped to my knees using the heel to hide me from these objects. Thought I was hiding. And so I sat there and I kind of crawled out of the road to the ditch. As the weeds were falling in the ditch. And so I buried myself in these weeds and I started crawling inching up the hill where I could see and keep my head up and they're still there. And I don't know how long I was there, standing or kneeling in the weeds on my knees, using this waist-high grass and what we call reeds or canes down there, water, wet air. And I began to ponder everything I'm looking at, and my son, these guys behind me fishing. I thought maybe I should get back down to where they are. So I turned my body, went down the hill, and I'm still hiding my thought. I got this hill up above me. Raised up and see it. I lowered down and couldn't see it. So the minute I decided to run, when I made that decision, I was thinking about it. But when I turned my body to actually run, I looked back one more time when I stood up to see if it was there. And when I did that, third one, same thing, same size, 40 foot, 50 foot round, blood red, orange ball of fire. Just what we saw in the water. One of those looked like it come up out of the water. And so the next thing I remember is walking up to the fire. Trotting up. They couldn't see me because they're standing around the fire, and it's burnt down to a little campfire now. And we had a big light fire when I left. And they were just standing there, and I could see them from the fire glowing. And I didn't have a flashlight, so they didn't know I was coming until I got right up on it. And I said, "Hey, you won't believe what I saw at the top of the hill." And they looked at me and said, "Where have you been?" I said, "What do you mean? Where have I been?" I was just at the top of the hill. 20 minutes ago. Why have you been going on that? And so I couldn't ponder, I couldn't imagine what they were saying. It just did not connect with me. I argued with that. Man, it's been going 20 minutes. I said, "No, we've been looking at you all night." And I realized the funeral was missed. And so I kind of freaked out. Worried about him because I knew the direction they pointed to went in the back of the cul-de-sac along the bank of the river, which is real rugged and valleys and big trees. And, it's just a place you can get lost in the waves. And he was in there looking for me. So I took off immediately and ran to the back of that cul-de-sac, shouting for him. Still not understanding I've been gone for 20 minutes, right? And to me, that's what had just passed. And when I found him, he was in shock. He was laying on his stomach and his back under the in the back of his head. Wouldn't answer me until I almost death on. I'm trying to get in the woods to look for him. No flashlight. What had happened with this funeral was when about an hour after I was gone, he realized that I should have been back. I announced that. So he started bugging the guys. We need to find my dad. Where's he at? So they got in the truck and drove looking for him. Left one guy at the fire. And 2 guys in the truck drove up and down across the field. I don't know how well they went everywhere looking for him. His funeral went on foot into the cul-de-sac because I actually walked in there a little while before I went up to it. And he had what he saw, what he said he saw, was he could see all the way down the road, the path, in the back of that cul-de-sac to where it turned and went up the hill. So he had a good, probably a 4-mile view of that road, and the trees grow over that tunnel, and come through real quick. And while he was looking at me, he saw a red ball of light, an orb, 2 red balls of light across the road, way out by it, in a little less than a 4 mile, and went in on the riverside. And he ran back to the fire, which is toward the earth, right? They would run back to it. And they were sitting on the bank, so there was the road parallel to the river, and they were part of the way headed on the right on the bank. So he runs up there and he tells them what's wrong. They were like, "Put around, don't, what are you doing?" They took it over to us, right? So, man, so he messing with us, don't mess with us. So he runs back to the back of the cul-de-sac again, looking for me. And he sees the same 2 balls of light come out of the riverside now, back out in the road. And here's it from, fortune. So he began to back. He backs himself under this rough, so around the field. You're familiar with not area and even here. The edges of any field is really thick on the road. You got all this thick stuff. Once you get in the forest, it opens up, right? So he's trying to hide under this thick stuff. And what he described when I was walking him back to the fire was that these 2 balls of light came all the way from closer he got, the more he got afraid, then he started hiding. And they got about 15-20 feet from him. And there were 2 little beings about 3 feet tall. They had red glowing eyes. They looked like individual orbs when you saw them, but when they were close, 2 little eyes got this big. and he couldn't shout, couldn't scream. He was crushed the whole time. He was laying there, just afraid. And so I took him back to the fire. And the funny thing was, these guys freaked out now. They were really freaked because what I was talking about, I'd seen at the top of the hill. What this Junior's talking about now, that got him even more distressed. Suddenly, one of the guys shouts, "Look!" And we all look up to the heavens, and it looked like 8 or 9 stars, or like you saw last night. These big, they were white, they were glowing, huge white. And they just went around in circles, like they were chasing one another, and they'd go out and come back together, and then 3 of them landed in front of us, about 75 yards away, across the river. And that's when pandemonium set in. We ran, left poles in the water, coolers, everything they had, we just left it. Jumped in my truck and took off out there. And when we got back to the top of the hill, where I was looking, I was hiding. Well, those same 3 roads were sitting there. 2 of them were in the same spot. But the third one that appeared and came down is now on the road in front of us. About 150 yards away, between us and the highway, and we couldn't drive forward. We didn't want to go back because we just left free on the riverbank. And so you can imagine the fear that was in my truck. My son, he was in bad shape. These 3 guys were freaked out bad. But the weird thing was, I wasn't afraid anymore. I'd lost all my fear from him. I was secure. I wanted to get out and walk up to it, but they won't have any part of that. That was one weird thing I couldn't figure out. Is my fear. I was afraid when I first came out the fall to run down the hill. But as it appeared again, I was mentioning it. I wasn't afraid. They were terrified. There was everything happening from crying to this is the last time I see my family physically. And they started fighting who was going to get home first. All in the blood. But that's how it all started in 2007.
So after this experience, you guys started driving the truck home. Was there anything else that happened after you got home? How far away did you live from the river? How long of a drive was it?
That was only the beginning when we got to the field. Now we're sitting up in my truck silo with this object hitting the road halfway to the road, and 2 up over the road. And suddenly we heard 3 gunshots. We don't know who was shooting. We found everybody investigated that. They went around the neighborhoods looking for witnesses, and they found 8 different witnesses. How probably NASA found and interviewed 8 different people that saw it. They were sitting on the porch when they flew over. So after the gunshot, these object in the road, it's not sitting on the road, it's hovering 5 feet off the road. It's about 40, 50 foot long. It looks like an egg. It looks like if you took a round ball, let's say a rainbow, and you set it on the ground, and it just kind of flattens out like big. So it goes around in the sky, but when it's sitting on the ground, it looks like a football. And it just pivots. It don't turn, it don't lean, it just pivots. Straight at us and hit on the road. So it goes right over that truck, about 50 feet above the truck. I could have shot it with a slingshot through the sunroof of the truck when it went over. And it pivots again to the north and it blasts off like a gunshot at pool. I took off. Couldn't go fast enough for these guys. They were yelling. Halfway, down that road to the first house we had shot 2.5 miles away. Halfway in, was this curve, really sharp curve. Yeah, man. I grew up with that curve. Everybody in our community knew about that curve. And it was so sharp, if you try to go around it, 135, the car just bound up still on the edge of the car. And crazy thing is in 1981, I was married to a different lady that died. She died in that area. And I found all the weird things. I wasn't home. I was at the coast and I came home and I drove up on her after she turned the car and the fuel right there. So this Ford, huge thing, was hovering right up where she got killed. And we had to drive up under it. And I tried to get out and look at it. And they weren't having no car there. So we had to move on. But what it did, the reason I brought this up, what it did, it spoke to me in a way that I understood. And this image went right in my head. And I relived the whole thing that happened that night in 82. And it said something with me anymore. This is not your fault. Because I thought it was my fault. I should have been there. But I wasn't. I was out of town hunting that day with my father. And so I carried that for all those years, feeling of guilt. And it was removed that night, right away. And so I had to put that in there because it's really important to understand phenomena. I don't talk about this, but still understand it, how it reacts. It reacts based on emotion. So thousands of people reach out to me about this, and they'll all say the same thing. When they started seeing it, they lost their family members. They lost their husband, their wife, their child. Pretty severe suffering and something everybody is studying to wear. So we left there. Never stopped. We were down to about 10 miles an hour. I was trying to get a break. They were counting on my seats forever. And so I hit the gas, ended up having to go 4 miles further and take the further staff home first because they were fighting. We got to go home first. Dropped him off, came back, and dropped the other 2 guys off. And then on the way home, we went the long way because we didn't want to go back under that same curve where that orb said nothing, any part of it. So anyhow, we get to the house. Chris Jr. is running through the house, locking every door, turning every light on, inside, outside, and he would go in the bathroom, even in the windows, turn the light on and lock it. He was that afraid. I was in my study trying to find anything on TV. We just knew we were being invaded. Time to name the Galactic Swirl. I didn't realize how redundant they were going to be almost immediately. I couldn't imagine the panic. It was the weirdest thing. I couldn't compute what had just happened, and nothing's going on television. We need to shoot first. And so when Chris gets all his lights locked and doors locked and lights on the whole house, he runs back to where I'm at, and suddenly the dogs going crazy. My dad lived next door. He had 15 hounds off the kennel. He raised them all his life. He let upwards of 100 dogs at one time, 104. He was always raised off. So I know their sound. I know the different barks. And suddenly, this whole kennel full of dogs is barking in a fearful way. They were scared. The way they were sounding, anybody would have detected. They didn't know what they were seeing, but they were all loud mouth hound dogs. really loud. So imagine 15 of them all at one time. This terrible group of sound.
About a year ago,
And so we had this Chesapeake Bay retriever, 110-pound dog standing on the back doorstep. She just sat there, and she was growling, and she was barking at the same time. So I walked up to the back door and could see her through the door. And 15 got me by the shirt, please don't go out there. Don't go. My son, somebody's breaking into Dad's shop because his garage is next to the kennel. Plain view. So all the dogs can see the garage. And I had a lot of stuff in that garage. I still do. My mom's house. And all our tools, and rollers, and boats, and fishing gear. I just knew somebody was stealing something, right? And the dogs could see it. So I taught Junior to walking quietly with me with no flashlight, using our Chesapeake to stay in front of us, keep us safe. I just wanted to walk over and see if I could see who was in that shop. Try to scare them away. And when I opened that door, Rosie took off straight towards the kennel where the dogs were. She ran out about 40 yards and looked back, and then took on it. Chris and I snuck our way up to the dog kennel and then got there. The weird thing was, all the dogs were looking behind us in the woods, not towards the garage. They were all barking on everyone else. It's a pretty long kennel. Put a whole lot of dogs in there, and it was, just imagine a 50-foot long kennel with dogs in these pens, and they're all facing the back. And Rosie, his Chesapeake, is pointing. She's frozen, and she's looking into the woods the same direction as the other dog. Chris and I are standing there. I said, this is really weird. Maybe it's a bear or something that snuck in here. And dogs are usually afraid of a bear. They'll sound good. And so I told Jimmy, I'm going to send Rosie in to whoever's in there to run them out. Whatever, deer, whatever, I don't know. But we made a plan. We're going to send her in, and we're going to run back around to our property. This is 2 lots. They were on my dad's property on this lot, right? So we're going to go back to ours and see if she pushes something out across in front of us to see what it was. So I sent her in the woods. She took off, wide open, parked. And so Junior and I ran hard as we could down this path back to the backyard. And I had to make a left and go to the back of the property. That was 60 yards. I had to run. So I had to run back, stay in front of whatever's coming up with it. And what I didn't know was, Chris had me by the back of the skirt the whole time. He didn't want to turn me loose. When I made that left turn to go to the back, he pulled away. I thought he just turned the loose. So I actually slipped a little bit with the cross on the ground. And I didn't know it, but he had all he could stand. He ran back to the house, opened that door, and went in and locked the door. I didn't know that. I thought it was still behind me running. So I ran all the way to the back, and I knew there was a big oak tree back there. I went up to it and stopped myself. You had to do this quick. Because usually something in front of the dog would be way ahead of us. I knew I had minutes to see what was in there. So I run up to this stop and to this tree in a full run, stop myself, I'm trying to catch my breath. But I'm trying to be quiet, right? I didn't want to hear whatever's coming toward me. I could hear the dogs coming. They wouldn't far, probably 20 yards in the woods coming up. So the minute I hit that tree, I turned around to see if Junior was coming behind me. And Junior went back. But what was it? Immediately away. Probably 4 foot. But I could have leaned over and touched it with my hand. Good thing I didn't. Somebody after told me to kill it could have energy from it. So, there was a beam standing there, just like Junior's fault. It was, we saw on the river. It was 3.5 feet tall. It looked like a child. not like a gray alien you think about. It was a little glowing, color of the moon, soft blood, 3.5 foot 4-year-old, looked like a 4-year-old guy. Head and face was a little different, definitely not human. Eyes were glowing red, they look mechanical. When you look at them, they look like the little marks in the fence beside me. These little round lights on the side there about that stuff. Inch and a half. It had this triangle on its chest. Glowing. It was glowing at the dark section of the front chest. And I knew I was in trouble. The minute I saw it, now, this all happened so quick. I ran into the tree and stopped myself. And I looked back and I'm like, oh my God, what do I do? So I got closer to the tree. I didn't even get closer that way. Turn around. I'm back to the tree and I'm facing this thing. And I said, I surrender. I mean, in the arm, you saw it. Not here. I was just surrendered. I just knew I was dead. And I heard this voice say, you don't understand, we're not here to hurt you, we're here to help. About that time, Rosie comes out of the woods. He's still coming. He's still tracking whatever it is. And it just vanished like instead of telling Christian what had just happened, I walked back up to the house and he's standing in the back door looking for me. And I was scared to tell him anymore because he was shot, right? And I wasn't in. I was a smoker back then. I had to have a cigarette. I just had to have it. And I was just basically hyperventilating, dead smoker. So I walked into my study. I have a couch with the sunroom and windows all over around, and the couch was backed up to these windows. So I put my knees on the couch and I reached over the back. I started to raise the blind, and Jimmy was freaking out. Don't open the blind. Don't, please don't. And when I raised it up about halfway, I was going to open the window and smoke and blow it out the window, right? But he had all the lights on around the
Crack open the
and
enigma that is Project Serpo. Picture this, a secret pact between humans and extraterrestrials. Signed not with ink, but with the promise of knowledge exchange. Sounds like a sci-fi thriller, right? Dive deeper and you'll find a web of unverified claims. 12 American astronauts said to have been shipped off to an alien planet in the Zeta Reticuli star system for an entire decade. The journey, a staggering 39 light years away. But where's the proof? All we have are anonymous emails from supposed insiders and a few questionable documents. Hardly irrefutable evidence. Project Serpo, a fascinating tale indeed. But until we have solid evidence, it remains firmly in the realm of the mysterious and unproven. Remember, critical thinking is a virtue. Until next time, stay curious and keep questioning.
And how tall would you say? 7 foot.
In 2065,
It freaked me out so
people
bad
of Earth have
that
established relationships
shut
with
her
many
down without telling
extraterrestrial
Christian or
groups,
anything. Son
including the
kept him as
Greys,
a dad,
peaceful and
got pulled
advanced
the
race of
blind down,
aliens who have
grabbed
left
him
their
by
home
the
of
hand,
Zeta
ran out
and
the front
traveled
door,
to Earth to
jumped
seek
in my truck,
refuge
and we
decades
drove
before.
about 5 miles
C.A.
away to a
Wyatt,
big
a human
hayfield.
journalist, is working
Sat
on
in
a
the
book
very middle
about
of
the
the
Greys'
hayfield
journey
and
from
said they
Zeta
like
to their crash landing near Roswell, New Mexico in
That
1947.
was the
When
beginning
Zeta
and
is
end of
invaded by the
January
aggressive
8th of
reptoids in 1944,
Believe it or
Greys
not,
send
he
their
did
ship,
leave out
Zeta's
details.
Hope, en
Well,
route
it's a big
to
story,
Babylonia,
but they're all
a
in the
new
book.
and uninhabited planet.
So that's
They are
7 foot
traveling with
feet.
colonists from
What
Amigo,
did you,
a nearby
how
planet
did
with
that thing
human
look? Was there any details you could see?
but on their way,
Was it,
many setbacks
was
occurred,
it look like it was
eventually leading them to
a
their now
real
advised
biological
crash
thing you
landing
could
on
touch?
Earth.
It was so
Join
tall,
Wyatt as he learns
two-legged,
more about the
two
remarkable
armed,
Greys
you know,
and their
creature
complicated
that
and life-changing connection with kind.
looked
In this exciting new
more
science
tan
fiction thriller from
than
author Gus
gray.
V.
But it's similar to these gray aliens that you talk about.
You always said it had human eyes.
It's huge. They had human eyes, sort of. Yeah. Bigger, but they look more human. But it was alien. It was people and like
An
iris.
Or was it just all one color? It
It
wasn't
was
all
all one color. But the way it looked at me, and
The accuracy and authenticity
Yeah,
of the
it
events
was
described
scary.
cannot be independently
So I haven't
verified.
seen those since,
Any views or opinions
but it was
expressed are
there.
solely
It was
those
on
of
my
the
thought.
individuals involved
And
and do not
usually I've
necessarily
heard stories
represent
that
the
they
views
kind
or
of link
opinions
that
of any organization or entity.
smaller guys and
Welcome back
small
to
ones.
our
But I
channel.
don't know. I have no
In our
clue.
previous
So
episode,
out
we
of
delved
all
into
the
the
people
fascinating
that were there
story
with
of
you
Project
that
Serpent.
night, other than your son,
In case you missed it,
has
feel free to check it
anyone
out
else
on our YouTube
corroborated
channel.
any of that?
Today,
Yeah, they
we'll
did.
be
They
diving
told
into
the
the
story.
personal
The guys
diary
that were
of
there
the
with
team
you. Yeah,
commander's
they
journey
went on
to
the
the
Discovery
mysterious
Channel and
planet of
told the
Serpent.
story,
Get
just like
ready
we
to
did.
uncover
And
more
they
secrets of this
reported the
incredible
news on.
mission.
I have all their
During
interviews
the late
from news on.
1960s, the United
They all
States government
corroborated every
embarked on
bit
a
of
highly
it. And
classified mission
what
called
happened
Project
with
Serpent.
them was the
The
same
objective
thing
of
with
this
me.
mission was to establish
They had
diplomatic
children, my
relations with
children's age,
extraterrestrial civilizations
or
known as
older,
the Evans. A
and or
team of
young.
12
All three of them
military
married
personnel,
with children.
referred to only by their three
Good old
numbers
country
and
boys that
nicknames,
worked for my
were
dad
selected for the
as
task and sent to the
subcontract
distant
with
planet of
families,
Serpent
and they all
in far
school
off
with my
galaxy.
kids.
The
Most
first day of the
either
mission was
elementary or
described
middle
in
school
detail,
or high school.
including the loading of cargo into the
And
shuttle
so when the
craft.
Discovery Channel
And the
made
team's
this show
initial
in
impressions of the craft's
2008,
design.
they
The team
made a
members did
circus
not
about
use
it.
retention
They
harnesses
made me
during
look like
takeoff, but
I was
instead
crazy
held
and
onto
a
a
liar,
bar across their
and they
benches.
tried to
On the
discredit all
first
of
day
us
of the
when they
mission,
told us
the
different.
team
They were going
arrives
to
at the rendezvous,
they were going to
but they are
vindicate.
confused and
That's why we
disoriented.
all agreed,
They are
because we were
helped by
catching
the
so much
aliens as they're
slack. You know,
offloaded onto the ship.
it became
The ship is
worse
described
because
as
of
being
that
very
documentary.
large, with high
My
ceilings and
children
different
were at school,
areas.
and they would get made
The
fun
team
of.
is taken
She'd
to a
come home
special
crying.
area with bigger
The
chairs,
teachers
and
and
they
the kids
also
in
see
school making
rations
fun
that
of
the
her,
M's crew.
what was going on.
The NBC tells
So
them
that
they will
was
begin their trip soon,
that shut
but
them
need to
up
sit
to
in the
never want to
chairs.
talk about it ever
The
again.
team does not feel any weightlessness or
That's why you
dizziness,
don't hear much from
but
them.
they are
So
unsure of what
after
to expect
this
from this
happened,
point on.
did you
On day
tell
2,
anybody
the
else?
team
Tell
is
your
placed
family
in clear
immediately, or did you keep
containers
it
that
to yourself?
isolate them from the ship,
Yeah, I
causing
told
dizziness
everybody.
and confusion.
I thought it was
They are
the
eventually
most
treated with
wonderful
medicine
thing
and
on planet
prescribed
Earth.
by the
This,
EMTs,
we're not
and they
alone.
are instructed to
We've
stay in
always
the
been told
containers at
that
certain times.
the
They are
nothing
fed the
exists.
M's
Even
food
people
and
say
milk
God
liquid,
exists.
which sometimes
So it's all
upsets their
fake. You know,
balance. The team
it's
is
only
eventually
us.
allowed to leave the
And we were
containers and
created by
explore the ship,
evolution.
which is described as
Time.
being very large
Enough
and
time,
containing a
anything
control
can
center
create
with
itself.
Evans sitting in
That's
seats.
what he said.
The Evans
So
allow the team to
I just
wander around the
experienced
ship
something
and operate
that
movement centers.
what I didn't
The
say
team is
was
shown the engine
the
room,
next day
which
when we
contains
left the
large
Hayfield
metal
and came home,
containers and a copper
I
colored
came
grill
home
that
and
emits a
was
dull
worried
hum.
about my medication.
The
So I had to
EC
take medicine
informs
every
them
day.
that they are
And if I
halfway to
missed
their
it,
home
I
planet
would get worse.
and will feel
Couldn't
better
miss one
once
day.
the ship
It
gets
just
out of
had
the
to
time
stay
frame.
regular.
The team commander
And
wakes up
I didn't feel
confused
sick
and
the
disoriented
next
inside
morning.
a glass bowl in a strange room.
And
He finds that 11
I didn't
members
take
of
the
their crew
medication
are also in
just for the
similar
phone.
bowls,
Oh,
but one
and
crew
I
member
haven't
is
had a
missing.
symptom since.
The room has soft
Period.
walls and a ceiling that
Went
resembles
away
a
that night,
mattress, and there are
and I
two
was so
running
sick
from
that
bowls to the floor.
you can tell
He has
I
trouble
was
remembering how they got there and
I
how
was in the
long they
bathroom
have
20
been
times
asleep.
a day,
He
25
finds
if
a
you
television screen
want to take
monitoring
it
the
as a
bowls,
point.
but cannot read the
That's what
information
Combs says.
displayed. He has a
Very
burning
painful.
rash on his hands and wonders if it is
That's what he
radiation burns.
Right,
He
right.
decides to return to his bowl
So,
and stop making entries in their diary.
so I told the
The
world,
team commander
you know,
wakes
this
up
is what
again and
happened.
finds that one
Suddenly,
crew member
I
has died
became
while they were asleep in their homes.
a left
The
stop,
Evan provides the team
and
with
I was
liquids
playing
and
with
biscuits that help them
he
feel
playing
better.
with the devil
The
himself.
team discovers that
And
all their
before
equipment
long,
is in the
the
room,
churches
and
were
they
coming,
inventory everything. They
sprinkling
decide to
holy
keep
water on my
diaries and create a
kids, on
7-day
my house,
calendar to
on my
keep track
property,
of time.
on me.
The team
Yeah.
jokes and tries to
When you
keep
were
their
at church?
spirits up.
Well, I wasn't
They
going to
also
church
try to
then
figure
because I
out
was
how
told
long they
if
have been traveling and
you
what
can't come if you ever talk about this again. So I'm gonna talk. So never went back. And how did word get spread? Drug. I mean, you said you saw the people at school were like cracking jokes. How did everyone find out about it?
Well, it's a small community, and Dad was born and raised. Our generations of our family are from that area, and so the people that are from there know each other very well. And Dad and my mom also were prominent business people in town, so everyone knew who we were anyway. And so when one person found out about this, oh, Chris Fletcher is crazy, the whole community finds out. And then you go to the grocery store and people, recognize you and know things, and people at school. And then the documentary came out a year later, and it was impossible to keep it hidden from everybody.
It sent the first 5 years, I call 5 years of darkness, and that was the first year it happened. The second year after Discovery Channel did their thing, and the second year on, it just got worse. I mean, it got so bad that I didn't want to ever talk about it again. And I went outside and shouted to the heavens, I'm done. Why do you do this to me? Why are my children affected? And you came in and killed me, and now I've got this.
And it's important to note that through these 5 years of we call darkness, not because it's a phenomenon, because in those 5 years we were having continued experiences together and separately. Like, I was 10 years old when this happened in 2007, and throughout all of those years, we were seeing things and then going and being ridiculed publicly and, in different circles while we were still having the experiences. So there was a lot of, cognitive dissonance there with, oh, we're actually seeing it, but nobody believes us and it's still happening.
So this first experience sort of unlocked a whole bag of other experiences on everybody.
And all of us, yeah.
Even you. That's nice.
Yeah.
So what other types of experiences are we talking about?
I mean, anything you can think of, really. We've seen things like jump off of the table without being touched, like things moving on their own, seeing shadow figures being touched, anything like you would think it was a haunted house growing up, but that's part of how we explain that the spiritual in nature is because it can really manifest in a way that it wants to. And so the phenomenon is not limited to what people think of as aliens or UFOs. Where we were obviously seeing orbs every night as well, we were seeing things in the home that you would think of like ghostly maybe, but it was all the same stuff.
When did the orb sightings start? Immediately after?
Never quit from 2007 that night. It just continued.
So from then on, you started noticing things in the sky.
It was in my face. It was, I write about it in the book. So many stories that we didn't write about. I wrote 140,000 words for this book, and we published 85 or 90,000. That's including the introduction. So there's a lot that we didn't include.
Daddy would wake his kids up. His mom didn't really like the conflict of the phenomenon, so she didn't really encourage the experiences, but Dad would secretly wake me and my two other brothers, Ryan and Jeremy, up at whatever time of night, and we would go out on school nights at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and just look at orbs in the yard right in our face, and then we would go to bed and go to school the next morning like happened.
Some of these orbs would be 50 feet around and 100
in the
yards
yard,
away. Huge, bigger trees. And flying some of them through the trees. And sitting out there for hours, we had one blue orb that just stayed there. Everybody walked by the door and looked through the windows, going through the trees and stuff like this.
Now, did these orbs make any sound?
Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. Not all of them. But if they're close enough, you can hear them.
How would you describe the sound?
Like a ringing, a buzzing, kind of
Buzzing,
energetic.
electric, like sizzling. If you ever taken a light switch, and when you go to turn it on the old switch, especially, you hear a crackle. Sometimes when you go from on to on. That's a lot of what it's saying. Cracks is a sound.
Is there any other? Is there a smell?
No smell.
No smell. And what about the colors? What is the color spectrum of them? What is the range of colors that you see?
Nearly all of them Um, all of them can change colors. I don't think there's a, you hear people say there's a red one, it's mean, and there's a yellow one, and there's an orange one, and these green ones are good. I've heard so many people talk about that. But it's from my experience, they're all the same. They just how they decide to go in color, but they usually will start out white, shift from white to red. So everything in between yellow, orange, blood red, back to white, yellow, orange, and that spectrum. But occasionally they're blue. They'll go from red to white to blue. This bluish white light. Not like an American flag thing, but they're shifting red. You see the red in the blue. Several different.
What is this photo right here we're looking at?
That far, if you look at Christopher, that's Bush Jr. You look at his left shoulder behind him where the woods are, that's where I had the encounter with the 3-foot beast.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And that's where they landed. The orbs landed in the yard. You can see the circle here is 2 years old. The grass is still not grown. Killed the grass except for a little donut in the middle. And those streaks you see behind him are the 2 other orbs came from different directions and scooted along the ground, burning the grass until they sat down and created their circle. So there were 3 of those circles in the yard.
And MUFON tested that as well.
What is? Can you explain what MUFON is? MUFON is the Mutual UFO Network. And that's who you call if you have a sighting and you want to report it. You call those guys. Or go on the website and you can put your sighting on. That's what it was.
So basically, it's just people scattered around the country that are interested in the topic, and they just donate their time to research it and collaborate.
It's a pretty big outfit. They have board members, full-time people there, but it's basically volunteer investigators, mostly volunteers there. So, but yeah, they tested that soil. And the funny thing is the tree, back in that corner, there's a big oak tree in the woods where I ran up to it and stood there with this beam from it. And the tree just died. Limbs fell, big, huge tree. Just crumbled down, just like the top of that burning tree. One where that orb landed there was 12 feet from the tree. So when it come over the tree, one of those was the one that had the full circle. The other 2 had tracks leading up to where they landed, right? But the other one Christina was standing at, actually, we came over the top of that tree and irradiated it. Because you can see 40 feet of the tree is missing. Just broke right off.
Burnt off.
Yeah, it wasn't burnt. It just broke, fell, it died. He died and then caught fire.
So the first time you noticed this, you just saw the tree in your yard burning?
Yeah, there's a video of it. It was,
oh, there's a video.
Yeah.
Do we have that?
Yeah, we can find it.
Okay. Yeah.
But Mom tried to put the fire out 3 times and it came back.
It lit itself on fire 3 times. At 9 o'clock, it caught fire.
Oh, wow. Hit the full screen button on the bottom right.
No, I like the rain today.
You see the grass is wet for the headlights.
Ran as fast as we could in the backyard.
That's my brother Ryan.
Yeah, it's burning from the inside out. How is it burning from the inside out? I don't know, but here's the weird thing, Brian. This is when I quit smoking. Remember in 07, I had the smoke to blow out the window, right? This is 2013. And I paused my television. Fawn and my mother and I were sitting watching TV in our study. I said, I paused the TV. I said, I'm going to go smoke. And so she got up to go to the kitchen. I went out the back door, full glass door, and I'm standing on the patio, lit up a cigarette, and I can see this tree is 75 yards from the house, back across, in the middle of nowhere. And I saw sparks come from the ground and go up. It looked like the little bottle rockets you shoot off, the little tiny ones that have red sparks. That's what it looked like. It came out and they went weird. So my wife was coming back down the hall, and she could see through the back door, see me on the patio. She could see all the way to that tree. She opened the door and said, "What's going on with the tree?" I said, "I don't know. I see it too." And suddenly it just erupted like somebody just poured gas on it. Poof. It just erupted in flames. And it was dead. Now look, this is after the fire. It came back.
How long after the fire is what?
That's just the very next summer.
The fire was in like October. This was the next like spring, summer.
Spring, yeah.
It had been completely dead.
That year before, 2012. April of 2012. We're talking about the lady here, semi-prominent about the lady. And Easter, Saturday night, Easter, the night before Easter, 2012. I was so distraught because of the way my kids were raised. I'm a big guy. You know, I got to the point where I didn't care. You can laugh at me. You can call me crazy. You can do what you want. I don't care. You just won't be my friend anymore. I don't need you in my life. That's kind of what I thought about everybody that I grew up with. Husbands, just family and friends. So I'd wash my hands with them, but now it's affecting the children extremely bad. It made fun of and all. So I was desperate to prove to the world that I had actually experienced something that I won't crazy. They let me go in, or you're playing with the devil, one of the two. And I knew different. I knew I was praying to God, and these balls of fire came. I knew they took my phones away. I knew it wasn't the devil. If it was, what a big trick. Why does the devil answer prayer? If he does, I don't want to be present, right? So I had given up, and I walked outside and I said, "Look, I've been trying to film you. You're in my house. You're around my family. Everybody who sees your presence, or it's an intelligent beings. These origin beings are individual beings, sometimes more than one." And so I shouted to the heavens, "I'm done. You won't let me film you? You won't let me share you with my mom and dad who's next door? The minute they come out, it never shows. When they walk back in the door, boom, right back in our family's face." So it was like, it was so real to us as a group of 6 people, but I wasn't able to share it.
This episode at seed.com/Danny code Danny. Back to the show. So you couldn't witness it with anybody outside the family?
Not before the first 5 years. It was, but I did with other people. You know, some scientists got to see or real. Yeah, very selective. But it was almost impossible to introduce anybody to it. And so I went outside that night and I shouted to the sky, "I'm done. You have ruined my life. Thank you for healing me. I'm not sick anymore, but my life is in worse shape now than it ever has been. I'm a big guy, but my kids, I can't take them coming home crying." And 3 boys, 16, 8, 17 years old, trying to date girls, and now withdrawn because of all this. And so I'm talking to the heavens, to the sky, just like this. I'm done with it. I'll never speak with you again. Don't come around me. Don't come in my house. I'm done with it. And that's what I walked in. My kids were there because of Easter. They always had friends come out. So the house was full of children. And they were in the front part of the house playing video games. And I'm in the back alone. My wife was sleeping with her. because the boys had all these boys that were in mom's learning guard, right? So I'm totally by myself. I'm asleep. 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock on the dot. I heard this voice say "Arise" in a manly voice. I mean, it sounded like thunder. It was so loud, and it woke me up from a dead sleep. So I jumped up out of bed into a sitting position, and I looked around the room, panicked. I said, "I heard that." It could have been my wife that wouldn't startle me because it was a deep, thunderous, manly voice that scared me to death. And I looked straight at my clock. I had this old desktop clock back then. Everybody had a long clock, right? So now we use a cell phone. I looked and said 3 a.m. And I could see movement in my room. And it looked like these shadowy figures that we've been used to seeing. They were at the bed, so my bed, these shadowy figures. And what they did, I don't know. They put me in some sort of trance-like thing to where I got out of bed. I was in just my, I put a jeans, pants, shirt, shoes, and I walked out the back door, followed them. And we went back up to the dog kennel to where everything happened before, right? Right up to the dog kennel. And just before we got to the kennel, one of these beings stopped, turned, and handed me this object with 2 hands, just like this, handed it to me. And I reached out and took it. It said, "This is yours, you must keep it." But when I grabbed it, it felt like hedge prickly. It wasn't hurting, but it was prickly. And it felt like it was a living a dog, but it had no head or no legs. I could see it, but it scared me really bad the way it hit my hands. I dropped it on the ground. The voice said, "No, you must keep it. This is yours, you must keep." I reached down to pick it up. And when I did, when I stood up, they were gone. There was no more beings on me. And I thought, what am I going to do with this thing? And I'm juggling it, and I think quick. So I opened the dog kennel, set it in the kennel closet door, thinking that you'll be safe today. I don't know what it is. This is all happening so quick. And the minute I closed that door, I stood up and this blasted wind. It was so strong, this wind. It was a mighty wind, but it was localized. There wasn't trees around me. It wasn't forest. It was a blast of air in a circle in front of me. That the tree, this oak tree in front of me, disappeared into a black hole. And out of that hole came this wind, just pushed me back really quick, so fast, it set me off balance. And I fell all the way to my back, flat in the leaves. As I'm falling, I could see what looked like a 1,500-pound bull, a cow, come out of that hole, ran right over top of me. And I could see through it. I could see the stars right up through it, but I could see this bull. And so I land on my back, and I roll in my stomach. And when I roll, and I'm trying to get up, right? I'm going to run. It happens within seconds. I hit my back, I rolled my stomach, I'm facing the other way. So I'm trying to get my knees to my feet to run. Remember this thing went. And immediately, the cow wasn't there. It was a woman. Beautiful, beyond measure. She was glowing, this bluish white color. And she had this white dress on that sparkled when it was flowing. And it looked like an old Roman dress. It went all the way to her feet and sleeved up to her hands here in her collar. There was a painting of it out there. That was done. The man standing to me was a famous artist from New York. Doug all and Doug painted that. Just out of what I described to him. See the bull, it was right there. It was actually a triangle on her chest. He put it on there. Pretty crazy that stands big, but the face is different, but that's similar to what was in front of me.
So 3 foot floating in front of you.
Yeah, 3 foot off the ground and 6 foot away.
And the size of her, was it like the normal size of her human?
She was smaller,
See-through? Did you not see
no,
that?
she was solid as
Solid.
you are. Yeah. But her mouth wasn't moving. But I could hear her plain as day talking to me. She was hovering, barefooted, just like that, 3 feet off the ground. And she looks at me. And I'm just in this biggest shock. Words can't describe how power I felt from this wind and this bull run me over, and fear set in. Flight. I had to run. You know, I had this instant hit me. But now I'm looking at this woman, so that whole fear thing turned into, oh my God, what is this? An angel? What am I looking at? She leans over and she looks at me. She says, this is your burden. She said first, she said, you know I'm here. And I knew that she was there because I had struggled for 5 years. These orbs coming and talk telepathy. I hear them. And we heard this on the fishing live with the Andrews. They knew that my brain was communicating with the orbs, even though I wasn't moving. We did this on camera. And neuroscientists measuring my brain waves, they could tell. So I'd had all these years this overwhelming desire to tell the world. And the more I told it, the worse it got, the worse it's ridiculed. And it spilled over my children. So that's why I was really quick. So she said, this is your burden. You got to bear. And she says several things. And this is, been telling us for a long time about the times we're in now. And we're in some pretty weird times, right? She told me about that. And I put it out there. Well, this happened Easter 2012. She said, there's going to be trouble coming. And we're going to wake people up. We're going to let you do it. We're going to use you to help you. Introduce us to the world. That's what she said. And she told me about an alignment. She said, there's going to be, she said, when the star of Regulus, the star of Regulus arises on the horizon when the grace of the Sphinx, at that time will be a shift from the knowledge of humanity. She said, I had no clue what the star would align on Regulus, the star called Regulus. When it aligns on the gaze of the Sphinx, before daylight, and that star comes up and it's right above the horizon, like the orbs last night, right on the ground. In view of the Sphinx, there was shifts in knowledge, new knowledge. So I told them. Also saw visions of trouble that would happen beforehand, which is we've been having weird trouble. So I'm not a prophet, and I don't want to claim to be, but I did say this in 2012, and I've said it for the last 11 years, and it's all happening. The amazing thing is I went from totally quitting an announcement to the heavens, I'm never going to do this again, to a new, renewed energy of now what it is. If I tell this about the lady, they're going to come and lock me up. They're going to think I'm crazy. So I didn't say anything for a while. And 2 weeks later, a week later, I vowed not to ever speak about it again. 1 week later, I did a cough and moved on it. We want you to talk in Asheville, North Carolina, which is 6 hours away. And I readily accepted, yeah, I want to talk. So I was a different attitude towards it. And that's where I met Diane Silver 2 weeks after the lady came. And I started talking about the lady in that conference. And the audience began to heckle me. They made fun. They didn't want to hear about the lady. They wanted to hear about You really you can't. So it was a very traumatic thing. That bond is not for all these years where that's how we came to know one another. But the crazy thing is immediately when she left, that's when I began to document it. I could get pictures. I could take you out and share it with you. Only after she came
from the relationship. What do you think the bull symbolized?
I don't know, but I know this. It got the attention of Diana and the Vatican and CIA, NASA, and everybody, DOD, even the Ministry of Defense in Britain, all these people, they want to know about the lady immediately. In fact, I put it in writing to two generals of the Pentagon what she told me. I was asked to do that.
I have a whole bunch of questions in my head right now, but I want to try to figure out how to take this apart a little bit. First of all, Steve, do you remember when we were talking to Randall the other day, we were going through the different ages in the Great?
Yes.
What age are we in now as far as like the constellations? That's the first thing I thought about. Is like the age of the bull, the lion. We're in Aquarius. We're in Aquarius right now.
Like that song, Age of Aquarius.
Right. Oh yeah, we were singing Age of Aquarius. And what's the next one? Is there a way you can pull up like a diagram, that circular diagram you were showing us?
Well, let me tell you what she told me. She said that there was a shift in the powers of the heavens, and that she had been away. Feminine energy was about to come back, and they weren't going to stop it, and that there would be a shift, and that shift would be into Aquarius, and that at the time feminine would come back as the energy that would create 1,000 years of peace. So there'd be trouble for us in the time that peace would come. Alright, so it goes Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Virgo, Libra, it'd be a Sagittarius, Aquarius, followed by Pisces.
Okay, so we got a long way to go.
Did you know the ladies in Egypt is depicted after with gold next or gold next? In many countries, the lady is always depicted with a bull or either a bull horn or the solar disc or the sacrifice. Because throughout many countries,
what did Diana say about the lady? Did she have any speculation about who she was?
Yeah, they quickly referred me to the Fatima and the Lady of Guadalupe, the Lady of Lourdes, France, and Fatima. There were several in Egypt. Can you put the Lady of Guadalupe?
Now the Sphinx. There's been people that have speculated the Sphinx was already a lion.
What's weird is Regulus is in the Leo constellation.
Regulus is in the Leo.
So when the Leo constellation comes up and aligns with that brightest star called Regulus,
their images?
I think it's Leo. Pretty sure.
Okay, this is the Lady of Guadalupe. So that was the first time you saw the lady. And when did she give you a specific time when things were going to change with humanity?
She's, I've seen her more than that. And, yes. I didn't hear from her except at Easter of 2013. She came back.
Okay, yeah, Regulus. It is a star. It's the star of Leo, the lion heart.
And she told me when that star aligns on the horizon before day, In the gaze of the saints, there would be a shift in the knowledge of humanity, a new knowledge. But there would be trouble along the way for us, and he gave me the images of war. I even wrote that I saw Israel bomb Iran and Syria, and looking at it right now. I put that in writing for years. I'm not talking today. I did it. I've said this for a long time. And it's coming. It's happening. Just hope it don't. Just looking at it.
At what point did you start getting visited by people in government and people in NASA or CIA?
2007, 2008.
So right after.
Yeah. Well, I didn't report the incident until October. That happened in January of 2007. I come home telling this, and my wife was so afraid. The kids were scared. They didn't know what was happening. The church, being in a Pentecostal holiness church, I was a deacon in the Pentecostal church, so you can imagine. The Pentecostal church is way different. That's got the Father now, our Father now. So they immediately related to the demons. So my wife is trying to keep the family under control and hush me up. So I didn't talk about it for 10 months other than my kids. Words would be in the yard at night, 2 in the morning. I'd wake them up and bring them outside to look. And Daddy's not crazy, Daddy, all right. So my wife began to experience it. I think, what time was it in the second? She got shoved.
It must have been in the fall, maybe a few months later.
She got shoved.
Yeah, twice.
Dad had been praying, that Mom would have an experience so she would believe him. And she was doing the dishes and no one was awake or around, and something shoved her into the sink, and it scared her so bad she said, "Don't ever pray for me again."
So twice, but I don't blame her.
Yeah.
So I didn't speak about it for the first 10 months, and it was October that I had cable phone. We didn't have cable before. I had no TV. Other than local, you get a few channels with Rabbi. And so we got cable, and I started researching UFOs. How do I tell somebody? Who do I talk to? I've got to get this out of my head, or I'm going to go crazy, because my head's hurt really bad. Every time I tried to think about the subject, I would go into almost pass. I did very often. It would hurt so bad I would pass out. Because my brain had a lock on it. So it was October. I saw it. I moved on ad on the History Channel of Stanton Friedman, who's a physicist, was talking. And first time I'd seen a show like that, I thought he's pretty cool. This guy would tell it. So I Googled him and found the publication to submit a report, and I wrote about it. 2 weeks ago, I attempted to push that button. I knew if I pushed that button, I'm going to lose my life. That's what I thought. I was under that much stress. So 2 weeks ago, finally I hit send, and I felt this relief that I didn't expect anything like that. So within a week, I get this call. Within days, a couple of days, I get a call from the Rothschild company saying, "We don't see you right away." Oh no, I just wanted to say it. So I told them no, and they kept calling and calling. Come January of 2008, right around the first of January, they wrote me again, and I finally said, "I've got to tell you something." So I said, "Yeah, you can." And it's February of 2008 when the first person showed. And that's when I told my wife, was sitting there on the couch, the investigator was there. And she looked over at me. She and I hadn't talked about this period so many kids. She was like, "Fuck me, don't get them out of the day. They got to go to school." And that's when she asked Steve, the investigator, have you ever seen a shadowy feeling? I've been seeing them, and I got shoved in the kitchen. And my prayer, and I've been praying, and I experienced it. And she looked at me and pointed the finger, and would pray for me again. We all thought it was funny, but
That was the first time you ever heard her talk about shadowy figures.
yeah, she wouldn't talk around me. She would around them, but she wouldn't me. And she was trying to hide it, but it just became within 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks of MUFON coming to my house in February, they had already talked me into doing a documentary with the Discovery Channel. Just with indicating the whole neighborhood and you're not lying. So they talked me into it, and that was the saddest step. Because it turned opposite. I don't think they ever believed it would happen again. I don't think that. Because it don't normally happen. Somebody sees something, that's it. But it didn't stop. It came back.
Did you ever see any of those 3-foot childlike beings again?
Yeah, sure. In fact, there's a picture of them.
And you mentioned the first time during the river experience, the first being explained to you he wasn't there to harm you, he was only there to help you. Was there any other communication, any other times that you saw them or experienced them?
Yes, 2 nights later, this was on Monday night when we had experienced this in the group. Wednesday, my wife wasn't coming home Friday, so we were staying the rest of the week. Junior night, Wednesday night, I'm struggling with this dream because he's in shock. He's had a really scary experience. He was one guy. So Wednesday night, it was about 9 o'clock, 8:30 or 9 o'clock. Suddenly, we're at home, watching television. Dad and son, and these same dogs start barking at me. Same, very close. I ran to the back door to look out over the whole property, back door. And there was a Christmas tree farm beside the big. They had many trees where people would send them out and cut all these trees down. There was a section of that Christmas tree farm that was overgrown. You see the far back right corner on the Woodlands property, but on the other side of that, was this huge Christmas tree farm.
It was a wall of trees.
Yeah. So the trees were so big that they grew together. So there was no walking through. There were 40-foot tall spruce pine trees. But underneath, you could get down on your knees, and there was no weeds at all. It's short little pine needles. And there was a section 3 feet high underneath all them trees. You could see for a long way on slides. The lights were flashing in the Christmas tree. Whole tree was a tree farm. And I knew what it was because we'd seen it Monday night on the river. Light, big white orbs flashing. And I don't know what got into it, but it was a change in my life at that moment because I had been a hunter. I was raised with a rifle and a shotgun. I shot my first deer at 5 years old. I was shot in the back at 10 years old, had a near-death experience, and I was still up and got into it when I was 10 years old. Will Holman, he was an orange shot in the back with a shotgun. That's a whole other story.
Are still inside like trying to draw a grapefruit.
Yeah, right, straight in line with my heart. Right there. If I pull up my shirt, you can see the red right here through the skin. Yeah. That was the first thing. And so, I don't know why, but I was angry. I just seeing my son get upset again all over because now we got 2 months later his lights in the backyard again. And it's taken me 2 days to kind of calm him down, and now he's freaked out. Oh my God, he's crazy. And so I just had this bit of rage come over me, and I walked over to the gun cabinet and I grabbed a little holster, 44 Magnum rifle with a short saddle. It was apparent. I'm on record, booming pocket record, for shooting 660-pound black bear, North Carolina, the biggest record. I'm still in probably top five. But, I took that gun and I said, "You come with me, Jimmy." He said, "No, I'm not doing that." I said, "Please don't leave me like that." I said, "Fine, I'm going to end this." So I thought I was just being. So I walked back to that far back right corner, and I went through that little opening you see, walked another 50 yards to the along that side, and there was a fence, old hard fence that trees had fallen over, one so it wasn't used anymore. I knew it, but I didn't want to cross the fence until I got back. So I could step over it. So I stepped over that fence, and the first 10 yards of that tree farm was nothing but pines. So it was a buffer area of pines, and then there's the wall, and then they going through it. You couldn't drive a car through it. So I got on my knees and I started under, and I could see the floor was about 50 yards away. And I even got about 50, 60 feet, 70 feet. And I could see the bottom 3 feet up. That's all it would be. I had 3 feet of blue under it. So I crawled, dragging it from under these 20 feet in that hole, 20, maybe 30 feet. Of the electricity from my brain was static. My whole body felt like needles. The hair was standing up, and every goosebump on me was just tingling. And the energy was so strong, I couldn't go any closer. I just turned around and I backed away, walked back out of the forest, crawled out. I got to the pine trees where the fence was crunched. I stood up and I went to step over that fence. And the minute I went to step over that fence, there were 2 of these beings right in front of me. One on, I mean, they were standing like 3 feet from me, and just enough to walk between them. And immediately I felt this shame come over me. Shame that I had this fight. Why I brought this to fight something that there ain't no fighting. Right? So I took the gun and I tried to hide it behind me. And what it put in my head was a change. From that point on, I never hunted again. I don't harm bugs. I have a way with animals now nobody understands. I have 50, 100 ducks, wild ducks that fly in and fly right up to me. If you come out there, they'll fly right up to me. You see them, wild mallards. And if anybody knows about mallard ducks, they're one of the most skittish creatures in the world. They fly thousands of feet high at 80 miles an hour, and you need duck calls and blinds and decoys in the water to get one to land. Well, I have whole flocks of them fly right in and try to feed them. But that wasn't like that before. These beings told me they changed me. They told me that the way they put it in my head. When I say told me, they don't really talk. They put images, it's just telepathic, I guess you could say. But it made me understand that the whole world is a living, is alive. Everything from the grass to every single animal, bird, tree, all consciousness. They even put images into me of the cells in the body. Within the human body, you don't tell your body what to do. Something outside of us is telling our body how to function, the molecules, each cell that divides from one cell to the other has a conscience. So I'm just a part of that. I can't get the words out I want to say. It just changed me in such a way that I began to cry about everything. I've cried for the last 7, 8, 10 years about everything. When I see something get hurt, it just kills me. But it came from that experience with these beings and how they told me how everything's a living consciousness, and I don't have the right to take its life. That we live in a mutualistic way, like your stomach, for example. You have bacteria in your stomach that digests chlorophyll, plant material. The human can't do it. This bacteria does, and it secretes the nutrients that you get from that plant, and it survives because you're feeding it the plant material. Right? So it's a mutualistic way to live, and it's like a tree gives you wood for a house, it gives you shade for the sun, a nest for a bird, oxygen to breathe, and the list goes on. So everything has a part of life in this planet. It's not up to us to destroy it and use it. So I could talk about this for days. It changed me. And
this was in the very beginning. How long did it take for you, the word, obviously the word to get out, but how long did it take before one of these guys like Hal Povenmire from NASA to show up? And was he the first one to show up, and why did he show up?
Remember we got past it, I guess, but February they came and did the report. By June they were doing the documentary. By late July, August, I think it was, Hal shows up at our house knocking on the door. And I was away in town. Youngest boy Ryan answers the door. There's a 6'4" guy, giant man, standing at the door.
So it was just Ryan and I, and he came and he was like, "Is Chris Bledsoe here?" And we're like, no, who are you?
No calls, no letters, just showed up unannounced.
He drove all the way from Florida,
Cape Canaveral.
just went in, knocked on the door.
It's 2.5 hours from here.
Yeah, it was 13 hours there. And so he drove, and Ryan calls me.
Flashed some badges, so we let him in. And we just like sat at the dinner table with him until Dad came home.
What was he talking? What was he saying to you? What was he asking?
I don't remember everything. I was pretty young, but he was just. I mean, Mom came, so we were talking, and she was just asking him questions, and Ryan was probably taking the lead. I don't remember. I was pretty shy.
What he did was well, to begin with, this is for the 5 years we have been involved with the UFO world on a limited scale. Everybody heard about us. They wanted us to come speak. They wanted to let a few people come. And the Men in Black was a big thing. That was the year it all came in. And so everybody was saying the government, okay, don't speak to this one. Don't. If you see somebody from the government, don't speak. I mean, they put the fear of the government in my whole family. So all the people associated with MUFON.
People associated with MUFON.
Which is the UFO world, basically. You know, once that show came out, it brought everybody that's involved in the UFO world. Knocking on the door, bringing groups of 10 to 20 people sometimes. And they would come. I'm not saying it was MUFON, it's people associated with the UFO world. So they were all about the Men in Black. So when the government guy, Hal shows up at the house, automatically it was fear. They were all afraid. And I didn't want to talk to him. I didn't want to have anything to do with him. And for the first few months, I would never give him any information. But yet, he took to my children. And he loved listening more than anything.
He came to my college graduation, birthday parties, recitals.
Wow.
He would drive all the way to be a part of our family.
He was always there. And you know what he told us, Chris? And he was when he died, he'd been at NASA, still holding security clearance for 60 years. That's how long he'd been there. He worked with Werner von Braun before it was NASA. He took his astrophysics degree in astronomy and astrophysics from J.L. and Hynek at Ohio State University. He was like 15 when he graduated college. That was a genius. Freaking genius he was. And so,
Why was he interested in this? Why was he interested in you?
because they knew what I was saying, the word, the triangle and the chain, that's a big thing. Little child, little triangle. The lady was 2012. That happened later, but that even more. But it was, they knew the phenomenon was real. They've known it. Don't listen to them on TV. I mean, they say we don't know, we don't have anything. Yes, they do. They all know.
Was this personal for him? Or was
This business.
this was part of a NASA sent him? This wasn't just him, like a side hobby.
Well, no, I wouldn't say NASA sent him because he would always tell us not to say that because he wasn't supposed to
He
be
was
there.
very selective with what he would say.
What kind of questions was he asking?
Everything you can imagine.
He would ask each member of the family the same questions separately to see if they would line up. And he did this for years and years. And one day decided he couldn't debunk it and just decided he loved us. And that's when we started, gaining like a friendly relationship with him and he like integrated into our family. That was after years of him trying to debunk us pretty much.
So he was in there to cross-examine you guys to find holes in your story.
Yep.
Basically.
He was sent. He told us he was sent to debunk the story. He told us that he worked with J. Allen Hynek. He was the debunker. We heard many stories how he would find this person, the son of a sheriff, fake something, and caught him. That's what he did. But he also would come and stay days while we weren't there. He was in town. He would be in the newspaper. He'd be on every house on the street where this phenomenon first appeared to us in 2007. He investigated every house within a mile or two of that house. And that's who found the 8 other witnesses that testified to him and he was getting information that they had seen something happen. That's what he did. And he finally realized that he couldn't blow a hole in the story. That too many knew it was real. And he became a partner and he began to see the phenomenon with me. He sat out and back, watched it come over. But we loved him. I was a great guy for our friends, for my family, my children. Love the guy. And he was coming to our house Thanksgiving 2020. 2019. He was coming.
2019.
And we were expecting him on Friday for the Thanksgiving that was down. He fed in his bathroom, hit his head, and went to coma.
Who is this guy?
That's Colonel John Alexander.
The men who stare at goats, John Alexander?
Yes,
That one. Yeah.
that's John. You see our, you zoom in on him? You see my hat there? I've got a whole box of those. John wears one too. CIA.
So, okay. Explain this story. How did you meet John Alexander and what was your relationship with him?
Well, John starts off the first chapter of the book. And,
This guy's like a legendary military general, right?
he's a colonel.
What do they call him? Dr. Death?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Yeah.
Assassin.
He had his PhD in death.
Near-death studies from Harvard, I think.
She's still.
Yeah, I talked to him this week. We stay in contact. And we love John. John was at my house not long ago. In fact, we're going to spend that. That's Joe McMonagle, CIA spy #1, remote viewer #1.
001.
001, that's him. Joe McMonagle. He's a legend. That's at the Monroe Institute. That's where we love to be.
How were you introduced to him, and what was his interest?
John, it was 2015, I think. This lady by the name of Pam Nance. She's a research scientist for the government, and her home base is Wake Forest University. So Pam calls me. I was introduced to her by somebody, and then I called her back on social. She says, Chris, I'm researching paranormal. And my assistant asked her, she said, we're researching paranormal. And I just got to tell you, she said, I've been on Pilot Mountain in Carolina. She works at the forest right there in Winston-Salem. So she said, I was on Pilot Mountain, on Mount Pilot, like Betty Griffin show. She has a cabin right there, her home place, way back. She said, she and Ashley would hike up on Pilot Mountain and sit under the stars and turn on this voice box, the spirit box. So it's a little device about like the size of a cell phone that has this awful noise that comes out of it. It sounds like static, yeah, white noise. And it's ticking, tick, 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 like so. And what it's doing is scanning millions of frequencies. And these investigators believe that, and I know now, that disembodied spirits or voices can come through that. So she said she was on Pilot Mountain, and she would ask questions, and it kept saying, Chris, UFO, Chris, UFO. And it said it over and over several days. She would hear the same thing, Chris, UFO. Even said Hope Mills, which is where we live. So she gets on the phone with a new phone and finds out who is Chris from the UFO. Well, they gave her my number right away. She comes to the house, and we're out at the burning tree. First, we did about an hour and a half interview in my study. And she had all her equipment done. And then we went, and not to get ahead of myself, but why they did the study inside, they got like 60 or 70 voice communications, audibly, that was recorded on the recorder, just coming out of thin air. So we go out to the tree, and we do this investigation, and I'm just holding this box in one hand, this cord, digital recorder. So this is recording what this is, and you can hear this. So she talks me into standing at the burning tree while my wife, her assistant, Pam and Ashley, my wife, and Stephanie, and these four ladies standing, 10 feet from me looking. I'm leaning against that burning tree. I'm holding, and we start asking questions. Crazy thing, this thing started talking, and it would answer my questions. It would say my name, and 4 or 5 voices would come forward. They recorded 350 audio clips, and she said, I've never seen anything like it. She said, I went to the Charleston jail to do a ghost hunt. She could take 6 of these recorders and let them run for hours, each one, and then you might get one voice out of 40 hours of recording, where we got over 350 recorded clips. But one thing it said, Chris, the Pope is in danger. Help him. You must help the Pope. It was saying we got it on recording. And she even made a PowerPoint for this, for all these clips. You can listen to them.
I got one.
No, I've got them. But with all this happening, I knew Pope was going to Philadelphia. He was already had been into Washington and was making his trip to New York City. And he was going to go to Philadelphia. Was this Pope Francis? Francis, right? When they were going, he was going to make a speech at the Congress, of the original Congress Hall in Philadelphia. So I called a friend that called me last night. You asked about who it was that called. Yeah. I said, I called this guy, Larry. You won't believe this. I said, this thing, this lady, I'm talking to him right after this investigation. I said, this keeps saying that the Pope's in trouble. It's coming to Philadelphia. He said, you must help him. You're saying that's not, you can hear it. You must help him. So immediately, my friend says, well, maybe you should come to Philadelphia and see what we can do about it. So a couple, 3 days later, I'm in Philadelphia, and I walked in his house, Fish and John, and first time I met. And that's when we started doing the whole first chapter of this book. And they actually arrested a guy trying to blow him up. I even told him he was a bomb. I saw where the boat ramp beside Windbreaker Bridge, I threw it all out, and they verified it. And so they got the Secret Service involved. And John called Joe McNaught, and Joe says the same exact thing that I said. And so from that point, they shut down Philadelphia, closed every access into it, and made people walk from the Jersey side across the Windbreaker Bridge. You had to walk from the right. And they arrested the guy for that. So that's how I met John. And it was a real thing that happened there. And that got the attention of a lot of people. Did you ever speak with the Pope? I never had personally. I had messages relayed to me from the Vatican through Diana and a friend from NASA. They tell he sent me pictures of boards of St. Francis with his boards. And he had these hands with zapped. And at that time, I couldn't use my hands. I could barely button my pants. They got my kids button my pants. And couldn't tie my shoes, couldn't hardly pull my pants out. My hands were just inflamed. Which is rheumatoid, which is an autoimmune disease.
So, yeah, the other NASA individual you met after how long was, where on the timeline did you meet him?
I met him in either late 2012 or early 2013. And what happened there, I was at a gas in an old log cabin in upstate Pennsylvania on the Delaware River. On a lake, we crossed the river. It was beautiful, stored cabin. It had Thomas Edison's bedrooms. Right, so big money. Taylor had heard I was there. He was out at LA, California. And so he heard I was at that meeting, and he would meet me when we called and said, I'm coming from LA, I'm heading to Huntsville, but I'm going to swing by Pennsylvania first to meet you. I want to talk. And so he showed up that afternoon. I'd been there one day, we got there Friday, Saturday evening, he showed up. And we became very close friends from that point on. And after he left from there, he flew out the next morning back to Huntsville. He came in one evening, met me, made arrangements to come to my house and meet my family. And a week or so later, he was in bed.
So, Tim, what was his background? Where did he work? What was he studying? And what was
Tim is an amazing guy. He's a genius, and he's a very kind-hearted person. He is an engineer for NASA, that he's probably been at NASA now 40-some years, up to 40 years. And he runs all the launches. He's the man. He's an NRO guy, National Reconnaissance Office.
And sorry to interrupt, but let's just clarify what that means. National Reconnaissance Office.
National Reconnaissance was a very secret organization until a few years ago when they were discovered and it went public. But he was a part of the Air Force, part of NASA, and the CIA, all three. So he holds the credentials for all three. And what they do with these guys, there's a top ranks that have high security clearances. They're so high they can't even travel. They can't go in the hospital and have surgery unless somebody's going to talk. So they're the eyes on the sky. NRO guys see it all. If there's anything flying in our space, there's a select few of those guys that can see it. And I mean, it's compartmentalized down to just a handful. So they own all the satellites, all the spy planes. They run the launches because every time they launch something from up there will come check it out, swim right up to it, fly up to it, make sure it's not something that shouldn't be. And I'll stop with that. Let's just say
Okay, well, that's something we're going to have to talk about later. Swim right up to it. Okay. Yeah. All right. Anyways, we define NRO. So, an aerospace engineer working for NASA for 40 years. And
40 years now, probably 30 years.
and what did he say to you? What kind of things was he asking you?
He was the kindest person, understanding, somebody I like. He never doubted. One of the worst things to do is the subject. And everybody feels that you're, a new person on the block is so afraid to tell anybody because of the way they're going to perceive you as crazy. He was never like that. And what really was the difference? And I'm sitting here with a huge scientist, one of these top guys. He runs the launches. He runs them all. This guy. He's in charge. He's the dragon. There's a dragon tattoo on his arm. His console is called Dragon Console. I had the memory for his
Dragon Console.
Right. His console is named Dragon, which is his space in mission control, where he stands and runs the launch. And so to have that kind of person questioning me about what they look like, not, are you sure you saw this? Not, I don't believe you. It was none of that. It was describe where they this way, where they that way, did they walk this way? They didn't walk. And so for right away, I found somebody that I appreciated, that could help me understand. And he felt so sorry for Skinner that his mission was to meet me. He wanted to meet Junior. He came and he spent a lot of time with him. It's changed his life because Junior had the worst problem being 17 years old with people telling him he's a liar. And, that's the worst thing you can do. Grandmas and grandpas even say, I don't believe you. Putting on drugs or something. And it wasn't the case. And so this guy comes, and he knew it was real. And he went right straight to my house and he made everybody read this with official briefing on a laptop with our names, our eyes on, the laser on. He tested each one of us with metamaterial and to see if we'd have a reaction to it. And he counseled Junior for a long time and changed his life. Because now he had some pride, he had some hate for him. And massive people did that. And that's what it was.
from Star Trek,
That's how
such as when he
Keep
confronts the
belief.
Raven for authorizing the
Specifically,
capitalization of
what
his
do you mean
data
by that?
for a human experiment.
tell them.
Well, you can see in this photo, it was the day of my homecoming game. I was running for homecoming, and so we were all called into my brother's room one by one to watch the briefing video. He had this PowerPoint that said for the Bledsoe eyes only, and it had different photos and things that he would explain to us that I probably am not going to say. Or then he would handle a metal and we would, hold another piece and see if there was any sort of reaction, and he would test this all privately and separately so we happening. So he get more of like a real reaction, so we didn't like pretend or something, and we all felt something. But when Dad helped with the material, even though we all felt like electricity, he was like easing from it because his experiences had been so intense.
The photos he was showing you, or the stuff that he was showing you, was it like trying to cross-reference things that you guys had seen, things that he had documented?
Some of it was Area 51, so I can't say nothing about. But he would show us things and then ask questions. Why do you think that's like? Why do you think that door is mounted? And I won't say no more there. Let's just say, because it was official briefing, I probably shouldn't go very deep. This was classified. Look, it's always been the most classified, higher than the atomic bomb, and it's like forever.
Do you think it's a good thing that's so?
Well, I think it's the cat's out of the bag now, and they can't hold on to the secret and try. Because they have no source. NASA qualified to walk up in front of television and say this is this and that, because it takes Congress to change their whole mechanics before they can do that. So these organizations can't sell it, and they're not ones that Congress is wanting them to, trying to demand that their protocol says no. It takes a whole lot of politics to maneuver around the Air Force, the anything. This is on basically for technology and for state security, national security. That's why the government's not open about it. They don't want to talk about it because it's technology involved with stuff incredible. And they're not going to give it away.
So, explain what happened again when he handed you this piece of material.
Well, they handed me, I was the last person in the room. Imagine, and that's my wife and 4 children, and Jimmy.
I wasn't in the room when you held it, but
most everybody was in it. They were sitting on the bed or trying to couch with me. But when I walked in the room, everybody was watching me and quiet. And up on top of the dresser, and the dresser was tall, not good. Not next thing, but the dresser, he had the laptop. I'm looking at that. And he goes through the whole person, watching his PowerPoint and asking questions. And then he goes over to the chair and picks up a backpack, which is in it, and pulls out this little piece of metal. It's about a half-inch square, solid postage stamp, thin. Thin. You put it in your hand and it just looks a square of gray metal. I said, what do you think of that? It looks like aluminum. I don't know. I didn't know what it was. So he reaches in his backpack and pulls out another piece and puts it in this one. And it's like aluminum foil. It looks like aluminum foil. You should crinkle it up, it would crinkle. It would stay wavy, but it wouldn't. I misread it. But the minute you put it in the hand, it's thin as aluminum foil. This one was thicker, a piece of metal. This was aluminum foil. And he described this as the insulation. He said, this is the insulation. Like I already knew what he was talking about. But when he put that in his hand, it made a connection through my body to this hand, and my arms began to thump like this. And suddenly my eyes just started going out, and reached my hand and took out. And I got my vision good, and he said, he was this close to me. He said, how you? I said, what is that? I said, why you? He said, what do you mean, why? He said, I would have known you were lying if you hadn't had a reaction. He said, I never seen a reaction. So I've only ever seen two. Yours was by and far different than anybody's. Why you? I never understood what he meant by why you. He said it triple times. And from that point on, we became friends and done some traveling together. And I ended up with him. Where is that? Kicking out. That building right there, that door, is very famous at NASA. That is the astronaut crew quarters. And that building was built in, I think, in the 50s. So when it, or 60s, when it first rocket in space, when an astronaut rides that rocket, they have to be in quarantine for like 6 weeks, I think, so they don't get a cold. The doctors, they have a crew quarters, they have bedrooms and a conference room, and bathrooms, and a doctor's office. And when they go in there, they live for weeks with their children. And it's the same house again that arranges food, and so there's a lot more pictures of inside that place. But he told me that when we walked in the front door of it, the den mother come up and said, who are you? His friend. He says, how'd he get in? Went through his friend. Ken. With me and Ken walking in. She said, who are you? She said, well, there's only 300 people ever been in this building. And that's only one U.S. president, no Congress, nobody. Just 300 since its existence. That's including all the astronauts and the family members. In other words, she was asking why I was going into a place with such security. And I couldn't answer it. But I enjoyed the tour. I got to sit where John Glenn sat. All of them. Got to hang out in the whole place. And got to sit where they put their suits on. And then they filmed me coming out the door. That door is where all the astronauts would walk out holding their gear with their suits on. They would walk out that door and get in an Airstream camper van, gas parking. And they would be transported from that door to Rothschild before they took it. So that's a really famous photo. So they treated me like royals. And I'll give you a secret he told me. He said, your life will never be the same when you leave from this place. It'll change. So what do you mean by that? He said, well, every time these astronauts went to space, something come back with them. And it's here. It's invisible, but it becomes visible every day. I see orbs all over the place. Sure do.
At the launch site, I see orbs. And what comes back?
I know it heightened everything happened recently. Experience with the community on the crew later. Understanding of it good. Spirit. There's a lot of misunderstanding about these words and aliens. They, maybe it's technology, maybe, but it's more like spirit. They're like spirits, like ghosts, but they can come full physical.
Could you ever clarify what he meant by you?
He's a secretive guy. He's like your ghost. And that's why Diana wrote her book. She wrote for his name.
Oh yeah, he was Tyler D.
Yeah. But yes, that was then. Now the subject is, he probably don't like me talking about him, but it's a part of my life, and so he's a good friend of mine.
He never clarified anything about like them trying to learn more about it and just them being interested and why were they interested and why did they make themselves so visible to you and other people.
Yeah, we went over that.
And you said there was 2 other people that experienced the same thing you experienced with metal.
He didn't tell me who the kids said. I've seen 2 other in my life. I've seen 2 other reactions, but nothing like yours.
I remember something from your book. I don't remember what it was in reference to, but I remember you mentioned a conversation that you had with him when you were at Cape Canaveral, and he said something like they weren't interested in anything else. Like we know about them, but they're not interested. They don't care about us.
Right. So when he first came, remember, we were afraid of government people. We were still out there, and I was still petrified about this guy. So I asked him, remember, we were afraid of government, so I was being fired up. And I said, why are you? Thank you for helping my children. Thank you for helping me here. But why are you here? Why do you need me? Why does the government need me? Because I'm still worried about the government, right? Everybody's talking about we're going to kill people who died and all this, but that hadn't been my feeling. Everybody had met and he said, because we see him. He said, we see him, but they don't nothing to do with us. And we want to study. We want to know. And we would like to study you. And we would suggest you don't go to any UFO events. Don't go to any conferences. Don't get involved. Because people that go to those tend to take on each other's stories. You get somebody that sees a light fly by during the call and that works. Suddenly they involved with Maine, from the Galactic Federation. They were the Pleiadians, they were the Oceans, they did this, they did that. They know everything about the known star light. This happens in the UFO world, and a lot of those things people tend to know more than the experts do. You know what I'm saying? So he said, we see them, but they have nothing to do with us. And we try to know what they want you. We know they like you. We know that. And we just want to investigate something. So that's how that happened.
Do you have any idea the answer to that question? Why do they like you? Why do they want to communicate with you and not somebody else?
I have no idea. I'd ask that question 100 times. And how probably might have called me one day. And he was always very like that too. He would ask a million questions to tell you one answer. They always was. And I'm like, how? Why did they want me? Why are they around me like this? He said, because of your family. They told me, they're probably your family. What that means, I can't remember. Now, I'll tell you something else about that. Serious with all this. How Matt the moon. He wrote the book on occultation grazing. I don't know how you say that, occultation grazing. He wrote many books on the moon. Okay. So he mapped the moon. He mapped the landing spot for the Apollo mission. He said, you got to land here. And he drew out the coordinates. That's what Al did. He studied the moon more than anyone in the world. He's an expert on the moon. So we were talking about watching the stars around the house. I said, is there really something outside the moon? He looked at me and said, your building's up there. Big ones. And we didn't know it. And they're ancient. So help me write more questions. He wouldn't know. He told me, so there are structures up there. and they're very old. He's coming from the world's expert on the moon.
And you asked me if the moon landing was real.
I never did, but he said it was 5 years.
Wow.
He had his technology was still in the moon that he put out there. Something for lasers to shoot off stuff there, scientific
Didn't he say the buildings look like mushrooms?
some of them.
I thought that was really weird.
Some green
Ancient buildings that look like mushrooms on the dark side.
yeah, pretty sure. What do you think about the moon? There's something going on out there. There's structures up there. He said, do you think that it landed like in the perfect spot where it eclipses the sun and it doesn't ever change its face to the earth? It stays locked in its position. He said none of that was happening. He wouldn't elaborate anymore. He said that there's something going on up there. I can't say, but it's not lasting.
I knew Mars was a spaceship.
So,
Wow.
yeah, that's what he told me. So what is it? How is it all? I don't know. We're at the beginning of studying this thing. And what is it we're dealing with? Who is it? All I can tell you is how it reacts to me.
Wow. So, okay. Getting back to what he told you about music and keeping music in your head. Why did he tell you to do that?
Because along about 2015, 2014, 2016, somewhere in there, I get a call from a lady. I showed you a picture of that June walking in the field. Yeah, and a lady by the name of Chase. Chase is very well known in the Chase Chase and her husband, Pete worked with the U.S. Navy in so just so happens Pete's Tim's at my house. So the day that we were testing with the metal bottom, there we are. That guy on the right is the Navy, U.S. Naval Subcommand, Naval Intelligence, and Tim is right, National Reconnaissance, NASA. Yvonne, my wife, and this is the 10th grade, right?
11th grade. He told them if they wanted to visit, they had to come to my game. So they all came to watch me.
So after that event, when was this one? October?
Yeah. It would have been like September, October of 2013.
So I think we fast forward to November. Chase calls me. He says, Chris, you ever heard of St. Paul? I said, yeah. Before you tell me, let me tell you something. I said, last night, Saturday night, I was sitting on my back patio with flowers on, just me laying back, looking straight up at the sky, and two orange words, just like I saw it. Not just one color, they just appeared. And just appeared, sitting stationary above me, way up. And they came on me. When they got to the top of the trees, they stopped. Now there's a shoe and fell. Suddenly they fired off straight towards St. Paul, just above the tree. She said, oh my God, I can't believe this. I should have known. She said, Saturday night, this was Monday night. She said, Saturday night, I got a call yesterday about a ghost group from Wilmington Ghost Town. Wilmington Paranormal, I think the name of the group. They were in St. Paul at an old plantation house investigating ghosts. And they walked outside into the woods, and there's this old rickety house that the farm tenants used to live in. It's old, and they never fallen in. They were in there, in the edge of the woods, and these two orange balls of light flew right over the tree. And it freaked them out when they saw it. And suddenly, one of them said that this tall being peeked around the tree at them, and they pulled out their guns. One of them was the police protector, one was the prison guard, but they started shooting at them. They were shooting at this. They didn't just had a glimpse of it, so they were shooting in the woods.
So you have to ask questions later.
Right. And so I said, oh my Lord. He said, would you go with me over? I'm coming next Saturday to investigate. I said, yeah, I'd be glad. So Saturday comes, Friday, I'd already talked to Jim. I've got something. I told her a story about seeing the order of the house and then everything. They went to St. Paul's and this happened with these people. Pick me up Saturday morning. So I went to bed Saturday morning. And we wrote, that's the picture we saw of them walking across the field. Tim Sherry's junior. So we walked across that field and went into these woods. What I noticed immediately was that the whole place had been timbered. Except where the house was a growing tree, but behind it had been timbered out, and they went in through the swamps and the cypress pine destroyed it, and it was just a mess. And I got the impression that it was because of the destruction of that environment was the reason. Who knows why, but that's what I told Tim. He said, you think we're still here? I said, yeah, I think we're still here. They haven't gone anywhere. He said, what they decided to do was to recreate the ghost hunt that they wanted us to go with them and do a ghost hunt. So Tim's like, I'm going back to Alabama. I took him at 3 o'clock to the airport and flew back to Alabama. Come in just for the day. And that night, I went back over at 6 in the evening to do a ghost hunt. And so that evening, I show up and I'm ready to go something good. There are 8 of us. I'm the 8th person. We got chasing Pete and myself, and then 5 members from Remington. We ghost hunted through the camp. So we were going to recreate the thing. So 8 of us, they finished the house thing, and then we walked across the field to the old farm tenant house. And here it is, if I can explain it. I wrote about this in the book. When you walk in, the cabin is old and dilapidated. It's the basic one-room cabin. It is 10 feet into the forest. Real thick forest. So you can't see it once you get right up to it. But once you get into the forest, there's this old thing. When you walk out the back door, sitting and going to the front, you had to go in and out the back door. The front was boarded up. But when you step off the steps of the back door of that cabin, you walk about 6 or 8 feet to the wall, and then there's a ditch, a real ditch, actually 6 foot deep. And it's dry, trees growing up in the ditch. It's old. The ditch goes all the way down the property, right behind the cabin, less than 10 feet from the back door. So they were telling us after we were recreating everything, and we went through the little house, and they had all of this stuff put inside, and they said, now we're going to go out the back, take you the same way we went before. And Tim and I discussed the possibility that these beings were still there. I told him I thought they were, and why can't? And he said, well, tonight, to get in a little more depth, he explained to me that these beings can hear you, and they can stay hidden by knowing what you're thinking. So it happens to see them by accident. They can rewind your memory basically by a device like that. But I've seen the patterns on it. Patterns. But if you song, not let them know what you're thinking, you might get a chance to see them. That's what I'm telling you this for these little people. So that night, we walk out the door with the ghost hunting crew. And then the 8th time in the room, Chase was a grandmother, so she's 7 and 8. He navigates under the world with suddenly, right? He got a compass in his arm. And so Pete's got us in tow. And we got to go out of the back of that cabin and walk across the 100 yards of woods. That's really thick in that spot. The rest of the forest to the right and left has been timbered. We got to walk through that clump of trees to get to the power line. And these big high tension you see for miles over the direction. So it runs parallel with the cabin. Only 100 yards to walk through. It takes 15 minutes to walk that section from the back of the cabin to the power line. Because when we started through the woods, everything was fine. We were all just talking, carrying on, excited, made our way to the power line. So when we get to it, we walk up and down the power line for an hour. And we were testing all the equipment they had discussed on fishery equipment. So when it's time to go back to the cabin, we had to go straight east, 15 minutes, and we would end up in the cabin. We went right back to the spot we wouldn't come out of. Right? So we exited onto the power line and we started back in. Seats in tow with the navigator. So I'm behind him. I'm swinging this phone. And I noticed everybody got out louder than anybody. I noticed everybody got kind of weird about it. You know, I saw what looked like they were drawing a gun, getting ready to. And what I've learned about this is that they can put fear in you. These beings can control what you think. They can make you afraid, make you go a different direction if they don't want you to. They can put fear into you. I'm just repeating what I was saying. We're starting in 15 minutes across. Pete's leading the way. I saw him get nervous, and that's when I started singing. Suddenly, I saw this green orb, looked like eyes, people around the tree. I tapped Chase from the back and pointed at it. She saw it, made it with me. Next thing I know, Pete was right at the ditch. So when we walked through that ditch, nobody else saw this, just Chase and I saw it, right? She remembers it. But when we crossed that ditch, we had 10 feet to walk. I mean, you could see it was from here to that wall, the cabin, right? But when we got to the ditch and we walked in that ditch, when we come out the other side of the ditch, we step back out on the power line. And that freaked everyone. It freaked Pete out. He's like, what just happened? He's a submarine commander. Navigates under the ocean. It blew him away what just happened. I knew what had happened.
So you basically stepped out exactly where you started?
Yep, we pulled at East Haddon for 15 minutes. We got to the ditch. We walked in the ditch and out onto the power line. And there's no ditch on the power line side. So what happened? They couldn't figure it out. I saw the beings, and I knew right then we were missing something. What they did is they wiped our mind on the trip across. I didn't tell them that. Because once we got to the cabin again, we went back across, went in the ditch, and come back out the cabin. We made 2 trips across that power line, from the power line to that door. So Monday comes along, Chase calls me, Chris, you never believe this. I said, yeah, I wrote Chase, we lost 15 minutes. She said, no, we lost 12 minutes. And they recorded it. They had helmet cams on. They had all these stopwatches. And they know that we lost 12 minutes of time with that group of people. Now, Tim was there that day. Yeah. And they'll tell the story. The same group of people. Chase tells it. Tells about this time with me. That's not the only group that's done that. This happened. So,
Okay, so fast forward to when you were going through the security doors at Cape Canaveral at NASA. There was a black glass building that you pass.
it was like a hut, like a guard shack, right beside this fence. You got mission control and a fence around it. Fences within fences. But when you get to the main building where the launch is going off, they have razor wire and a barbed wire fence, about 10 foot high all the way around that thing, with guards standing there with machine guns. And to go through that gate, you got to walk by this guard shack. And it's about 8 black. The middle's black and the windows are black. You can't see it all. And it was like when you walk by that building, they can read your thoughts. We're told not who they, or what they, or how they. Said they can read your thoughts. They listen to the phone. And that's why I first heard about it. This was before the ghost hunting. I already knew about it. He just told me to do it again. And this was yeah.
What was in the building to read your thoughts?
I've had that question ever since. I have no clue. This is the kind of way these guys are communicating. They give you a little bit. Is it a lie? Or they throw me off on the wrong course? But they didn't. It seemed pretty real what he was telling me.
So once you got into the building, the control center where Tim goes, what did he share? The specific room? Did he show you specifically where he is and what he does and what he works on when he's there?
Mission control is basically a square. It looks like a square. It looks like one of those construction site trailers. You do job is big, square, and there's a hallway right down the middle, and glass on either side. So you got this hallway with glass, big, long hallway with glass, and if you look to the right, is NASA scientists controlling. You got all these people, or however many of them are standing at each console, like you see, same thing. On the left side is the exact duplicate of the right. The left side's all Air Force. So the Air Force is involved big time with NASA. That's part of the NRO thing, I think. So there are all these cadets, all these young soldiers learning to control launch. And I got to meet the general there. She came out in the hallway and spoke to me. And I was even told how to address her before I got to meet her. Which I did. And that was pretty cool. But there's a room. It's a closed off room. Only Tim goes into.
How big is the room?
I didn't get to go into it, but I saw where it was, and he explained to me that was his office. And in that office, once the launch goes off, he has to stand in his control. And that rocket leaves and everything looks good, he goes into that room. And it's for his eyes on. And the other guys in the NRO that are involved in other ways. In other words, when that rocket leaves the ground, the ground-based cameras that looks like giant binoculars that you sit in and they can swivel and film this rocket, right? But once it gets up itself, it gets gaseous and they can't see the details. And they want to know every angle of that thing. They want to see every bit they can see. Wrong, then fix it, right? And that's how they found that O-ring that leaked and caused the explosion of the shell and then it blew up. They could see, yeah, they could see the fuel coming out where the O-ring was stretched. But when that rocket gets to 50,000 feet, they have what's called a WB-57, which is a really big, it's like an old U-2 spy plane, the huge wings, and it just hovers up there about 50,000 feet. A group of guys in RF, and they intercept the rocket. But when it's going up and starts going over, that WB-57 is right behind it filming. The ground-based cameras don't have clear now this airplane. When it gets on up there about 100,000 feet, they have you can see the picture of the 104 Starfighter. That's it right there. That thing can fly up to about 100,000 feet following that rocket back in. And they chase it, keeping a film on it, a camera on it the whole time. And the rocket's going so fast, it'll outrun it, right? And it loses sight. And then comes the satellite cameras. Pick it up. And when Tim goes into that door, his eyes are on every stage of that camera as it's going up. And so he sees, if anything, from somewhere else up his nose and goes up and takes a look, or even shoots it down. It's happened before.
They've gotten shot down.
I've seen that.
You saw one get shot down?
I saw the video. Sure did.
Is this one that we all know about?
Some people do. You won't find it. It's been scrubbed.
And what was it shot down by?
The video I saw was, see, I got a little nervous here. It was a rocket. This thing was going 15,000 miles an hour. And when it arcs over, and it won't go straight up. Go up a ways and then it goes over and fly out gradually, climbing up as they go around the world. They won't leave. What I saw was when this rocket left over the Pacific coast, I think it was launched out of them, and then it went up out of, started over. All of a sudden, this little flying saucer appears, flies right up to it, intercepts it as it's going 15,000 miles an hour, flies around it, and a little white laser beam comes out and shoots it on every side. As it's going around it at 15,000 miles an hour, suddenly the whole rocket malfunctions, doesn't blow up, just quits and comes out to the city. I saw that.
What was on this rocket?
That's what I asked him. He said, "Why do you think they did that?" I said, "Do you have weapons on there?" And he wouldn't answer that. I'm not worried, but it wasn't live
On man?
Yeah. So I saw it with my own eye. So that rocket, that one out of Vandenberg is known. It's known. There's people that have seen it before.
I think I've heard vague stories told about that before.
It's real.
Have you ever heard or spoke to Gary the research he's been doing on and the brain scans he's been doing with people that have experienced the phenomenon, where he's noticed a certain part of the human brain, I think it's the caudate putamen or in the basal ganglia, that is it's extremely dense with neurons.
It's different. Yeah. As he spoke about that, because that kind of a secret for a long time. Yeah. They studied my brain. They're studying those this year. And,
oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I can't say more, but we're just going to say, yeah.
Yeah. So what do they do? What's going on here in this photo?
That I write about in the last chapter. That's at the Monroe Institute. That whole deal was created basically around that whole week we were there. They wanted to get me up there and see if we could film the phenomenon. Because it's never been done. Right? Nobody's never walked out and had it come and they filmed it like that. So if you get a video, it's by accident. But we were going to do it intentionally. And so they invited Emily and some other people, friends of ours, that came. And the rest of the group was, while they were dining or having fun, I'm in the lab and right up there.
The lab rat.
Yeah. And so when we go out at night, we had orbs appearing. They'd never seen anything like it. They got sensors sitting on top of mountains, random generators and all, and they were going off. The orbs were up here. And there is an orb that we filmed. A friend of ours named Rob Freeman, he came from Canada. He bought a $250,000 camera that he bought just to film the phenomenon. So it's all it's a big apparatus of cameras and spectrum and all kinds of stuff. There's a big setup. So he walks up to me and says, Chris, he said, you know what? You changed my life. He said, I want to apologize. So I stood up. I said, thank you, Bob. Don't worry. I forgive you. I reached out and I hugged him. And as soon as I hugged him, somebody said, Lord, flash. So Rob runs back to his camera, locks it in on this object, turns it on. For 45 minutes, that object never moved. It's a flash. The star field moves across the sky. The object never wiggles. So you can find that called the Monroe Flasher on YouTube. And that was from that night when Rob and I played. And we made a great bond. I mean, I'm going to be with Rob again this November.
The Monroe Flasher on YouTube. Can you guys are, maybe we should look at it. Oh wow, this is like some sort of like analysis video somebody was talking about. Okay, now these are, so this is that $250,000 camera.
Yeah. It flashes. There it is. See it in one spot. You enlarge the screen and see it. It varied in intensity to how bright it flashed. Yeah.
Wow. It's so tiny.
Well, it was way up there. Right. But it got bigger, brighter at times. A lot brighter.
About the same distance as the one we saw last night.
No, these are further out. It was way up there. But the thing is, there was 45 minutes of it, and there's parts of that is a whole lot brighter and bigger. At Mouton, Canada, which is where he's from, certified true. That was a story there. That what we were doing was filming with scientists, government scientists, a whole lot of them. Using sensors and all to record this for the first time.
Using some of the same technology that Andy was using during the filming of that show, where they were kind of tracking it against the FAA and its satellites to make sure it wasn't planes or satellites.
I didn't see one of those. They may have had it because they had sensors on the mountains and so on. But yeah.
Can you play that video from last night? It's online. It's in there. There's like, I think there's 3 videos, but there's 2 of them that are, yeah, it's in there.
It's the 50
Oh, no, never mind. Steven has them. I do. Steven's got them. Look at him queued up. So, yeah, so we sat out there for maybe 30 minutes before we saw anything. And then all of a sudden, these things started appearing on the horizon, and there was a couple things that had looked like shooting stars.
Yeah. That is the orbs a lot of times because they'll go straight up.
Got audio going on here.
What's cool is this. It was the surf. You see,
Oh, it's the contrast is like crazy. It's like darkened on the screen.
You see the horizon.
Okay, there you go. So the planes were far above this. This was very, very low on the horizon, and you can see the planes that are airplanes above it.
Find the one that's the 50-second one. That one has it a 2 inch. There are 2 orbs in that.
Right.
And the first one's right on the water. In fact, don't doubt that it didn't come from the water. You know what's weird is you just had asked me about that right before it rained, about the water. What do I think about the water? And then you get one right on top of it.
So that thing was right above the horizon, and it was getting really bright and then going invisible, going dim.
Yep.
And airplanes don't do that.
Nope.
And we could know that because there was literally airplanes coming in for landing that would turn on their bright headlights for their landing approach or whatever it's called.
In that 50-second video, you can actually see planes all around it,
right
up above it. There's one there, top right. See that little flash?
Yep.
That's your
that one was flashing.
Let me see if I can get the older one, the bigger one.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense why it wouldn't.
So, what is the connection? Do you think you talk a lot about in your book this sort of which it got me wrapped up in this Ed Casey thing with the healing power. What is the connection with this ability to heal? How real is that? And was Tim involved in any of that with some of the stuff that he was doing with the medical research and the medical patents?
Well, yeah, in a way. How that came about was in 2013, Easter again. 1 year later, remember 2012 on Easter, I had the lady experience. Right? She came and told me about the red star or the star of Regulus, and granted me the ability to record this stuff. She did it in February 2012. Well, 2013, she comes back. This time, she takes me, these beings take me. Somehow, I'm transported from my home up to the top of my house. I saw the rafters. I went and was pulled up into a ball of light. Next thing I know, we're touching down from this aura and walk out of it into this desert environment, looked like Utah. I've been obsessed for 5 years with Utah, more than that. And I'm these nuggets.
Okay, so here's the video. You got it pulled up, Steve?
Yeah, it doesn't play on the computer, but it does play on Dropbox. So here,
okay, cool. Okay, so you see that's a plane on
That's
the top
an
left.
airplane, 2 planes.
Now that thing comes right out of the water.
Yeah, right up out of the ocean. There's a planes around it. Now it's going to disappear, but if you look to the right of it in a second, there's a second one right close to it that appears. There it comes. Now it's going to appear.
It disappears in that one.
Right.
What? That, like,
it gets real bright. Those are your orbs. You see these planes right above it? They can see that. That's why they're so elusive. I mean, there's 3 planes, 4 planes in the picture, and then you got this one away.
And then it goes out again, right?
Yeah. Just disappears.
But I don't know how you can explain that away with logic.
You can't. And if you, maybe tonight we go out sky watching again. Yeah. Maybe I'm just hoping something comes much closer. Like, real.
Well, we were right on Indian Rocks Beach in front of a lot of really bright buildings and condos, and there was lots of airplanes.
Yeah. We were on the main flight. Right. But
it's pretty amazing for that to show up with all of that around.
Yeah, I knew it was a handful of that because all the planes around.
Now, what do the most hardcore skeptics say about these things? How do they try to explain these things?
Well, there are hardly no skeptics anymore. I don't really have that issue. The main thing I hear now is just being human beings because they've already accepted the fact that there is something there.
It was like satellites, or at one point someone said swamp gas.
Ball lightning, all this
ball lightning.
Yeah.
Right.
But now it's like, oh, there maybe is something happening, but it's evil.
Yeah, it's got to be evil. It's got to be a demon.
There are videos on YouTube you can watch about ball lightning where people show these balls and in their house, these lights that explode, they show up and they float around and they explode away. But in your situations, there was no thunderstorms, there was no lightning.
No, and this is every day. I mean,
Yes.
I record this stuff every single day. I showed you my psionics app, and there's 2,700 videos in less than 24 minutes. That's a lot. And I could have taken twice that, because half the time I don't even record. We see 10 times more than I ever record. So a lot of times it's so fast, you can't get it on camera. It'll come by you here 10 feet away and zoom right by your touch. Happens with crowds of 20, 30, 70 people. I had it appear around at 20 feet away.
And it happens at significant moments. So it's like, why would ball lightning respond to specific questions, thoughts, emotions?
Right. And yeah, this is a new day. The people now knowing there's something. Skeptics are knowing they're going on. And the ones that are skeptical more would be scientists, because their paradigm don't allow anything there. In fact, I think between you and I, one reason they don't, that they've hid this so long and don't want to tell it, because it's not that we're meltdown. It's not me and you. It's not Alice in the mobile home park down the street, or the average person. They would say, "Oh boy, wonderful," and tomorrow they're back to grocery shopping. But it's the scientific community, it's the academic world that has spent their life in college and teach people about evolution and all these far old things that they're still teaching. That's so far, they got to change everything. So half the community that's teaching this would be lost. Where do we go from here? So I think the meltdown would be there more than the average people.
Another thing people say about this is that if this was to become accepted within humanity, it would destroy all religion. But what you see now with, like, going back to even the Vatican, is that they are looking into astronomy. I mean, there's an observatory at the Vatican, and they're looking at the stars, and they're talking about the idea of extraterrestrial life. And they even say, like, if God could have created us, and it could create ants and caterpillars, why couldn't it create other beings that are somewhere else in the galaxy that are even intelligent? Right? You can't limit God's creative freedom. And the Vatican is kind of becoming, the religion. It is not counterintuitive. It is not counter to the idea of extraterrestrial life or another sort of multi-dimensional life form or being or entity that lives parallel to us. So when you think about that, I don't necessarily believe that it would have a negative effect on established religions today.
I think it will for the strictest of people. You got religions that are pure cults that only we're going to go. These Baptists, they can make it. These are doing, they believe like us, burn in hell. They don't even rationalize when it comes to this stuff. It's straight by that book, and they'll be the ones that have the most to deal with it, because they don't have room for any deviation of possibilities other than what that book says. Example, in our area in Carolina on the mountains, we have these snake handlers, churches that get together and they pull out rattlesnakes, and they're sitting there dancing with rattlesnakes. And about every year, 2 or 3 of them fall over dead. But they still believe, because the book, if you believe in Jesus, you can poison and you won't die. You can take up a serpent and he'll bite you and you won't die. But yet they get several a year fall out dead because of it. But they still go right back and do the same thing. And if you brought anything else into their belief spectrum, you're probably going to melt them. Her brain.
Didn't you also say that sometimes beings come out of the orbs?
Yeah, I have a video of one come out of the orb.
Do we have that?
I have it on my phone. I don't know how you can. I can download it.
Is this the same video to this photo? This night?
That's a pretty interesting photo there. If you want to show that.
Well, I have this one that we showed them yesterday.
Oh, is this the one of the person walking through the woods?
It was very dark, but
Yeah.
this person right here you can see is our friend Lori.
Yeah.
And I wasn't there, but this was in a wooded area behind our old home, so it's a little shady here, but you can see the daylight outside beyond the trees. But this figure here was not anyone in our party. So whenever they looked at the photo later, there was just this fully fledged figure standing in front of Lori, and also this peculiar flash of light appeared right behind her.
Right.
Turn your airdrop on if you want out.
Okay.
And I'm just sending you what you're going to see here. This video she's getting now.
Okay. Is this the video thing coming out of the orb?
No, she should be getting up.
Okay.
This video then?
Now, let me tell you before we start this what you're going to see.
Okay.
I write about this in my book. There's a lady by the name of Sharon, very close to me and his family. We met her. I met her in a chapter in the book about how this Bible college tried to set me up, and it backfired on me. The whole audience that with me I'm sick. But one of the ladies there was sick, had kidney cancer person. She had one kidney already removed, and her second kidney was already massive size with cancer, and her chemo wasn't working. So she was looking at this. And I met her on Saturday night. It's in the book. There's a lot about it. But Sunday morning, or Monday morning, she went in for a scan, and it was gone. Kidney cancer was gone. And she was healed from it. So a couple of years later, she calls me. And we stayed in touch, but she had cancer had come back in months, and she had stage 1 cancer. And she called me where she had to go in for a scan on Monday. It's next Monday. I said, can I come to you? And I come for prayer when she called me. Because word had gotten around about this healing thing, which we bypassed earlier. Yeah, so she shows up from 2 hours away on Friday evening or Saturday evening with her. Well, I have friends. There was about 5 or 6 of them in total, all ladies. I had 3 Native American friends. I was born in Robinson County, which is where the Tuscaroras are from North Carolina. Tribe is there. So wonderful people. I was raised with them all my life. 3 of them actually called me and said, can you come by? We want to see the burning tree. I said, absolutely, perfect time to come, because I have a lady that's sick and we are separated. So they show up at my house, and Sharon is standing on my left, and her friend, one of them, standing on my right. I'm right between these 2 ladies, and everybody else is meandering around. There's about 8 or 10 people there. Mm-hmm. And you'll hear the natives standing at the burning tree singing there, whatever they're singing, it's a chant. And at 31 seconds in the video, you'll see an orb appear 6 foot away, right in front of us. And it's rotating, they're always spinning. And it comes right up to me, 5 or 6 foot from me, and it flashes. When they flash like that is when these beings step out of these orbs. So the being comes out of the orb, and now the orb is inside the being. So you can see this translucent figure with the orb inside. And so that's how they come. I've seen them many times with you. And it moves to my left by the screen, right in front of Sharon. And on Monday morning, all her cancer was gone. I'm trying to go spare. She's cancer free today.
How long after was it all gone?
it was gone. All this masses in her lungs were gone, but one kind of goes back.
How many
It's like-
days later?
The weekend, that Monday morning.
So you'll hear them singing here, and then watch it 31 seconds. It'll flash, but you have to stop it and play with it to see the 6 foot tall, 7 foot tall light being comes out that door. Okay. Can't hear it. Right about here. Now slow it down. Rewind. I want you to see the orb. That's the orb. Right. There's the being. And they don't show it as good on the screen for some reason.
Yeah, the screen.
It's very bright on here, but
Yeah, if you could look at that, you can see the full-blown being, legs, arms, and all. Really?
I can turn it to you.
See how bright that orb is?
So wait, where's it?
Being.
To the left of the screen?
This is inside the being now.
Can you go frame by if you hit the side arrows on the keyboard on the bottom left of the keyboard itself? Yeah, you can go frame by frame there.
Right, go back the other way short here. Come on back and you'll see the orb appear and approach. Right now, right here, the orb appears.
I've already backed up, so I'll back up again. To before.
And it flashes, and
So
then
we're before now.
Okay.
This is headed forward.
Okay, now we're going forwards. Orb appears. Flash. There's one flash.
Yep.
It's like one frame.
And now it's going to
So go back to that one. So during that one frame is when you're saying you see the being.
yeah, but
That frame.
right there is the being. And now the orb stays inside of the being. And you can see, if you look at it on a good shot, a good camera, or a computer, you can see a translucent figure move and the orb is with it.
Yeah, right there we can only see like a sliver of something.
Right. But you can see the difference on this computer.
Right, yeah. Huh.
But that was right. That was in 2014, I think. Remember, I couldn't share anything before 2012. Right. After 2012, I began to share it with everybody. But the king comes along, the lady comes again. And she takes me to some desert place, which I perceive as Utah. I'm pretty sure it is. I've been obsessed with it. And I think she's going to come back. And I'll be able to film it.
That's bizarre. So Sharon, what did you make of her being healed of the cancer days later?
That's why she came.
That's why she came.
Yeah, and that's, see, let me say this, in 2013, when the lady came back, and I went about this technique, when I saw her, she imparted another thing on me that I may have had it before, but I didn't realize it until 2 weeks later. This is how it arose. And this is what got NASA and Tim involved with the thing. Easter 2013, I had the experience with her again. May the 5th, I think. It was just a few days later, less than 2 weeks later, this investigator from Canada calls me and wants to come by and visit. He's on the way to Miami, and we live right along 95, so it was 5 minutes off 95 for him. I said, can I stop? I'm leaving Washington, going to Miami. He said, sure, stay another. Yeah, we did. And my Labrador, Nellie, was, this is Nellie. She was walking along beside us. We went out to the tree, and he must have took 20 pictures of the tree. And we talked for 15, 20 minutes. And Nellie was laying on the ground beside me. We get back to the edge of the patio. We walked all the way back, about 75 yards out there. So when we get back to the patio, my kids are on the patio, hanging out, sitting around. Grant and I stopped right at the edge of the ceiling. Nellie stopped. She's like beside me. She'd walk everywhere we went. She'd walk, stop, and lay down. So I looked at Grant and I said, Grant, kids are here. You want us to help you get your bags? You can go ahead and put them in the house and use the bathroom. He's like, yeah, why not? So he's between me and the house. I'm looking at him at that door. He turns his back and starts towards the door. Nellie stands up off the ground. And when she walked by him, I saw blood shoot out of her neck in a long string. And it wet the whole side of his pants. Went right by Grant and wet his pants, and I had pictures of it. And she left a trail of blood going in and ran in the back door. Now dogs will get in front of you and try to go in before you do. Well, that's what she did. The door was wide open. Blood spraying everywhere. And I freaked out. Oh my God, what's happening to my dog? And I ran in and I tackled her. She 5 or 6 feet in the back door when I grabbed her. Blood all over the floor. And at a laminate floor, it's like slipping in grease. And I picked her up. It was all I could do to get her up. So I was dealing with her for thin, and it was just a struggle. I made it to the patio and I laid her down. And I looked at her neck and she had a hole, maybe 1.5 inches, 2 inches long, a gash across her vein, and blood was just pouring out. So I laid my hand on her neck, and blood pouring up through my fingers like this. And I feel her heartbeat. She was just kind of squirming, but she wasn't fighting too hard. I looked up at them, and I realized that she was going down. I knew it. Because there wasn't calling no ambulance, or what, time to get her to the doctor, or we live 20 miles or 20 minutes from anywhere. And everybody's freaked out, taking pictures. He's recording this whole thing. And I said, what am I going to do? And I looked up at the sky and I said, Lord, what am I going to do? She's going to die right here. And as soon as I said that, I felt this energy come through my hand. And I felt her very completely in. When I raised my hand, there was no more hole in her. Nothing. It was gone. Everybody witnessed it. And it freaked me there.
I was not there. No.
All her brothers were
It's a
there.
weird story to come home to, though.
Yeah. But there was a lot of witnesses to it. Grant, a UFO investigator from Canada, is one of the most famous out there. He's the one who saw it all. He took that picture. I didn't. And there are more pictures of the blood going in the house and all. And, but we couldn't figure out what happened at all. How did she get the hole in her neck? What did that? And he would call, so I called Tim. I said, Tim, the craziest thing that's happened today, you won't believe it. That's the same dog. It's so pixelated on that screen. But anyhow, he told me, he said, Chris, he said, maybe the phenomenon is showing you have a gift that you need to try to do something with. And so that changed my life that year to, this was 2014, to where it is today. That's what I do. I've done more trying to help people who are sick than I ever really talk about this every day in my life. I have people like me, people who are sick, people I go and visit, and I've seen some of things happen. Why me? I don't know. What caused it? I don't know. But it is going to happen. And immediately, Tim's like, you need to follow this. And that's what got me involved with him, with his encouragement to get me to help others, and working on his project he was working on, the stem cell. And it just led from 2-3 weeks later, a month later, I get a call from the guy in that great big house you were informing about, and said, we have a child in Washington that's sick. And he's from a prominent family. And We want you to seek help. Like, Lord, I don't know what to do. This is all new to me. I have no clue what has happened. How did this all happen? Why? What do I do? He said, well, you just need to come try. I'm like, well, it's 4th of July. My family's coming home the weekend. All the kids, we're going to do something. He's like, so what's more important? Hanging out and partying or helping some child that he's got to make a wish. He's going to die. He's not going to live past 12, 13 years old. I said, well, you got me there. So next day I was on an airplane in Washington, and I was sitting with that young boy in the bottom, right there. To his left is Jim's in his whole party. That was his bar mitzvah. The heads of the CIA. And this is Mike Morrell, the deputy director. This little boy is right in our group of people. And so when I got to his house, I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to start. I've been asked to do this. What the heck do? I don't even know how I help the dog, much less to help the child or somebody sick. And so I've sat there with him and his mom and dad for several hours, just talking and feeling out the situation and silently praying, Lord, help me. You got me into this. How do I deal with this? What do I do? And this voice said, not an audible voice, but it was something spoken. And said, just hug me. Just reach out and hug me. And so I waited till the time to do so. And I reached out and I hugged him really good. And he couldn't eat. Hadn't been able to eat most of his life. Well, if he eat, he would throw up. He had this mitochondrial DNA disease, which your body just doesn't digest food and get the nourishment from it. Usually they don't live past 12, 13 years old. Dead. And so he had to make a wish. And this group of people pulled around him.
And he's in college now. He's completely healed. He's fine.
Wow. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot more to it. In that party, right there, and you see all these people, there's hundreds of Washington, D.C., most prominent intel folks, judges, doctors, cardiologists. His grandpa was their cardiologist. And I'm sitting at a table next to Jim's table. There's this big round white table with cloth with Jewish flags. And it was just I'd never been to a bar mitzvah. But the table behind me, I heard this ruckus and the band. They were dancing just like that. Whole crowd. They knew how to party and they were having the best time. I'm sitting watching my children have fun. And I heard this ruckus. Next thing I know, Jim's wife, Debbie, grabs me, said, picks me up basically and pulls me to this other table and said, you got to help this guy. And he was slumped over, face down, out cold, completely turned white. And they were trying to revive and couldn't get him away. And they dragged me through the crowd and I put my hands on his shoulders. The very instant I did, he sat up. He took a big breath. And they looked at me and said, my God, you saved him. That happened in that party.
Wow.
It sure did. In front of these people, imagine. That's Washington.
How do you even deal with that? Like being you and that happening. How do you even comprehend that?
I don't.
That's amazing.
Dad's helped a lot of people. And he doesn't always talk about it because he's afraid of sounding like, that he does special things. He doesn't want the credit for it, but he really has put a lot of energy and a lot of effort into helping people. Not always in front of people either, behind closed doors.
Most of it's private.
He's very, very emotional when it comes to that. Understanding.
This little boy, he's in his 20s. He's a junior in college. Yep. But I don't know. I don't think
It's always, sorry, Dad. It's always interesting when people ask us what our experience is. They expect us to say we see UFOs and aliens, but it's so much more complicated than that, and it comes down to this sort of thing as well. How do you explain that to someone in a 10-minute, conversation, that it also is so spiritual and there's like a healing aspect to it? It's so multifaceted that I don't think people can really wrap their heads around it. But if anyone could try to understand from a base perspective, it's just like this is a benevolent spiritual experience that is open to everybody, that for some reason we are, I guess semi-responsible for sharing and promoting to people.
Is there?
If it were evil, why would he be able to heal people?
Yeah. But I don't see it as me doing this phenomenon. Maybe
whether you're a vessel or whether you're doing it, it's happening around us. And so I'm not saying necessarily you have powers or anything, but there is evidence and facts that you, for some reason, are surrounded by healing. And if this were an evil sort of phenomenon, why would this be happening?
It's really hard to comprehend all of this. It's so mind blowing. Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible. And I know, we took last night, but there's people who try to gain this or tap into this phenomenon the same way you do, right? I know Tim. There's Diana talked about in her new book how Tim, that he has a protocol that he tries to follow to try to cleanse his spirit and meditate and be in the sunlight, to where he can people can learn or train themselves to tap into something else that you are just intuitively, you're already hardwired into it in one way or another.
Well, that's what they're studying my brain for. They know it's connected. From the History Channel thing, the scientist said he can just, Buddhist monk studies 30 years in his life to get to this enlightened state, and that's it. But he just goes in it instantly. Just got my fingers in them there, and I don't understand it. I don't know that I'm even doing it. I don't understand. But that's a question I don't know. I'll try to say that. I just have a mission to share this, the way it comes,
Well, I can't wait to go out and watch the sky with you guys again tonight. Yeah, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, thank you so much for coming on here and sharing the story. We just talked about it for 4 hours, I think. I will link your book, UFO of God, below for people to check it out. I highly recommend it. One of the most gripping books I've ever read. It's phenomenal. Thank you for writing it. And thanks again. Is there anything else anything else I should tell people about to get to guys or find you guys online?
Yeah, you can find my website is ufoofgod.com, and there you can find a link to Amazon to buy the book, or you can go straight to Amazon or wherever books are sold, I guess. But
you can find me on TikTok. I post about this stuff. My name is Bledsoe Baby, because I'm the baby, So I post stuff relevant to the story on there, and then I have a website called emilyholloway.com. I teach voice, but we do have one announcement before we go, and then we're good.
So the also on my website you can find my Instagram where I post videos. There's a few hundred videos or photos on there.
Yeah, try to link all those below.
Yeah, and this I think we can just go ahead and talk about this without getting into any details. This book has been is in the process of making a motion picture.
Oh wow, yeah, exciting.
Yeah.
This is our first. We got the go ahead to just say that much, and that's all we're allowed to say.
Okay.
This is the first time publicly we're admitting that there is a motion picture.
Teasing me, I can't wait.
It's under development right now.
Okay. I'll have to keep you posted.
Rumor is it might be 3 parts, 3 shows.
Wow. Exciting stuff.
See where it goes.
Well, cool. I hope this helps get the word out. And again, I can't thank you guys enough.
Thank you, honestly.
I appreciate it.
All right. Goodbye, world. All right, Ashley Forge. Thanks for coming in.
Hey, Danny. Nice to meet you. Nice to be here.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk to you today. Like I said, I listened to Julian's podcast that he recorded with you last week. It was really well done. He was very skeptical, as people should be when they're going through this stuff. I'm excited to go through it with you here. But for people who aren't or may not be familiar with this missing flight, Malaysia 370 that disappeared in 2014, what is the official narrative of what happened to that plane that disappeared? And how did you get interested in it? And maybe even before we go into that, like, let's talk about your background. Where did you come from? What do you do for a living? And how long have you been like an investigator?
Yeah, I've only really been an investigator for about 3 months. So, what I like to say is I'm nobody special. I am just passionately curious, which is an Albert Einstein quote. And I've always been interested in plane crashes, mysterious plane incidents, just because I have a fear of flying. My background is actually in healthcare IT. I'm an analyst, consultant, database architect, whatever you want to call it. But maybe that analytical mindset has kind of led me to be a good person that would actually be able to dig into this investigation, figure out what really happened. I think what we're dealing with here is the biggest, largest, verifiable conspiracy of all time. The official story of this plane makes very little sense. They have this plane going dark 40 minutes after it takes off. It flies over Malaysia. The government doesn't send any jets to track it. This plane goes into the Andaman Sea. They lose track of it. They just let it drift off into somewhere where we don't know where it went. And then the official story says this plane turns into the South Indian Ocean. This entire narrative is built on these Immersat pings, which weren't released right away. They waited weeks and weeks and weeks to release them to the public. You'd think if we're trying to get to the bottom of mystery, trying to find out where this plane went, you'd make that data available right away. So this narrative got built that, well, this pilot must have taken control of the plane, must have flown it rogue, out into the South Indian Ocean, and then supposedly crashes it along what they call the seventh arc, which is the last ping that the satellite got from the plane. And this ping is somewhere down near Australia. The problem is we looked over there and we didn't find anything. So as we'll dig into here today, we're going to present an alternative theory, a theory that is supported by more evidence than any other theory to date, one that will present a fire scenario, an emergency event, where this pilot isn't somebody to be vilified. They're potentially a hero who's trying to save the plane in a doomed situation. And then it's going to get a lot crazier than that.
So your background's in healthcare IT. What is specifically do you do? Are you like you're running the computers that this healthcare company works on and operates on, the software programs, or like what exactly is entailed in that job?
I can't speak much about my job because I don't have a media clearance to speak about exactly what I do.
Mm-hmm.
What I can say is I do have a government clearance that is top secret, as I'm told, related to what I do. It doesn't have anything to do with UAPs, doesn't have anything to do with advanced technology or anything that we're going to see in these videos. But like I said, my job I would consider to be like a database architect, and I've done this job for over 18 years now at this point.
Did you go to school for this kind of stuff?
I'm a business major, actually.
Oh, really?
So I was a marketing and finance and international business major. I was always interested in economics, but I did love science. It's just that the math side of it gets to be a lot for me. So I followed physics and the kind of advanced physics concepts and experiments that have been put out there, especially over the last 5-6 years that I got interested in UAP field since the DoD, Navy footage that was released. What are they called? The gimbal and the go fast, etc.
So like 2017.
Yeah, around 2017 is when I started to realize that, maybe there's something to that in general. And I started looking into the physics behind it, which is going to become very relevant when we start into the videos today.
All right, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. This is my first time ever asking the YouTube audience for help, but with the YouTube algorithm constantly changing and evolving, I'm left with no choice. These podcasts are only getting shown to a very small percentage of our YouTube subscribers, and the only way to fix that is if people are subscribing on the videos. That being said, if you are enjoying these podcasts and you want to help me create more of them and make them better, I'd ask you to please hit the subscribe button below. I would not be able to do this if it wasn't for every single one of you, and that's the bottom line. Thank you for watching and supporting the show. Hit the subscribe button if you enjoy it. Now back to the show.
And so, when you, for the last 18 years, you worked for this company, you've just sort of been like paying attention to this stuff as a hobby, looking at it on Twitter, and like, have you always been pretty active on Twitter and Reddit?
I was actually like not active at all on Twitter for the most part. My Twitter account dates back to when I used to play like video games and stuff like that in 2014, and it was pretty much went dark until I started looking at these videos a few months ago. And my job situation, like I've worked on, not necessarily at the exact same company for that 18 years, but in the same field, I would say, in various aspects. And then with respect to Reddit, I used to have a Reddit when Reddit first kind of originated, and I think that how so much now to a point where it used to be a thing where you could go there and find the news like 2 days before you see it on TV, whereas now you go there and it's like, I don't know the exact opposite of that, but most of it, like you go there and you're not being educated in terms of what's coming out in the news anymore. You're being told what to think. So I ended up deleting my Reddit account several years ago, and I created a new one just for this case to kind of help get the information out there. And that's why people see my account and they'll see, it says it was created in 2020. It says you're this additional ad. Well, somebody else used my email account, very common email account name. And so like some bot or something used it. And as far as I can tell, you can't change your name. So my account is relatively new, but it shows like it's been out there since 2020.
And you said you had to deal with some sort of suppression on there?
Yeah. So like this case originated on Reddit and originated from social media around August 7th, August 8th, depending on what your time zone is. These videos reemerged. They have been posted several times before, most recently in January. They've been proven to date back to 2014 on the Internet Archives. I actually remember seeing one of the videos back in 2014 when I was just, interested in looking into the situation, not as an investigator or anything like that. So when I saw the second video, and I realized that they're both in sync on Reddit, me, like many other people, hundreds if not thousands of other people from the community, started digging into them, finding out like, can we verify certain aspects of these? So for over, I would say, 11 days or so, that was every single post on the UFO subreddit was about these videos. People trying to debunk them, people trying to authenticate them. And that's when I started to like save all of those threads and started posting them on Twitter because I thought this information was pertinent and I didn't see anybody else really posting it on Twitter. And so eventually it got suppressed. There was a debunk that came out as a one-day-old account posted an image from a software claiming that this effect that we're going to see in our videos supposedly came from this low-quality 90s video game. And that bot upvoted to the top of Reddit, had all these awards given to it. The comments were extremely suspicious in the thread, mentioning, thank God we don't have to talk about this anymore. The account was 1 day old. It's called Icy Slide, which actually stands for, it's a play on words, which can just mean Intelligence Community Forum Sliding. And so it's a suspect account. It didn't answer any questions at all. This thread was actually used to shut down the conversation on Reddit entirely. So the moderators of that subreddit, they banned all discussion of it, and they pushed it to a new subreddit that was called Airliner Abduction 2014, which is a really weird name for a subreddit related to an MH370 case.
They moved it from the UFO subreddit to its own subreddit.
Exactly. And the people that run that subreddit are not people who are trying to solve the case. They are people who are trying to get it to go away. As far as I can tell, they're people that are related to debunk forums that are out there that are trying to prove that it might not be real. And so I created my own subreddit. It was called MH370X, which is the name of the organization. I started on Twitter as well to try to solve the mystery of the case here. And the same day that I revealed my identity, and I knew that when I would reveal my full identity, that there would be attacks. I didn't realize they would just ban my whole subreddit the same exact day, without any warning, without really any justified cause. I think that they said I violated the moderator code of conduct. It's like pretty hard to believe on Reddit where like people just get banned for posting on certain subreddits from other subreddits with no rational reason whatsoever.
You violated the moderator code of conduct. Did they say what part of how you violated it?
Not only did they not say, when I appealed, first of all, they didn't respond to my first appeal for over 7 days. And then they told me to like put in a new appeal. So I put in a new appeal, and I get a response the next day saying, yeah, we're not going to unban your subreddit, but we can't give you a reason why. Why can't you give a reason why? That's absurd, right?
But can you still post on Reddit?
Yeah, so I can, but like they've been banning me as well. Just like I would get bans for like 3 days for harassment, where like I've never harassed anybody before.
Why would they ban you for harassment?
I think it's for messaging the moderators in general. So the moderators of those various subreddits hate me with the passion of 1,000 suns. And I think it's due to the fact that like when I first started posting on that airliner abduction subreddit, I wanted to get real information out there because I saw so much misinformation being posted on the subreddit. I could realize that, in my opinion, that their goal was to make it so that the case never got solved, that nobody was putting real information out there. So I started posting my information. I'm the #1 contributor of that subreddit. I have the top post on that subreddit. They ended up banning me from the subreddit. And they started putting tags on my content because other people started posting my content there. And they started putting potential scammer tags on anything that was related to me. Right now, they actually have a ban on my name on that subreddit. If you post anything with my name in it, your content automatically gets removed. So this just goes to show you that the level of suppression that's currently out there. Because what it comes down to is if you have somebody out there telling the truth and really trying to solve the case, it's the exact opposite of what they're trying to do out there.
So they claim they banned you for sending messages to the moderators of these subreddits. What kind of what kind of messages were you sending them? Were you sending them? Was it like very polite, or was it a little bit harsh?
Yeah, originally it was pretty polite. In terms of like, why are you letting people harass me? Because there's people constantly harassing me on those forums. And I would report them, and nothing would happen. And then the response is, well, you need to let people criticize you and stuff like that. And that's and in much harsher terms is the way they would phrase it, very flippantly as well. And so when they started posting the potential scammer stuff, that's when I just straight up said, like, hey, if you don't remove this, I'm going to send you a cease and desist. I'm going to find out who you guys are. This is not cool that you're doing this to me. Because, I'm not a public figure. I mean, maybe I am now. I don't know how that really works. But I think that the idea where you can just, like, try to tag people with this stuff is, like, stuff like that's inappropriate. So I actually did send it to Reddit. And then the same day they received it, they removed that tag entirely. And so they claim that that's me, like, threatening them. I guess, like, if, defaming somebody and telling those, like, letting them know that, like, being defamed is not cool as a threat, then, maybe they're right. But in my opinion, it's just a matter of, like, defending my good name and my reputation.
Okay. Yeah. So, all right. So you got deep into this thing on Reddit, obviously got into some confrontations with the people that were monitoring these subreddits. And from there, that's kind of when this thing spiraled and you started to, so how did you start to really get attention on social media for the stuff that you were looking into regarding this case?
Yeah, I'd say probably about 3 or 4 days into the case when some of the users had recognized that what we were looking at in the satellite video was potentially a Citrix session logged in to the actual spy satellite database. Was when I had also been looking at it, and I realized that, well, this video is not taken by a camera. It's not like the camera's behind them, like we have going on here in the studio. It's not like a camera phone staring at it as well. And that's when I realized, like, wow, this is actually somebody who got caught. You're not going to be able to hide this information.
What can you define what a citric session is?
Yeah. So most companies, as far as every company I've ever worked for, and I think all big companies for the most part, like if you log into your laptop or whatever, you usually log into a citric session to access their database in a remote location. And when you're logging into that, you have to tunnel into it. That's what citric sessions allow you to do.
What's that program people use to like remotely access people? TeamViewer, something like that?
It could be similar to that, yeah. But in this case, usually it's like you have a business that has a big centralized database and you want to have people log into it. And usually what that means is that your computer is just like a window into the house, right?
Okay.
And that's probably the best analogy for it. Even when I went to school, you would log into a citric session on whatever computers were available, and now you're logged into your school's network. Right?
Okay, I understand now.
So it's like that. And so when we saw that, I realized, wow, because I knew that most people would try to debunk these videos with prosaic explanations. Oh, it looks like a balloon, or whatever. But once you find that the base videos are real because this person was logged into a citric session, now it pretty much eliminates any situation where someone says that doesn't look right. Because now you've proven that, oh, the base footage at minimum is real at this point, potentially even more than that. So that's when I really started to get, I guess, activist about it, become a citizen journalist and start writing about it and say, okay.
So the jump off for you was when you saw these two videos.
Yeah, and then, when I had enough information to realize that, oh, this might not be, fake anymore. And so I actually made a post on Twitter, and that's the platform I chose to use initially. In part because I knew Elon Musk had taken it back over. I'd read the Twitter files. I knew that the government might be more disconnected from it than they were before. I'm certain that if we were under old Twitter leadership, my account would have been banned a long time ago. Likely. Like almost 100% sure.
Yeah.
So, and actually, I trusted the media to take this kind of over from me. All of my posts are out there. You can read them. I think it was August 14th was the day I made the post about begging the media to take this story. Right? I figured there'd be journalists out there that would report it, TV stations would report it, and nobody did. Nobody still has reached out to me to this day right now.
No TV stations, none of the news channels, nothing mainstream, no newspaper publications have ever talked about these videos.
There were a couple articles posted, one in the Daily Star and one in the, was it Daily Mail? Could be wrong, but it might have been the Sun. But as far as I know, only 2 articles have been written at all ever about it. Neither of those people reached out to me either. Nobody has ever reached out to me other than alternative media, which I think is odd because mainstream media will report on a lot of fake stuff. The one article, the thing I like to talk about is the Las Vegas alien sighting from the kid and his family. That got so much reporting, right? And they just made this kid look like silly, right? So they're not afraid to go and just, ridicule somebody. But when it comes to me, when I have all this evidence lined up, right, they're too afraid to even bring it up, which to me adds a level of credibility. It tells me that these videos probably are classified information and that either they are being told not to look into it because of that, or there might be people telling them, hey, don't look into this is fake, blah, 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 when, it's potentially not. I can only speculate, but what I do know is that I can't really trust the mainstream media and those channels to report on it fairly, which is why I'm here talking to people like you as opposed to going to any of them, and you will not see me on any of those as well. So on August 14th, I decided, I told my followers, if they don't want to report on it, we'll be the ones to do it. And I said that we would get disclosure on our timetables, and we wouldn't let anybody else set the narrative, which I think to this date, I've lived up to that promise.
Have you gotten any sort of pushback or flack from the company you work for? Because I'm sure people there have seen you in the media or on podcasts and stuff like that. What do they say about you doing all that stuff? Are they cool with it?
Yeah, I mean, right away, when I dug into this early on, I made sure I was covered from all my company. That's why I said the thing about not having a media release. But as long as I'm doing it on my own time, it's totally fine. I've talked to all my bosses. I've let my company know, hey, if you get weird calls from people, go to the authorities. Like, people might try to troll, whatever they might try to do, get me in trouble or something. So I haven't got any pushback on that. As long as I'm using my own time off and what have you, I'm just coming to you here today as an independent person, not related to my company in any way, shape, or form. And some people in my company know, like they've seen, and they reached out to me like, oh, I didn't realize that was you, blah, 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 right? And yeah, it's kind of fun, whatever, but I understand the reality of the situation is that because of the magnitude of what we're dealing with in this conspiracy, and then what we'll see from these videos and the technology potentially there's a good portion of people in all of America that will not be able to accept them to be real. And so that's why you don't see me going into Starbucks being like, guys, I'm H370. And I don't do the same thing with people in my company, right? People want to talk to me about it. Sure, we can talk about it in private. But I'm not out there trying to force people to believe in a certain thing. Like, I just want to present the evidence and have people come to their own terms of what they think it means. Right.
Now, I watched that documentary on Netflix about the this whole thing, and I think that came out maybe a year ago, in 2022. Is that right?
I think it was actually like March of 2023. It wasn't even that long ago. People try to like tie it to this, but they're not tied at all. These videos came out, or they were re-emerged 4 or 5 months later.
It's interesting that at no point in that documentary did they mention any of these videos. Have you talked to anybody involved in producing that documentary, or any of the investigators that were part of it?
Yeah, I think every single investigator I've talked to probably firsthand, directly. So Wise, the woman Cindy who claimed she saw debris from the satellite picture.
She's the lady in Florida?
Yep. I've talked to her on a space on Twitter one time. Jeff Wise, I've gone back and forth with on Twitter several times. Florence Changi, I've chatted with a number of times as well. My opinion is that the only one I really find credible is probably Florence Changi. Interestingly enough.
Why is she the only one that's credible?
Well, I've just been doing a podcast himself related to it, and I've kind of followed along with it. I think he's a very intelligent guy. And I believe he's a pilot that does a lot of like technical information. But I think that he falls victim to the same levels of propaganda that I've seen from mainstream media, potentially from places like Reddit as well. For him in particular, my opinion is that, back in 2014 and 2016, everything was about how bad Russia is, and probably still is to this day. So going all the way back to Crimea, etc. And so that, in his mind, he just thinks that Russia has to be somehow involved with this. And I think that takes away a little bit from his credibility. And I saw him talk about the videos actually one time as well. And like many people who can't come to terms with the evidence, they lead to ridicule. Like, oh, it's just so silly that this could be possible. But when you dig into the evidence, it's like, no, this is actually the most plausible scenario. It uses more evidence than any other theory to date. It doesn't discount almost any evidence except for some hemostat pings after a very specific time. So for him, I think he's a smart guy. I hope he kind of comes around, because the commonality all these people have, I think, is that they realize there's something wrong with the official story. It doesn't add up.
Now, Jeff Wise, he's the one who came up with the theory that the Russians on the plane, the 3 Russians, potentially hijacked it, going through the computer, the panel on the floor in the first class cabin, and somehow connected their computer to it, and then routed the plane remotely through their computer to Kazakhstan or something like that.
Yeah, and I can't really speak for him and his theory, but my understanding is that, yes, he thinks the plane somehow got to Russia. And the main problem with that is there would have been a number of radars that would have caught it, right? Not specific radars that are people that are going to cover up from Russia either. So that's the biggest issue with his theory, in my opinion. Plus, there's been a lot of speculation of whether or not you can remote control a plane. I looked into it a lot. I go one way or another. I think that I saw the debunks that said you can't. But if we're talking about the technology that we're going to be talking about here in these videos, which are potentially what I like to call refer to as teleportation, if the government has that kind of capability, then remote control of a plane seems like small peanuts in comparison. So there may be some merit to some of those ideas, but if we're talking about passengers taking over the plane, I'm not looking at the Russians on board. I'm looking at the 2 fake passengers that were on stolen passports that had changed their appearance to look more like the people on the passports that they were using. That seems like a much more plausible hijacking strategy. So I think a lot of his stuff breaks down.
So can you explain what that is real quick? What's the story with the 2 Iranians with the fake passports?
Yeah, so there were 2 Iranians that were using stolen passports where they had there was a press conference where a real guy shows up with his real passport plane. I wasn't on that plane, right? And they got pictures of these guys in the airports. And they tell that they actually look a little bit like the real guy. Like they had changed their facial appearance to look more like them.
They had cloned these guys' passports.
No, they had stolen them. Like, they got stolen passports, and then they had bought those stolen passports. They were spending thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars on the stolen passports and the tickets. The cover story here is that, from the official narrative, that these guys were Iranian refugees in Kuala Lumpur to get to Amsterdam. Now, the problem with that is there's a direct flight from Kuala Lumpur to Amsterdam. So this idea that you're going from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing, going through another country, not just another country, but China, to get to Amsterdam, doesn't really add up. The issue here is that I don't have a good way to connect this to the plane unless you believe in this hijacking scenario, in which case, in a post 9/11 world, I can't understand how these guys aren't suspects number 1 and 2, right? Because in a hijacking scenario, it's like I'm looking for the fake passengers first, right? The people who are on stolen passports that are with Iran.
That's
right.
Yes, that's a red flag.
Iran actually hijacked a RQ-170 spy drone in 2011 as well. 3 years before this, they hacked it and landed it, and then they made their own versions of it. It looks like just like an advanced drone. It's like a triangle almost that can fly for very long periods of time. Autonomous vehicle. And I've actually seen the versions that Iran made as well, and they look very similar to the RQ-170. So if there is an espionage angle to what's at play here, definitely need to be looking into those two guys for sure. They got dismissed as not being part of it within like 3 days of the plane going missing. And that's why I barely even remembered it. I had to go dig back to the old kind of like early news articles about it to even remember these guys were out there.
Yeah, now I remember you and Julian talking about, for full disclosure, Julian's podcast with you has not come out yet. It'll be about another week. I listened to just the audio that he sent me, and you guys were getting into some of the arguments in regards to how possible it would be for this plane to be hijacked and like get through the pilot door. What specifically was the theory you guys were picking apart there?
Well, I think the issue is if somebody hijacks the plane, are they going to be able to keep everybody out? And how are they going to disable everybody? Right? So there's 2 major thoughts here, I think, complications. First, you got to depressurize the plane to make everybody pass out.
First, to be clear, you don't think it was hijacked?
No, I think there's no chance it was hijacked. I think what we're dealing with is an emergency situation related to the lithium-ion batteries fire that came about. And I think that when it comes to like the pilot suicide angle, there's nothing within the entire flight path that indicates that. When somebody is suiciding a plane, and I think the best example would be the German Wings guy from 2015. I should look into this since that podcast. He locks out the co-pilot, and they have to change the policies after that so that you can't have one person in the cockpit anymore. He crashed that plane within 10 minutes. So I think the big thing here is how long would it take to get into the cockpit? And the issue is that even if you can't get in there right away, eventually there's going to be a way.
Really?
And so what I found out from digging in is there's a programmer override where you can punch in and you can get in. Now the site can disable that temporarily. Like they can say no right on it, which is ideas to prevent people from hijacking and getting in there. Jeff Wise actually argued that from the electronics bay, you can disable the door lock, essentially. So you might have the technical capability, especially if it's a crew, to be able to go in there and disable the door. Again, that might be something that's going to take a little bit longer, though, right? And that's why this time frame is so important. Is that, okay, maybe you can keep people out for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, or whatever, but eventually people are going to get through there. They're going to break down the wall if they have to. In fact, if you depressurize the plane, I found out there's some panels that will break out. And they do so intentionally because they want to equalize the pressure between the passenger area and the crew area. And that's for a specific purpose, I guess, but the idea there is if there's panels breaking out, you're going to break through those panels and you're going to get into the cockpit, right? So I think there are several ways where you'd be able to MacGyver your way into the cockpit, whether or not that door is steel reinforced or what have you. And that's not even taking into account that you've got 200 people that might be able to, jam one of those carts through it and eventually break it down as well. So in a scenario where it's a very short period of time, I think that the hijacking scenario and whatever makes sense. But again, if it's a suicidal pilot scenario, they're just going to crash the plane into the ocean right away. They're going to do a German Wings situation where they're going to crash it into a mountain within 10 minutes. They're not going to go on an hour-plus joyride with everybody in the back of the plane. Then you might say, okay, well, you depressurize it. I think that when people lie, they usually add an element of truth, which is why what I think happened was a lithium-ion battery explosion that did depressurize the plane. Now, in that situation, if you're trying to take out everybody, you want to fly very high. The higher you are up, the quicker hypoxia is going to take over people. But we have witnesses that saw the plane flying very low. 8 witnesses, in fact, 10 minutes after this happened, which is counterintuitive to that scenario. Now, in addition to that, the crew oxygen is limited as well. So we've looked into the crew oxygen. I can't find a lot of corroborating evidence because there's not a lot of situations like this that actually happen in real life. But the ones that I have seen, generally this oxygen does not last as long as people would imagine it to last, mostly because you have to run it on 100% oxygen when you are in a full depressurization situation. And that means it's going to drain very quickly. So obviously it depends on how many people are sucking that oxygen in. But the time estimates that I found are anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours
for the crew oxygen.
And so I think that's why when you look at the official narrative, they try to claim, oh, well, maybe this plane was just flying unmanned, right? That maybe the guy passed out himself. Because a big part of the problem is that if you depressurize the plane, you're putting yourself at risk as a pilot. So I don't think that there's any plausible scenario where this plane is flying for a total of 8 hours, while 40 minutes in, it got depressurized. The oxygen's going to run out. Now you're going to lose control of the plane. It's going to crash, or the people are going to get in there eventually. And that's my main argument, I think, against the pilot suicide narrative. But more so, when we end up looking at why it didn't crash in the South Indian Ocean, you realize that we don't even need to cast doubt on the pilot suicide scenario because there's no evidence the plane crashed in the South Indian Ocean at all. Right? So, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Okay, who is in the documentary? There's a woman from Florida who says that she found debris of this plane in the South China Sea, right? Have you met with her and you talked with her?
I did talk to her on Space. It didn't last very long.
Twitter Spaces?
Yeah, Twitter Spaces. And I was surprised how many people I've been connected with, honestly, on all of this stuff. And
why didn't it last long?
I think we don't see eye to eye in terms of what evidence shows. I looked at her Twitter profile and I looked at those same pictures that they show on the Netflix documentary. And some of them, the scale is okay, but on some of them, the scale doesn't match at all. Keep in mind, a lot of those pictures are from over a week the plane went missing. So in order to even believe that to be possible, there was 42 planes and 39 boats from, I think, 13 different countries that were searching. And then initially they were searching the South China Sea. So for them not to find any debris in the South China Sea is just impossible. If this plane was shot down, which I think is the claim that she makes, there's going to be debris everywhere. This is the same reason why the plane didn't crash in the South Indian Ocean. If a 777 crashes into the ocean, there's going to be a huge debris field. We're going to see it from space the very next day. We have satellites everywhere, as we'll show later today as well. So, I think she tries to match up stuff she uses prosaic explanations. Oh, these white caps here and this other stuff I'm seeing in the ocean. If you draw triangles around it or whatever, now it looks like a piece of the plane, right? And she superimposes pictures of the plane over it.
Right.
And that's not a very, let's say, scientific way to go about an investigation, right? Especially when you've had 80 planes and boats that are searching around there total. You can maybe cover up and have somebody lie, or have the government lie, but you've got a bunch of independent people now at this point. All these people would have been lying and not seeing the debris or collecting it and not saying anything about it. So that story falls apart really quickly.
I'm just really shocked that you guys didn't talk for very long. I would imagine that she would be someone I'd want to spend a lot of time talking to her and understand her way of thinking and understand how she came to this conclusion, how she found it, exactly how she could prove how long after the flight crashed did she find these images and when they were taken. I would want to go meet with her and spend a day with her.
Yeah, and I think the thing there is that when you start to ask those questions, you don't get any good answers, right? So because it starts to fall apart right away. So when I started asking that,
but that's the point, right? You want to get, even if they're not good, that's really important.
Yeah, that's the kind of questions I begin to ask. And I don't want to say anything mean or rude, about the situation at all. But what I will say is one of the first things she asked is whether or not I worked in the government. And I think that's just kind of an odd thing to say in terms of whether my credibility was. And at that point, I hadn't revealed myself, funny enough. So I have a top secret clearance. So
that's why, look, Twitter's not a good place to communicate. It's really not. I would be reaching out to these people independently on my own, if not in person. I probably would be. If I was really taking it seriously and devoting my life to it, I would absolutely be talking to them on the phone in person, not on Twitter Spaces, because it's so toxic.
Yeah. And so when she mentioned that, and she told me that what her job was or what have you, the problem there too is that that story, and it's not just her story, but anybody that believes this plane was crashed or shot down in the South China Sea, it doesn't match any of the evidence. None of the evidence. We've got radar data showing the plane over Malaysia. We've got the defense minister talking about how They had an unidentified plane, which could only be MH370, that they knew was a civilian airliner, that they knew it wasn't hostile. We've got these Inmarsat pings, which I don't think that they're all necessarily fake, but I think that there's something screwy that they did with the data there.
What's an Inmarsat ping?
So there are these satellites that are all over the world. And in these satellites, I can actually pull up as well on this. These satellite pictures, they're pinging these planes every so often. And while they're pinging these planes, there are two satellites that are in range of our plane. There's an IOR satellite and there's a POR satellite. So these are the overs here that we're seeing in this image. And when we're looking out over here near Malaysia, you can see there's overlap between the black one and the red one here. This black one is POR, which is the Pacific Island area. And then this IOR is the Indian Ocean one, this red one. You can see that they overlap. And in Malaysia here, we should be able to ping two of them. Interestingly enough, 30 minutes before this plane takes off, it stops pinging the POR satellite entirely. And for the rest of the flight path, for the rest of the 8 hours, it only pings the IOR satellite. Why is this important? Is if you have two different satellites pinging the plane, you can figure out exactly where it is through triangulation, right? Because these pings tell you how far away the plane is from the satellite. When you only have one, the problem is now you can tell how far away it is, but you can't tell where it is. So now you have an arc. And this is why they have these arcs that they have calculated where they think the plane was. Now, they don't use these until the radar data runs out. So we have this radar data, which is probably pretty accurate in terms of where the plane went, unless you think they manipulated that as well. And then after that is where we rely on these pings. And this is where then Jeff Weiss says, oh, it went north. Because you went arc and you're saying, okay, I'm going to follow the data and I'm going to say the plane went north. Most of the other experts say, oh, no, I'm going to follow the data and the plane went south. And that's how we get to the South Indian Ocean. Now, the problem is there, we looked everywhere, right? We didn't find a debris field anywhere. We looked across this seventh arc where we say this plane ran out of gas. Didn't find any black boxes down there either. So we have our situation where it's like, well, if this plane crashed there, how come we didn't find anything? This is an active shipping route. We look at this active shipping route and we don't find black box. There's no witnesses that see this plane crash down there.
What is the process of finding a black box in the vastness of the Indian Ocean?
Good question. So these black boxes are actually rated for like 20,000 feet deep. So this is no problem for the depth of this location here. I think I actually posted on Twitter a piece that like looks across this arc depths. And it gets deep in some parts, but not deep enough that we wouldn't be able to find a black box. They have these boats and they put like a wire on them with an acoustic device and you just trail them along the water. And so I kept trying to figure out like how far away would you be able to hear this, like from the surface, right? The best I can find is there's some articles mentioning like 1 or 2 kilometers. So you have to be pretty close, I guess. But the weird part is like
the thing the boat is trolling that pings the acoustics is how many meters away it has to be from the bottom?
No, that part is like 20,000 feet. So
20,000
very,
feet.
very far. It can be like theoretically. But with respect to like if you're on the surface, right, the water's really deep. So it's like how far you have to use like some triangulation to figure out like, okay, what's the hypotenuse here and how far can you be? But some news articles mention, okay, 1 to 2 kilometers from the surface from where the box might be on the bottom of the ocean, pretty much. But I have a hard time believing that because these things were transmitting, I'm going to say, I think it was 35 megahertz or kilohertz, which is essentially people told me, like, especially in the water, the sound carries really well. And the sound that they make is unique. Like it's not any organic, it's not similar to any whales or any other sounds you would hear. So you should be able to hear it very clearly. There was a couple of instances where they thought they saw it. Analysis that shows that like they should have known right away. There's no chance that these are the black boxes. The signal they give off is too unique, too specific. The other problems with the South Indian Ocean narrative is there's a number of acoustic sound devices that would have heard this plane crash into the South Indian Ocean. The one that people most commonly know about now is the SOSA system. This is the one that heard the Titan sub that was going down near the Titanic. They heard it pop, the Navy did. And they didn't mention it for 5 days. While everybody's sitting there watching the news and they're going, oh, how much oxygen do these guys have left at the bottom of the ocean? And then 5 days later, they go, oh, yeah, we heard it. And you know what? We're going to send down our guys and go pick up the debris. And I think they had the debris in under a week. So it tells you they had pinpointed exactly where this had happened, right? And they knew exactly where it was. This social system was declassified years ago, before even the plane crashed into the ocean, and they didn't hear any acoustic sounds from it. They'd never mentioned that they've heard it. There's also 2 hydrophone systems. Western Australia has a hydrophone system, which works fundamentally similar, and Diego Garcia's military base in the Indian Ocean also has a hydrophone system. That data I know is made publicly available. Neither of these heard the plane crash into the ocean, acoustic detections that match it. And again, we're talking about 777 crashing into the ocean. So definitely they should have heard something that crashed there. There was also 19 passengers, or victims of the passenger, families of the victims of the passengers, that signed a statement claiming that they could call the cell phones of the victims for up to 4 days afterwards. Now, a lot of doubt has been cast on this, claiming like, oh yeah, you can still, the phone might ring before it goes to voicemail, or you might still connect an old cell tower, but we've looked at the cell ranges. They don't go into the South Indian Ocean. We've looked at the physics of it. If your phone is under like several feet of water, you're not going to be able to get service. If your phone is submerged in salt water for like 30 minutes, it's going to die. I think it's very improbable that you would be able to call these phones, and that many of them, 19 of them, for up to 4 days if they really were at the bottom of the ocean. In fact, one of them even showed it on live television. They actually had of them calling on live television or recording of it. So there's a ton of evidence against it. In addition to that, these planes have 4 ELT transponders that are redundant that activate only during plane crash. None of them went off, as far as we know. So there's this huge amount of evidence that says, okay, as much as people think this plane crashes up in the ocean, we should have had some sign of it, not just some pings that are subjective. They may have gone north, may have gone south. There should have actually been witnesses. There should have been a black box found. We should have had acoustic detections that we heard. We should have heard the ELT transmissions when it crashed into the ocean. All of this information. The biggest one is the debris field. There just can't not be a debris field. Even the Wagner jet, that Wagner Russian guy whose plane was shot down or whatever, we had satellite pictures of that tiny debris from a private jet the next day. So it's like, that's on the land. In the ocean, the debris is going to start spreading out. You're going to have this huge debris field. It's probably going to be miles wide within several days. There's going to be bodies, luggage, parts of the plane floating everywhere. The official search found nothing. I want to repeat that. The official search didn't find one piece of the plane. This debris that people think is out there that they found, this happened over a year later. Some parts of the plane wash up on some islands, on the Reunion Islands. I think some parts in South Africa.
Madagascar.
Yeah. And a lot of it was found by one guy. In the Netflix documentary.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
Yeah, Blaine Gibson. The Netflix documentary actually tries to cast a bad light on him. And I think that was very unfair. I think this is just a normal guy. I think he really was good-hearted personally. I don't think he has these ties to Russia and he's a spy or anything like that. That's not the impression I got from watching it. Which I think is why our theory is interesting, because some of this debris that was found, some that he found, had burn marks on it. And the parts that had burn marks on it had this unique honeycomb structure to it that's unique to Boeing planes. So this actually pretty strong evidence that, okay, maybe if this is from our plane, that our plane did have a fire happen. And the debris that was found, this flaperon that they found, this is the main piece that they try to tie to the plane and say this is definitely from MH370. The media doesn't tell you that there's a unique serial plate on this flaperon. It's missing. And so what that means is the serial number they claim they matched was not a unique serial number. That's just a serial number for that part.
Yes.
Right? And sure, it could still be from MH370, especially in the scenario that we're going to present forward, where maybe it burns off the plane, it falls off the plane, or maybe this plane lands somewhere else and they take the plane apart, throw a couple pieces in the ocean. I think that's what Jeff Wise actually argues.
Right. The crazy thing about that guy is, what's his name, Blaine?
Yeah, Blaine Gibson. Yeah,
Blaine Gibson. Is he was similar to you, talking to people online who were messaging him, trying to point him in a specific direction. That, like, look, if there's debris, you should go here and look. And he goes exactly where this person on the internet, this random internet person, told him to go. He travels there and within 20 minutes finds pieces of the fucking plane
that nobody else has seen. That nobody else. I mean, it's like on an active beach.
Right. Like this guy needs to play the lottery. It's insane. And then he goes somewhere else and finds many more pieces of the plane within what, like hours?
I think he found at least 10 pieces, and I think overall they claim that there's been like 30 pieces found in general. And some parts of the issue with the debris too is it doesn't have enough barnacles on a lot of it, and this tries to get like hand waved with like, oh well, maybe it was on the shore for a while in the sun, like baked the barnacles off. But from all the barnacle analysis that I've done, which is more than I ever want to do in my life, these barnacles form like really on stuff that's submerged in the water.
Okay.
So it's like, okay, well, if these are clean and they don't have any barnacles on them, like how long were they really in the water for, right? Like the idea is kind of like it doesn't really match up with the timeline, especially if this stuff was found 18 months later. You would imagine it's just completely covered in barnacles, right?
So I grew up on the ocean around a lot of barnacles. I've had a lot of encounters with barnacles in my life. Every instance where I've seen barnacle growth is on. What's that sound? And Steve, is that your mic?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's
I heard like a whistling. Anyway, so in every instance when I've seen barnacles, it's on like pilings, like dock pilings, or on something that's in shallow water away from currents that is stagnant for a long period of time. I'm not aware of anything that floats through open ocean currents that barnacle growth happens on.
Yeah, and again, I'm not the expert on this, but Jeff Wise actually does like 2 or 3 pieces of barnacle growth, especially the flaperon. Like in order for it to get these barnacles on it the way that it does, like he claims what had to been like under the water, not at the surface, and like spinning around like at a very specific layer in the water, which just seems very implausible to me in general.
Like Steve, maybe you can find something like this. Like where do barnacles grow? Like what do barnacles feed on? How do they stay alive? What are the optimal living conditions for barnacles?
There was another article that came out recently while I was investigating, claiming that they had like new barnacle analysis based on these like actually the temperature of certain water. It's like, oh, we'll be able to pinpoint the plane from this, which I just kept thinking this is like really like reading the tea leaves, trying to figure out like where we're gonna reverse engineer to figure out where the plane would have gone, right? The bigger thing to cast out on all that debris is that there was another copy of the plane. A lot of people don't know this, purchased by GA Telesis in October of 2013, less than 6 months before this plane goes missing. This GA Telesis company has connections to the military. A guy that started it was like in his 30s, ex-military. All of a sudden, he's in charge of this multi-billion-dollar plane purchasing company. The model that they bought, exact model of MH370, scrapped like a decade or two too early. So there actually is potentially another plane out there that would have had similar parts that could have been put in the water or could have ended up in the water that could have been misconnected to MH370. Now, again, what I would say is that the theory that we're presenting with fire and this advanced technology that we're going to be seeing accounts for all the debris. You know, the little amounts of debris that is out there, if you go look at the CNN picture that exists out there, it's a tiny amount. It's just like 1% of the plane. And if you look at all that debris and add it up, it's not like finding a whole plane. It's like finding a tiny bit of it. Here it is right here. So let's just look at this picture we've got here.
Okay.
The highly likely is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this picture. If you look at the 3 confirmed pieces, this is just a tiny part of the wing. They take this flaperon and they like take a picture of it, makes it look like it's gigantic, right? But relative to the size of the plane, it's nothing, right? So if you just take these 3 tiny pieces here, we have not found a plane. We have definitely not found enough of a plane to say that, oh yes, like we know exactly what happened to it.
So why did this guy find this? Why do you think this guy found this stuff?
I mean, I think that he is just a good-hearted guy that went out there, and I think that people probably just didn't look at the ocean. They would, there's debris all. If you go along the beach, you find a ton of junk, right, all along the shore there. I think that people just didn't look or know that, oh, we should probably look at this, like, because a lot of the debris is just like a little triangle, right? It looks like just some trash that might have been there.
But it clearly is part of a Boeing 777. Right?
Yeah, a lot. Like, yeah, it's clearly part of a plane at least, and maybe not necessarily a Boeing 777, but some of it for sure, right? And that's where I would say that, we shouldn't vilify this guy for sure. I mean, unless we have better evidence than what we know out there.
All right, so I found something for you.
Yeah. While most commonly found in shallower waters, certain species of barnacles can also thrive in deep sea environments, including, it's so small I can barely read it,
putting vents in cold seats.
Yeah, hydrothermal vents.
Yeah, but so it seems that they mostly stick to shallow waters in between the high and low tide areas.
Okay.
But this does say that some in the deeper depth. So that it might just be that it has to be. It's got to hang out like near the shore.
Right. And how long after the plane crashed did you find that stuff?
It was between a year and 18 months in general, which is pretty long, right? I mean, you would
for barnacles, like for that many barnacles to grow.
Yeah, I mean,
we have to ask how long it would take barnacle growth to happen.
But yeah, I've kind of the whole barnacle thing in general. I think I've kind of I haven't kind of harped on it very much because I think that the debris can be consistent with the event, and even not then, okay, I'm also not really worried about it, right? If it is happen to be from another plane, then that opens up the door to any scenario that you want.
Well, if you followed that lead, it might take you somewhere, right? Like if you followed, like how, like who would be responsible for putting that debris there? Yeah. Who was the guy who told him to go there? I'd be like, have you talked to that guy?
No, I have not talked to him. But again, I would say that stuff's more for people like Jeff Wise or other people who think the plane was shot down, where they have to explain why was this debris found up here. For my scenario that I put forth, this advanced technology event that happens in the Nicobar Islands, all that debris is completely consistent with my theories.
Right, but like what I'm trying to say is like that's so strange to me is that like people only want to investigate the evidence that corresponds to or supports their own theory, right? Like you say, like Jeff Wise should look into it because that supports his theory. But like if I'm looking into it, I want to go down every possible scenario of how this theory can be supported, how this theory can be supported, how that theory can be supported. Do one of those, true crime yarn diagrams and figure out every possible hole in this whole thing, right? Like instead of saying like for example, that theory, or if I was to really research those parts of that plane and found this out, that wouldn't support my theory, so I'm not going to go there, right?
Yeah, and that's not what I'm doing. I mean, as you just saw, I listed out the barnacle stuff and the other scenarios, and I've looked at the Netflix documentary. I think the Netflix documentary does the best job of kind of litigating that. And I've read Jeff Wise's piece on the barnacle growth stuff. So,
but like the plane though, like the guy who sent Blaine there, I really want to talk to that guy.
Yeah, me too.
It's an interesting follow-up for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so where were we?
Oh, we were just kind of going into the debris side, but I think it might be a good time to look at the videos. I don't know. What do you think?
Can I need a bathroom break.
Yeah, go ahead.
Take 5. That was good.
So like, fuck, man. Who
the
fuck?
It's weird.
That guy's got some answers, bro.
He could. Honestly, I was perfectly honest about my opinion on it, but like, he just doesn't seem like, people call him Indiana Jones. People have tried to cast doubt on him. And I remember when I first watched the documentary before I even dug into this, I thought, just doesn't seem like a spy, right? Like this is just some like 60-year-old guy who's living in
maybe not intentionally, but he could be a useful idiot.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, definitely could be. Yeah, but again, like and I looked into all those angles early on, and it works either way with my theory. It's like if it's fake, fine. If it's not fake, fine. And it's like to your point, it's like what am I going to find out, right? If I find out that okay, he did plant it, great. Right, it doesn't change anything about the theory anymore.
But if he did plant it, why did he plant it? And who's responsible for him planting it? And if you can find out that this agent or this officer somehow got him in touch with somebody that made him able to plant it, that goes back to the whole theory. Like that goes, who's doing the cover up?
Yeah.
Now you can reverse engineer your theory, right? Like
that's a good point. I may have to make a note of that because, I mean, to me, it's like what I think really happened is U.S. government throws a couple pieces of debris in the ocean if you're going down that route, and they don't care where it washes up, right? Okay, wherever it washes up, and then sure, maybe they contact them and say, hey, go look in the Reunion Island, but the cover story is pretty easy there, where it's like, oh, you just follow the whatever water flows, and that's where you should go look, right? That's how I think they came to that. So it would be very, very difficult to prove anything. I imagine I just don't think they're going to be able to find proof that there was something nefarious going on there. That's why I think going into the leaker and stuff is much better line. But again, even that's going to be all this stuff. I think they're going to have roadblock me no matter what I dig into.
Yeah,
so that's just tough.
Like trying to dig into who was a part of the cover-up. Every aspect of every cover-up, because that plane thing reeks to high heaven. The parts of it.
Yeah.
And if you could figure out who was responsible for not only who the guy was who pointed him to Madagascar and Reunion Island, but who fucking cross-examined the motherfucker who DM'd him and where he got that information, right?
Fucking, they have to reach out to him and see, because I think that
because whoever pointed him in that direction, well, you're now heading towards the direction of who might be responsible for the cover-up in general, and that can fucking rework, develop your entire story.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. That's just how I think.
Huh. No, I think that's fair for sure. So yeah, that may be something we look into. So, what do you want to dig into the videos here? What are we thinking?
Yeah. So okay. The videos, we kind of talked about the videos a little bit in the beginning. You recently talked about, I think on Twitter maybe a day or two ago, there's a guy who you suspect is responsible for leaking these classified videos of these planes. And you submitted a Freedom of Information Act request to the U.S. government, and it was denied. Can you explain that?
Yeah, and I think one good point to bring up too is that, like, just as we haven't even looked at the videos yet, it goes to show that you don't even really need the videos to kind of expose this conspiracy cover-up. The official narrative breaks down without even looking at the videos. But when you start to look at the videos, you can glean a lot more evidence of what may have happened with this plane. And that's what really starts to corroborate a lot of stuff that we've kind of uncovered here. So when I was looking at these videos, again, one of the first things I noticed is not being filmed by a camera. They're using no screen recording.
Right.
They are, the assets that we see are going to be U.S. military assets. We see an MQ-1C Gray Eagle produced by General Atomics. And then we're looking at what we think is the SIBR system, which is a U.S. system produced by Lockheed Martin, taking satellite data, shooting down, and potentially producing a 3D battlefield space. So this means that potentially the person that would leak these videos is going to be a U.S. military personnel.
So it's a SIBR system, meaning they're remote desktoping in, the remote access, whatever computers have this data on them. So you could essentially be in your living room, remoting into this thing and record it. The only way to get it, I mean, you wouldn't take a fucking camcorder and hold it against your computer screen. You would just do a screen record on your PC, and that would be filming it.
And when we look at the SIBR system, this is pretty amazing.
With the busy fall season already in swing,
you can tell.
Turn the volume up a little bit on it.
Oh, you want something? Yeah. I mean, listen. This right here, I think, is the most telling. So these satellites.
Can you full screen it?
Yes. Okay. Cool. On the far satellites here, these are your geostationary satellites. These are going to be your satellites that don't move, that are 40,000 kilometers away. Early on, I thought that the video could be from one of these, and then people pointed out how far away it is.
Yeah,
it's like straight down.
You need the Hubble telescope.
They actually do have Hubble telescopes, presumably on these. They're classified, but that's what people claim. But they're going to be looking straight down. Our videos are looking at an angle. And here you can see these Millennia Orbit satellites. These are these oblong ones as well. This is actually what we think the relay satellite they've logged into is. NROL-22 is a command set, most likely. And due to having this orbit, they sit around certain areas of the planet where they have very good angles on the other satellites to be able to communicate this data back and forth. The third kind of satellite is going to be a low Earth orbit satellite. These ones that are not really pictured on here, but they're going to be very close to the Earth here. They circle around the Earth every 90 minutes.
That's wild. So how fast are they traveling?
Very fast. I don't have the exact speed.
That's like what? That would be what? I'm roughly guessing 30,000 miles per hour. Like,
I don't know off the top of my head, but yeah, it's like over thousands of miles per hour. They're going fast, right? But they're so low to the Earth that they can get potentially really good resolution.
But you'd have to like get it fast because that is like insane.
And so that's why you need the SIBR system, right? So what's happening here is these are all scanning all the time. And when they're scanning, they're building a computer program using all this data, right? And this explains.
Yeah, I said this earlier. I said if you want to induce schizophrenia in anybody, just get them stoned and show them this video.
Yeah, that's why, like I was saying, that when I walk around, I go and just wave up to the satellites, because this also indicates you might have real-time video 3D playback, right? Like this person didn't need to record this in real time. They just log in later on and be like, okay, pull up this location. As long as you have a satellite there that's like the one of these low Earth orbit ones, you're gonna have extremely good data mapping of what's going on.
Right.
So what this SIBR system is doing as well is that it's useful for tracking missiles, boats, planes, intelligence, and battlefield awareness. The last one is very relevant for what we're going to see in our videos, because I think that what we're looking at is a much bigger field of view, and that they've cropped it. They're only looking at the plane. And essentially what this person is trying to do here is, look at this again. You know, the person is trying to show us what happened to MH370 without giving away other information that might be, other assets that might be available. They actually even crop out the drone. We don't see the drone in the first video either. And they released the satellite video first. Now look at this part. We never forget who we're working for. Lockheed Martin.
That's beautiful.
That's ominous, right? We never forget who we're looking for.
By the way, satellites in low Earth orbit seem to travel at 17,500 miles per hour.
17,500 miles per hour.
So they're moving. And we have just a replay here, which I guess now is probably a good time to show it.
How fast does the Earth spin, Steven? Is it I think it's like 1,000 miles per hour.
I'll look it up.
So we went ahead and found a satellite that was right in the right area. So we looked at like every satellite that's out there. We find these twin satellites called these naval ocean surveillance satellites.
Who found this?
We had a satellite expert that was with the organization I started, MH370X. And they were using amateur trajectories to recreate every possible satellite. And when we came across this is where actually initially I thought it was in the South Indian Ocean. We were actually going on all this ping data thinking, oh, it must have crashed in the South Indian Ocean. The problem was the time made no sense. We can see here it's like 1830. These satellites are looking over the South Indian Ocean here. But this plane is crashing, or supposedly at like 8 a.m., which is like 4 hours after this. And we checked, okay, if it comes back around, will it be there? It's never in the right location. And then we said, okay, well, what if the coordinates don't have a minus sign? Because we are suspecting they must be a hidden minus sign that we couldn't see in these coordinates in the satellite video. Well, if they don't, and we just simplify the situation, then it's in the Nicobar Islands. Then the location of our videos is actually in the exact location where the official narrative says this plane turned into the South Indian Ocean. And when you look at this here, you can look down and say, oh, well, 1840, right about now, we're looking right down at it. And when we think that our 3D battlefield space is actually like multiple times wide than this, we just took an estimate of 1,000 kilometers. It could potentially be like 4,000 kilometers. Remember that SIBR's picture we looked at, how wide those scans were?
Yeah.
This could be much wider than this bubble that we see here.
So these two satellites got a ping around this time? Or that,
So no,
these coordinates match up with the video?
Yeah, these coordinates are the videos, and we think this time right here, 1840, is not only corroborated by these satellites being here in the right location. There's a witness on a boat, like right where my mouse cursor is down here, and she sees the plane glowing orange at around 1840 UTC, the same time that these satellites are up here.
And is she mentioned in the documentary on Netflix?
She is not, as far as I know. Yeah, and she sees this plane glowing orange. The reason why a plane would glow orange is that the halon gas from the fire extinguisher devices releases bromine, which is halogen. If you look at a picture of what she said her recreation of the plane looked like, it looks just like a halogen lamp. So this is the first indication that we might be dealing with a fire scenario, where these people are bad as fire for an hour before it gets to this location from when it goes dark. And now we've got corroboration of the satellite here in the same spot as well.
Okay, so let's talk about this lady for a second.
Yeah.
She how did you discover her? She wasn't on the Netflix documentary. Where did you first learn about her?
Yeah, so I started digging into witnesses after we found these satellites. And I said, okay, well, this is the location. This seems to be the time. What else is out there? So then I dig around and I find the witness, Catherine T. Turns out she's got a very well-documented sighting. From my notes here, there was 2 blog posts at least, as well as some forum that she answered a bunch of questions on. All of the official investigators have talked to her, and they create her sighting based on the automatic GPS.
All the official investigators talked to her, but yet never mentioned the documentary.
They just dismiss her sighting for whatever reason, I can't tell. This is the official flight path as well at this point. So like the idea that she didn't see the plane for some reason is absurd. Like she had to have seen the plane. So I actually got in touch with her. I did an interview with her just over the phone where I was talking to her, asking questions.
Did you record it?
I did not record it, no, but I did. I wrote down the questions, the answers. At the time, I didn't really feel like I wasn't a podcaster at that point.
Yeah.
Like now, I probably would have had her on video, right? But I did ask her some questions. She did not see the plane disappear. She did not see the orbs in the plane in the video that we're going to show. She actually went into the boat, probably at the wrong possible time to miss the main event of our videos, which is a little bit suspicious. But she says that she went to put the kettle on. British people tell me that's a thing that British people do when they're making tea.
What time was this?
The time that she told me was 1840 UTC. If you go look at that satellite picture we were just looking at, that's the same time the satellite was looking right over the plane.
Now, what is that? What time is that?
That's 2:40 a.m.
2:40
time.
So she's having tea and
middle of the night.
crumpets at 2 in the
Well,
morning.
she's on watch, right, on the boat. So when you're on these boat time,
right.
So they had to recreate the time based on the GPS, because like you lose track of what day it is, the time is. She just knows it's pitch black. The moon is not up. We checked that as well. Moon's not up. Sun's not up.
No moon.
No sun. She's a glowing orange plane with no lights on it. I mean, I would probably wonder about, like, what I'm seeing here, right? And she didn't know what she was seeing at first. At first, she thinks it's a missile. Then she sees the side of it, and she realizes, oh, no, it's a passenger plane, right? Or at that time, she didn't necessarily think it was a passenger plane, but she knew it was a plane. She said that she felt pressured by the experts to change her time when the experts had talked to her to, like, fit their various narratives, supposedly.
She got pressured by the experts.
That's a direct quote from her when I talked to her personally, which I was...
Oh, dude.
Haven't been showing a lot of videos, but I think the ones I've shown have been pretty good, right? Like,
oh, yeah. We're doing great, man. We're cooking.
All right.
Are we rolling? That was fucking spooky. That was the first time we've ever lost power in our entire building mid-podcast.
Oh, what a coincidence. There's just so many coincidences that keep happening in this case.
Oh, my God. That was crazy. So now we're back up. We're running on generator power, and we don't have any AC. So if me and Ashton start to get a little shiny, it's just because we don't have any AC in here and we're sweating our asses off. So, okay, what were you just talking? We're talking about Kate.
Yeah, the witness was right there in the Nicobar Islands where we are satellite looking down. The plane, everybody agrees the plane was here at this point. She sees this glowing orange plane consistent with potentially the crew battling a fire for about an hour and 20 minutes. She actually sees this plane flying low. She says she sees two other planes that are at cruising altitude with lights on, but the glowing plane was at a low altitude. The recreation of this plane puts it around 10,000 feet, maybe a little bit lower.
For people that may hear the giant diesel generator going in the background, I can faintly hear it, but I apologize if it's really ruining your podcast experience right now. But this is the only way we're going to record this right now. We have a diesel generator keeping us alive. So, anyways, sorry to interrupt.
Oh yeah, no problem. So she sees this plane flying low, and she actually sees it descend from the beginning of her sighting to the end of her sighting, which is estimated to be 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay.
The direction of travel is consistent with where the plane would have been coming from, as well as potentially our videos as well. When we look at these videos in a few minutes, you're going to see this plane is making a counterclockwise rotation, which is consistent with the direction of travel that was recreated from her automatic GPS as well. So again, actually what she sees also, not only the glowing orange plane, but she sees black smoke coming out of the back of this plane, which would be consistent with lithium-ion battery fires. They have this very dark smoke that come from them as well. We think
it's pitch black, no moon or nothing. Do you see dark smoke?
Yeah, well, I think that generally, even at night, if their plane is glowing to some degree, you're going to see this smoke, right? Kind of just like the silhouette potentially of it. So you would probably see the contrast between the sky or something like that, even with the stars out. So, how dark it is, you could probably argue, how can you tell? But I think the matter is that you can see like thickness as opposed to like, which would be, just very transparent, right? And so, yeah, she can see parts of that. I actually asked her, I took a picture of the thermal from the thermal video and I overlaid over the plane. And I said, is this what you saw? And she responded back, well, it wasn't green. And I laughed because it realized that she hadn't been following the case at all, at least my case.
She hadn't seen the green video.
She had no idea that it was even a thermal video.
Right.
And so she's like, oh, it was orange. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, what about just the shape? Oh, well, the shape matches. Which would indicate that, yeah, she did end up seeing MH370. She didn't see any fire, though, which is interesting because in the thermal as well, we see a heat signature near these exhaust ports where the AC units are.
Right.
But we don't see, like, active fire in the plane in the thermal.
It looks very consistent with other thermal plane images and videos that are on the internet.
And part of that reason would be that the fire's contained in these cargo bays that are built to maintain fire, to withstand fires from up to, I think, 1,700 degrees Fahrenheit or 900 degrees Celsius. So you would imagine that what's happening here, if you've seen these lithium-ion battery fires, is that they ignite, they explode, and then they're raging. You put them out, and then they come back up again. So most likely these crew are like fighting this fire with every fire suppression device available. They can deploy manual ones and go in there and fight them. But this is a very desperate situation where it's just going to keep lighting up. You need to get it on the ground. So,
and what is the biggest criticism towards Kate?
Honestly, I'm not really sure the biggest criticism. You know, in the last podcast I was on, like, they criticized whether or not you could see the cockpit window.
Julian?
Yeah, but I would argue that, you know, you see a plane flying, you can see the cockpit. It's not a matter of like she's seeing the pilots in the cockpit. It's just a matter of like she can see the front of the plane, right? So it might be a little bit of a misrepresentation.
So you were claiming that she claimed she could see the cockpit from how far away, roughly?
She didn't really tell me exactly, right?
Did you have any speculation as to how far the plane would have been?
Not really. What I can say is that the plane went from the east around her boat to the north and then came around the back of her boat as it went north to south. This is part of it in her original reporting of when this happened. So I imagine what would have happened here is that she's on her boat, she's looking to the east, sees this plane, she sees it come to the side while it's flying to the north, and then it comes back and turns kind of towards her, most likely, and goes around behind the boat, the back of the boat. And that's where she probably looks up and she can see, you know, the cockpit area of it, probably make out the shape of it and see the windows, I imagine.
So you're estimating it would have been, what, within 1,000 feet of her?
The recreation says it got potentially as low as 2,000 feet, which is pretty low. And it's going to actually be consistent with our videos where we see these cumulus clouds that only form between 1,000 and 5,000 feet.
Oh, so there was clouds that night. It wasn't perfectly clear.
Now, she doesn't remember the clouds either, but she didn't know whether or not there could be. And it was nighttime, so maybe she couldn't make them out very well. It's, again, really hard to tell.
What exactly did she, I'm trying to understand, what exactly did she say that she saw in the cockpit?
Oh, she didn't really say that she saw anything in general, but she did say that she saw some illumination, which to me indicates that these batteries, half of them were in the front cargo bays, half of them were in the back. Okay. Now, if this fire would have made the electronics go out and made the plane go dark, then I would argue, from talking to people who are pilots and engineers, that the most likely area would be in the front, because that's where a lot of the electronics bays are. So if there's an explosion that happens there, that's the most likely spot to disable a lot of electronics. And if that's the case, and there's a fire even in those cargo bays that they're battling and breaking containment, then I can imagine there being illumination. This is just deduction and somewhat speculative. But that's kind of the impression I got from talking to Nate, is that maybe that there was some illumination that allowed her to see the cockpit more clearly. Otherwise, I would imagine in the nighttime, you know, you're not going to really be able to make anything out. So I think the biggest thing against her sighting, is that they didn't have the radio on, so she didn't hear any SOS calls, and she didn't think to go check the radio. In my mind, like, you see this plane coming down, right? I'm going to go to the radio and be like, okay, is there an SOS for this, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, it's the middle of the night. She's probably exhausted. She was in an emotional situation where she was in a fight with her husband at the time. So I guess I can understand, like, I don't want to put myself in someone else's shoes and, like, really, like, criticize their actions too much. But if I had to, that's what I would say. It seemed like the weirdest thing in general. She didn't see any other boats in the area, but what she said is if their lights weren't on, she probably wouldn't be able to see them because it's pitch black. So we can't really rule out that there was no boats in the area.
Was she anchored?
No, they're not anchored. So this boat actually starts to drift.
Well, these boats, they have to have navigation lights on them at night.
Yeah, I mean, so her boat, yeah. But, like, if we're talking about, like, some operations going down, right?
Oh, you're talking about, like, a black op or something.
Yeah, like, if there's some other boat, like, so what I was trying to figure out is when we look at these videos, we see these orbs. And one of these orbs actually skims across the water and shoots up to the cloud. And so when we look at that, I kept wondering, well, can we figure out where this was deployed from? Was it deployed from a boat? Was it deployed from a plane? You know, where is it getting deployed from? So that's why I asked about, did you see any other boats? But she didn't see any other boats, so at least they didn't have lights on if they were in the area, or there weren't any. She didn't hear any SOS calls. She went and put that kettle on, and she comes back out, the plane's gone. So all she sees after that is orange halo that she described as like an oil rig in the sky. I don't know, that's kind of a weird comparison, but I think what she's saying there is it shot like a weird shape now at that point. It's not looking like a plane anymore. Now she just sees this orange, maybe afterglow, eventually. It's pretty unusual, but maybe it's a situation where this plane disappears, and now you've got the halon gas still just kind of spreading out throughout the atmosphere. That's again pretty speculative, but that's just from her sighting.
So wait, I got a question.
Yeah.
So this plane was 2,000 feet away from her, and that's how she could see kind of the cockpit-ish area?
That's the altitude. So
2,000 feet
how far
above her?
away, we don't really know exactly how far away, right? The way that she described the images, and I think I have a couple of them that I can pull up.
Okay.
I think this is one from when it's like probably from the east side. This one. This right here is her most accurate recreation. I don't think I can full screen this. But when you look at this picture here, you can see this is what she says she saw she looked like. And this is actually pretty similar to what she described to me. She sees this orange glow, and she sees this like kind of hazy effect. She said it was about 5 or 10% outside of the plane. I don't know how you kind of calculate percentages. Kind of what she's looking at. And again, you can kind of see, even in this picture, you see this like light coming out of the cockpit.
There's
here,
like a dot.
Like a dot, right?
Yeah.
So you're not going to see much. This is pretty far away, right? But it's close enough that, you can make out that it's a plane.
That's pretty close. That's like a plane coming in for a landing or something.
And that's what she thought was happening, right? And she thought that this plane might be trying to land in the ocean, which is interesting because we found an intercepted SOS communication. But real quick, here's a halogen lamp. Looks pretty damn similar to me. Which is maybe I can zoom in.
Was there more to your question, Steve?
Yeah, I was just going to say if it was that close, if it was close enough that you could see the nose or the cockpit or the fire coming off of it, that it would probably make a sound, and wouldn't that have woken up?
Oh, yeah.
So interestingly enough, she didn't see any fire. She says that she didn't see any fire, saw that smoke, and she said she didn't hear any abnormal sounds. I asked her as well, like, did you hear any sounds from this? That part I'm not sure about. I've thought about it a lot, but when you see planes in the sky, like, they kind of have to go over you, and then you kind of hear the sound later, right? Because it's so far away, the sound waves have to travel to you. So, not sure one way or another on that. My guess would be that this plane never got super close to the boat. But again, just a guess.
And it's hard dealing with witnesses too, especially when it's that long ago, almost 10 years ago, and people's memories change.
Yep.
So that's why you really need corroborating accounts from different people.
And I think that's how people were able to discredit her, right? Is that witnesses in general, memory is very unreliable, right? Even right afterwards, right? But some of the stuff that she says here is very specific, right? Like this orange glowing planes, like, how are you misremembering an orange glowing plane, right? So some of it I find very credible. Other parts of it, I think, okay, it may not be as accurate. But the stuff like the recreation of the GPS and the travel, I think is probably very similar to what it really would have been, just because there we're looking at hard data, right? It's not something that it's not a matter of remembering it or not.
About the GPS on the videos.
The GPS of actually her boat. So her boat's actually doing automatic GPS as well.
Got it.
And so that's how they're able to like recreate the travel of her sighting. I don't think I have an image of that, unfortunately, but yeah. So her sighting in general is pretty big, because here's another flight path here, and this was actually from Victor of the Independent Group. He was actually able to confirm that our satellite was in the right location. That's what this blue line is going across the top. This is actually the Independent Group's official travel of the plane, which is the same as what we expect, except for you get to this part on 1830 or 1840, and look, they retimed her sighting to 1853. They were trying to change the time. You can see there's even a point for the video coordinates, which again indicates that we have this large field of view around the coordinates. And then here, they just say, oh, it made this turn and just go straight out into the Indian Ocean, right? My counter argument is the videos that we're going to see end right here, where KT is, within probably less than 5 minutes of this sighting at 1840 UTC, one way or another. And then instead of this plane going down the South Indian Ocean, it does whatever it does in our videos. Going into the official narrative as well, this Malaysian Minister of Defense, you watched it earlier with this interview with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
This is the most sketchy interview that I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, the lady was definitely hostile. She was definitely trying to come at him.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I would be too.
He was responses, He was on the defense clearly from the jump.
Like, he wouldn't answer whether or not what time he heard the plane disappear. So he won't even answer the question of what time this plane went missing. So later on in this interview, I think I snipped it about 5 minutes in, he admits that they knew the plane was...
How's that? Oh, yeah. Will we lose power again? Okay. We're gonna have 3 cuts, Steve.
Yeah. All right.
No, that's fine. I appreciate it.
All right. I'm gonna kill the ring.
Yeah.
myself.
I'm gonna look for the spot anyway.
Let's go into the lithium ion battery fires. So what was the evidence that pointed out to you that there were lithium ion battery fires? How did you know that there were lithium ion batteries and this many batteries on the plane in the first place?
Yeah, well, it became public knowledge afterwards. People looked into the manifests. I think even Florence Chang, he was one person that really dug into the manifests. And the thing that stuck out to me right away from this investigation, 221 kilograms of lithium ion batteries. So we looked through the ATSB report, which is the Australian Safety Transmit Bureau, and we found out these lithium ion batteries were put together that same day. They have to package them or what have you and put them on the plane. Mm-hmm. They looked like they were not packaged safely at all. They almost look like improvised explosive devices when you look at pictures of them. Like put them between some ceramic and they're kind of planted together. They were not scanned twice. So back in 2014, we did not know the dangers of lithium ion batteries as well. Now, if you go to the post office, they ask you about it. You go on an airplane, they always ask you if there's any in your checked bags. Right. If you Google the FAA's website about lithium ion batteries, you actually find an image that shows that they're happening over once per week in domestic flights, even after they've outlawed them in the cargo bays of passenger planes. Right. At least as, in terms of cargo, at least. And they did that in 2015, the year after this incident happened. So right away, I was honed in on this, but it wasn't until we went through that evidence that we just talked about with KT, with the videos showing smoke coming out of the back of them, which we'll show in a minute.
So what's the rules for bringing lithium ion batteries on an airplane?
Yeah, you can't have them in your check bags as far as
you have it.
You have to bring them up above, right, in your actual computer, etc.
Yeah.
Well, I've traveled with loads of camera gear before, and I don't remember having to take the camera batteries out of the Pelican cases before checking them.
Yeah, so I'm a videographer, and so I've traveled on planes quite a bit. And the rule is you have, and if it's a lithium-ion battery, it's got to be in the cabin. So a check bag, you've got to bring it with
carry on,
yeah, and it has to be under 90 watt hours. If it's over 90 watt hours, so if it's a really big battery, essentially they won't let you carry it.
Okay, got it. That's in the cabin, so they can extinguish it if it ignites.
Yeah, and there was a video just last week where that had happened, and you see these people pouring water on it desperately because these lithium-ion batteries, they're like trick candles.
Right.
You put it out, they just keep lighting back up.
Yeah.
These missed 2 security screenings, so that was a big red flag for me as well. These cargo compartments are designed to withstand these high heats, but again, you're not going to be able to keep this fire out forever. So I imagine what would have happened here is you've got all your crew trying to keep it out. We have a source that I have corroborated and looked into their history that has actually testified about the dangers of these. They actually tried to get the government to take them more seriously back in like 2012 and 2013. That's willing to testify that you could keep this fire under bay for over an hour, and that yes, the plane would potentially glow orange. So the theory here is this lithium-ion battery fire could potentially escape from the cargo compartment as well if it's not being effectively managed. The fire suppression devices cannot keep it under bay, which is these Hallen fire suppression devices. We see a heat signature in our thermal that's right near where the landing gear is. It's a very oblong kind of heat signature that kind of changes. This is actually right where there are 2 AC exhaust ports.
Mm-hmm.
So the thought is you've got this smoke and heat traveling throughout the plane and it's getting poured out through these exhaust ports right near where the landing gear are.
Well, also in the other thermal images of airplanes, though, it's hot in the same spot.
Yeah, well, that part, we don't really have any thermal images of planes like in the sky.
I have one. We found one earlier, remember?
Yeah, let's pull that up and take a look as well. And it could be that, yes, that might be a spot where they're at, right? But I have not seen any images from the sky. We've seen ones that are potentially on the ground and taking off, which is quite a bit different because what happens as well is that the landing gear heats up when you take off from all the friction. And so one of the theories too is that if the lithium-ion batteries were too close to the landing gear, and this was 100 degrees that night, they might have heated up and caused an issue. Now, as well with the pictures like what we're looking at here,
it's also like impossible to film with a thermal camera at 30,000 feet.
Yeah, we just don't have anything really comparable, right? Where you have like another drone footage in this thermalized color here.
Okay, so
Like
we're
these are
looking
all
at
taking off.
we're looking at a split screen side by side. One is regular, the other one is thermal. Of a plane getting ready to take off.
Yeah, and so again, these are situations where not going to be super comparable because when you're at thousands of feet in the air, the temperature difference is quite significant. But let's look at it anyway. And the other part too is we don't know the custom heat signatures that were set on the videos. But again, you can see that's this heat signature right where the landing gear are here. It's very
well. It's the whole back. If you can pause it, Steve, a little bit further back. Oh, it'll yeah, let it go. It's going to show the screen. So now it's showing the full screen of the thermal view of this airplane taking off right now, and you can see like the sky is dark blue at the top.
Yeah.
The road before the runway is red, meaning that's the hottest part. And you can, what you're saying is you can change the colors.
Yeah, and so the fact that we see the plane is the same temperature as the ground there.
It's hot on the bottom.
Yeah, but it's not that hot, right? The temperatures we're dealing with are the fire, the temperature that we see coming out of our plane is the same temperature as the engine, inside the engine, not just the outside of the engine like
all right, pause it right there.
But the inside.
So right there, the engines look about to be the same temperature as like the back bottom half of the airplane. So do you think that's accurate?
I mean, I'm sure this picture is accurate, but I don't think it matches to ours, unfortunately.
Okay.
Now maybe similar, and when we look at our thermal video, we'll be able to see some differences, is that we don't see a heat signature around the engine. We actually only see the heat signature in the location where these jet engines are producing the highest amount of temperature. We'll compare this here in a minute to
so the back half of both of these turbines seems to be the hottest part. The front is not so much. The front is colder. And you're saying from the thermal images of the MH370 flight, the engines are not bright hot like this.
No, only specifically in the spot where you see the very hot air coming from them, and it has to do with the way those engines operate. Where they don't. It's not like lighting a candle and seeing it go up. Okay. It's like they actually like focused in on a specific point. I'm not an engineer, but that's how it was described to me.
Steven, can you try to find any kind of thermal photos of airplanes that are clearer than this? I know there's some on Google we found. But I know there's some on Google Images.
And actually, I'll just pull up an image if we're going to compare as well.
Okay.
So we can take a look. I think I have it.
Oh, well, look at that. That was fantastic.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
And actually, that's one of the pictures that I've used before as well. That one's taking off as well right there. Where the reason why you have that jet that's so far, that heat signature there, is because it's so low to the ground. On a plane video that's going to be in the sky, you're not going to have that very elongated heat signature anymore.
It almost looks like it's fucking like illustrated. Like it looks so perfect.
It is so.
It doesn't. Yeah, barely. It looks real in this.
No, it doesn't. It looks like a fucking someone drew it.
But you see that there's no heat signature there where the landing gear is, right? And there's no heat signature of this heat pouring out of the exhaust ports here.
Are there any more, Steve? I found a photographer that had like
that we found as well.
Yeah, there's a photographer who did whole. You gotta zoom out so you can see your whole.
Although maybe those are the heat ports there on that particular plane. I'm not sure.
There, look at that one.
Decent detail.
Tyrone Turner, that's the guy.
Yeah, and these are people who are taking pictures while they're taking off.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, these are on National Geographic's website. You're gonna have to find that Google image.
But if you compare it to,
if you just go to his website, go to Tyrone Turner Photography, and he has at least like 5 photos, I think. But this will be good to compare with. There you go. Photo, F-O-T-O. Enter. Scroll down. There you go.
That one's actually probably one of the best compared to, I imagine. Yeah.
The whole bottom top.
You have to keep in mind that these thermal settings are customized, right? So you don't know the ranges. So it's very hard to compare here in general. And this is one that's taking off as well, but you can see that that's probably the
look
best
at that right underneath
there, right? Where you can kind of see this heat coming off the bottom of the plane. That would probably be the closest comparison that we're going to be able to find to what we see in our video as well.
So the video has like a blue body with red jet.
And this might have been manipulated, honestly. Like, I don't know if that's post-processing or not, but that's the same idea for sure.
Yeah, they all look a little different, but I mean, you can definitely see something red hot coming out of the bottom of the plane, disconnected from the engines themselves. And that might be what you were saying. That might be the heat exhaust.
Yeah. So yeah, if you flip over to the image that I have, then you can kind of compare to what ours would look like in flight. Now, what we've done here is we've superimposed this thermal over a picture of actually the MH370 taking off.
Who superimposed it?
Reddit has the community.
Okay.
So, and this has been kind of it hasn't been resized in any way. This has simply just been angled to match over. So the thermal is not of a plane taking off. It's from our videos in the sky. You can see this elongated heat signature at the same location here where you see those landing gear.
And that was that almost looks identical to what we just looked at from that guy, Tyrone Turner.
In a similar location for sure, but the color settings are going to be a little different, right? We don't see this engine shooting hot, like very elongated heat coming off the back of it, right?
Right, but also the thermal that they took from the thing in flight, it's not going to be using the same amount of power as it uses when it takes off. When it takes off, the engines exert way more energy.
Maybe I'm not an expert on that, so I can't
well,
say,
you're redlining them when you're taking off, right? You're full throttle, and then when you're at cruising altitude, or maybe not even cruising out, maybe like lower altitude, whatever, you can pull back on that throttle a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm not a pilot, so I can't say. But all I can say here is that whatever heat signature we're seeing here with these color settings is showing a similar level of temperature to the inner part of this engine here, and this is again at an altitude. So when you're at a higher altitude, of course, it's much cooler than when you're near the ground as well. And in addition to this picture, you can actually see the smoke here coming out the back of the plane here. And we can see the heat signature from this smoke. It doesn't line up with the engine. So this is going to be another indication in the thermal as well that we can see the smoke coming out the back, that most likely it's coming from these exhaust ports coming out here. So to me, that's some of the strongest evidence for why we're seeing a fire. But again, there's more. The altitude's too low in our videos for contrails. Contrails only form at 30,000 feet or above, which indicates that we're not looking at contrails in our videos. We can see these cumulus clouds.
What are contrails? Like what specifically? How do contrails form?
Yeah, they form because of the atmosphere and the temperature changes in that.
Okay.
And honestly, I'm not an expert on contrails either. Other than when we Google it, we can find that they.
Yeah, I gotta say it's so just for people listening, like our back and forth, how we're analyzing this. We're kind of really, like you said in the beginning of this podcast, you've only been looking into this for 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
It's not like you spent 10 years researching this, interviewing people, and you haven't interviewed dozens and dozens of people in person and spent hours with them. You're literally doing this in real time, and you're going on podcasts like mine and like Julian's, and you're literally trying to like sort through all this in real time and crowdsourcing with people who are maybe leaving comments or sending me emails or whatever. So it's important that we try to break this down and analyze it as hard as we can.
Yeah, and I'm not a pilot or an engineer either, though I do have pilots and engineers giving their opinions and trying to explain these types of things in the most detail they can. But it's a lot. We don't have a lot of frame of reference for a lot of this either. Like we couldn't find even a thermal video of something in the sky either. So it's very tough to come up with really accurate, for sure, comparisons. What we can say is that there's definitely exhaust ports in those locations where we see those heat signatures. And it does look like there's smoke coming on the back due to the fact that these contrails only form at high altitudes.
Have you ever had a conversation with a commercial airline pilot?
Yeah, I think that several people in my DMs have reached out to me. I've had people in my emails reach out to me as well.
I mean, have you gone like out of your way to be like, find somebody, like you doing the outreach to somebody who maybe isn't online engaged in Twitter or Reddit? Because I feel like there's a big difference there.
Yeah, not really, other than maybe Jeff Wise if he were to count, right? Yeah. But I haven't dug into a lot of the technical parts there.
Okay.
There hasn't been any particular part where I've needed to go and ask that particular information yet. But if so, it comes up, then yeah, absolutely I would. So in addition to this as well, I think I pointed out that from the FAA, there's more than one lithium-ion battery fire per week in the United States domestic flights, and this is not in the cargo. This is like up in the passenger area. So it goes to show these are very common events that seem to happen. I mean, I hope they don't happen on my plane. But the fire event is also corroborated by every witness so far, is that we've got KT who sees this plane glowing orange. And that's when I went back and looked at all the other witnesses. And I started to realize that if you look at the flight path, all the witnesses' events actually line up towards a situation where what we're looking at is a lithium-ion battery fire. So I'll go ahead and pull this up real quick. I think it's right here, plane animation. So this is going to be a recreation that was created by Chris of the Not So Deep podcast. This plane takes off, again, 1842 UTC. Last communication is at 1719 UTC, where they say good night, Malaysian Airlines Flight 370.
And that's right after they exited the Malaysian airspace.
Yeah, this is in this weak point as well, which would maybe point to there being some type of espionage or hijacking scenario at play. It may also just been that's the point where the batteries ignited. We don't know if this was an accidental event or if this was an intentional event. But we do know there's 221 kilograms of lithium-ion batteries. It's almost 500 pounds of them. Or potentially unsafely packaged. So we think that at 1721 UTC, this is when the batteries explode. This is when Mike McKay is on an oil rig 300 miles away. He sees this plane low on the horizon.
And this is in the South China Sea?
Yeah, on an oil rig there. This is probably at exactly the maximum distance that you'd be able to see this plane in clear skies. At least according to ChatGPT, the maximum range is about 310 miles.
But there were clouds, we know.
Yes, but it just rained. So these clouds that we were talking about are
right,
actually
rain clouds.
You know, the rain that we were talking about, or the clouds that we were talking about, the Nicobar Islands is over here on the west.
Mm-hmm.
Where we're talking about the clouds in the videos is not over here. So I don't know if there were. He says it was clear.
If there was rain, there was definitely clouds, because rain has to come from clouds.
So you have to realize, I've lived in Singapore. The rain is kind of like what you have here, where it can come and go very quickly. It's not like necessarily a situation where it's just going to rain all day and be cloudy all day,
right?
Like maybe in the Midwest or something else. This rain can come and go. So just because it rained earlier doesn't mean necessarily there's going to be clouds. It's not going to be visible.
Right, but you agree that rain does come from clouds. If it was raining, there's a very high possibility that there were clouds in the air.
Certainly could be. His sighting is highly credible. He saw this plane at a low altitude, and really the only question about it is whether or not he saw it crash. And his sighting in his email, right, like a day or so later, he says lines up with everything where the plane was. He saw it on fire for about 10 seconds, and then he saw it go away. He's going to see it low on the horizon because, again, he's looking at probably about the maximum distance you'd be able to see the plane. With the curvature of the Earth, it's going to look like it's actually near the water.
Yes.
But it's actually 35,000 feet at cruising altitude. So in this situation here, that's probably why he thought it crashed. When his perspective, it looks like it's low to the water. And he actually corrects this later on, stands by his statement years later, and says that no, he didn't see it crash, he was misrepresented. Is that he thought it must have crashed due to it being on fire. But if it can withstand this fire situation,
he did. He thought it must have crashed, even though this was before he saw the reporting that the plane easy for you to say. Before he saw the reporting that the plane disappeared.
Yeah, in terms of that, like he would have probably heard about the plane disappearing because that happened like the next day. We heard about it, right? And interesting fact about that as well: the time that they initially reported the plane being lost contact. 1840 UTC. This is the same time of our witness seeing it down here, same time as our videos. That was changed later on to what we see here where it says 1822 UTC.
And how did you verify that the human eye could see an airplane on fire from 300 miles away?
I used ChatGPT, AI, like a lot of us use these.
ChatGPT said that?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Steven, we have ChatGPT, right?
Yeah, ask ChatGPT how far you can see from 35,000 feet on a clear night.
How far you can see from 35,000
or however you want to phrase it. You kind of have to phrase it however you want.
Yeah.
Now, if you can see one way, you can see the other, right?
Well, on a clear night, we don't know for sure if it was clear.
No, he says it was clear in his sighting. No.
Even though it was raining.
He says that it was clear because it had rained earlier.
Because it rained early.
Yeah. And when after it rains, that's generally how your skies get to be the most clear.
Right, but they may not be. There may be clouds between you and 300 miles.
Well, he didn't report them, if so. So we have to kind of go with what the witnesses report instead of adding our own narratives to the situation.
So so find out if you can see, because like I will verify that you can see the Falcon 9 SpaceX rocket launch from Cape Canaveral, Florida, which is less than 300 miles from where we're sitting right now. We can watch it. I can watch from my backyard.
Yep.
It launches to the east, meaning it's going farther away from where we are now. Yep. But it's also a Falcon 9 rocket, and it has to be a very clear night. There can't be any clouds. Yep. And I imagine that the flames coming out of the launcher of the Falcon 9 are a lot brighter than a lithium-ion battery fire. Okay, what does it say?
You're going to have to add the altitude to this to make it work. So I've dug pretty hard into it as well. Oh, okay, sure.
It says 30 to 40,000 feet whenever airliners typically cruise.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's too small for me to read.
At a clear night, you might be able to see commercial airliners' lights from a distance of up to 25 miles away. Possibly more. This distance can vary based on factors.
So
it says 25 miles away?
You have to refine that search. I have the same issues. So if you ask it how far away can you see from a plane at 35,000 feet, then you'll get a more accurate answer, which is about 310 miles. And you can figure this out yourself. I already did this myself the other day using this exact program.
Okay,
so-
okay, wait. So, you want me to ask it specifically at 35,000 feet?
Correct, which is cruising altitude.
But this already says at 30 to 40,000 feet, so it's already in this answer. 25 miles.
Commercial airlines
Not accurate.
typically cruise at altitude around 30 to 40,000 feet at heights. They can be visible to observers on the ground under clear conditions, though they will appear as small moving lights. Okay, so that's just saying like directly below it, right? From 30 to 40,000 feet away. So we want to add 30 to 40,000 feet. If a plane is 30,000 feet in the air, how far away can we see it? Like how?
So if you can see one way, you can see the other. You agree, right? So if that's true, then you only need to ask how far from 35,000 feet can you see? Because if you're at 35,000 feet and you can see 300 miles, then you can see the other way 300 miles as well.
Yes.
And that's the way I asked. So if you just ask it, how far can you see from a plane at 35,000 feet on a clear night? Okay. You will get to the answer that I think we need.
All right.
Oh, okay. So like seeing land.
No, he's like saying if you're sitting in an airplane at cruising altitude, looking out of the plane.
Because if you can see Mike McKay, he can see back at you, right?
Well, you have to say like could we see a lithium ion battery fire on the ground 300 miles away?
And I don't think he's seen I think that's a little too specific, right? Because what he says is he sees fire. And he sees it low on the horizon, right? Mm-hmm. And he only sees it on fire for about 5 or 10 seconds.
At 40,000 feet, how far can you see? That's fair, right?
Sure. No, ChatGPT is pretty interesting. I mean, sometimes you get kind of different responses. So this says 245 miles under clear conditions. Now, what I saw when I posted in there was 310 miles, which is what my reporting states. But again, this is very far, right? Again, based on curvature of the Earth.
So this is saying at 40,000 feet, you can see approximately 245 miles to the horizon under clear conditions.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Mike McKay is on an elevated oil rig as well, so it doesn't seem very unreasonable that you'd be able to see a little bit further.
That's at the far end of the spectrum, right?
I think we all agree, right? And even Mike McKay does. So he's seen it low on the horizon, which is probably at the maximum distance, and that's probably why his sighting as well is that it's not like he's seeing a huge plane, right? He's just seeing some fire out there, and he's going, oh, he hears about the situation. He goes, oh, that's the same, right location and the same angle as well. Keep in mind as well that Mike McKay could be looking in any direction. It turns out he's looking in the exact right direction of where the plane was relative to him as well. So his sighting was very credible. There was a lot of people who thought early on, I went back and looked through a lot of initial reports that.
But why do you think it's very credible?
Because what else is he seeing? It's the middle of the night, guys. It's 1:21 in the morning. This guy's going out on an oil rig to have a cigarette. He sees fire on the horizon.
Right, but like
in the same direction of MH370. He just imagines he's seeing a fireball.
Yeah, but like we talked about earlier,
he's seen a meteor.
Individual witness accounts is they can distort it even if it's a day later. And now we're talking 10 years later, and we're asking ChatGPT how far you can see at 40,000 feet. They say 245 miles. So we're stretching the human limit of the visual acuity, saying that somebody can see a fire 300 miles away. So I wouldn't call that very credible.
Well, I mean, my ChatGPT that I'm going by said 310 miles.
Okay, it's within range. Within 50, 60 miles.
In clear distance. So to me, it's like a story. What is the alternative story? Right? You have to have an alternative story. So he sees meteor. What is he seeing? Is he just making it up? I mean, he risked his job and he lost his job over this. Right? And this corroborates the events that not are just from him, but there's 9 people along the coast.
He got fired because of his
job over this. Yeah.
How did that happen?
It's not really explained, but ultimately, if you are setting up conspiracy, you've got to discredit every witness and solve the alternative story. And that's what happened here. There were 9 people along the coast that also hear loud noises at the exact same time, which would indicate this explosion of lithium-ion battery. They're all along the coast of Malaysia and Thailand, which again corroborates his story as well. So it's much more plausible that you have a lithium-ion battery fire scenario. He sees this fire potentially initially.
I'm on board with you. I don't think it's impossible that there was a lithium-ion battery fire. But I'm just saying,
I'm all I'm saying is I wouldn't call this one guy's eyewitness accounting from 300 miles away very credible. Like I don't think
I mean that's a subjective
it
statement.
seems like a little bit of a stretch to me.
Okay. Yeah, well, so he did supposedly see something. He had a sighting that he reported. This isn't 10 years later either. This is like right after it happened. And a lot of people looked into it, and one of the initial theories that I found is that people speculate, oh, could it have been a fire related to this? The reason why they cast doubt on that was several reasons. Mm-hmm. Mostly we didn't know how dangerous lithium-ion battery fires were in 2014. Mm-hmm. The other thing, too, is they said that, well, it couldn't have been a lithium-ion battery fire because the plane would have burnt up. But as we've seen, these cargo bays are actually resistant and are set up to actually withstand fires. Mm-hmm. And we've seen from videos of lithium-ion battery fires, you can actually fight them and you can put it out. It just keeps coming back up again, all right? So it's not a situation where the fire is just raging out, which of course is going to bring down a plane very quickly, right? It's a situation where you're battling this fire actively. Right?
Okay, so this plane was on fire, allegedly, from lithium-ion battery fire over the south, trying to see where this guy was on his oil rig. The thing did a U-turn and then did what?
So yeah, if we switch back over to the video here, this plane does a U-turn. And if you go and Google MH370 wire, you're going to actually find an article that argues exactly for this scenario, except for it argues for an electrical fire, as opposed to
is it
the Wired magazine, right? Yeah, publication, yes. And it actually argues that going to Penang would be the correct location to go to in an emergency scenario. Mm-hmm. If this is a pilot suicide scenario, you're going to crash the plane right away. If this is a hijacking scenario, you're not going to go to the nearest airport that can accommodate a 777. It has the longest runway. The elevation is good for this as well, which is why you potentially wouldn't go back to Kuala Lumpur. Potentially there's mountains, etc. here. And the situation here is that if you have this lithium-ion battery fire, it's depressurized the plane, then you want to stay low, where the passengers can breathe, right?
Yes.
If it's a situation where it's pilot suicide, then you want to be flying very high because you want to make all the passengers pass out. And there's quite a big difference between how long people will last depending on the altitudes I looked into, interestingly enough. So interestingly enough, it goes to Penang. It turns right back at Penang. Now, when it gets about a little bit off the coast here, at 17:30 UTC, there's 8 fishermen on a boat. 8 of them see this plane flying extremely low, very unusually low. This would be indicative of the pilot here is not trying to make people go unconscious. It's quite the opposite. They're trying to give people enough oxygen to be able to breathe.
Because they're probably going to be looking for an airstrip to land at.
Yeah, and there's some other smaller airstrips, but they're going to be long enough to probably accommodate this, and they're not going to be open. It's going to be a situation where, like, you're desperately trying to land anywhere, right? So this is actually the appropriate location where they would be going in this emergency scenario. Okay. These fishermen see it flying low. There's also, at this point, at 17:30, communication. There's another pilot, another 777 pilot who's going to Tokyo, I believe. I could be wrong. Japan, I believe, is how it's reported. He didn't want his name to be known. He hears a communication from either the pilot or the co-pilot with some static in the background. That is, there's not really direct communication on what it is, but just that he reports that he thinks he heard this communication. So we now have doubt as to whether or not the communications were even out. And when we watched the Malaysian Prime Minister, he argues that they didn't know that this was MH370, that this was an unidentified plane. But what other plane can it possibly be, right? You're this radar plane, only one plane's gone missing. It has to be MH370. And he argues that they knew it was a commercial airliner and that it wasn't hostile. Which I would ask you, Andy, like, if you know that a plane isn't hostile and not a commercial airliner, how can you know that if it's not identified, right?
How do you know it's not hostile?
To me, it has to be you had to have communication with it. Because otherwise, how do you rule out that it's been hijacked by, like, terrorists or something, or by the Iranian passengers that we were talking about before, right?
That's a good question.
The only way is you must have communication, at least in my mind. So it gets here to Penang, 1752 UTC, which is just 30 minutes later.
Okay.
And so we imagine they're battling this fire. For whatever reason, they don't land. But the co-pilot's cell phone pings a local cell phone tower, which could be, theoretically, could mean that they were low enough that they were able to ping the cell phone tower. I imagine at 35,000 feet, it's much more difficult than if you're at like 10,000 feet or below. Mm-hmm. And it could be that they were, if you believe the communications were out, you could argue that they were trying to establish communication, or you could just believe that this was just a random ping because the phone was on and he was low enough. It doesn't really add much, but it's just kind of an interesting plot point here. Whatever reason they don't land here. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Because I would argue then that...
Can you full screen this, by the way?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
No worries.
The main reason why you probably don't land here is that your landing gear is damaged or you can't be deployed. And then the next thing you're supposed to do is you're supposed to try to land on your belly. On the land, I actually didn't know that, but I've looked at I actually talked to a pilot who went through the scenarios with me on the internet and
on Twitter, on Twitter Spaces.
on Twitter Spaces, and they said that, oh, well, the next thing, they showed me the pictures of the actual book, right, that says, here's the next thing you're supposed to do. You're supposed to land on your belly, supposedly. Now, the issue here is that how long have we gone through here? We've only been in the air for about an hour at this point, from 1642 to 1752. Okay. This plane has another 6 hours of fuel in it, so it's loaded with fuel. So if you try to land on your belly with the fuel, it's going to blow up, right? It's not a good recipe there. Now, the next thing you're supposed to do is supposed to try to dump the fuel. So you can imagine maybe we try to dump the fuel, but the problem is we're on fire here. So this is like kind of trying to like light up a cigarette in a gas station. You know, this plane's potentially, it seems like very dangerous to try to dump this kerosene fuel everywhere. Right. So let's say you can't dump the fuel, it's too risky. The next thing you're supposed to do, land in the ocean. So now this starts to get back to what we were talking about before with KT, right? What I imagine happened here then is that you have communication and you're setting up a rendezvous point. Because it's the middle of the night. This is 1:52 a.m. The sun is down, the moon is down, there's no light anywhere. So at this point you're saying, okay, where are we going to go land where we can get support, right? I need people in boats nearby to get us. Right. If we try to land in the ocean, unless we're pulling a perfect Sully Sullenberger in the Hudson River, like we were looking at pictures, Julian pulled up a picture in the last podcast where it wasn't just a picture, but a video of this plane trying to land like right next to the coast, and it just rips apart. Right. Like it's not a very safe situation to be trying to land in the ocean. Most likely this plane's going to rip apart in the ocean. So you need people like right there. And it's pitch black as well, like KT mentioned. You couldn't see anything. So this plane comes out here. The last contact is supposedly this time changes multiple times. As I mentioned initially, if you look at all the reportings from the next day, they say that signal was lost at 1840 UTC. But the Malaysian military,
which is when it circles her boat,
down over here, within about probably 5 minutes or so, and the Malaysian defense minister in all the press conferences is saying 1815 UTC on like the days afterwards, or 1822 UTC is when they lose contact. But I would argue they probably still had contact based on that intercepted communication, the SOS that we talked about, indicates that they probably still had some communication levels with this plane. Or maybe they were able to reestablish them. It's hard to say exactly. So what this means is this plane is doomed. This plane is going to try to land in the water. It's going to be doomed. As I mentioned, I lived in Singapore once upon a time. And so I went to school with a bunch of kids who were from China. And one of the things that I learned is...
How old were you when you lived in Singapore?
I was in high school when I lived there.
What made you want to go there, to go to high school?
I don't want to get too much into my personal information, but I had reasons to be living in Singapore at that time. It wasn't like, oh, I'm going to go live in Singapore, here we go. It was like, no, it was like family-related stuff. So, you know, my family was living there, and so that's the reason why I went to school out there. Yeah.
Why was your family living there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go into the personal stuff related to my family and like what their jobs are in general, but
you know, it's important that you live there and you're using it as context for, you know, giving this video credibility. So like, we should know, you know, what the background is of why you live there.
Okay, yeah, fine, let's go for it. So yeah, you know, my dad lived out there. He had his job out there, and so I went to go live with him and stay out there. And so I spent about 2.5 years living out in Singapore, which was a very eye-opening experience for me in terms of learning about other cultures and how they lived. I've actually flown on Malaysian Airlines from Kuala Lumpur before.
Wow.
You know, before actually these events, many years before them. But so I have experience. I went to Malaysia. I've actually gone to Penang as well before. Langkawi, the same place where that airport is. I've been there a bunch. And I had friends from all over the country, all over the world, frankly. A few of my friends were actually even from America. One of them actually, though, who was from America, became a pilot, interestingly enough. So, you know.
And how many years total did you live there?
2.5 years.
2.5 years.
Yeah. So, you know, and then I came back to the United States, and as much as I enjoyed my time there overseas, I like America a lot more. You know, you miss the down-home stuff. Like, honestly, football on Sundays is one of the things I missed a lot. Right?
Does your dad still work there?
No, he's since moved back. So,
is he intelligent?
Years ago. He's not at all. So one thing I will say is that a lot of people are in the military that go there, like a lot of military families. My family was not one of them. You know, he was there for his own reasons, his own job, whatever, and he would have to tell you exactly why he wanted to live there, etc. Okay. I came along for the ride. I did not know what to expect when I went to Singapore. What I will say is it's a very beautiful country, very much more industrialized than I would have imagined when I first went there. It's probably even better now, frankly. So what I'll say though is I went to an international school. I students of all over the world. And when we went to swim class, gym class, that's when I learned that mainland Chinese students don't learn how to swim, apparently. I don't know if because they don't have as much lakes there, but it's not like in the West where everybody really learns from a very young age how to swim. And it was very surprising to me because the pool there was very shallow. Like, I'm a pretty tall guy. I'm about 6 feet. The pool was only like 4 feet deep. So it was unusual that like only the Western kids were getting in the water. And I asked and said, oh, no, apparently, maybe Taiwanese students who are like right on the ocean, right, and you're on an island, were much more likely to learn how to swim. But if you're mainland Chinese, then it was actually not very common. So this plane is filled with majority Chinese nationals. So if this plane does crash into the ocean, a lot of people also can't probably swim. What that means, again, is that this plane is very likely doomed. Is that even in a scenario where you do land in the ocean, maybe you can keep the plane, not completely breaking apart. People that do survive that, many of them are going to end up. So no matter how you look at this at this point, this is a very dire situation. Also keep in mind, we've got a lithium-ion battery fire that's probably been billowing toxic smoke throughout the air conditioning units for an hour and 20 minutes up to. So likelihood of survival and a depressurized plane also. It's not looking great for the passengers on this plane no matter what at this point. And this will kind of come into the potential motives that we'll talk about later. So, what we've got here now is we've got a plane that's been on fire, that can't land, that potentially when it tries to land in the water, it's going to be a disaster. We have a witness who says we saw this plane trying to land potentially. We've got an SOS communication where we saw this plane trying to land. And then we're going to have some videos that is also going to show this plane descending on potentially the smoke billowing out of the back of it. Okay.
And who did this map again?
This was actually from Chris from the Not So Deep podcast. Throw a little shout out to him. He was one of the first.
Not So Deep podcast.
Yeah, one of the first that I talked. Actually, the map itself is from a map we created from MH370X, but the animations come from him, where he added the nice cool plane flying over the top of it. We have another one that also indicates a little bit of where we think this plane might have gone to. Okay. Because there was actually a B-77 fire suppression device that washed up in the Maldives weeks after. It was not investigated, despite the fact that
is there photos of that, or what is the proof of that?
Oh yes, there is photos. Yes, there is, and it exactly matches a B-77 fire suppression device from. These are the fire suppression devices from the actual B-77, and this is what washed up. And it's a weird looking object.
Who discovered this?
The islanders on the Maldives. So I think it was around a couple weeks later, a few weeks later, that this washed up. Was not investigated. This actually isn't in the best photo. There's a more clear photo of this in the daytime when they put it on like a log or something, and you can actually see there's like a serial number on there. So the idea that they didn't look into this is wild. It turns out the Maldives was intentionally excluded from the search.
Have you ever tried to dig into this angle of it and figure out where that thing could be and try to find out who actually discovered it?
I haven't, but there were people that went to the islands and actually looked into it. Florence Chang was one of them, interestingly enough. And I talked to her, and her view was, well, it doesn't add up, so maybe it came from some other boat or something. But this thing, look how weird this thing looks. Like, this is exactly this device, and that's it, right? How can it not be the device?
Yeah, it looks very similar.
It looks like I can't imagine this coming from anything else. I mean,
yeah, it looks
I remember
almost identical.
When I was first looking into this situation, well before I was an investigator, I remember this reporting on this and going, that looks like one of those cartoon bombs, right, where you light it up. And I just didn't realize this has to be from it. But now in retrospect, you look at it and you go, okay, that's got to be one of these devices. So I think that's pretty telling as well. In fact, there's also a sighting from early in the morning in the Maldives, which is at 6:15 in the morning. The timing doesn't really match up, but that they claim to see Malaysian Airlines flying over their small island at 6:15 in the morning, where it was so clear they could see the windows from the passenger plane. They knew it was a jumbo jet, and you could see the blue and white stripe apparently from it. Sergio Caldivo, I'm probably butchering his last name, actually went out there and talked to them. I spoke to Florence Chang, who also went out there and talked to them, and she says, well, it couldn't be because it came from the wrong direction. And that I found some other reporting that said, oh, well, they're trying to connect it to some small 50-seater plane. But I looked at that plane, and it's just red and white. It doesn't match at all the witnesses' statements there. So I think that what we're going to find is that you can bring that sighting and that evidence back in. We realize that the plane doesn't have to be coming from the east. It can be coming from the north, and that can match with this sighting perfectly. There's 6 or 7 different islanders that saw this plane in the early morning. So there's quite a bit of evidence here that we've got a fire situation going on. and I think I spoke to the rest. Oh yeah, and so yeah, again, all these witnesses as well that theoretically see this. And now I think the big question is, okay, well, it's a fire. Why do we have this narrative of it going into the South Indian Ocean? Why did this narrative get developed?
Right. Maybe because the guy was trying to waste all the gas before he landed. Instead of dumping the fuel, like you said, and igniting the fire, maybe he was trying to burn through all the fuel first.
Problem
flying at a low altitude.
This plane's not going to last 6 hours. You can't battle the fire for that long. That's the issue. And this is part of the reason why people didn't think the fire scenario made any sense. Because you can't last for 6 or 8 hours. It's even a miracle they last for 1 to 2 hours, potentially, even an hour and a half. And as we can see from our videos in the corroborated event, they're trying to land in the ocean. So you got to get this plane on the ground right away. So that's the problem is that.
Why wouldn't they be able to last for 6 hours? Because the fire, they couldn't keep the fire under control for that long.
The fire's eventually going to break free, and that's the thing. And that's why people don't even believe that fire can last. You can fight it for over an hour, which is why I think it's important that I have somebody willing to testify to Congress with me that would say that you can, who has extensive research looking into these types of things.
Now, going back to that documentary on Netflix, when they very clearly show that there was pallets of something going into the bottom of the plane that didn't go through security. Did they say on the documentary that it was lithium-ion batteries, or what did they say?
No, the lithium-ion batteries have been confirmed. It's the mangosteens. So it's like 4,000 to 5,000 pounds of mangosteens, which I think Florence Changi also cast out in her book, saying that she believes, she looked into it extensively. I've spoken to her as well. From talking to her firsthand, she thinks that it could have been contraband, but that it's probably not related to whatever happened with the plane. Like it could have been something like rhino horns or something that, has been put under some other name like that.
What's a mangosteen?
Mangosteens are like these, I think it's like mango plants. I don't know exactly. You can look it up. It's a very weird, oblong looking kind of plant. The problem with it was that they were out of season. And so the Malaysian government says, oh, well, they were shipped from this other place 100 kilometers away.
So that's the official narrative. That was
mangosteens. We've dug into it. We can't find any way to corroborate it. Some other thing. I've heard everything from the RQ-17 or 170 drone pieces, but that drone's way too big for it to fit in its cargo base. So there could be some other angle to the cargo, but as of date, we haven't been able to successfully corroborate anything that would link to whatever else that might have been.
Okay.
Yeah. Good question though on that part.
So you mentioned that the thing that got you interested, the thing that brought you into this case, and was the videos, right? The 2 videos, one from a drone and one from a satellite. How important to this investigation are these 2 videos? And do you think there's any possibility that they are VFX?
I think that there is no chance that any part of them is fake.
No chance.
And the reason for that is the requirements to fake them, in addition to the narrative to be built. One of the biggest things that I tell people that want to cast doubt in the videos is, okay, well, tell me a story that makes sense for the videos to be fake, right? And we'll go into the evidence around them, and maybe I'll just list that out right now.
So, okay, but why do you think that there's no chance, regardless of what the backstory might be?
Well, I think the requirements to fake them will kind of explain that.
And then before we even go into your requirements, I know you have a very long list, dense list of requirements to how it can fake. But how does that change your narrative, or how does that change your hypothesis if the videos are fake?
I think the only thing, interestingly enough, like I didn't imagine finding all this evidence supporting this lithium-ion battery fire scenario. I mean, that has only come up in the last month, potentially, right? And it's almost to the point now where we've been talking about this for almost 2 hours, right? And there's so much evidence, even without the videos, of the official narrative being fake. You don't even need to look at the videos to break all of this down, which I think just goes to show how strong of a case this is in general. But keep in mind, I would never have gotten here without the videos. Right? They started the whole thing, and it's been investigation where one leads to the other, and when you're following this investigation, following the clues, and you're slowly building this puzzle piece together, right? So the biggest part, I think, is that when I looked at the videos, the biggest thing I thought is, well, the only person I can imagine faking these videos, because we're going to be looking at 2 military assets that were classified, right, is the U.S. government. They're the ones who are going to have the inside knowledge on what that stuff's going to look like. It would have to either be someone affiliated with them or them directly. And when we look at the videos, it's so incredible. We see 3 orbs in these videos that are circling the plane in a perfect pattern. that we can only understand potentially in 2023 to even be real. I thought, if these were a psyop, which is what I think the angle that people aim at there is, what's the story the U.S. government's going to tell with this? And there's no story that makes any sense. If you release these videos to the public, and they never did, by the way, you know, the big thing is the hoax would break down the moment you find the plane. So if you find this plane, then you're going to say, okay, well, these videos make no sense, right? But we never found the plane. These videos are going to show the plane disappearing. Who's implicated if we release on CNN, right? You got Don Lemon, let's say, he's lost his job recently, but let's say he's out there and he's showing this in 2018, going, we've uncovered these videos. You know, here you go, public. Here's what really happened to the plane. The general public is not going to say, oh, yes, you know, aliens took the plane away. No, the common answer is going to say, no, the government made this video to cover up the fact that they're the ones who did something to the plane.
So you think that if this was public knowledge, if the mainstream media would have came out with these videos and talked about them, you think that the majority of people would assume that these are government technology?
No, I think that most people would assume the videos are fake and that the U.S. government would be the only ones who could have created them, and therefore this would implicate the U.S. government in cover-up. Is that they would say, oh, I'm not going to believe that. Even now, when you show people the origin evidence, they still say, no, that can't be real. Well, then what's the other story? Well, the U.S. government had to have created it. Now, why would they create it? Create a cover story for whatever they really did to the plane. And, you know, again, the problem is, what's the narrative? What did they do to the plane? It's not that, right? It didn't land in the South Indian Ocean. We went through that evidence, right? So what really happened to it?
Do you think there's no possible other route of logic other than the fact that the government would have faked it? Like, have you thought through what the other possibilities could be? Like, what people could speculate other than the fact the government tried to fake it? Like, could it just be somebody on the internet trying to get attention? Because clearly there's lots of people who make fake videos to get attention. Could it be another government faking the video, covering it up? Like, why have you ruled out any other possibilities of speculation other than the U.S. government faking it?
I've thought about all. The biggest one is that individuals trying to do it, it's too detailed. There's no issues, discrepancies anywhere in these videos at all, not even a single frame of either of them. So if it's just an individual doing it, this is going to take far too much time and effort, and there would be mistakes involved. We're talking about either a team of people doing this, a studio of people doing this, or the government itself. Part of the reason why it has to be the government is there's military classified intel that you would need to know in order to be able to even accurately recreate these. And that's the same reason why we tough for another foreign adversary to create them. The biggest thing is the timetable. The timetable window is so small. So the problem is the very first video that comes out posted by Regicide Anon, who's a UFO uploader account, who's posted other videos. I'll go ahead and show the images of this just to prove it. Hoax debunked.
This is his channel?
This is his channel.
Is it still up?
This is, I think we probably found it from it's been deleted. So this is in Internet Archives. I would argue that most of these videos are fake.
Yes.
Except for when we get to our MH370 ones.
So most of his videos that he uploads are fake, except for the MH3.
Yeah, I mean, let's say not fake, but not as credible. Let's say it's probably the best way, because I haven't obviously debunked all
Okay, let's
videos.
read through the title. The other videos that he posted were Ghosts of Drowned Boy Haunts His Brothers, Flying Saucer a Quarter Mile Wide, World War II archive footage of flying saucer, UFO sightings and possible maneuvering, and then we have the videos of the drone Malaysia flight and the satellite.
Now, when we look at his video here, this is the actual archive of the first video. It's called Satellite Video Airliner and UFOs, uploaded by Regicide Anon. The description says published May 19th, which is about 70 days after the event. This is when it was earliest
published 70 days, okay.
But it says received March 12th, 2014. This is 4 days after the event. Source protected. The other sources would generally say stuff like email submission. None of them say. This is an indicator here that he was actually leaked real footage right after the event, that the person who saw it had an emotional reaction to the footage, felt like they needed to release it, but that Regicide Anon potentially had to be convinced, maybe took weeks to convince them, that, hey, you need to publish this is real. Because we had so little basis to understand the videos to be real.
Right, but like, if I am a person online posting these types of videos, right? I want to post I'm posting them to fool the public or to get attention from them, right? I'm not gonna post it and say fake VFX video. I'm gonna post it and I'm gonna put descriptions in there that prove that it's real. I have incentive to make people believe that this is an actual video that's real. It's not fake. So putting it received date 4 days after the plane went down, that makes sense because they want to convince people that it was right after.
So the narrative that you're building right now is that Regicide Anon is somehow in on it. That they are somehow involved in producing. Right?
That's the speculation. Yes.
So that's the problem now is that you have to begin, if you want to think these videos are fake, you have to begin with Regicide Anon somehow being involved in it. And now this is immediately going to be contrary to the previous assertion that perhaps the military had to be involved in it. And this is part of the reason why we've ruled that narrative out, is that you can't have both be true unless you think Regicide Anon is part of the military-industrial complex. But what we just saw from the previous image, he has stuff that says debunked. He's not doing what you just claimed.
And he also has video of ghosts of boys who drowned.
Right? So this isn't exactly the most credible. This doesn't scream to me a person who's trying to convince people that stuff is real. This also doesn't scream to me this is a person who's CGI and stuff themselves. This is just somebody who's being given videos that they are posting on the internet. Right?
What does that mean? Do you know what that videos subidos means? What does that mean in Spanish?
I don't know where we're looking.
Let's see where it says under videos. It says videos subidos and reproducer todo.
It's all in Spanish.
What does subidos mean? You know, Steven?
I'll check it out. That's what the internet is for.
Yeah.
Subito.
Videos subitos. I'm curious what that means because that's clearly highlighted.
Yeah.
Is it S-A-B-I?
S-U-B-I-D-O-S.
Point my mouse where you think we're looking.
On the top left, above the video.
Oh, over here.
Yeah.
These are probably video
submissions.
Submissions.
Yeah.
So that means video submission.
Yeah, these are video submissions. So, and some of these say like email submission as well. So they're not consistent with all of a sudden we have these very high quality videos compared to these other ones here before.
Mm-hmm.
And interestingly enough, it doesn't say anything about MH370 here. He makes a Twitter account 3 days after the upload. Now, if you're somebody who is trying to fake these, this is not how I would say. Please spread this before it's pulled. And then he also tags MH370 for the first time. He connects it there.
Right.
I would also argue here that under my impression when I look at these videos, I think we're seeing our technology. And that's only because I've dug through all the evidence that we dug through here today. And we've learned that this was a situation where this plane was doomed. You know, I don't like to attribute to UFOs or whatever, like, oh, they're going to go save the plane. That's something humans go do.
Right. But what I'm saying, like from the Twitter post, he's saying, please spread this video. He's trying to get the video to go viral. He's trying to get more views on his video.
It gets pulled, for sure. And
right. That's a lot of people say that to get more videos, more views on their videos. Like you do that. A lot of people go on podcasts and they do it with like controversial people. Alex Jones, for example, and they'll say, go watch my Alex Jones podcast before the government pulls it down, right? To get more people to think, oh my God, this is important. This is urgent. I need to go watch it now. Like that's a tactic people use to get views.
Well, I think that you have to look at the fake video requirements now, which is unless Regicide Anon is involved in it, if he's not involved in it, you have 4 days. Otherwise, you have no reason to lie about the received submission.
Hold on, say one more time.
So if you think that Regicide Anon is involved in it,
yes,
and he's lied about it, then you have up to 72 days to create the first video.
72 days, right?
Satellite.
Which he very easily could have just put received 4 days later. It's not, that's easily just,
you would have to have a reason to lie, right? In my opinion,
to make it go viral. That's why you would lie. To make people think that it's real.
You would also put MH370 in the name if you're trying to make it go viral. You wouldn't leave it ambiguous, right? Again, we look at the video here and it doesn't say anything about MH370, right? He doesn't do that until after he uploads it later on, 3 days later.
Okay.
So to
me,
that's
a good point.
It doesn't really add up.
That's a good point.
In terms of trying to catch attention for it, because he's clearly not trying to catch attention for it in the description of the video. No reference copy to copy this from. This isn't a situation where like there's something else out there and you're trying to make it look like it's not a deepfake situation where you're superimposing something over the top of it. And that's part of the reason why if you try to say that, oh, well, they use this visual effect, it doesn't work. Because unless it's a perfect match, then you're saying, oh, well, you're going to modify it to look like that. Well, this isn't something you copied it from. This is something that you would have created all originally, right?
If you're saying, what are you saying?
So a lot of people have tried to argue there's a VFX debunk out there.
Yeah, I've seen it. The Nick West one, right?
Yeah, this portal is from some low-quality, two-dimensional video game effect that's very pixelated, that somehow that's been superimposed over our videos. And we've shown that it doesn't match at all as a
Not at all.
As a statement of fact. It does not match on even a single frame.
Really?
And people have argued, well, it doesn't need a match. You can modify it. Well, that's the problem. It's an original work. It's not like you're looking at two things side by side and lining up the pixels, right? You would have to have originally modified that into being something else. And if you're going to do that, you're not going to go through that effort.
Hold on, you're losing me. What's an original work?
So this work that we're talking about, the videos that we're watching, that we're about to pull up, there's nothing that they could have been copied from. It's not like you're taking a master painting and you're making a replica of it, right? If you're doing that, then you're painstakingly matching left to right, right? In an original, you're being creative.
Mm-hmm.
You're creating your own thing, right? In that situation, you're not going to take a visual effect, and you're not going to be able to modify it to what we see in our videos, because you don't have the frame of reference to modify it like that. You can only do that after the fact.
Okay, well, if I'm trying to make a video of a plane disappearing inside of an explosion,
you would use an explosion. Yes.
I would use an explosion effect. Wouldn't make the that would be the most obvious thing I would do.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So why did they not use an explosion effect? So here's the thing. Let's pull it up and see. I have the superimposed one right here.
Do you?
So let's look at this together.
Okay.
So see, this is an explosion effect.
Mm-hmm.
This is not what our video is. And so if you were faking it, you would use the explosion effect. You would have this plane blowing up. Our video is going to show an endothermic event, a cold one that's absorbing energy.
Because it's black, right?
Yeah, because it's cold in the thermal. And you can see that here, we can already tell that what we're looking at here is not the same. There's a tool that you can use in Adobe Premiere or in Adobe Photoshop where you can invert the colors and change not only the illuminance, but you can change the balance of the colors, the vibrance of the colors, and you can basically invert something that's black to white, or you can change something. You can even change the color from purple to pink. Now tell me a story of why you're doing that. Given the fact that we know this is an original work, why are you not just using it like we see on the screen right now?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
That's the thing. You have to know. If you want to come up with a scenario that is a counter story,
I'm not trying to come up with a scenario. I'm just trying to explain something that is entirely possible.
So it's different when you say something is possible versus here's a story that makes sense.
But that's a difference, right?
If your argument is, they took this and they somehow modified all these explosions on the side, these are not obviously in our frame at all. You have to delete all this.
Yeah,
it's not as simple as changing the color, right? We're talking about a situation where you have to completely change the effect.
Right. So you're saying
the problem is you don't have the copy to reference it from. It's not like I'm going to take this and I'm going to turn it into this, because you don't have an original reference copy. This is a unique work of art.
So you're saying that this explosion that we're seeing on this video is a real explosion, and it's a real explosion that happened. It happened in the camera, and it's impossible for any sort of visual effect to be superimposed on top of it or anything like.
I'm just saying that this effect that we're looking at is not in our videos as a statement.
Okay, gotcha.
So if it's something else and there's something else out there that people can find that perfectly matches, then great. This one, the frame that they try to get to match is, I believe, it doesn't, really doesn't match on any. I think it's one of these frames where they essentially try to line it up. And they try to say that, that's the frame right there. This is the frame where they say this matches. But we can already tell it doesn't match. You can see behind here, completely different. So the argument that I make, which is a very simple debunk of the debunk, is how many pixels match. If you say that these two things are the same, you can already see that the outline doesn't match. And they say, it's too close. Okay. But that's not how it works. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Have you talked to any visual effects artists about this?
Yeah, I have. Yes. And they've all said the same thing, that this is a real work of art and that these are not visual effects.
How much background have you done on these guys, and what are their credentials?
Quite a bit. You can look up Shai Keenan if you want. She's a very established visual effects artist. She says that the hardest part about visual effects, Shai Keenan, Shykeen.
Shai Keenan. Okay.
Yeah, on Twitter. Yep. And we've got visual effects lead from Marvel Studios. I think it was Todd Phillips.
Todd Phillips is a director.
No, not Todd Phillips. That's
the Hangover.
Yeah. I have to pull up his name. I apologize. I don't have it up in front of me. Mm-hmm. But on one of my other podcasts, with the Total Disclosure podcast, he went on the record stating that just to do the background research related to everything would take months to figure out the angles and everything you need. And even using today's technology would take up to 6 months to be able to produce these videos.
Do you know what it would take to convince you that this is VFX?
Yeah, you'd actually have to do it. So, like, when it comes to what we see here on these visual effects, right? Someone actually needs to go and modify every pixel and go and make it match and tell me how long it takes to just do one frame.
Okay. Do you have you ever heard of Corridor Digital?
Yeah, and they, people ping them nonstop. They did not step up to the plate to try to do this. You're gonna have to have better visual effects skills than the creators of Top Gun Maverick. They actually posted on Reddit, and their post says that whoever created this, here it is. You can just read it. I was the lead VFX artist on Top Gun Maverick. If this is CGI, whoever made it, Freyr worked by over 4 years and did a better job than us, apparently. Again, this is a movie about planes.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest advantage they have is to cheat the speed of the jets and the scale through different shots and cinematic effect. So some of the hardest part here is going to be when you see this plane moving. It's like even in the Dark Star sequence, the actual speed of 3D model moving through our environment wasn't anything close to Mach 10. Whoever made this animation was sure that the speed and the scale is accurate between two cameras, which means that it's animated and scaled to real-world speed. So they said, I don't know if this video is real. It could be made using CGI, which would require a considerable amount of effort. Camera distortion and the rolling shutter would all have been recreated. The clouds and the lighting look to be correct based on the visible light rays. So to me, those are extremely damning comments that make it essentially, you've got somebody who was the lead visual effects artist in one of the biggest blockbusters of
So you don't know. No, it's just a Reddit post.
Well, it could be verified, right? We could go find that person. We could talk to them.
Have you, though?
I haven't, but we could. So again, everything that I post out there is verifiable. And that's why it's important. Now, again, we do have the Marvel VFX expert on record. You have to have better understanding of physics than most PhDs. A lot of the physics that we're seeing here is extremely advanced, and I've had various PhDs come out to me and reach out to me and claim that, yes, this matches what my theory, this matches what you might be able to see. Salvatore Pius reached out to me to have me set up an interview with him, which to me indicates that he thinks what we're looking at here is potentially authentic. Otherwise, why is he reaching out to a guy that's investigating something that he thinks might be fake videos?
I thought you said you reached out to him.
Well, I reached out to him, but he responded back within less than a day. And he's the one who wanted to set up an interview with me. I didn't ask him for an interview.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. So the guys at Corridor Digital, they are working on a video. They have a series on there. They have a separate channel with like 14 million subscribers, and they do this series called VFX Artists React to different things, like UFO videos. They did all the Navy videos.
Yep.
And I talked to him a couple days ago, and they're actually already working on something like this. And I told him you were coming in, and I said, like, look, this guy, like we talked about, you're kind of like figuring this thing out in real time. Just started working on it a couple months ago, and we're trying to get to the bottom of this, if this is real or not. What are your guys' opinions? And he made a video. Okay. Are you open to watching it?
Let's watch it.
Okay. Do you have it on the? He sent it to me not that long ago. It was today. Here. So this is Nico from Corridor Digital.
Sounds good.
Hey everybody, my name is Nico Perringer. You might recognize me from Visual Effects Artists React. We take a look at visual effects every week on our show on our Corridor Crew YouTube channel, and we talk about what makes them cool, what makes them not work, all that good stuff. But I've also personally done visual effects for many years on YouTube since like 2009, 2010. And I wanted to take a look at these shots. Danny asked me to take a look at them and apply my visual effects artist eye. So first and foremost, taking a look at these shots, they've been linked to Malaysian Airlines 370. People have said that this is UFO footage of the airline disappearing. And one of the things people say that makes them legitimate is how long it would theoretically take to do these visual effects. So looking at these shots, in my point of view, these are shots that you can do in a couple of days. The background is mostly a static image that's been just animated over with a 3D model of an airplane and a couple objects orbiting the airplane. These are not challenging shots to do in visual effects. All you have to do is basically lay a path out for an object to follow. In this case, it could be an airplane, and a path for those objects orbiting around it, and a particle emitter for the contrast. The background is not animated at all. So this satellite point of view shot could easily do in a day. Likewise, the thermal vision shot, which is a little more complicated, you could also theoretically do that in about 2 days of work, maybe a day of work, especially if you have the airplane model already on hand.
So you can
The
actually
thing
do
that
any
strikes
work,
me
or
about
you
this
just-
shot that makes
Hold on,
it,
pause it.
I guess, higher up.
We might have some commentary between us. Sorry, what did you say?
So is this going to actually do the work? It's just having a guy claim it. And the issue first right off the bat is he's talking about using today's technology, right? But we've already proven these videos go back to 2014. You have to build a 3D rendered environment just to begin to do this work because we have two different cameras from two different angles. Just to render that using computer processing from 2014 would take several weeks.
But it's
So right off the bat, we can already dismiss his claims.
right off. We can already dismiss them.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Keep going.
For the higher quality is that the texture, if this is a VFX shot, which it is, the texture work on the airplane gives us that thermal look, looks great. But here's why I think these are visual effects shots. Right? So first and foremost, looking at the shot, the satellite feed, there is no movement in the background. It's just static.
Let's pause it right there.
here.
So we already established it's a Sivers system, and there actually is movement. It's actually been proven as well that if you take 15-second snapshot, you can actually see movement in the clouds as well. So
have you shown this in the video?
Yeah, we can show it right now.
Okay, let's finish this and we'll show that out. We'll show it after. So
already I'm starting to lose credibility in him because he's already made 2 false statements, and we're only at 1 minute in.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
Let's keep a note of that. You claim that the background is not static. There is movement that's visible.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see that the clouds are unchanging, they move at all. If those little white flecks in the background are waves in the ocean, they don't move at all. If this was being filmed from a high altitude airplane, you would have movement from the airplane. If this is being filmed from a satellite, you would definitely have movement from the satellite. The satellite's
right there,
over through.
again, we already established this is the Sivers system, which is actually a computer program that's pulling this data, and that's the reason why we don't see as much general movement, and that's why we don't see the movement of the satellite either. Let's keep going.
I just thought of something. This video is supposed to be 6 frames a second, right?
Right.
Which means that all of any motion, any clouds would actually be moving faster than you typically see.
Yes, you're right. It would not be smooth. It would be jittery.
So the reason why that would be far is you're going to have very little movement there is the satellite's 1,000 miles away or 1,000 kilometers away. So if we were to go look outside at clouds that are very far away, we're going to see very little apparent movement of them. This is about 10 to 100 times further away than that as well. So this actually accounts for why you'd see so little movement. And the data is coming from satellites that are extremely far away. Anyway, let's keep going.
At 20,000 miles an hour. And just for reference here, here's footage, real-time footage, taken today from the International Space Station. And you can see how fast it's moving. You can see the clouds going by. Just to jump to a different point in time.
If you want to pause there, because that's also been brought up as well. That satellite's much closer to the ground as well. So
which satellite?
That one that they were just looking at there.
Our space station's closer to the ground than the Sivers satellite?
Than the satellite, I believe, yeah. If I remember correctly, actually, you could even see, I think, the numbers down there. If I remember correctly, it was like twice as close potentially there as well, which is why there's so much apparent movement from the
Can you find out how far the space station is from Earth?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but I want to say that everything is relative. So when you say it's close, it means that the cloud would theoretically be moving twice as slow, right? But in the video, it does seem to.
The perspective changes 8 times in the video as well. So, and I will prove the videos that they would move. None of this is anything new that we haven't already debunked so far. But let's keep going.
I'm just trying to figure this out like you are, man.
Yeah.
I want to hear why you think this is bullshit.
Sure. Well, let's keep going.
Space station, a wider angle. Like, we can see the movement. We can see the camera, because satellites don't sit still. They're moving very, very fast around the Earth in order to be able to stay in orbit. So if that's the case, jumping back to this supposed satellite view here, we can see it is completely static. Nothing is moving. There's no parallax.
Are you watching?
Like that. The waves are moving. The clouds aren't even evolving. It's a static frame. Now, if you want to do the shot in a few days, that's how you would do it. You grab a picture from the satellite point of view, throw your background, put your 3D models over it, and animate it, and call it a day. So it really stands out to me that the background doesn't move, because it should, especially if it's a satellite or an airplane. We should have parallax. It is impossible for it to be standing still.
Let's pause it real quick.
Yeah. The other thing that stands out to me about this shot is that.
Pause it. All right, I just want to make sure that we're keeping track, right? So I know you're like searching through your computer right now, but I want to make sure
we do have parallax as well. We have a video that proves there is parallax without any doubt and discrepancy whatsoever. So
okay.
And I mean, if you want to switch over to my screen real quick.
Let's finish this. I just want you to pay attention to this. I don't want you to miss it.
I'm not missing anything.
All right, because I see you you're ripping through the computer right now.
So far, nothing's new.
Okay.
Okay.
You can tell that these clouds, well, they've been taking pictures. They're from the daytime. They have sunlight on them. You can see the sunlight illuminating them and falling through the cloud. But Malaysian Airlines Flight 270 disappeared between 1 and 2 a.m. So it would be nighttime.
So let's pause it right
Now,
there.
you might
Let's
say,
pause it right there, because that's like 3 false statements right there together. The plane went dark at 17:21, which is 1:21 a.m. According to the official narrative, the plane went missing at 8 in the morning when there was sun on it, which is why early on I thought that this would have happened in the South Indian Ocean. But as we talked about already, this is a false color IR. It's being taken at night. There's no cloud. There's no shadows anywhere.
So you claim this happened at what time exactly?
1840 UTC,
which is 2 a.m.
2:40 a.m.
2:40 a.m.
Which is at nighttime. So he's making an opinion here, but unfortunately in this case, it's not an educated one. Let's keep going though.
well, this is just nighttime photography taken with, a really sensitive camera. And there's 2 issues with that. One is that if it was nighttime photography, you still had a lot of light on these clouds. You can see they're getting a directional light source that then falls off. So it would have to be a full moon with a very sensitive camera. But the other issue is that if you look at these objects sitting around the plane, and the plane itself, there's no motion. The thing is, when it's nighttime and you're trying to film with things with light, you need to have the shutter stay open for longer on the camera to let enough photons in to get a bright frame like this. If you've ever taken a picture at night with your phone and it takes a second to take that picture, it's doing a long exposure, it's letting in as much light as it can. So what that means when you have a shutter that's open for a long time, you need to get a lot of motion blur. And there is no motion blur on these objects that are moving very fast. So if this was taken under the full moon, I mean, we could always check to see if it was a full moon then. But if this was taken under the full moon, which it's not, there's no camera technology that can do this, even at nighttime under a full moon. At the very least, if you want it to look like this, you have to shutter open for so long that none of these objects would show. They'd be moving too fast. They would be faint blurs that you wouldn't even be able to see. Let's jump over to, at the end here, when there's a teleportation blast. So the other thing here, especially if this is nighttime, this flash here would illuminate the clouds.
It does.
But it does not.
It doesn't illuminate the clouds. That's another false thing.
Hang on. Pause. All right, let's watch. Stop going through your computer.
I got it. I just need to make some notes because I want to be able to address all these points because every single thing can be addressed.
Okay. I just want to make sure you're paying attention to it.
I am.
Now, as we see,
You can see the illumination, right? You can see it.
but that's just a compositing trick. You're just something that will be bright. What is not happening is we're not seeing any new light direction. We're not seeing shadows being cast in a different direction. No parts of the cloud that were dark are now taking on light and showing us a different volumetric shape of the cloud. This is just classic compositing. We've done it all the time with our fake muzzle flashes. We do gunfights where we just select part of the image and brighten it up. Now, you could do your own lighting on clouds if you rendered volumetric clouds. If you've watched a Marvel film, you've seen an explosion in a modern movie, those CGI explosions, well, those are called volumetrics. You're even seeing it in Unreal Engine now for the sky and how the sky is rendered. In 2014, we still have volumetrics. They're a little more difficult to do, but in this case, there's no volumetrics in action here. You don't see it from the lighting, you see no parallax shift from the camera, which shouldn't be just completely static in the sky. It should be moving. This is a background photo. So here's the thing that is the biggest reason this is visual effects. And I really should have started with this, but then it just got to the end of the conversation, which is the teleportation of the airplane at the end. This shockwave, which looks really cool. But this is stock footage. It's stock footage from the 90s. I can show you the original stock footage element.
Hold on, watch.
Here it is right here.
Yep. Let's watch it. That's not the same.
And it's a really cool stock footage element, pretty obscure. You haven't seen a lot of it. But if you line it up over the footage here, which I did, so here's the stock footage frame.
It's in one frame.
Just zoom this in a little bit. I'm going to switch in my opacity between stock footage frame and the infrared thermal frame for UFO video. Well, if we go back and forth, you see that they perfectly line up. Right? The ripples are all in this same spot. The burnt-in dots here are in the same spot. It's that element.
All right, pause it.
Pause it. So as a statement of fact, those do not match. And all I have to say to counter is, how many pixels match? You want to ask our expert?
Dude, it is fucking exact.
It's not, though. That's the problem. It's not an exact match. That's the issue.
So how
every pixel would have to be in the same spot, and they're not. All I have to say is how many pixels match. That's all I have to say.
No, it's not, because look, you're compositing an effect into a new video, right? You're using an effect that was clearly made in the 90s, and you're bringing it onto a video that was produced in 2014, right? Now he's clearly inverting the colors, right? So what's to say there's no expanding of it, warping of
the dots on there as well.
We'll go, yeah, show when he's doing the opacity. See those two dots? See the big one and see the little one up top?
Over to the other,
go back to where he's going over.
I actually have that. We'll go to the because I actually have.
Watch.
You see the extra dots, right?
Yep. See them? Watch.
Now they're gonna disappear.
Well, if you go back and forth,
they don't. Look, they're there. The black dots right there.
Scroll down, just keep your mouse right near the. I mean, I've got the version of this, so no worries. Just keep going. Let's see what else we
perfectly
got.
line up, right?
It's perfect.
It's not though. You see that the black actually does not line up, right? You see how it's not the same on the edges. How it's close, but it's not a perfect match. So this is the reason that.
So how are all of those little wave ripples? How are those so perfectly matching what's in the video?
All the
and the dots,
all the dispersal patterns look the same. This is like saying that my butthole is your butthole because they're similar, right? It's not. We don't have the same butthole because of that. In fact, I have a visual effect of a donut that actually better matches than this does, and that's the point. Is that just because shapes are similar, and again, this is one frame. Even on this one frame, it's not a perfect match. You can even tell in the middle, it's not even close. You can see there's extra dots that are added there that don't exist in our video either. So you're saying think they deleted them?
So you're saying the explosion that really happened.
It's not an explosion. It's an endothermic event.
The endothermic event that really happened in 2014 came this close to matching a VFX element produced in the 90s?
Correct. And if you found this, how did they even find it? They had to use something to search for something to try to find something that was similar so that they could actually come up with this debug.
Okay, let's keep playing it.
Yep. So I just want to remember it as a statement of fact. These two things do not match. In terms of being a 100% match, you can already see the differences and where they don't match.
Okay, but this guy's a VFX guy who's been doing this his entire life.
And I think he discredited himself pretty hard because he's made I'm counting here 8 different factual errors here. And that's just, we haven't even finished yet.
Okay, let's keep going.
The burning dots here in the same spot.
Except for the ones that aren't.
It's that element. There's no ifs and or buts. That is the exact element that's in the shot, which kind of destroys the whole thing. But it's not really fun just to do this and call it a day. You want to break it down, right? If we're going to draw some knowledge from this, if we're going to be scrutinizing and skeptical and scientific about the stuff we're looking at, well, let's look at things that we can use to inform whether this stuff is real or fake. So obviously the stock footage element here being pasted into the shot is a great indicator that this is visual effects. Well, what else might we be looking for? Well, let's jump over to this thermal shot, which is a really fascinating shot here. So a couple things stand out to me on this shot that make me think it's visual effects. First and foremost, if this was actual thermal footage, there's a couple things that are inaccurate. For example, when the smoke trails from the plane, the contrails, when they stack up on each other, they start to turn green. That would imply they're getting hotter just because they've overlapped with each other, which is not how thermals would actually look. In fact, vapor and smoke and all those things in the air don't show up on thermals at all. As we saw in the recent Veritasium video that came out, where they compared night vision technologies, they filled a room with fog from a fog machine, and you can't see Derek at all in that fog. But when looking at it through thermal, you can see him perfectly clear. So with that in mind, these contrails should not be showing up as thick as they are in this thermal vision. Secondly, in the background, the clouds are not quite represented accurately either with thermals. And the biggest thing that stands out to me with thermal vision isn't noisy like this. You know, that grain, that noise that you see in footage like this, that's something that happens when you're filming something with very little light. You need to crank the sensitivity on the camera, you boost that signal, and it boosts the noise with it. Well, with thermal, the thermal's not being underexposed here, which would create that noise. In fact, if you look at other examples of thermal footage, there's none of that kind of grain on it because thermals aren't being underexposed. You're not trying to boost up light signals. Even really inexpensive, cheap thermal cameras still don't have that kind of grain. They might have kind of like a fixed pattern on top of the image that kind of sticks there while the image swims under it, which you can kind of see here. But there's none of that flickering black and white snow kind of grain in that footage. Even looking at that UAP footage from the Pentagon, there's grain, but notice how it's like a fixed pattern of grain that kind of sits there as opposed to flickering all over the image. And the image itself really isn't that flickery, not nearly as flickery as this thermal footage. So these are things that if I were to be critiquing a VFX shot, if I'm going to film, they had given it to me, these are things I would ask them to fix, to improve upon, to make the shot more realistic. But I don't want to dig on the problems here because there's actually fantastic work here that is so fantastic. It's engaging people. It's pulling them into the story. And there's a couple things that this is doing really well. The artists, whoever made these shots, they're executing on it really well. And the first thing is the animation. The animation is perfect, right? It's very realistic to how a plane moves. It's mysterious. And even this thermal drone shot here, like the way the camera zooms in, the way we fly through the contrails of the airplane, the camera shake, like all the motion is very, very convincing. And in fact, one thing we've learned when it comes to visual effects is that as long as your motion is convincing, you can get away with almost anything. Like having really realistic CG doesn't help if motion looks fake. So good motion is a huge, 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 I guess, plus for making us buy something as real. And the animators here did a fantastic job of that motion. The second thing that these artists did that I really admire is they really nailed the look of like degraded footage, right? Like this satellite footage, like the blue and the grain and the dropped frame rate, and like the way the mouse clicks and drags around the window and the coordinates updates, and, you know, like the feel, the texture, the contrast, all these things in this image are just like dialed in to make us feel like a satellite image. And it's really well done. Same thing with the thermals. Like doing fake thermal vision is not super easy to do. And they really nailed the look here. There's a couple of issues, like for example, if you look at these clouds down here at the bottom, they're starting to turn green just a little bit, implying that they're actually really hot, like the temperature of the airplane, which is not what they should be doing. This is an effect you would get if you took a regular image of clouds and then mapped a thermal gradient on that footage from, you know, darkest things being cold and hot, like brightest things being hot. You get that effect. But also looking at the airplane here, and you zoom in on it, they've done their own custom texture on the airplane to give us that thermal look in the airplane, which is, once again, really well done. That takes time. You know, that's artistry. And the blur, the noise, little crosshairs, all these things, just, it really nails the look, right? So, like, we shouldn't feel ashamed or anything like that if you look at these shots like, wow, these are really realistic. I need to investigate, because it's fantastic work by these artists. But there are some clear things that stand out that point to them being fake. You know, there's a lot, honestly. Everything from the contrails not being an accurate representation of contrails to the clouds being clearly lit by sunlight, even though it should be nighttime. The total lack of motion on the background. The particle emitters getting ahead of the objects when they're moving. The clouds not being illuminated by that bright flash of the airplane, which it brightens the pixels, but doesn't actually change the direction of the light, which should really be happening. And all these things add up. And, well, of course, I'm leaving out the biggest one, which is you almost have to ignore it, because it is like, you can't talk about this. It's no fun to talk about this. But the fact that the stock footage overlaid at the end for the teleport, like, that's the biggest one, right?
Yes.
If there's stock footage in your UFO shot, well, that's visual effects. Right? You just can't get anything.
I think we're good with this.
But, you know, at the end of it all, like, I want this stuff to be real. I want to find like UFO footage, UAP footage, normal footage that I can't explain. That, to me, that's thrilling. Like, I'm there, right? But if we want to find this stuff, we need to be scientific about it, which is what I'm trying to do here by analyzing it down, looking at the visual effects elements here. And yeah, you know, we actually have a show that we do once in a while on our Corridor Crew channel where we look at UFO footage like this. All the visual effects artists here at the studio, we try to break down what visual effects techniques we're noticing, if any. If you guys want to check it out, you can check out our YouTube channel at Corridor Crew. I hope to see some of you there. But yeah, that's it. Danny, thanks for having me on. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your podcast. I'm in the discussion. Look forward to checking it out when it comes out.
Yeah, wow.
So what is your first initial gut reaction to that?
First reaction is not a thing that he said there is original.
Not a thing.
Every single thing that he's mentioned has already been addressed in the films. And he said many false statements, which unfortunately discredit him completely. I think the biggest thing that he said, though, is there's perfect animation with zero issues. So the first thing that's noticeable is he didn't try to recreate it, because he probably wouldn't have been able to. The parallax, we've proven multiple times. There is parallax effect, actually. We have a video that proves the parallax effect. So I'll just go ahead and pull that up.
Okay.
So, because, you know,
I mean, you're talking about the background of the clouds moving. You have a video that shows the clouds moving in the background, even though the drone was flying.
We do have a snippet that proves that the clouds do move as well, but we also have a statement that is from somebody who's actually at the bunker, who actually claims that the clouds do move, yes. So here, real quick, you're going to see proof of stereoscopic effect. So I hope the corridor crew is watching.
Yep.
And because I'll go ahead and the sound's a bit extreme here. Because I think that they really discredited themselves pretty hardly with that video they just made, unfortunately. Again, we've already addressed the fact that this was not nighttime, or not daytime, which he falsely thought that we're looking at a false color IR here, and this is actually nighttime. Again, there's no shadows anywhere, guys.
Then how is the directional light, though?
There isn't a specific directional light. What we're looking at is a computerized recreation using the Sibber system. We showed you the videos where it's scanning and pulling satellite data from all over. So this is how essentially you don't need to worry about the light effects or anything like that. The reason why we see higher illumination of clouds is because there's more IR radiation on top of the clouds. You can see the parallax effect very clearly right there. So we do see a very clear parallax effect in our videos. To actually zoom in just and what we're seeing is the parallax effect and the clouds moving here. There's no doubt about it. On both sides, we are seeing the parallax effect.
Why is it wiggling?
Yeah, I don't understand what's going on.
That's the parallax effect. We're looking at
that was not in the original video.
Right.
He was looking at a different version of the video, so he probably should have pulled up the reconciled non-version, which would have helped make this a lot clearer. So again, unfortunately for the corridor crew, they did a pretty lazy attempt here. Listen, now you can see it wiggling pretty clearly here. And this is somebody who did. And,
but now it's not happening.
Because now he stopped doing it. He's showing it in terms of when you're looking side by side. You can read the descriptions at the bottom here as well.
Okay.
So it's definitely showing that what we're seeing here is a 3D stereoscopic. So let's skip past that one real quick. We also have a claim. Let me just pull it here. I don't know if I actually pulled the video that shows, but there is absolutely cloud movement. But somebody on Reddit, who's actually somebody who's a debunker, also said that they thought that there was...
I'm just not seeing the cloud movement.
Yeah, and because you're not seeing the cloud movement again from the distance. So here's cloud movement explained. Clouds do move. It's not simple as horizontal vertical movement that some might expect for 3D rendered scenes. The clouds are moving. There's a hyperlink right there if you want to type that in and pull that up. Or actually in as well.
Yeah, just pull it in.
Unfortunately, that's not a link. I've got to type it in. Oh, that's the downside.
Imager.com/a/ OSYS F20.
Okay, so we'll pull that up, and while we're pulling that up, I want to address a few other things that were false as well.
And how come if the satellite's moving 17,000 miles per hour, you can't see anything?
Again, Sibber system, right? So Sibber system is pulled from the satellites, recreated a rendered environment, similar to how you would fake something, but it's actually just real.
It's not. That's not rendered. It's not.
Well, that's why it's 6 frames per second as well, is that it's a rendered environment from a very big field of view that they're creating there. And this is how that you can pull that data from all those different locations. And now you can have one clear image as opposed to trying to track one satellite that's moving very fast.
So you're saying it's actually not video footage?
So yeah, theoretically, that's not direct video footage from a satellite moving. What they're doing is we just saw the Sibber system scanning, right? And that's how they're able to piece together a 3D Google playback of the video. And this explains half of the things that he had issues with. Another big one is the zap accurately illuminating the background. This is also from the dog.
Oh, hold on, you're moving too fast.
Sure.
So it is rendered and it's not.
So that
IR,
right? So
that's another big thing too. Is that the whole issue with the thermals? We're looking at an electro IR camera,
right?
That had a thermal layer added over the top by the Raytheon software that's built into the camera.
I'm talking about the satellite.
Yeah. So from the camera, yes, it is an IR camera, and what it's been able to do there is send that IR data to a very advanced, sophisticated computer system that can build out the rendered 3D battle map that we would use for battlefield awareness. And that's why you're not going to be tracking a specific satellite moving around. When you're trying on the military, you're trying to track boats and planes. You need to have that data pulling in nonstop using the SIGINT system, signals intelligence, that relays all this information from different assets. And then what it can do is you can fly in these planes, these Ares EP-32 or EP-3 or the Poseidon P-8. These are very advanced signals intelligence aircraft that can pull that data and create a 3D video playback. And that's what we're theoretically seeing in those videos. Does that make sense? So that's my explanation for about a third of the things that he describes in there. In terms of the backlit, this was just an objectively false statement. You can see.
You're still saying it's the clouds from the satellite is IR optics, right?
You can see the clouds moving in this one right here. You can see the clouds wiggle. In each individual one, you can see that cloud move. right? And this isn't even a matter of the 3D stereoscopic. The other one was proving that we have 3D stereoscopic parallax. This one's proving you can see the clouds move. Okay, so the clouds do move. So unfortunately, that statement he made was false. You can see the clouds move, right? We just all agree.
I can see a little bit of a I can definitely see I can see the image change, like a little bit of a warp of that part of the clouds in this GIF.
So we can come back to it.
But like, yeah, somebody made this GIF and reposted it. This is not the video I just watched.
This is a GIF of it. Of that video. So
it's not impossible. This person like tried to warp part of it.
Okay. Well, now we're stretching. But here
I'm stretching.
I'm just addressing every single fact the guy made. So and here's another false. He said that the clouds are not accurately illuminated. This is proof that they are. This was again made by somebody who's a debunker who doesn't think the video is real. But they were actually able to prove that that's actually, that's accurate illumination, backlit and frontlit illumination from the Zap. We could actually even.
So this is from who took this photo?
This is a color scale change version so that you can see this. This was posted by somebody who's but yes, this was somebody who's actually from a lot of those claims that he posted there came from the site called Metabunk. This is another Metabunker who posted this, and this is interesting enough. You go look up, they think the videos are fake, but they still prove that claim that was just made is false. That the Zap does accurately illuminate. You can even tell when you're actually watching it. We could see the Zap illuminating. And actually, that's another piece of evidence for why it's nighttime.
Yeah, but what he's saying though is he's saying when the Zap happens, the only part that illuminates are the pixels that are already the brightest in the photo, right? Like it's like they're upping the brightness on that. But what he's saying is there's no directional change of light. So like parts of the clouds that are already darker, they aren't becoming brighter. It's just the image is just the entire image is being brightened in that area where the pixels are being.
This is proof that that's not true. Absolute proof.
How is this? I don't understand how this
read what it says.
Backlit. I know what backlit looks like.
So it's not the entire image that's being lit up. It's actually different depending on how far away it is, and it's accurate.
So, okay.
This is not lit over here.
Yes, I understand this. Now show me where this correlates to the video of the satellite.
Because this is the Zap that we're seeing here?
No, go back to the satellite and show me that. Show me how this correlates to it.
You mean like this?
Yes, exactly.
So fast forward.
Make it full screen. You make it full screen.
Yep. So, and then when he was showing this just a few seconds ago as well, when the Zap goes off, you can see the color. So see that light? See that flash that we just saw?
Can you pause it on?
It's kind of hard to hit it, but
yeah.
You know what I'm saying. Right there. So this is actually accurately illuminating the clouds. Down here, this is not being illuminated. This is being backlit, frontlit.
But the parts, so if there is a blast right there, you can, first of all, can we agree that the clouds are being illuminated by something, and there's obviously a directional light source going towards the clouds because the front of the top of the clouds is illuminated and the bottom of them is not illuminated?
That's because there's more IR radiation at the top compared to the bottom, and that doesn't mean a directional light source. So
there's more.
Again, can we agree there's no shadows anywhere in these videos? So if there's no shadows, how is it night? How's it daytime?
See shadows. There's a shadowy side of the cloud on the left, and then it clips. What we in the video will called clip, where it hits white. And
you see any
plateaus.
shadows on the water here?
That's
you see the shadow from the plane flying past these clouds. It literally flies in front of the cloud, and there's no shadow, like right here.
I'm saying the cloud itself. The
cloud itself has shadows.
Has a shadow. Yeah.
The cloud's lighter at the top and darker at the bottom. Right here, it goes right out, and there's no shadow that gets cast onto the cloud.
Yeah. So
where's this directional light source coming from?
That's what I'm saying. Like, how would there be a directional light source if it was at night?
There isn't.
And there's no moon.
There isn't a directional light source. And if it's a very, and he even mentioned this as well, theoretically, if this is a very low light environment, this even could be just light coming from stars, etc. But I think that the answer is that it's just simply not daytime. It's nighttime.
Okay, and then you think that the CGI explosion effect, there's no shot in hell?
That there's no chance. And also the effect that he used, the version he used, is actually the version that was the remastered version from 2015. If you go look at the older, it's so pixelated that no one would even think that could possibly be in our videos.
And you're
so I'm trying to pull this up too, just as a quick match here. That if you look at this and you actually do like this, you see that they're not the same. You can see these extra lines that we have all over the place. Like these lines is coming over the
Yeah,
top.
you can easily mask that out. That's.
But why would you mask it out? Because you're not comparing to something that's already right.
Because you don't want because you want to make it look unique. You don't want to make it look like a stock effect.
So they accidentally made it look perfect.
No, they on purpose. Wait, what?
So all these extra dots that we see are like this dot right here, this dot up here. The actual lining up of the middle effect doesn't even line up. That does not line up with this effect. You can actually see the tail of the plane sticking out in this one. And now over in this one here, you can see that it's not the same shape.
Right, but what are the chances that the outer rim of this thing are 99% perfect compared to this endothermic event that happened in the air? Like, how did they match that?
You can see it doesn't match right here, right? You can see that this line here doesn't quite match here. And it's similar. And again, all dispersion patterns are similar. This has been compared to an ink drop. This has been compared to a supernova. And you can do the same thing with any of those effects as well.
So all supernovas look the same?
They all do actually look pretty much the same, again, because it's a dispersion pattern. And then what's happening is the same thing that we see here. But the most important part is that what we're seeing is this endothermic event versus an exothermic event. The best part is that this is just like a dishonest attempt here to try to get
dishonest. Well, why is it dishonest, man? Like, look,
because it's one frame.
This guy has been doing this his entire life. He's a visual effects expert. He has a YouTube channel with freaking tens of millions of views on it. I mean, he has no incentive to. And you're gonna take a third-party word from somebody who knows somebody who's a VFX lead at Marvel on Reddit over this guy who's literally going video and putting his credibility at risk to talk about why this is real. He's a VFX expert, and you're like, your initial reaction is just like, oh no, absolutely not. Like,
no, I think that he made, as I pointed out, he made several objectively false statements before he even got to that point, which then I immediately discredited him. But yes, I would absolutely gonna believe a Marvel VFX expert over some guy on Twitter who claims to be an expert.
He's the guy. He's some random guy on Twitter who claims to be an expert.
I've never heard of him. Yes. So I also want to claim here that
the guy on Marvel was a random guy on Reddit, bro. Like, it was
he literally works for the biggest studios that are out there, man.
Yeah, but you haven't even talked to him. Have you sat down with him? Have you discussed it like on a podcast? Have you had a conversation with him about like breaking this down, and him has he done an explanation in depth the same way Nico has?
I don't even think I need to have that, because
you don't
he's speaking about the time frame it would take to require. Did Nico try to even produce the videos? No, he didn't. Right? That speaks a lot to whether or not he actually could. Cordo crew, the disclosure guy, none of them even tried to do it. Because the reality is they know how much effort it would take. It would take a huge amount. And you've got between 4 and 70 days. It's going to take a whole team. There's no issues anywhere in the videos. You couldn't even find one. He made a bunch of statements that none of them really added up. And this right here, this is one of the worst ones. I can do the same thing and say this doesn't match, right? It's not even close to the same. You can see the black in the background. This is not our effect. Matching it on one single frame is not a debunk. Even if that matched, even if it did, just hypothetically, I'll team read, it wouldn't debunk any of the rest of the video. Right? That's the worst part about this attempt to debunk it. Is that even if somehow this video effect was in our final zap that we see, it wouldn't debunk the rest of the video. It's still MH370 in those videos. It's in the Nick Bar Islands on the agreed upon flight path.
Yeah, but they could easily CGI a plane that looks just like it, and they could easily add coordinates underneath it. Like,
that's
these
a
guys.
subjective statement. That's not a factual statement. That's a subjective one. And if they could do it, why didn't they? If they could do it so easily, everybody claims they could do it so easily. No one ever pulls up and does it. And then when you ask them, they say, "Oh, well, it would take too much time and effort. It's not worth my time." But what? Some random people did it?
You know, it's very. I don't. The thing that I don't really understand here is why you are so quick to dismiss his analysis of this. If this guy is a legitimate, verified expert, not hiding behind a Twitter handle or a Reddit handle, right? And it's not just like some podcaster saying, "Oh, I talked to a guy on the phone and he told me it would take between 4 to 6 months. He's the lead at Marvel." Like, this guy is telling you who he is. Everybody knows who he is, and he's giving you his analysis, having decades of experience in this. And I don't understand why you give somebody on Reddit more credibility than you give him, and why you dismiss him so quick.
I judged him some of the things that he said. He thought they were contrails with smoke. The reason why it probably gets hotter is because the smoke is stacking up, and you're seeing it from an angle where the smoke is lighting up. Right? I mean, literally, it's not a matter of what I think his credentials are, and move away from that. Specifically, just because someone claims to be an expert does not mean everything they say is true. Judge them based on the things they say. This is critical thinking 101. And this is what I think is missing the most from places like Reddit. Is that you go look at Reddit and people say, "Oh, what's at the top? Who's the expert? Who's the person that says that?" It's That's not what matters. You could be a Joe Schmo off the street, and as long as you're saying the truth and making logical sense, then I'm going to believe you.
And you think nothing that he said made logical sense?
Almost nothing. Yeah, I mean, he was wrong. Let's run it down. Wrong about the parallax. Wrong about the clouds moving. Wrong about illuminating the flash.
I don't think he was wrong about any of that. I don't think any of your examples showed that was wrong.
Okay, well,
I mean, look, I've been doing.
Judge, you know, I love the viewers judge. My biggest thing on the one frame is all I ask is how many pixels match. And tell me how long it takes to move all the pixels around to get it to be a perfect match.
Tell me how hard it is to find a stock image that was created in the 90s to perfectly match an endothermic explosion that happened in 2014.
Apparently hard enough that no one can do it. I mean, that was not a match. So we're looking at it in the background right here. You know, these don't match.
I mean, this is your video. I was looking at his video where he was pulling the opacity.
Yeah, Nico's is pretty damn accurate. This one's off.
Yes, exactly.
This one is,
the reason why it's off is because this is the whole visual effect, not just one frame.
Or because you lined it up different to make it look like it didn't match.
This actually lines up perfectly. This you can see right here. This is exact frame.
No, it's not.
It's not. It's definitely not. It's not lined up perfectly.
Nico's is more aligned than that one.
Okay, whatever you guys want.
Can you pull Nico's up again?
Yeah, sure.
Just the one frame where he shows it. Like, how does that little dot and those edges of the little wave edges of the explosion, how does it match so fucking perfectly? How did the people that made this in the 90s know that this is exactly what this explosion was going to look like in 2014?
Yeah, I mean, the first part is, I'll pull up the older version, guys, and then you're looking at the remastered version that was from after, that was made after that, in 2015, after our videos. It's actually post dates it. Here's the earlier. Does this look like it?
No, I'm pulling up the. I'm showing the.
So let's look at the older version and not the remastered one and compare it.
Well, how do you know this was remastered?
Because we Googled it. You should check it out. 2015 version, remastered in 2015 after the dates of our videos.
It was near the middle of the video.
The one that he's looking at here is the Mick West found, by the way. It's not like this is his original work that he found this.
Mick West said that it was found in '98, right?
Yeah. If anyone thinks we're looking at a '90s video game graphic from an obscure video game, then you might just not be able to be reached by the evidence. It's just that was my official statement on that. I think.
Well, we saw.
Yeah, take a look at mine here. So this is I found the old '90s version online actually, and so you can see here how pixelated this is. It's a lot harder to compare.
That is not the original.
Yeah, it's definitely.
You see how less frames there is as well. This actually when they got remastered.
If it was the original, if this is a clip maybe from the video game you're talking about.
That's where this comes from. Yeah.
Yeah, but no. Look, it wasn't created. You understand that, like, it wasn't just wasn't a part of the video game. Somebody built the video game. It takes the elements to put together to create the graphics in the video game, right? So that thing was an independent explosion that came from somewhere that was added into the video game. And this is a re-recording of the video game, right? He found the exact element independent of the video game.
Who was he?
Nico.
Nico didn't find that. This comes from an Icy Slide account. Again, we've addressed that part. It was posted on Reddit. It was a one-day-old account. It was a sock puppet account. It got manual approval by the moderators of that account to post it, which then the only person who claimed to have found that afterwards was a guy named Mick West on the same day. He posted on the Metabug forums. Obviously, Nico probably spends time on the Metabug forums, and that's how he found that same exact thing.
So are you saying that graphic element was created specifically to match endothermic explosion in the video?
I think that what they did was whoever wanted to discredit the videos made a program to look for a specific asset that they could use to try to discredit that would be similar enough that would fool people, just like it fooled you guys, to make it look as similar enough that you would say, there's no way that can't be it. Even though I can say from, again, a factual statement, they don't match on even a single frame. They can say they're close. Sure, that's a statement.
How close would you say that?
I would say less than 50% of the
less
pixels
than 50%
of the pixels match. That's just my guess for looking at it. But again, that's why I keep asking how many pixels match. And the reason why no one answers is because if you had to answer that question, you would have to admit that they don't match. And that's why no one does.
I would say it is impossible for that explosion to match a VFX element that was made 10 years before or 8 years before.
And it doesn't match. And that's the thing.
Dude, I mean, it's like so close. It's like the little elements, the waves, the points line up perfectly. Like if you were to add that onto an effect, throw some coloring, an invert on it, a warp, scale it down a little bit different, it's gonna be not exactly, but it's still all the little details are perfectly accurate. Like the shape, the scale of it.
It's just a circle, man. It's not some complex shape.
But it's not a circle. It's not a circle. There's
with a dispersion pattern, and the edges don't actually match. So it's like
it's not just circle, dude. There's so much more.
Here it is again. You can see the edge doesn't even line up. it's close. And this is actually when you've scaled it down to try to get it to match. So it's already been falsified to a way to try to make a perfect match. You can already tell there's extra dots in here that don't exist. So they deleted these dots. Why would they know how to delete these dots? It's an original work. It's not like you're
What
copying
dots are
something.
deleted?
So this is the original. Here's the other one. You see
The
that
dot is still
you
there.
see these dots over here on the right? These dots don't exist in the original.
That's because that it doesn't quite match because it was
Why is
at a
this?
different
Why is
point in
this line up
time.
here as well? Why is this line? Why is this not line down here, guys? Come on. You really think these are the same?
So I think the center is definitely different, but the edges are perfect.
Yeah, and that's because all it takes is you line it up and you resize it to try to get the edges to match. And the problem is you can even tell they don't perfectly match.
Right, they lined it up, they resized
all
it,
we've got.
they masked out the interior or inverted it and made it look more
And
dense.
then reshaped it.
I mean, it's a whole new. The center is all new. I mean, whoever did this, like, look, it's incredible work. Like
It's
Nico
just real,
said,
guys.
I mean, the fact that you talk in such absolutism as if it's absolutely
Isn't that
real
what you're doing?
when you've been looking at it. I'm just questioning what you're saying. Like you're saying it's absolutely real. I'm saying Nico's video is very.
It is that one. There's the only point that matches, and it's not even a perfect match. You can see extra dots that aren't there. I mean, people have debunked the hell out of this attempt. You can see that it's clearly not the same. So for everybody watching, judge for yourselves. You can see that these are not the same matches.
If I'm gonna go ahead. If I know nothing about visual effects and I know nothing about video compositing, right?
Sure.
I am gonna be more convinced and be likely to believe Nico's breakdown of it over somebody who has only been looking at this for 2 weeks.
Okay. I think that again.
And additionally, I would be more willing to trust somebody like him over somebody who posted on Reddit that he was a visual effects lead for a Top Gun movie when there's no verifiable evidence of who that person is. You're not sitting down and talking to them. Like, I just don't understand why you want to, like, it seems like I feel like you are taking this personal as if it's an attack on you, but no, it's all it is it's attacking the idea and the theory, and you seem very attached to it and like offended that this guy is acting, trying to discredit this idea.
I would say you're just projecting your own emotions and insecurity, frankly. I have no problem with his post. I pointed out like 5 factually incorrect statements he made, and you're still willing to take him on his word.
Because he's been doing this for decades.
And that doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything that he's been doing VFX for decades?
Not with regards to this, no. How long ago has he been investigating? Is he not long enough to realize that it wasn't daytime? Not long enough to realize there's a parallax effect? Not long enough to realize the clouds move? I mean, so why should I take the word of somebody who's made several falsehoods that, like, all he had to do is go find this evidence that I found?
You don't have to, but like you should be open-minded to this kind of stuff. And when real people come out and try to do breakdowns of it and try to break this down and try to debunk it, you should be very open-minded to them and not so defensive about it.
I was open-minded. That's why I addressed every single point. I didn't dismiss anything.
You said it's absolutely real footage, and there's no chance that it's
That's my
VFX.
opinion. That's my opinion, yes. And again, it's because he admits as well, it's perfect animation with 0 issues. So the rest of his subjective statements, most of them are false. And again, it's a statement of fact. It's not contrails, it's not daytime, clouds move, it's parallax, the illumination from the zap accurately illuminates the clouds. Like, these are things that discredit him, So, I think that was a mistake for him to make that video, but, I respect that he's up to it. He can have his own opinion, and I would just ask that the viewers, look at the evidence themselves, as opposed to taking someone's credibility that...
Do you want to have like another VFX guy who has the same experience, if not more than he does, to sit down and analyze their true opinion on it?
I would like, if anyone thinks it's easy to make, why don't they go ahead and make another original, similar vein, without using any assets, and I would like them to actually record how to do it and see how long it takes. And then we can compare, because we've got between 4 days and 72 days. And what I would like for people to do who want to debunk it is build a story. Don't just tell me and give me your expertise. Tell me, what's the story on how it got created? Did Rabbi Anon created it? What computers did he use when he did it? How long did it take him to do that? Why was he spending his own effort where nobody else was willing to do so? Give me another story that makes sense. I've produced my story here that makes a ton of sense. That explains what happened here. Is that this video is real.
Yeah, but how stuck are you with your story? How willing are you to change your story?
Of course, very willing. I literally, you can watch, if you go read my Twitter, you'll see that I'm one of the most open, honest people about this whole situation. I'm open about the fact that early on I thought that it was potentially non-human intelligence until I dug into the investigation. I didn't know what the situation was.
How long ago was that you thought it was non-human intelligence?
That was like right away, probably in August, early August. You can actually go listen to my early podcast.
August of this year.
Yeah, I mean, I've only been investigating this for 3 months. If you want to listen to my Investigate Earth podcast, you will hear that my opinions, and I was very scared during that time, have changed significantly in terms of the narrative, but the evidence has stayed pretty much solid. Now then, since then, and even then, we thought, okay, is this an emergency event, or is this espionage to some degree? I've always been open in terms of the narratives and what people want to
the reason, what I'm trying to get across here is that the way you speak in such absolute terms as if things are objective facts. Like what I'm trying to say and what Nico's saying is subjective, but what you're saying is fact. When I talk to people on this podcast, for example, Tom O'Neill, he was an investigative reporter who spent 20 years looking into the Manson murders. He spent more time on that story than anybody on earth. He flew all around the world to have in-person interviews recorded on tape in their homes for 20 years. And he put this all together in a book just released a couple years ago. And he lays out all the evidence, all the interviews, all the different theories, tries to pressure test them against each other. And at the end of the book, there's no conclusion. He goes, I don't know what happened. I don't have an opinion on what happened. I did the research, and you guys should come up with your own opinions, and you guys tell me what you think. And the book is it's one of the number one true crime books in history. And the thing is, if he's sitting down here and I say, Tom, what is your opinion? What is your personal opinion on what you believe actually happened? I can't pull it out of him. He goes, I don't know. He says, I don't know. All I know is what I found out, where the evidence leads, and you can come to your own opinion. I think probably 1, 2, 3, or 4. These are the only things that could have happened from the investigations that I did. He never once says that this is an objective fact, unless it was something like if he's sitting down with someone and they made a claim. He can say, yes, this person in fact claimed this. This person in fact claimed this. This CIA document in fact says this, right? There's nothing, he doesn't speak in these same terms. It's all kind of open-ended and investigative, right?
Yeah.
So can you understand why people want get turned off to when you're communicating in a way that things are absolute, and you want to shut down people like Nico when they're trying to poke holes in the story, instead of using all these people from every single angle, whether they're corroborating you or whether they're going against you, trying to use that all, put it together, find out what fits, and figure out what the truth actually is.
That's exactly what I'm doing. And I'm just giving my opinion in terms of what I think happened. I've been always 100% clear that anyone's free to believe whatever they want from this narrative perspective, but the facts will remain the facts. And what I said, if I say something I'm saying as a factual statement, then I make factual claim. So when I say that the VFX doesn't match on even a single frame, that's a factual claim. When I say that I think that it was a fire event, that's an opinion.
You don't think it matched though, but you're not a VFX expert, right? You're looking at it from a layman perspective. You haven't sat down with 3 or 4 VFX supervisors from Marvel, right? You haven't sat down with them and had the conversation with them and gone frame by frame like Nico just did.
I think we just addressed that part, and I think that I've addressed all the specific claims that we made in there which were untrue. So again, I don't take somebody at their word.
Right, but what I'm saying is you addressed it. You haven't had these other experts come in and try to pick apart what Nico did. You're doing it yourself and saying it's your opinion. You understand?
I understand that part in terms of what I claimed in there. I think I've adequately addressed everything that he mentioned. So the key point is that the VFX does not match. That was his strongest claim. And it, as a matter of fact, does not match on a single frame. I want to make sure I'm saying that again. As a statement of fact, it does not match on a single frame. How many pixels match? If it's not 100%, it's not a match.
And it's a matter of fact that explosion is not a graphic element that was added.
That is a matter of fact.
That is a fact, you're saying.
That is a fact. Yes.
Dude, the thing is, you just don't sound like someone who wants to find the truth. You sound like someone's defending your theory to the death. You know what I mean?
You can believe whatever you want.
I mean, I'm just telling you like what it sounds like. You don't sound like any investigative journalist I've ever talked to, in that sense. Like you sound like it's somebody on Twitter who is fighting, and it's my way or the highway. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
to me, it sounds like
it's just an idea. It's not you. It's just an idea. You're not attached to it.
I mean, I would counter that because it sounds like to me that you've got invested in this idea that it has to be fake, right? You told me ahead of time you're extremely skeptical. You obviously went and found this guy and had him come and try to make this claim because you wanted to be able to prove that. So I would just say it seems like you're projecting your own insecurities. For me, I'm not against it whatsoever, right? If you can come back and maybe next time he can go look at it and not make so many factual errors, I'd be happy to listen, right? But like right away, again, I think there were like 6 to 8 factual errors that were made in that video. And when I judge people, I don't judge people based on the background.
I don't think they were like you haven't proven to me that they were factual though. We're not going to get past it, so we can just move past it. I don't think they were factual errors. I don't think anything that you showed. I completely disagree with the clouds. I think they're not moving. I think that VFX element matches perfectly. But
evidence speaks for itself. I think
yes, I agree. We'll let the people decide.
Sounds good to me.
Let's move on past this to the guy who you think is the man who was the whistleblower behind this.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the other part too, is that we think we actually found the guy who literally leaked the videos, the ones that you think apparently are faked by somebody and use a 90s visual effect, right? So
that's. I mean, you don't have to get mad at me. You sound upset. Yeah, I'm not attacking you. You have to understand, like, this is good that you have people attacking it like this because it's only gonna. You have to get people that are just as credible as he is and just as knowledgeable as he is to show why he's wrong. And I can't wait for that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think that the reason why you made this detect some level of hostility is we moved past the visual effect thing like 2 months ago. Okay. People are still hung up on that. Like, I realize we're not going to be able to reach everybody. Some people are just too close-minded and not going to be able to accept that what we see is real in these videos. And I'm not trying to attack you in this particular case. Just people in general, right? I'm not going to be able to convince everyone. I'm trying to reach people who want to change the world, who realize there's more to this world than what they're told by experts and what they're told on TV. And so really that's my intention here. So if I am coming off that way, I don't mean to, but it is going to be, it's a contentious situation. One of the things that I've promised is I'm not going to let other people set a false narrative.
I just think, like, you got to do your best to not get angry at them. Okay. I think that's really important.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, I really need a technical explanation from somebody who like does this stuff or has been like involved in this stuff, like hands-on. Like I want to hear it from the horse's mouth when it comes to this kind of stuff because it's so phenomenal, And there's in every single online category you could imagine when it comes to conspiracies. You could always find people who just they want to find the meaning of life and they want their life to be the Da Vinci Code.
Yeah, that's not me. I don't want to be famous. In fact, I would like to go back to being a normal person one day if that's my option. I think I've been pretty clear about that as well. The only reason why I picked this up is because I didn't think anybody else would.
Man, it's you're doing a lot of incredible work, and whether I agree with it or not, I commend you for that. So thank you for coming down here and doing this. Tell people where they can find you online and all the work.
All I want to do is get the evidence out there to a wider audience so they can do their own conclusions. And if you want to follow me, you can follow me either on Twitter at JustXAshton. You can follow me on YouTube, also at JustXAshton. I've been streaming a lot of the work that I've been doing on a nightly basis. So people can follow along, you can follow my thought process in terms of what we're going through as well. And then you can also now follow me on Instagram. Actually, on Instagram now at JustXAshton as well. I'm not sure how much I'm going to post there. It's just a lot of work. I'm not a big fan of social media, but it's important that I think we get the evidence out there. What I want to do is empower the individuals, and that's the reason why all evidence lists that we went through today, I posted out there on Twitter as well, so that when people do come with the arguments, we can come back with the evidence, say, here's what the evidence is, here's why the official narrative is false, essentially. Thank you again, James.
All right, you heard it here. Good night, folks. So how you doing?
I'm great, man.
What are you doing down here in Florida?
I've been in Florida for a week. First few days, there's this convention every year put on by Brian Barczyk called Animal Con, and it's like all of the biggest animal people basically get together and do meetings and conventions, and a couple days are open to the public, a couple days are industry only. So I did that, and then I just launched a YouTube channel, as preposterous as that sounds. And so we spent the last week filming for YouTube, doing just fun Florida. Dude, Florida is like, it's a playground for animal people, you know? So there's just so much stuff to do here. So that's what we spent the week doing, just running around doing fun stuff.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I just Manny was in here about a month ago telling us all kinds of his recent crazy escapades.
Have you ever done any fossil stuff in Florida?
I personally have never done any fossil stuff, but I know people who have.
Boom. Those are for you. Those are from yesterday. So
are
yesterday
these?
on the South Florida River, we dove. There was flood warnings in place, okay? There's rushing water. And we're like, oh, should we do this? Scuba dove 12 feet deep, not deep, black water. So you got 2 inches of visibility, braille diving on the bottom, feeling for fossils.
Can't see anything.
Nothing. We found 24 species yesterday. We gave most of it to a museum, but that is a fossilized prehistoric horse tooth. So that's a tooth from an ancient horse. And
what?
Yeah, that's a couple million years old.
How do you know?
So I don't. I'm very novice at this. Yesterday was my first day doing it, but the guys I went out with are experts. They run a thing called Dig Dive Discover.
Okay.
And that is the biggest, albeit not perfect, but the biggest megalodon tooth I found. So I wanted to give it to you.
Dude, that thing is
It's pretty dope. It's not perfect. I'm a novice. I'm sure one day I'll get a good one.
So how old do you think?
Like 6 million years.
6 million years.
Yeah.
Old,
Isn't that cool?
That's wild.
Yeah. I'm not positive on the dating. Like I said, I'm really
so
novice.
Cool.
Your listeners will probably be like, that's not 6, it's 6.2. But yeah, it's something like that. And I was pretty stoked because it's like, I've done a lot of stuff in the animal space, especially in the extinct animal space. But looking for actual fossils from some of these animals that I've studied for a long time was a pretty cool experience.
That's amazing. How are you a big like free diver, spear fisherman?
I used to be really big. I mean, I still do a lot of it, but I used to be really big in the competitive circuits in free dive spearfishing. Yeah, had a bunch of world records, bunch of pole spear records.
Really?
Yeah, not competitive. Like I didn't go to competitions and stuff like that. I just used to chase these trophies and go all over the world spearfishing and free diving, and I still do it a lot. I mean, I shot a beautiful white sea bass like a week ago before I came out here in California.
Is that on your Instagram?
I think so.
I saw that,
yeah, nice fish. And I still do it a lot, but now I just do it for food. I love getting out there. It's a good escape from the family, dive in the ocean, find a nice fish to feed us for a couple of weeks. It's still great.
Yeah, I grew up spearfishing and free diving around here.
Yeah,
but
I knew that.
Doing that in California always scared the shit out of me. I imagine that would be so goddamn spooky.
Well, it's different, right? So we have kelp forests out there.
Right.
And the kelp forests it's like taking a hike in a redwood forest or in a cypress swamp, like big vertical structure all around you at all times, navigating your way through an underwater jungle, basically. And it's super fun, man. I mean, the colors in California, it's all these golds and greens and big white sea bass, and then hopefully you don't run into the big tax man, the great white shark. And they're always kind of lurking on the side. So yeah, it can be a little spine tingling at times.
Well, the great whites, I imagine, would be, you'd rather see a great white spearfishing than a fucking bull shark.
Well, we don't get bulls in California, so
Right.
I've run into them here. Yeah. I've run into them here, like diving off the Jupiter Ledge and stuff. Have you ever done that dive?
No.
So
no.
down in Jupiter,
mainly in the Gulf. For me.
Yeah, that makes sense. Down in Jupiter, Florida, we filmed a show down there a few years ago called Face the Beast for the History Channel. And we had these crazy kids. Good buddy of mine, he passed away. Mike Dornellis was there with us. We had all these bull sharks like super revved up, shaking this bait crate. These bull sharks are like coming in, they're swooping in between you and the crate. You're pushing them off. He's like blasé. He's just like, yeah, this is what you do. Is he's like pushing bull sharks left, right, and not me, dude. I've been around bull sharks, but not like that. And they're crazy. They're just like, it's like a bulldog versus a Great Dane. You know, run into a white shark. It's big. It's more powerful. An individual can do more damage. But then you're with bull sharks like a pack of bulldogs. You know, you're just like a pack of Rottweilers. You're like, oh, these things can tear me to shreds.
They're way more aggressive. Way more testosterone than the great white sharks.
The highest testosterone of any shark in the world is those bull sharks. Yeah, they're scary.
Manny was saying that he's more afraid of like lemon sharks than any other shark.
Well, him, Chris Gillette, my buddy Mike Dornellis, myself, I could list about 10 more people. We've all been bitten by, we all talk about the big scaries. We've all been bitten by lemon sharks.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been bitten by a lemon.
That's a scar from a lemon right there, and then I have one on my foot as well, where both completely separate occasions, they just sort of sneak up on you and just bam, they suck.
I think Manny's been bitten by like 7 different species of sharks.
He's been bitten by everything. He's insane.
Have you seen the videos of the guys? I don't know. I think they're on the east coast of Florida, like off the coast of Jupiter or like Sebastian, maybe. They go out and they chum up all the bull sharks, and then they swoop down on them. They shoot the cobia that's like off the backs of them.
I've done it. It's crazy.
You've done that?
Yeah, it's wild. And the cobia and the bull sharks get so conditioned to what's going on that you pull the trigger, and as the band snaps, the bull shark darts off, but then just does a circle back to try and eat your cobia. So if you don't stone the cobia or you don't get it in really quickly, the bull sharks just turn around and come straight back for the fish. So you have this, like, from my limited experience, I've done it twice, you have this like 45-second tops window to land that fish or just get ripped to shreds.
I heard now all you have to do is go out there and just pop your bands a couple times and the bull sharks will just show up.
I think so. I think they are that conditioned to free divers. I mean, it's like ringing the dinner bell. You know, you go out there, they're not typically eating these cobia because the cobia are smart enough to stay behind them and stay lateral to them. And then somebody comes along and jabs a spear into it and sort of just leaves it wounded on a silver platter for them. We should go. I'll take you. It'll be fun.
Dude, I'd be fucking terrified. I don't know if I could do that.
It's worth it. It's so much fun. It's a rodeo.
You never gotten in any hairy situations with those bull sharks out there?
No.
Really?
No. Oh, that's not true. I got one story. Oh man, should I throw my buddy under the bus? I should. So we're filming that show I was telling you about, Face the Beast, with this kid Andrew Eucles, right? And if you've never seen Andrew Eucles, be a great guest for you. But he's this wild Australian kid. Like, he's an absolute maniac. Like, he makes Manny look tame. Like, he's nuts.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, that's not a dig at Manny, but Andrew's nuts. He's nuts. And I love Andrew. He's a crazy dude. But I should kind of preface it by saying this. He's not a waterman, right? He's not like us. He didn't grow up on the ocean. He grew up, you know, in the bush outback of Australia. He's just not a waterman. He could swim, whatever. But do our first show. It's about catching these monster crocodiles in Miami. Unbelievable. Builds this insane trap, catches this huge crocodile, wrestles at everything. Second episode of the show is digging into shark behavior. So I'm the producer of the show, and I'm like, all right, Andrew, like, we're gonna go down to Jupiter, we're gonna deal with stuff with bull sharks, blah blah blah. He's like, yeah, no worries, Chooch, I'll be all right. And I'm like, okay, great. That's my best Australian, by the way. And I'm like, all right, let's go do this thing. So we jump in the ledge. Mike, like I said, he's shaking up these bait crates and getting these bull sharks in. And I'm like, I'm the producer of the show. So I'm like, listen, Andrew, there's one thing you can't do, which is swim into the chum sling. Okay, you can swim all around, you can push whatever, talk about their behavior. But if you get, when Mike shakes that crate, if you get down current of that right in front of it, the bull sharks come shooting in to eat all the chum. And if you're in the middle of it, they're going to bite you. Yeah, no worries, Chooch. I would never do that. Rah, rah, rah. And I'm like, all right, sounds good, bud. So we hit the water, and literally, I would say 15 seconds in, Mike goes down, shakes the crate. Andrew hits the water. He dives straight in front of the bait crate. I don't know if he was being dumb. I don't know if he was being defiant. I don't know if he was unaware. I screamed at him like crazy. And these bull sharks come shooting in. And Mike, my cameraman, Johnny, and I, it's all on free dive. We're all used to doing shark work. We all zoom in and are like back to back, just pushing these sharks off Andrew. And he like curls into a ball because he's like, what the fuck? You know, these sharks come shooting into them. And he like curls into a ball. And luckily nobody got bitten. Mike got really, really close. Like, he pushed the shark and the shark chomped like this, like bam, 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 right by his forearm, trying to hold the shark off Eucles. And we popped back up. This all happened in 20 seconds, right? It's a free dive. Popped back up. And I'm like, get the fuck back to the fucking boat, Andrew. You're like, you idiot, you didn't listen to a word I said. Like, you're grounded. Like, I was furious. I thought we were going to kill this guy. And it was just so hairy because the way these sharks just came in, all like eyes rolled back in their head, mouth open, teeth exposed, chomping, trying to get to the bait. Not trying to hurt Andrew or me or Mike or Johnny, which thank God nobody got hurt. But they were trying to get to bait, and this kid just swam into the center of it. And that's when I literally called it there. I was like, all right, everybody back to the boat, rethinking the strategy. Like, this is a bad play. And that was the closest we ever came to a big problem.
Were they bulls?
Bulls. All bulls.
Oh,
I have video of it. I'll send it to you. It's crazy.
Fucking nuts.
It was like 12, 14 bulls all around it. Yeah.
So what do you do? Like, how do you push them off without getting your fucking hand chopped off?
Well, I've learned over time, just from doing this with tigers and hammerheads and everything else, people think you just want to like push them on the nose. You don't, you know, a shark will turn and snap and bite you a bunch of different places if you touch them. But if you use like the bottom of your palm, like the lower part of your palm, and put it right on their nose and just sort of like twitch or rub a little bit to stimulate their ampullae of Lorenzini, that specialized organ they have on the front of the nose, they slow down because it's like an overstimulation of their sensory organ. So no matter what, they slow down. Now, when you do that, their eyes will roll back in their head and their mouths will most of the time open. So they are like, you know, like kind of going for you. But as long as you don't just hold it there and try and like sit, and you just gently push it away, like not towards your body, but away, and then pull your hand back at a relatively quickly, so that before they come out of that overstimulation state, it's surprisingly easy to actually deflect the shark that's coming at you. Now, keep in mind, these aren't sharks that are trying to attack you. These are sharks that are swimming towards you to get to the bait or right by you or to investigate. But this is a great white going for you like Seal Island style. Doesn't matter how hard you're pushing their noses.
If it's hungry, I think that's the big difference.
Yeah.
If they're really hungry, then you're fucked no matter what.
If they truly see you as food, I say this to everybody that I get in the water with. I say this to everybody that I work with big animals with, on land, crocs, sharks, big cats, anything. You act like prey, they're going to treat you like prey. If you act like a dominant predator, they're going to respect you, right? So if you get scared, nervous, small, twitchy, fast motions, they're like, oh, this is a fish and it's scared of me. You know, or this is whatever, this is a piece of bait and it's going to act like prey and I'm going to treat it like prey. If you can puff your chest up, act confident, swim right at the shark that's swimming at you, they backpedal. It's like getting into a fight with a guy at a bar and then you're more aggressive. You're like, wow, what are you going to do? And the guy's like, oh, sorry, man, sorry. Right. You know, it's that same thing. Like if you back down, they're going to walk all over you. If you can sort of puff up and present yourself as an equal, they'll more often than not back down.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's fucking nuts. I forgot to drink my secret sauce drink.
Dude, do it. Get your greens in.
I should have drank this an hour ago. I might be more awake.
Nah, you're good. I had a 5-hour energy on the way here. I'm wired. Feels good.
Bro, you got to get these things. They're so good.
What is it? Let me see it.
It's called Magic Mind. It's got like all these amazing herbs, or not herbs, but just like nutrients in them. It's got matcha, adaptogen, nootropics.
Oh, wow.
It's like, dude, it's like brain fuel.
Ooh. Where do you get these?
It's clutch for the podcast too, because when you're like sitting here talking to people for so long, you want to be like super focused and awake, but you don't want to be like super jittery. Like exactly. 5-hour energy. That shit is clutch, man.
Yeah, you don't want. It's not all about the caffeine.
I'll email them and I'll have them send you. They send me this shit for free.
Oh, thanks.
So they sponsor the podcast, but I'll have them send you a bunch too. It's so clutch for recording podcasts.
Looks great. I'd love to try it. Yeah, awesome. Thanks.
Anyways, what was oh. Did you see the video in Egypt of that dude getting eaten by a tiger shark?
It is horrific.
That is the worst video of it.
Like I'm getting like little goosebumps talking about it because it's just like playing that back in my mind. And you know the whole situation? It was like a guy on vacation with his dad.
He was a Russian on vacation with his dad, I think, and there was footage of him on a kayak previously, and he was out there like videoing himself or whatever, and somehow he got off the kayak.
Yeah,
he was just swimming, but
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there was like signs to not swim in the area. Like there was something known about not swimming there. I believe. Really? I think so. I might be mixing up with
they were right next to like a dock where there was fishing boats.
That's what it was. Fish cleaning station right there. And I think there was a known tiger shark that would hang out in the area. And yeah, the like watching it actually grab the guy and like his arm flailing and stuff. And he like comes up and in Russian screams like "Help, Dad!" or something like that. Yeah. Oh, dude. Oh, I kind of just.
Whew. It's the worst footage of a shark I've ever seen of a shark killing somebody.
It's horrific. You want to see something pretty crazy? Not to deflect from that, but you want to see what happened to me day before yesterday?
Yes.
Nobody has seen this, and this is all. Click that video right there. It's only 8 seconds long. Turn the volume on. I just got struck by lightning.
What?
Yeah, this was 2 days ago. Watch. Let's see it zap me. You see the lightning come down.
Dude, oh my. And you're in the water?
In the water. It hammered the shit out of me.
What?
My legs and butt were so sore because I was standing like waist deep or like thigh deep. My legs and butt were so sore. This was day before yesterday, and I got hammered by that lightning. And I still, to this moment, have this terrible metallic taste in my mouth. When I walked in here, I had 3 pieces of gum in my mouth. I can't get this metal taste out of my mouth.
That's fucking insane.
I've never seen a video of somebody getting hit by lightning before.
Where is that?
In the Southern Everglades, day before yesterday.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're for Garmin because I have a thing with Garmin.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, and I'm standing in the swamp.
I just got one of those.
Dude, isn't it great?
I love it.
Which one is that? Do you know?
The Phoenix 7.
Fantastic watch.
I just swapped it out my old watch for this one, and it's amazing because it fucking lasts like 30 days on a charge.
Game changer. It has all your metrics. Like for me, being out in the wilderness a lot, it's got all my tracking stuff. I can connect it to my phone. I can connect my phone to my InReach, which is a location device, so I can talk to people. I love my stuff from them. But
dude, this is the best watch I've ever had.
Yeah,
hands down.
Straight up.
The only thing I can't figure out is how to connect my Spotify to it. I wish I could figure out how to like connect my music.
Oh, I don't know. I've never tried that.
Really?
That's interesting. But
shout out to Garmin. Hit the link in just for 10% off.
There you go. But yeah, so we're out there just filling these little promo pieces, and yeah, sure enough, my producer Mitch. He goes, dude, I think you should get out of the water. Like, he's from Florida. I'm from California, so I think I know it all. And he's from Florida. He's like, dude, out of water, like thunder and lightning's pretty bad. I'm like, shut up, nothing's going to happen. Literally 2 minutes later, bam, and I'm just like got fully fried. And yeah, like you see it in the video there. Just that's a video of the video, but you know, like my legs and butt like failed. I like sort of started to drop and got zapped, and then ran out of the water. But it was obviously way too late by that point.
How the fuck are you alive?
I don't know. I feel great.
Oh my god, bro!
Isn't that nuts?
That is absolutely insane. I've never seen a video like that before.
Yeah, we're gonna this. I mean, nobody's seen it before. Where are you gonna throw it up?
On the YouTube?
I don't know. Probably everywhere, to be honest, because I've never seen a video like that. We'll definitely throw it on the YouTube, put it on our podcast channel on TikTok and Instagram and all that crap. It's crazy. I mean, it's fucking wild.
Oh my god.
I was shocked, to say the least.
Yeah. You're probably gonna live here now. They probably like lengthened the telomeres on your DNA. Now you're gonna like have like, you know, you're gonna live long.
So that morning I woke up and chugged like a pretty good amount of cold brew, and then had a 5-hour way there, and then got shocked by lightning. So I just kept hoping I'd like wake up with like sparkle fingers or something.
You're gonna have like superpowers like Spider-Man.
Let's hope. I'm just gonna go get bitten by something.
Have you slept since that happened?
Yeah,
really?
Fine. I feel fine. I feel great.
Better than ever.
Like within 2 hours, my legs and butt were not sore anymore, and the only lingering thing is this metal taste in my mouth.
Whoa.
Which I have no idea if that's normal, not normal. Like I literally haven't even Googled it yet. Like we've been so busy. I'm just like, I'm fine. Yeah.
That's nuts, dude.
So Florida's crazy. Yeah, all the places I go. Florida, you got the bull sharks, you got lightning storms, gators. It's a crazy place.
It's a fucked up place, man. But yeah, no, like that guy in Egypt getting eaten by the shark. Like you never. Like I always thought before that. I was like, sharks don't fucking eat people. I'm like, the only time people get bit, it's by accident. I'm trying to figure out what it is. They're hungry. I mean, sharks get. There's more shark bites in New Summer to Beach, Florida, than like anywhere in the world. They're little sharks. They're like little black tips or like spinner sharks.
Right.
And they're not. Obviously, they're not trying to eat you.
They're not eating,
biting whatever they see. But like when you see a shark devouring somebody.
Well, tiger sharks are their own kind of special, right? And what I mean by that is a bull shark does not want to eat a person. That's a fish eater, right? That's what bull sharks eat. A great white shark will make the mistake of eating a person thinking that it's a marine mammal like a seal or a sea lion or something like that. And I would guess, I could be wrong, but I guess great white's never actually fully eaten a person. The problem is an investigative bite from a great white shark's lethal.
Is dead.
Yeah. Now, a tiger shark's its own kind of special because tiger sharks will eat people. They'll eat anything, right? Tiger sharks have been open. They found car tires in their stomachs, license plates. You know, they'll eat anything. They'll eat a whale carcass, a human carcass, a sea turtle, like you name it. If they find it and it's available food, they're going to eat it. And that's why they have like this nickname, that the dumpster of the sea, right? Because they'll just, if they can catch it, they're going to eat it. And that's the problem. Like when it comes to a tiger shark versus almost any other species, if they take a bite, they're like, oh yeah, this is edible. And then they're going to keep trying to eat it, which he clearly does in that video with that poor guy.
Plus, I think that shark was pregnant. It was a pregnant.
Was she?
It was a pregnant female.
They killed her a few days days later, right? Didn't I read that?
The same day they
Same
caught her
day.
and killed her. Yeah, they cut her open. They found his remains. But if it's a pregnant, I guess from what I heard is they can't swim as fast, so they can't
Makes
catch
sense.
fish.
Makes
so
sense.
whatever they find that's slow, they're just gonna fucking eat it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, tiger sharks more often than not are eating sea turtles. I mean, they're slow moving, floating on the surface. You know, come up. Anyone can catch them. You can jump in the ocean, catch a sea turtle. You know?
Right.
And in a sense, it's just it's all the factors as well, right? Like being pregnant means you want larger meals because you're eating for multiple. You know, just the same as when your wife's pregnant. It's the same thing, right?
Right.
She's eating giant chicken sandwiches or whatever. You're like, I've never seen you eat that before. It's the same thing, you know.
Yeah.
So it all sort of adds up, but it is a gruesome video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Manny was telling me that the shark populations here are like exploding, like to an unhealthy level.
You know, I've heard that. I don't think that's scientifically validated.
Really?
Yeah, because there's a whole thing. I mean, Florida is such an interesting place, but there's a huge war between like the ecotourism, shark diver, scientific sort of, you know, like more conservation minded side, and then like the consumptive hunting side. Like those two groups are at odds. Doesn't matter if it's about fish, sharks, hunting invasive ducks or iguanas. They're just at odds with each other. I'm very neutral. I think being a sportsman, I love spearfishing and diving, shooting fish. I also know, you know, the scientific side of things and believing in the conservation of things. Globally, shark populations are down 80%.
Really?
Yeah. 80% of the world's sharks are gone. Whoa. Yeah, and that's not like this year. That's in totality. But like shark populations are hammered globally, right? Compared to where sharks were, I think maybe 10 or 15 years ago, I think they bounced back. I'm talking about Florida specifically now. I think they bounced back. Now, are they out of control and eating all the fish and blah, blah, blah? Absolutely not. Like, Florida has such an incredibly abundant, healthy fishery. It can support that many sharks. You're never, ever going to have an ecosystem that has so many sharks and no fish to eat, right? Like, that's clownish. Like, we have this thing called the predator-prey cycle, which when you have a ton of prey, then all of a sudden the predator population bounces up, predator population gets over control, but like overpopulated, hammers the prey concentration, right? And it goes in these cycles. It's just very natural. You can imagine predators going like this and prey doing the opposite, right? That's a predator-prey cycle. You're never going to end up with, for any long period of time, too many sharks and no fish in the ocean, because it just doesn't make sense. You can't support that population of sharks if there's not enough food for them. And I know there's arguments about, oh, well, the sharks are getting fed by fishermen, blah, blah. It's nonsense, because without enough prey, you cannot have that many predators. Okay. Now, what people are actually seeing that is problematic, undeniably, is habituation. Sharks are not dumb animals. They're smart animals. They've been on this planet longer than trees, okay? They're millions of years old. What's happening is the sharks all over Florida are going, hey, that boat means the dinner bell. That spear gun pop means the dinner bell. Like, that's what that's happening. So sharks are now conditioned to be around people. People are cutting fish. They're throwing it off the boat. They're chumming. They're baiting. They're shooting fish. And so people think, oh, sharks are overpopulated. They're not overpopulated. There might be slightly more now than there were 10 years ago, and that might fall in the next few years. But what's more realistically happening is the sharks that are here are going, hey, there's people here, and people need food, so let's be by the people, you know? And so we feel way overpopulated sharks because every time you take your boat out to a popular dive site, 15 sharks show up. And you're like, there's way too many sharks in Florida. Every time I dive here, I see 15, 30 sharks. Right, because for the last 10 years, everybody has directly or indirectly fed those sharks. So, of course, there's way too many sharks in this spot.
Right.
But on a whole mass of the state, and the planet, more importantly, there's not too many sharks.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think it makes sense for the sharks to be so protected like they are right now? Or do you think it should be more...
I don't know the regulations. I can't speak on that, really. I don't know. I think it's species by species, right?
Maybe you can find that, Stephen, like what the regulations are on shark fishing in Florida.
I think, and I stand by this with almost anything, you know, great white sharks, things like that are maybe an exception that are very, very top of the food chain. The higher up you get in the food chain, the slower you reproduce, the lower your population density, right? You're never going to see millions of tigers, right? Because there's not enough prey to support all the tigers. And I don't mean tiger sharks, I mean tigers, right? You're never going to see millions of great white sharks because there aren't billions of seals. You know what I mean? You need billions of seals to have millions of great white sharks.
Right.
And there aren't quadrillions of fish to support the billions of seals. So you're never going to have the most at the top. So anyway, that's me explaining my personal take on this, which is you should hunt stuff that's a very, very top of the food chain with any kind of intense pressure, because you can collapse that keystone species. Taking sharks, I don't have a problem with it. If there is a well-conducted survey and study, and it's like, hey, we have a massively sustainable population of reef sharks. I'm just making that anecdotally. And we can do a quota, 500 reef sharks a year get taken, and not impact their overall population. That won't impact anything below them. Great. Take 500 reef sharks. I don't want to kill a reef shark. I don't think they taste good. I don't want to personally hurt one. I don't like it, but I have no problem with you doing it. Go for it, because the population and the ecosystem can sustain the removal of 500 sharks a year. So as long as it sort of stays in that family of not hurting the ecosystem, who cares? Go for it. The sharks will reproduce. They'll refill that niche. Now, if the difference is 500 versus 700, where if we take 700 sharks a year, then, actually over 10 years, we're going to see a population decline to the point of collapse. No. Don't take 700. Go back to the 500 number. You know what I mean? Just like it has to be studied. That's the only way you can monitor these things and apply useful regulations.
Right. The science of the fisheries kind of gets bastardized a little bit too, because especially when it comes to like the quotas for these other fish like snapper and grouper around here.
Yeah.
I did this documentary years ago about like the commercial fishing industry around here specifically. Like I said, because Madeira Beach is right up the road, and it's like the #1 grouper port in the world. There's more grouper caught in the Gulf of Mexico brought in through that pass. Like 2 miles down the road than anywhere.
Mostly black grouper or everything? Gag,
black grouper, red, a lot of reds, all kinds of grouper. Wow. But like the quotas were set up. I'm sort of like fuzzy on the dates. But I remember like when they first enacted like that federal quota system, all the quota was given to these people originally. So like all these fishermen or boat owners back in the day, they were assigned this quota. Now what happens is those guys who own those quota, they basically lease it out to other fishermen.
Yeah.
So they're just like capitalized, like it's like a monopoly system. What is this? Harvestable sharks, bag limit, 1 shark per person per day.
I mean, so to me, that seems reasonable. And I don't know, like they've got a list of species. Dogfish are one of the most widely distributed sharks on the planet. They're in every ocean in the world, I think, except Antarctica, right? I don't know about some of these other. Bonnethead's a type of hammerhead. 2 sharks, minimum size, blah, blah. Oceanic white tip, that shouldn't be there, right? Like oceanic white tips are hammered. Their population's fucked.
Is it really?
It is. They're really rough. I don't know. There used to be a lot of oceanic white. I do know. I don't know why I said it. It's because of the shark fin trade. So they're a scavenger shark in blue water,
right?
And longliners throw out, lines of bait and hooks, and they're like very, very quick to hit the long line. And so that species in particular has been really, really hammered. I think, you'd have to check my reading on
That's
that.
Like being that, like a pelagic fish way out there in the open ocean is like living in the desert for a shark.
100%. And then when you see a bite of food, you have to take it, because who knows when your next meal's coming.
That's why the shipwrecks, all the people get devoured by those sharks.
Exactly. But, to me, as long as this is well studied, and it goes back to what you about the quota limits, you can't set a quota and maintain it. That's not really science, right? Science is like an ever-evolving understanding of things. So if you're just like, bag limit's 1 shark per person, and then we run that for 10 years and go, hey, there's way more sharks now than there were 10 years ago for whatever other factors, make the bag limit 2 sharks per person.
Right.
But if you go bag limit's 1 shark per person, and after 10 years you're like, hey, there's not a lot of sharks left. Like, okay, we shouldn't be killing sharks, right? So as long as Florida Fish and Wildlife and NOAA and all these organizations are keeping up to date on their studies and research, which I can't say whether they are or they aren't, I see no problem with it. But it has to be managed. That's the thing. It just has to be managed. People should enjoy resources. You should have monetary value on animals because it protects them. It makes them safe. If there are guys that are willing to pay $100,000 to go out and shoot a bull shark or whatever, and the bull shark population's fine, and that $100,000 somehow goes back to the conservation of the species. The same thing as like game hunting in Africa. Yeah. That's great. It just has to be managed correctly. It just has to be done well. That's all.
From Zimbabwe, right?
That's right. Yeah.
How the hell did you
end up in Zimbabwe, or how did your parents end up in Zimbabwe?
Yeah, so I'm sixth generation. So my family's been there a long time, longer than California's been around. So yeah, where I live now. So my family had been in Africa for a very long time. My grandfather, my mother's side of the family, English settlers, way back when. And then my father's family is American, so that's how I ended up back here. And I actually have an American passport. And my parents brought me over here to have birth here, so I was born in America, had a passport. Yeah, which was clever. Went back when I was a few months old. And I have a lot of American ties, but I grew up in Zimbabwe, in the bush, on a farm, safari all the time. Very prim and proper school, ties and uniforms and prefects, and very different childhood to your average American.
Did you go to the school that had the UFO encounter or the alien encounter?
I'm familiar with it, but no, I didn't. My mom also didn't go to the school, but she remembers it vividly. Not the alien encounter, but when it all happened.
That was like 94, I think.
Yeah, we were was it 94? I don't remember, but yeah.
Early 90s.
Yeah, well, I mean,
maybe 97, I don't know.
I don't know either. I mean, I was there, I was in Zimbabwe in school, but I was little and don't really remember it that well.
Right.
Whereas it was very well talked about.
Yeah, aerial school. What year was it? 94.
94, yeah. So my mom was like, we were all living there, and I've talked to my mother about it, and she's like, yeah, I remember it. Like, it's, she's not a believer in like aliens or anything like that. But she's like, yeah, everybody says the same thing, saw the same thing. Yeah, pretty spine tingling. Like,
yeah,
there's something there.
That's the first thing I thought of. Was looking up your age. Like, me and you were about the same age.
Yeah.
Like, you would have been in school, like in that kind of school in 94. I was like, what if he was at that area?
I wish I had that.
Seen everything,
dude. I wish. Well, I have been struck by lightning.
I've been struck by lightning.
No, I wish. That was amazing. I mean, with all the new stuff coming out on aliens and UFOs and all that, it's like, I don't know. It's like, to me, it's like Rolodex of things is being checked. Like, we're getting closer and closer to just being like, yeah, here they are.
right. Yeah, they're slowly letting the news out so we don't lose our minds and actually admit it.
It does seem that way, doesn't it? Yeah. Or it's like all the smoke and mirrors show.
Right. That's a good chance.
To pull our attention off of the economic crisis and everything else.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Or whatever.
Yeah.
So, like, how did you, when you were a kid growing up in Zimbabwe, like, how old were you when were you just running around lions and stuff and tigers when you were like
a toddler? I mean, more or less, it's like asking a Florida boy if he was running around in the swamps with gators. Like, you can be if you want to be, right? Just like if kids in Florida and we want to go play in the swamp, you can be, or you can go to the mall, right? And so it's the same. Nobody gets to the mall anymore. But it's like the same sort of idea. So my family ran safari businesses. So when I wasn't in school, I was in the bush. I was barefoot. I was running around with wildlife. The difference being here, like, you run around in your backyard and maybe you see a raccoon. There, like, it can be a cobra, it can be a leopard, it can be a hyena. Anything can happen. So I spent a lot of time in the bush, but I think it was because I grew up with that one-track mind. I was always singularly focused on wildlife. My sister grew up the same way, and she works in fashion.
Oh, wow.
So, like, it's just choices, and things that it's not all nature versus nurture, like, I was just completely with animals from a very young age, and still am today.
So how did that, when you went to California, you must have been bummed.
Dude, well, it was rough. So we got kicked out of Zimbabwe in the land reform era. So we had, so we had war veterans. There wasn't real war veterans, but we won't go into the minutia of it. But we had, there was a land reform era in the late 90s, early 2000s in Zimbabwe, where people could come and take your land with guns. And so we had all of our neighbors killed, murdered, tortured. A lot of our staff went through pungwis, which is indoctrination through torture, to be converted into the ZANU-PF political party. Like, it's crazy. We got shot at a lot. I was in a couple of gunfights as a 14-year-old. Like, things were crazy. And one day, to make a long story short, the war veterans had taken all the farms around us because they were all bigger than ours. We had lived in the smallest farm in the area. And our farm was the last to go. They were on all sides of the fence, basically. And they came in, and my dad was out of the picture. So it was me as a 14-year-old boy who was, like, sort of running the household, at least aesthetically, because in Zimbabwean culture and Shona culture, women can't run things, men have to. And even a 14-year-old boy had more say than my mother, who actually ran things. Do you know what I mean? So it was all translated through me.